The teenager with the incredibly fierce expression is our main character, Zed Arahan. He was originally a descendant of a notorious family of mages on the continent, but because he couldn't use magic, he was thrown into one of the world's most dangerous prisons, a place so desolate that even the birds wouldn't dare to land. However, there was one thing they didn't know. Zed was no longer the weakling they once thought he was, for he was actually a genius who possessed 5 S-rank traits. If he couldn't use magic the conventional way, he would just play by the rules of physics. Zed's plan to escape this hellhole of a prison was about to unfold. But before we talk about his journey, let's turn back the clock to the backdrop of this world. 1,000 years ago, during the God-Demon War, the demons suddenly crossed the front line and attacked humanity. To survive, humanity fought back, sparking a fierce and endless war. Blood stained the earth red, while waves of monsters surged in like a tide, step by step pushing humanity into a disadvantaged position. But then a mage appeared, riding a black dragon and gliding across the battlefield, unleashing heaven-shattering spells that decimated swarms of monsters. His overwhelming power made the beasts tremble in fear, while humanity cheered as if they had just witnessed the arrival of a god. Yet at the very climax of the God-Demon War, that mage died under mysterious circumstances. The chosen one, the power-hungry one, the one who resisted the temptation of corruption, I have changed the host. A strange whisper echoed, signaling a change about to take place. Back to the present, in South Korea, inside a subway car, passengers were intently staring at their phone screens, nervously watching a live boxing match. The announcer's voice rang out, full of enthusiasm. Ladies and gentlemen, the warmest of greetings to you. Today's major event, the world champion's 17th title defense, is about to begin. At the venue where the match was being held, the atmosphere was boiling like a furnace, with the crowd roaring wildly, their cheers drowning out all other sound. The announcer continued, his voice soaring. The challenger enters from the blue corner. He possesses a brawny physique, with muscles rippling like bronze, standing tall in the center of the ring. The crowd roared with excitement, while a few people snorted and gave thumbs-down gestures of disapproval. The MC didn't stop. Next, from the red corner, the title defender, with an undefeated record of 37 matches and 37 wins, a world champion with an absolute knockout rate, Kim Jin-ho. Kim Jin-ho tore off his robe, revealing a physique as solid as if forged from steel, his icy face bearing the aura of an invincible warrior. The MC chimed in quickly, "Pay attention, folks. In his recent matches, Kim Jin-ho has barely moved his legs." There was an interview with Patrick, the challenger, where he predicted the champion had a leg injury. Perhaps today he will exploit that vulnerability. Regardless, Kim Jin-ho is over 40 years old now. If the leg injury is real, a new king might emerge today. As soon as he finished speaking, the match started, the referee signaled, and the two fighters immediately took their stances. The challenger, Patrick, was sweating profusely from the very first second, his eyes darting around under the heavy pressure, thinking to himself, "Damn it, what kind of terrifying aura is this?" He marveled at Jin-ho's power. He truly is a champion. Kim Jin-ho stood perfectly still, not saying a word, with just a sharp, cold glance that was enough to make his opponent cringe. Patrick gritted his teeth, but what if he only attacks with his legs? This is my chance. Wham! A crisp sound rang out. Patrick lunged at Kim Jin-ho like a crazed beast, his breath ragged, his eyes bloodshot. He growled in his mind, "You dare step into the ring with me on a crippled leg? How arrogant, I will break it for good." He swung his arms, intending to grab Jin-ho's injured leg, his mouth curling into a triumphant smirk as if he had victory in the bag. But just then, the MC screamed, he's down, a perfect roundhouse kick from Kim Jin-ho. Patrick tumbled to the floor, clutching his face in agony, his features twisted as if crushed, his mouthguard flying away, eyes rolling back. It was unlikely he would continue. The MC yelled, "Patrick can't get up." A sudden knockout in the very first round. At this moment, Jin-ho spoke up, his voice low and provocative. "You get it now. That's why you shouldn't use your legs." The scene shifted to the locker room. Kim Jin-ho pulled the zipper of his jacket, slammed the locker door shut, and walked out. The scene shifted to the locker room. Kim Jin-ho pulled the zipper of his jacket, slammed the locker door shut, and walked out. The coach rushed after him. Hey, where do you think you're going? No press conference." Jin-ho turned his head cold. "You handle it yourself." The coach barked angrily. "Hey man, no matter what, you have to do something today. Your fans are as numerous as ants, don't you care?" Jin-ho didn't bother to answer, just nodded slightly. "Take care. When the next match is set, remember to let me know." The coach sighed in frustration. "How many times have I told you and you don't listen? Fine, then take the car. The weather outside is terrible." He was startled when Jin-ho threw back a remark. "That's great, it goes well with this traffic. I'm going for a jog." Slam! The sound of the door closing echoed loudly, making the coach jump slightly. He muttered, "Must be Jin-ho." He intended to open the door and curse. "You little brat, it's 30 kilometers from here to your house." But as soon as he opened it, a pack of reporters waiting outside rushed in like a school of hungry sharks. They swarmed the coach in a flurry. A black-haired guy asked immediately, "Coach, where is Kim Jin-ho right now?" A female reporter chimed in, "Share your thoughts on today's match." He was besieged, cursing silently in his heart. "Kim Jin-ho, you jerk." Someone else yelled, "So when will you hold the press conference?" Another voice interjected, "Are the rumors about Kim Jin-ho's leg injury false? Was it all planned in advance?" Meanwhile outside, it was pouring rain, the wind howling in gusts, but Kim Jin-ho was still jogging, his steady breath creating thin wisps of vapor in the cold air. He muttered, it was like he predicted, "At least I understand your way of thinking." He recalled his glorious victories. He's down. In his debut match, Kim Jin-ho started his career with a classic knockout. Kim Jin-ho, that's right. Once again, he finished his opponent with a thunderous punch. He's down. Victory goes to Kim Jin-ho, he told himself. "I feel sorry for you, but until the day you retire, no opponent will ever truly make you feel a thrill again." The coach's interview reply echoed back, "Injury, you actually believe those rumors." Kim Jin-ho declared that he had inflicted the punishment upon himself. Get it? Arriving at the apartment elevator, he was drenched, his eyes showing a hint of exhaustion. The elevator took him up to the 34th floor and stopped. In front of his door, gifts from fans were piled up, blocking the way. He groaned in annoyance. "I told you not to block the entrance." Then he leaned down, maneuvering his way inside. The modern two-story home appeared, a luxurious living room with high-end sofas, a fully equipped kitchen, a proper home for a star. Jin-ho walked out of the bathroom, drying his hair while tossing the towel aside, excitedly. "All right, let's turn on the computer." The screen's light flooded the room. He sat down in his chair, adjusting his posture seriously. "Let's get started." The screen displayed the words, "Last Savior," a console and PC game notorious for its extreme difficulty, making even Korean gamers give up in frustration. But Kim Jin-ho had played it every single day for the past 10 years, not missing a single day, sharpening his skills to face more powerful enemies, even though that motivation had long faded in reality. The boxing championship belt still had no new owner. Jin-ho smirked. Maybe he still hadn't beaten it today, but here, he found that flame once again, the spirit of a challenger. On the screen, his warrior appeared, sturdy armor covering his body, a giant sword slung over his shoulder, walking with an imposing stride. Today, the warrior would face the Demon King Era. The Demon King wore shiny black armor, a warrior's helmet hiding his face, his aura just as blazing and competitive. Jin-ho muttered, "Die, you bastard." Outside, the rain was still falling relentlessly, getting heavier, the sky lighting up with lightning bolts. But Jin-ho sat quietly inside, not bothering to notice the weather. The thing he cared about was the game in front of him. Demon King Era was running out of health. Jin-ho grimaced, gritting his teeth. "What? In this state, you're definitely a goner." The warrior spoke to Era, then swung his sword, aiming to take down the Demon King. Jin-ho shouted loudly. Jin-ho was incredibly impatient as he cheered. "Come on, give it your all. What if you can't dodge this attack, you bastard?" He cursed as the sword stroke neared the Demon King. Suddenly, the Demon King counterattacked, swinging his blade to block the warrior's move. A look of tension appeared on the valiant warrior's face. Jin-ho gritted his teeth. Even though he blocked the attack, the warrior's move is too powerful. It pushed back the Demon King's attack and dealt a fatal blow to him. Jin-ho thought to himself, "Why is your move so simple today? And why did your attack land so perfect?" The warrior took a stance after that last sword stroke. Suddenly, the Demon King writhed in pain. The warrior had unleashed his ultimate move, wielding the power of a majestic lion, finishing off his enemy. Jin-ho was immersed in the game, stunned as the match neared its end. A challenge born from the desire for victory, but ironically, the fear of winning overshadowed his mind. The Demon King tried to stand up. Jin-ho's words rang out, "Come on, Demon King, you can do it," with the cheering and the technical counterattack. But in the end, the Demon King was still defeated by the valiant warrior. The screen showed, "Congratulations, Demon King Era has been defeated. Thank you for playing Last Savior." Kim Jin-ho, the two-time world champion, still hadn't found anyone to surpass him after all the challenges. Too frustrated, he yelled, "Damn it." Then he threw his mouse at the screen, leaving a large crack. Who should I fight next now? Or should I try the crazy bear? Jin-ho didn't stop cursing. Ah, damn it, what a load of nonsense. Unbeknownst to him, the sky outside was glowing bright gold, exactly like the light from the battle 1,000 years ago. Why did it appear here? Did it find someone with a heroic aura? Bang, an explosion sounded. A golden lightning bolt struck down. Jin-ho felt something coming. As he turned back, seeing the golden light rushing toward him. Bang, the lightning struck the apartment building, right on the 34th floor, where Jin-ho was sitting and playing the game. He dazed, yelling, "My head is spinning. My whole body feels like it's burning." A strange voice echoed, "Hey, hey, number 218. Hey, number 218. Jinho opened his eyes and before him was a rainy sky. When did I go outside? He asked himself, his mind in chaos. A shout echoed, "Charge, everyone, let's move forward." A hand was placed on his shoulder. "Hey, number 218. Jinho turned around, but he was no longer Kim Jinho. A blonde girl with turquoise eyes, Ryu, a prisoner here, looked at him intensely. She barked, "I've been calling you for ages. What are you doing? Time, up, we have to escape from here right now." He was dazed. "Who are you?" Seeing the number 172 on her shirt, he thought to himself, "Number 172. He asked further, "Where is this?" He looked up. Crowds of people in orange uniforms were rushing toward the city gate, as if fleeing. He was startled to realize, he vaguely remembered that flag. "I've seen that symbol somewhere before." The girl's shout made him jump. "Hey, hey, wake up. Do you want to rot here for the rest of your life? People say today is the last chance to escape this damn Kyrian." Jinho couldn't believe his ears. Dazed, he asked back, "What is this called Kyrian?" He was skeptical, but he seemed to have realized something terrifying. "Is this Kyrian?" He stammered out the question, his voice trembling with doubt, but deep inside, he felt a bad omen stirring. Ryu's voice rang out urgently, cutting through his wandering thoughts. "Don't just stand there, run right now, there's no time left." Jinho was no longer in his true physical form. He had been sucked into the fantasy world of Last Savior, the game he had spent hours glued to, and transformed into a 15-year-old boy from the prestigious Arahan Mage family, Zed Arahan. Standing in the middle of the chaotic scene like a battlefield, Zed, in his new body, dazed and looking around, his head spinning. What the hell is going on? How could I be in such a dream? In front of him, prisoners gathered in groups, straining their necks to pull thick ropes tied to the towering city gate. They pulled while shouting shouts of determination, as if to give each other strength in this desperate attempt. All for a single goal, to escape the damn Kyrian prison, where even the birds flying over wouldn't bother to stop. The words of encouragement echoed throughout the space, drowning out the wind. "It's almost done, just a little more effort." Zed tried to rack his brain, searching every piece of memory to understand where he was, what had happened. No, this feeling was too real. It didn't feel like a dream at all. Could it be that he was sucked into the game world he used to live and die for? A hurried voice barked at the crowd, including Ryu and Zed. "Hurry up, run, don't delay any longer." Zed was still busy being deep in a storm of thoughts, his head as tangled as a mess. Were even these prisoners this real? Everything exuded a mysterious aura, filled with big question marks, but he told himself in his heart, "Whatever, first I have to find a way to get out of this miserable place." Suddenly, Zed stiffened, turning to Ryu with a firm look. "Wait, stop for a second." He reached out and grabbed his wrist, trying to keep him still while he was frantically dragging him forward like a tornado. Pulled back in the middle of a desperate escape, Ryu turned his head and yelled irritably, "Hey, you crazy person, why the hell are you stopping? I haven't finished my sentence yet." Zed didn't let him catch his breath, cutting him off immediately. "Can't you see it? If this really is Kyrian, then everything cannot be this messy and sloppy. Too careless, too unreasonable." Ryu rushed to reply, his voice hurried as if out of breath. "That's because Commander Clark isn't here." Zed knitted his brows, his eyes sharp. "Commander Clark? Who is he?" "Yes, exactly," Ryu affirmed firmly, his voice full of confidence. "He just hurried off earlier. This is our once-in-a-thousand-year golden opportunity." But just as he was still babbling, Zed unexpectedly grabbed his collar with both hands, pulling so hard he almost fell. "Calm down and let's slip away right now." He dragged Ryu along the ground, heading in the opposite direction, intentionally avoiding the gate and the crowd, which was chaotic like an overturned anthill. Ryu struggled violently, his mouth screaming as if being butchered. "What the hell are you doing, you crazy lunatic?" Zed didn't bother arguing, his face as cold as a block of ice. "Sure, let's say that. If it's as he says, this situation isn't entirely illogical. But my intuition as a former champion tells me, absolutely do not set foot through that damn gate." Ryu raised his hand to push his hand off his body, his voice full of resentment. "Let go of me right now, you jerk." The crowd of prisoners shouted in unison, their voices filled with extreme excitement. The door is about to burst open. We're almost there. At that moment, the sky split with a dazzling lightning bolt, tearing the air apart, like a prophecy signaling that something bad was about to happen. The crowd pushed each other, jostling toward the gate like ants from a destroyed nest. On this side, Ryu was still struggling nonstop, his mouth screaming like crazy. "No, it can't be. Let go of me right now, I have to get out there." Other prisoners wore radiant smiles, their eyes sparkling with intense faith in the day of freedom, the day of escaping the miserable life of imprisonment. But then everything suddenly turned into a nightmare as they faced the horrific scene before them. Their eyes widened in terror, fresh blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain, a severed arm falling to the ground, a A prisoner collapsed, clutching his stump, screaming in heartbreaking agony. The crowd shouted in unison, their voices trembling when they recognized the figure standing in front of the gate, Commander Clark. It turned out he hadn't left at all as rumored, but had set up a deadly trap, waiting for the right moment. As soon as the prisoners dared to open the gate, he would swing his sword and kill them without hesitation. Clark stood there, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. He, you stupid bastard. He raised his sword, pointing directly at the prisoners, roaring to his subordinates, "Slaughter them all for me." Ryu opened his mouth wide, his voice lost in shock. How could Commander Clark be there? Zed didn't bother with long words, his voice cold as ice. "Are you blind? Look, this is a trap as clear as day. Shut up and run right now." Clark and his henchmen immediately swung into action, swinging their swords and killing repeatedly, without mercy. The prisoners only knew how to panic, running for their lives to keep their own. "Help me." The tragic calls for help echoed everywhere, but no one could save. With no power, no weapons, they were just like sheep in a slaughterhouse. Rain was still pouring down heavily, each drop soaking up the fresh blood, highlighting the tragic color of this place. Clark stepped forward, stomping hard into the puddle now stained deep red with blood, ordering firmly, "Gather everyone still alive, line them up neatly for me." "Understood, Commander." One subordinate roared, his voice full of authority. "Stand straight, no moving an inch." Those who were lucky enough to escape death were driven back, forced to line up as straight as soldiers. On the ground, lifeless bodies lay scattered, their faces twisted in pain. Ryu and Zed were pushed to the front row. Ryu stared in horror at the grotesque corpses laid out before them, his stomach churning like waves. His face turned pale, then he vomited profusely right on the spot, his hands clutching his mouth to stop the liquid from pouring out. Tears rolled down his cheeks, mixing with the uncontrollable terror. Suddenly a guard rushed over, his face full of murderous intent. He grabbed Ryu's hair, growling, "I told you not to move." He turned to the rest, his voice threatening, "From now on, if any of you dares to move even a little, I'll kill you all." Zed glanced at Ryu, thinking to himself, "They are so weak that even a kid could knock them out. If another bloodbath happens at any moment, it wouldn't be strange. At that point, I'd have no choice but to gamble my life." Suddenly, Clark appeared right in front of Zed, his body as tall as a mountain, his fierce aura overwhelming everything around him. Zed blurted out, his voice trembling unconsciously, "I was lucky to escape. But wait, is it possible I don't have enough courage to run away?" Clark sneered, his voice mocking. "Ha, you bastard mages. You are all just cowardly rats. Just thinking about you as an opponent makes me feel humiliated." He leaned his face close to Zed, his voice mocking as if granting a favor. "You will pay a high price for not dying today, Arahan." He knew exactly who Zed was. Zed stood stunned like a stone statue, his head spinning from what he just heard. Clark turned his back and walked away, throwing back a cold threat, "Just wait and see." The prisoners stood completely still, not daring to breathe, waiting for his shadow to fade before daring to move. Zed bent down, looking at his reflection in the deep red puddle of blood on the ground. This was the first time he saw his appearance clearly in this strange world. This face, this body. "So I am called Arahan." A week passed in the prison camp. Today, the sky was unusually clear, deep blue without a cloud, bringing a pleasant feeling, stirring up some spirit to work in the hearts of the prisoners. Zed was forced to carry heavy rocks, piling them on top of each other into high pillars. His job here was just to stack stone towers, a meaningless torture, set up to torture the spirits and bodies of the prisoners. After a few days of surviving in this hell, he began to understand more about his new body. Zed gasped, sweating profusely, thinking to himself, even though this body is as weak as a reed, it can still reach a point of miserable exhaustion. Just carrying a rock like this is enough to make me want to faint on the spot. He gradually figured out his identity and the reason he was locked up here. He came from a prestigious family, about 15 years old. As for magic, he had secretly tried to use it at night, but the result was a big fat zero. Wiping the sweat flowing down his forehead, he asked himself in confusion, how can an Arahan not be able to use magic? The Arahan family was the cradle of top-tier mages. Why is there such a bizarre thing? Then he suddenly woke up as if he had realized the truth. Oh, so that's why he was thrown away in this miserable place. The Arahan family must have had plenty of talent. They didn't need a useless person like... The guard's voice roared, cutting through his wandering thoughts. Move all the rocks to the other side immediately. He sat grandly on the chair, pointing like a king. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up, you lazy bum, while grumbling as he carried the rocks. Zed muttered under his breath. Data synchronization is overloading. Progress is only at 78%. He sighed in frustration. When will this game finally end? At that moment in the cafeteria, the prisoners were gathered for lunch. Some huddled in groups, some sat alone in a corner. The meal was nothing more than a bowl of watery soup and a piece of bread as hard as a cobblestone. Zed told himself in his heart, since I arrived here, I've tried to train regularly every day, but with this kind of food, I'm done for. It's true that no matter how I train, I won't get any better. Ryu called out from afar, number 218, skipping breakfast again. Seeing him approach, he answered lightly, "Ah, there he is." He pushed his only piece of bread toward him. "Eat, don't stay hungry." Ryu was happy, his eyes brightening like two stars, his mouth smiling broadly. "That's truly great." Zed took the opportunity to sit and ponder. "While all the prisoners here avoid me like the plague, this girl isn't like the others. She just keeps clinging to me." Within the noble Arahan Magus family, rumors swirled about those signature red eyes, a mark of a horrific curse born from far too much bloodshed. It was said that anyone who locked eyes with that crimson gaze was practically staring their own death in the face. Perhaps that was why everyone around here treated him like some kind of monster, staying as far away as they possibly could. Watching Ryu hungrily devouring a piece of bread, Zed thought to himself, "This kid is about my age and we're stuck in the same cell. We must have been pretty close before I got possessed. Even though I'm a total mess, why on earth would a tiny kid like this end up locked away in this hellhole, Kyrian prison?" Ryu turned to him, voice full of concern. "Hey, you really need to be more careful." Zed was stunned, thinking, what in the world is he talking about? Ryu continued, his voice monotone, like he was just telling a story. "Lately, all the heavy lifting has fallen on the others because of you. The rest of the prisoners are getting restless and they're seriously pissed off. Why are you working yourself to the bone with those rocks? Just take it easy, will you?" Zed gave a quick nod, thinking to himself, "No wonder all the inmates walking by lately have been glaring at me like they want to tear me apart." Ryu leaned in closer, dropping his voice to a whisper. "Be extra careful of number 589. He's the leader of the prisoners around here and used to be a big name in the arena. Rumor has it he got tossed in here for killing people like they were nothing." Zed looked at Ryu skeptical and asked, "If he's that dangerous, why is he still hanging around me? Isn't it risky for you to be sticking by my side?" Ryu just shrugged. "Whatever, I don't think you're such a bad guy. I couldn't just leave you hanging." Suddenly Zed bolted up from his seat, blurting out words that made absolutely no sense. "Yeah, that's his problem. But he's blocking my way, so tell him to move it." Ryu looked blank, his jaw dropping. "Huh, what on earth are you babbling about out of nowhere?" A flurry of rapid, heavy footsteps echoed from the distance, getting louder with every second. Zed turned to Ryu, his eyes sharpening. "Looks like whatever you were worried about is actually happening." Ryu slowly turned his head to look, then jumped in shock, his eyes bulging as if they were going to pop out, his mouth hanging wide open. It was number 589, just like I said. He's actually here. He was leading a whole pack of aggressive inmates as they charged straight toward Zed. They were fired up, looking like they were ready to swallow everything in their path. He was the first to roar, his voice thick with threats. "Hey, Arahan, I heard you're the reason our workload got piled up so high, is that right?" Zed's face went hard, his voice calm but full of defiance. "So what if I am? I'm just getting a little extra physical training in, that's all." As soon as the words left his mouth, a fist came flying straight at number 589, aimed squarely at Zed's face, trying to smash his mug to bits, but he only connected with the dining table behind him, shattering it into splinters. Ryu, standing nearby, started stammering, his voice trembling. Number 218. Without missing a beat, Zed grabbed the fat guy 589 by the collar with both hands. His face lit up with a smug expression, like he was already sure of his victory. He used the momentum to spring up, launching a knee strike as heavy as a falling mountain right into 589's chin. The crowd of onlookers gasped, stunned by Zed's sudden and savage counterattack. The guy's lackeys screamed, "Boss." But when the dust settled, Zed was shocked to see him still standing firm as a rock, sporting a smug, dangerous grin. Zed thought to himself, feeling a surge of panic. How did my hit not even leave a scratch on it? In a split second, 589 grabbed Zed by the collar and tossed him aside like he was nothing more than a worthless ball. The throw was so powerful it shook the entire corner of the room, forcing Ryu to scream his name in a panic. Zed. His body slammed hard against the floor, leaving him aching and bruised all over. Right at that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed inside his head. Notification. Synchronization process complete. Staring at the text floating before his eyes, Zed just curled his lip into a faint smile once the data assimilation process finished. Power was flooding back into him, surging through every fiber of his being. He stood tall in front of the massive prisoners, whose muscles were bulging like heavy-duty wrestlers. But Arahan, or rather Zed, just smiled, completely unbothered. A surreal, light blue aura rose from his body, swirling like an eerie mist, as if the strength that had been suppressed for so long was slowly beginning to wake up. Not a shred of fear touched that icy-cold face. He clenched his fists, and the blue energy spiraled around him like a small cyclone, sending out sparks that flickered like lightning. Then, with a stomp that felt like the ground itself was crashing down, energy burst out in every direction, sending tremors through the stone floor. Zed stood at the center of the storm he had created himself, His clothes, ripped to shreds like a dog, had been chewing on them, but his presence was overwhelming. The weakness from last time was completely gone. His eyes glowed like two embers of fire, and his fingers slowly tightened into fists. The sound of rhythmic, bouncy footsteps echoed, as if his body had finished warming up and was ready to dive headlong into the fray. Zed chuckled while tossing a provocation at the big guy standing nearby. "Try coming at me again." The guy glared at him, eyes rolling back, then burst into a loud, mocking laugh and replied, "A guy who was abandoned by his own family. Where exactly did our young master get the confidence to talk like that?" While speaking, he cracked his knuckles, popping them loudly as if he wanted to jump in and beat him to a pulp right then and there. As soon as he finished, Zed didn't even bother to blink, continuing his taunt. "Shut your trap and get over here already. Are you scared?" Hearing that, the big guy roared like a wild bull, charging forward while yelling, "Oh, you want some of this? I'll kill you just like you asked." The air was tense enough to snap. As the guy closed in, Zed flicked his leg out, launching a roundhouse kick with terrifying force. But suddenly he froze, a flicker of caution flashing in his eyes. Something wasn't right. As it turned out, the moment the kick was unleashed, the big guy had been quick enough to grab his leg. He smirked, thinking he had the win in the bag. "Ha ha, that puny kid is finally going to know his place." But before he could get too smug, Zed pivoted his body, landing a heavy kick square on his head. The big guy was left dazed, gasping, seeing him lose his focus. Zed didn't hesitate, landing another strike straight to the chin, blood spraying everywhere like rain. To finish him off, he leaped up, twisting midair, and landed a kick full of force right in the brute's face, knocking him flat out cold. Zed turned, his eyes icy with a touch of wicked energy, and replied, "That is exactly why I was trying not to use my legs." Seeing their leader taken down, the rest of them screamed, "What are you idiots still standing there for? Kill that bastard. Get ready, I'm going to make him suffer as he dies." But before they could pile on, Zed walked over to the big guy sprawled on the ground, stomping down hard on his back, and shouting, "Don't move." The inmates panicked and froze. He growled, "If any of you take another step, I'll make sure he ends up a beggar for the rest of his life." Zed tightened his grip on the guy's right arm, acting like he was about to snap it right off to intimidate the rest. "If you don't want that to happen, call the guard over here." The prisoners went pale, exchanging silent, worried looks. Seeing that the threat wasn't quite enough, Zed squeezed even harder, his foot grinding into the guy's back with increasing intensity, and barked, "Is this a joke to you? Don't believe me? I'll tear an arm off just to show you." He made a move like he was about to do it for real. One of the guys went deathly pale, scrambled toward the door, and while running, turned back to answer, All right, fine. I'll go get him." Realizing this guy wasn't someone to mess with, the others quietly hoisted the big guy up and retreated from the dining area. Before leaving, they turned back to threaten him. "Zed, you little brat, I'm not going to let you get away with this next time." But Zed just scoffed under his breath. "That's my line." After the brawl, he walked back to the cell. Prisoner number 172 was standing there, eyes bright, asking excitedly over and over, "Man, since when did you learn to do that? That was seriously impressive." But then he looked at Zed, seeing that the skinny frame from the other day was now suddenly much taller, and asked, "Have you always been this tall? I remember you being about my size." Not wanting to reveal his secret, Zed plopped down and answered casually, "You too, keep hauling those rocks. Do you really think lifting stones is going to make you taller?" Prisoner 172 just laughed it off. After synchronizing his power, Zed quietly contemplated, "It seems like this assimilation process converted my real-world stats into game stats. Still, compared to my real body, it's still like some kid's stats." He opened his status window for a quick check. The most important thing right now was the real status board. This was Zed's real-world power now that it had been assimilated with his game body. "I've been waiting to see this for a long time." After staring at it for a moment, he jumped in surprise, thinking, "Wait a minute, hold on, is this for real? Mana is at 0. Damn it, he was supposed to be a mage, right? He's Arahan, for crying out loud. How the hell is his mana at 0? Zed looked at his status window in disappointment, muttering to himself, "Why would they give me these crappy stats and then transfer my consciousness over here?" Still, this board was only visible to him. Prisoner 172 stared at him, pointing fingers around and asking, looking confused, "What the hell are you doing?" Inside the four walls of the cell, Zed lay on the bed with his arm over his eyes, whispering, "Looks like you were tossed aside by the Bampunira clan. Well, I guess that's nothing new for an Arahan. First things first, just calm down and check everything out one by one." Luckily, strength, agility, stamina, and perception were all capped at 100 points, even with the penalty for suppressing growth. With this bony body of mine, how am I even supposed to make use of maxed out stats? Zed lay there, analyzing his newly assimilated body, wondering, is there any way to increase my strength faster? Maybe physical training is the way to go, but the rations in here are worse than dog food. And why are there so many weird traits I've never seen before? Plus, they're all S-rank. Poison immunity, immortal gladiator. This stuff is clearly from the game. If my mana wasn't at 0, I'd be absolutely overpowered, and I'm not just saying that to show off. After thinking for a while, Zed sat bolt upright, energized. Well, I'll just figure it out later. At least there's a way to deal with the mana issue. Suddenly from outside, a guard roared. From now on, everyone whose number I call, get out here now. Before Zed could understand what was happening, prisoner 172 sighed. They're at it again. Number 114, number 456, number 890, number 2918, get out here. The ones called shuffled out, looking exhausted and hopeless, their hands in heavy iron shackles, lining up like hollow husks. Zed looked around and asked, who are those people? Prisoner 172 replied, they're death row inmates going to have the last meal of their lives. Yeah, before you die, you get to eat whatever you want. Zed scoffed to himself. Oh, I see. Here we go. Then he turned and, hey, what's your name? Prisoner 172 replied, my name. Now that I think about it, I've only ever called you by your number. He stood up, smiling innocently. Ryu, wanderer types like me don't have a clan, so what's your name? Zed nodded. I'm Zed Arrowhand. Finally, they both knew each other's names, chatting like they'd been best friends for ages. A while later, Zed asked, Ryu, do you want to get out of here? Ryu looked bewildered. What did you just say? What do you mean? Ryu continued, I don't stay anywhere for long. I need to leave because I've got stuff to do. Zed nodded. Oh, really? So have you thought about a way to escape? Ryu thought for a moment. The only way out is the main gate, and the warden keeps the key. So that means we have to take him down and steal the key. Hearing that, Ryu's eyes widened. Are you out of your mind? The warden might have retired, but he's a 5-ring knight. A quick introduction to Warden Clark. He was the embodiment of a knight who held deep-seated hatred for mages in the world of Illa's Save, a place where knights and mages hated each other like cats and dogs. Listening to Ryu, Zed mused, a retired 5-ring knight. I don't know if I can take him yet. Then he added, but there's still another way. Just steal it from him, Ryu scoffed, explaining, don't you know, wanderers learn how to pickpocket before they learn how to behave. But there are always a dozen eyes on the warden. The chances are slim. Hearing Ryu's analysis, Zed thought for a moment, then smirked. So that's how it is. I'm starting to come up with a way to bust out of here. Under the same harsh sun as every other day, the prisoners were still slaving away under the guard's orders. He bellowed, get to work. Then, by order of the warden, starting today, the workload will be increased even further. Everyone stop walking, run faster. Hearing the news of more work, the prisoners were stunned, yelling, what? Take it slow. How many more times are we supposed to do this? Just keep the workload at a reasonable level. One of them loudly protested. The warden immediately growled. Are you going against the warden's order? The prisoners kept grumbling. This bunch is really something if they would just sit still. Before he could finish, the warden drew his sword, pointing it straight at the guy's neck, scaring him half to death. He stated firmly. I'm just passing on the order. If you have a problem with it, go tell him yourself. The guy trembled, sweat pouring off him. What the hell? Isn't this too much? What's the reason for this? Reason, you say. The warden glanced at Zed, then turned away. You still don't know who's to blame for this. Understanding the insinuation, the prisoners turned to look at Zed, their faces full of murderous intent. The warden cleared his throat. I need to go outside for a smoke, and walked off. Sensing something was wrong, Ryu warned him quietly. Zed, things aren't looking good. Zed turned. Stay away from me. He realized. That bastard Clark, he's trying to provoke a riot because he can't kill me himself. Is he trying to use the other prisoners to finish me off? Don't tell me yesterday was the same thing. For someone called an official knight, he's sure playing some dirty, cowardly tricks. Listening to Zed, Ryu scrambled away, looking back at him with a face full of worry. Even the guards are getting their hands dirty this time. I'm not going to let it slide like I did yesterday. I can't let Zed die. When the warden left, the prisoners slowly advanced. One yelled, we have to kill that bastard. If we don't, we're as good as dead. Zed smiled faintly, his voice ice cold. I understand what you're thinking. It's just that this situation is unavoidable. The prisoners charged, yelling at the top of their lungs. Even now you're still trying to act like an Arahan. Kill him. That's just like a bonnet. As they closed in, Zed delivered a crushing kick to the chin of the nearest guy, sending him sprawling to the ground, unconscious. He growled, but I can't just die like that, can I? Seeing their comrade taken down, the one next to him screamed, is this bastard out of his mind? Zed fought even harder, taunting. Exactly. I was looking for a place to vent my anger anyway. This is perfect. the prisoners roared. Is that psycho acting like this because he knows he's about to die? I'll kill him right now. Zed clenched his fists, taking a defensive stance, a wide smile on his face, his momentum soaring. Nearly a dozen guys rushed him at once, but he took them down as easily as snapping a twig. As he fought, he became more and more intense, Zed muttered. It's like my dream is coming true. I used to dream about this when I was in the fighting cage. I just wish they wouldn't attack me one by one and would all come at me at once. While fighting, he taunted. That's right, that's exactly the feeling. That's the thrill of the power of a champion who's won countless times. To Zed, this bunch was nothing but punching bags for training. He said while knocking two guys out in a flash, I mean it, put your backs into it and come at me even harder. His glowing red eyes scanned the area. He ducked to dodge a sneak attack from behind, then countered cleanly, knocking each one of them down in an instant. Ryu hid far away, watching Zed fight, and exclaimed in excitement, Whoa, what the hell am I witnessing right now? Suddenly, a big guy called from behind, Hey, come over here. Ryu turned back, looking a bit panicked. The prisoners kept coming in waves, but they were all taken down by Zed. He shouted, What are you idiots doing? Keep coming at me all at once. Zed was lost in the fight. Yeah, that's it. The thrill of dodging an attack. The feeling of landing a solid punch. His eyes were cold and sharp, his smile dangerous and murderous. That's right, I'm addicted to this feeling. That's exactly why I walked the path of martial arts. More, give me more. Blood sprayed everywhere, even splattering his face, but nothing could stop Zed. Right now, he was like a bloodthirsty assassin. From far away, someone yelled, This guy Arahan, you'd better stop messing around and just die. Seeing they couldn't take Zed down, two of them played dirty by taking Ryu hostage to force him to give up. Zed turned, his face full of rage, his eyes cold as ice. Don't you see what's happening, you bastards? But that didn't slow him down. Zed wore a wicked grin and replied, Hey, you piece of scum, you've made a huge mistake now. Now you've really brought this on yourselves. Zed looked at the prisoners, his eyes glowing red like fresh blood, and spat out every word in a freezing tone. You pieces of trash, listen to me. Hearing Zed roar, the leader of the prisoners smirked, his voice full of contempt. Heh, aside from your big mouth, what else have you got? As he spoke, his hand tightened around Ryu's throat, making the kid choke, his face turning beet red like he was about to pass out. Consider yourself honored that I'm even taking the time to deal with you. After all, I'm a touring knight. He yelled triumphantly, then suddenly leaped high into the air, the knife in his hand gleaming as he plunged straight toward Zed. And you, a pathetic Arahan with not a drop of mana, you're just inviting your own destruction. As soon as he landed, he swung the knife at Zed's head, quick as a flash. But before it could touch him, Zed pivoted, his cold eyes looking up. In a split second, he vanished from the guy's view. He looked confused. Where did he go? His missed strike plunged into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before he could even recover, Zed had quietly appeared from behind right where the big guy was holding Ryu hostage. A fist landed like a hammer, and the guy fell unconscious, lying flat like a pig at the slaughterhouse. Zed was still unbothered, turning to Ryu. You okay? Ryu gasped for air, nodding. Yeah, thanks, I'm really sorry. The touring knight saw his comrades taken down and screamed in a panic. What did you do? You're not supposed to be able to use magic, right? Zed stood there, a faint, cold smile playing on his lips. That's not magic, it's... Before he could finish, he pivoted, launching a terrifying kick straight to his head. The force was so strong the guy's neck felt like it was about to snap, his whole body flying away a good few feet before hitting the ground like a sack of trash. After taking down all the prisoners, from far away, Warden Clark and his guards approached. The warden, number 218, stood rigid, his face like a slab of ice, and spoke, Explain yourself. Before Zed could even open his mouth, Ryu blurted out, Wait, number 218 is the victim here. Zed turned around, slightly surprised that Ryu was standing up for him. Ryu continued, They even held me hostage to try and kill him. It was just self-defense. Clark scanned the area, seeing the prisoners lying scattered and unconscious all over the floor, having been soundly beaten by Zed. He muttered, You damn bastard. A moment later, Clark turned to Zed, his voice low. Let me ask you something. Have you unleashed your power yet? Zed shrugged, his expression indifferent, and replied, Who knows? Instantly, the warden Clark released a wave of dark purple aura, thick with danger, radiating throughout the area. Everyone felt the terrifying pressure and collapsed as if crushed by gravity, unable to find the strength to stand up. The prisoners trembled, their bodies convulsing, and one wheezed, I can't breathe. But Zed was the only one standing firm, completely unaffected. Clark, surprised, looked at him and said, You aren't affected by the leader's aura. Not everyone can withstand the aura of a bona fide five-ring knight. Around Zed, a blue light enveloped his body, but only he could see it. Clark thought to himself, what is going on? As it turned out, Zed's S-rank champion trait, Noble Soul, had automatically activated, completely resisting the pressure from Clark. Zed sneered and muttered, "Is this a mental immunity trait? Truly an absurd ability. Regardless, in my world, I was the one who reached the pinnacle. There is no way a half-baked amateur, a five-ring knight like you, can control me." Clark, seeing Zed still standing firm even without releasing his mana, was stunned and blurted out, "You're still standing even without releasing your mana. You useless idiot, that's not enough." He took a deep breath, putting all his might into unleashing his aura. The ground cracked and power surged violently, making the other prisoners and guards collapse and struggle to breathe. But Zed remained imposing, unmoved in the slightest. Thanks to the system's overpowered trait, Clark's abilities were completely useless against him. "That's an S-rank trait, don't take it lightly. What are you going to do now?" Seeing Zed safe and sound, Clark was stunned again. What is this? What on earth just happened? The guards, unable to bear the warden's power, trembled and begged, "Commander, please stop." Seeing his own men collapsing, Clark clicked his tongue. Stopping the aura but still seething with rage inside, he glared at Zed. "It's a good thing it ended this way. I almost lost control and swung my sword in anger." Clark and the guards turned to leave, shouting, "Get back to work." But before they could get far, Zed called out, "Wait, actually, there's something I want to talk to you about." Clark turned back, "What is it?" Zed continued, "I'm tired of stacking these stone towers, and I'm sick of worrying about when these prisoners will attack. So I'm planning to end it all." Ryu looked up in confusion. "Number 218, what on earth?" Zed stood tall in front of Clark and replied, "Truthfully, I will become a death row prisoner." Clark, surprised, verified, "Do you understand the meaning of that? If this is just a passing whim, I won't be forgiving. No joking around." Zed said seriously, "Are you worried I'll change my mind? Or should I record it in a crystal orb as evidence?" There's no better evidence than that, right?" Faced with Zed's determination, Clark turned to the guards and barked, "Guards, bring the crystal orb here quickly." It seemed Zed had some ulterior motive, wanting to use the privileges of a death row inmate to carry out a plan. He thought to himself, "I'm really looking forward to this." With that decided, Zed requested, "I heard that for the last meal, you can eat anything you want. Decide the menu now for my final dinner." "For my dinner, I'll choose Verity beef, and I want a very large portion, enough to be full." Hearing Zed, the guards yelled in surprise, "What? Verity beef? That's unbelievable. Just how expensive is this death row prisoner?" To describe it, Verity beef is a premium type of beef, naturally raised on the Verity Plains in the Southern Empire. One of the most precious food items in Last Savior. Rumor has it that it's so delicious it can restore lost strength, even turning the tide of a battle. There is even a quest in the game that requires bribing an NPC with this item. Zed thought to himself, "I'm also about to enter an important battle, so I need to stock up while I have the chance. Honestly, even if just once, I want to taste just how miraculous it is. After all, the price I'm paying is my life. Isn't that a reasonable price? By the way, I only deal with S-rank items, and if you pull any weird tricks, I'll cancel everything." Zed continued, "He will be coming along too. Prepare enough for 2 people to eat to their heart's content." Ryu panicked, "What? Me too?" After some discussion, Clark accepted, "Let it be so." To the guard's surprise, Zed remained carefree, muttering, "Speaking of taking Arahan's life, you at least have to pay that much. Getting along like this isn't bad at all, right?" Ryu heard this, his face changed color, sweat pouring out, stunned. "Hey, what about my suggestion? They said it would take a whole week to get Verity beef because it was so rare." During that time, Zed did not slack off. In his cell, he practiced diligently to increase his stats as fast as possible. Instead of sitting around, he was served by the guards while still training. In Last Savior, there was a special system. If a stat reached a maximum of 100, experience points would transfer to other stats. Even though in reality, Zed's stats were all maxed out, when he transferred into Arahan's body, some stats were limited and dropped dramatically. Even so, Zed didn't stop training to regain his original strength. Except for mana, all his stats reached 100. That meant all the experience points he earned here could only go into enhancing mana. Suddenly, a guard walked up, his tone serious. "Number 217, number 218, come out." Zed stood up, excited. "Finally, you've arrived." Meanwhile, Ryu clutched his head, panicked. "Oh God, is this where my life ends?" Entering the cafeteria, plates of Verity beef were served, the meat succulent and fragrant, for the 2 death row prisoners, Zed and Ryu. Trying a bite, Ryu happily blurted out, "I've never eaten anything this delicious in my life." Zed turned, joking, "Don't forget, it's all thanks to me." After eating, it wasn't just the peak flavor. Performance also skyrocketed. The punishment was reduced thanks to the fine beef. It felt like experience points that had been blocked for so long were now pouring into his body. The first goal was completed. Now, what's next? In Warden Clark's office, a guard entered. "Commander, the feast has begun." Clark nodded. "Good, make sure no one gets near it." Even though he saw an opportunity to kill Zed right there, he still felt something was off. After all, what was up with that day? There were no signs of coercion. How should I put it? It didn't trigger any reaction at all. He pondered, guessing. Even though I'm retired, I'm still a five-ring knight. There is no way a young mage, one who hasn't even opened his mana, could withstand my aura. That day, something was definitely terribly wrong. This time, I will confirm it for myself. After eating his fill, Ryu was satisfied. This meal was truly too wonderful. Now, even if I die, I have nothing to regret. Zed replied, I can't die right now. Zed's strength had recovered. He clenched his fists, as if wanting to test his combat ability immediately. His body was overflowing with vitality, so powerful that it felt like it was bursting with strength. Maybe he could punch a sandbag all day without getting tired. He was itching to test this power. From outside, the sound of a door opening. Zed and Ryu turned back, chuckling. So you finally arrived. What now? Everything has been eaten clean. The guard entered, softly saying, Number 218. Gorno, Zed Arahan. Zed provoked, What is it? Are you sulking because there wasn't a portion for you? Seeing Zed's arrogant appearance, the murderous intent in the guard surged. An arrogant person who only relies on their lineage like you. He reached out, wearing a bracelet with a stone emitting a mysterious and dangerous light, placing it on Zed's shoulder. He wore a wicked smile. I will make that despicable face writhe in agony. Warden Clark placed his hand on Zed's shoulder, his face full of murderous intent, staring at him intently. Arahan, the name derived from the most elite magical family, where even a tiny piece of information could be traded for a mountain of gold, depending on its value. He thought to himself, if I can extract something from this brat, I might even be able to leave this damn hermit corner. As he thought that, the magic tool on Clark's hand flared, power from the bracelet exploding like chaotic lightning, tearing through space. Zed glanced over, sensing it immediately. There it is, a real magic tool. But before he could react further, Clark released his aura. The energy around him felt like it was about to explode, the air becoming heavy enough to choke. He exerted more and more power, his mouth curling into an arrogant sneer, looking at Zed. What do you think? Even you, no matter what. But strangely, even though Clark's aura was strong enough to make the earth shake, Zed stood there, without a scratch. He curled his lips into a confident smile, making Clark jump. What? Suddenly, from somewhere, Ryu rushed over, collapsing, grabbing Clark's shirt as if wanting to do something. Even though he was just a commoner, unable to withstand that terrifying aura, Ryu still tried to cling to him, his face red from suffocation. Clark grew angry. You meddlesome brat. He swung his hand, pushing Ryu away, making him tumble and pass out, seeing his friend being struck. Zed gritted his teeth. Hey, Commander, let's keep some manner. Standing before him was an enraged Clark, but Zed remained calm, completely unaffected by his power. Clark barked, that arrogant brat. Unable to suppress his anger, he used both hands to grip Zed tightly, pushing his aura to its limit. Around them, the purple light flared violently, as if wanting to crush everything. But Zed just sighed, gently using both hands to brush Clark's hand away like dust. You told me to stay calm, didn't you? If you want to kill someone, do it properly. Don't skulk around like a coward. Faced with Zed's terrifying calmness, Clark panicked. He didn't understand how Zed could resist his mana. I've already used the magic tool, so why isn't it working? My mana is ineffective, which means this guy must at least be a level higher than me. Does that mean this guy is a six-ring knight? Faced with power that even he was helpless against, thousands of questions ran through Clark's head. Impossible. How could this be? Wait a minute. He looked straight into Zed's blood-red eyes, guessing, could this be the power of the Arahan lineage? A five-ring is a realm one must train a lifetime for, and yet even a trainee mage can't be made to submit. After thinking, Clark relaxed, as if he had no strength left. The magic tool on his hand also hissed, reaching its limit and going out. Seeing that everything seemed to have ended, Zed asked, Are you done with all that useless stuff? Clark didn't answer, standing lost in thought for a moment, then turned and left, saying coldly, The death sentence will be carried out tomorrow morning. Even you, as great as Arahan, cannot ignore the law enacted by His Majesty the Emperor. Enjoy your last night. In the warden's office, under the flickering candle on the table, Clark sat, his hands scribbling into a notebook. He pondered, I still don't understand everything, but this could be valuable information for the active knights. Let's record today's events. His eyes were weary, exhausted after pushing his mana to its limit and using the magic tool. Regardless, I still have to finish this report. As soon as he thought that, he collapsed right onto the table, his hand dropping the half-written pen, fainting without knowing it. Returning to the cell, Ryu had just woken up. Zed saw this and asked, Are you awake? How's your body feeling? Ryu replied in a weak voice, Yeah, I feel nauseous and like I'm about to vomit. Zed sneered and praised, But you really do have a talent with your hands. Ryu was proud, smiling, see. As he spoke, he held up the keyring he had stolen from Clark to show off. What do you think of my skill? Zed nodded, well done. For a normal person, that could be quite dangerous, but this guy is surprisingly nimble. Ryu explained, actually, it worked because he was focusing on you. But are you really okay? Zed was confident, I'm completely fine. Hearing this, Ryu stared at him in confusion. That's strange. There's definitely something I don't know. Seeing Ryu suspicious, Zed brushed it off. Let's go lift those stones. By the way, Zed opened his status board to check. His stats increased significantly. Strength, agility, stamina, each added 10. The result was truly amazing. Exactly as promised, delicious and nutritious. He clearly felt his body was different, taller, and more muscular than when he first arrived. His body felt incredibly refreshed. I wish I could quickly get rid of all these penalties, but I guess that's impossible. After thinking, Zed turned to Ryu. Hey Ryu, we need to leave tonight. As soon as you've recovered enough, we'll head out immediately. Ryu asked, do we have to go now? The warden could discover us at any moment. Zed was confident, don't worry about that. He must have collapsed somewhere by now. Ryu was surprised. How can you be so sure? Of course I know, Zed sneered. The bracelet he was wearing, that's such a precious item that I don't even remember its exact name. But it definitely enhances mana in a split second, while causing the body to fall into a state of severe exhaustion. By now, he must have collapsed somewhere. Just as Zed predicted, Clark had passed out. His plan to escape prison became simpler, especially since he appeared at the banquet with the key, and then abused the magic tool. My plan is much easier now. After both recovered, Zed said, let's move. Ryu was scared. Are you really sure? Zed said coldly. If you're scared, just stay. Hearing this, Ryu blurted out, what? You're my assistant, so you have to follow me closely. But we don't have the room key. What do we do now? Zed heard this and told Ryu, step aside for a moment. Nobody knew what he intended to do. Suddenly, Zed unleashed a thunderous kick against the room gate. The force of the kick was so strong that the gate shook violently, slowly collapsing. Ryu, standing behind, was stunned. Even he hadn't expected Zed to be able to do this. Power like this. Are you really a mage? What else are you hiding? The other prisoners saw Zed and Ryu escaping, yelling, he's breaking out of prison. Quickly report to the guards. Catch him. Zed and Ryu ran with all their might toward the main gate. Running, Ryu warned. Zed ahead. Zed looked straight ahead, seeing the guards already blocking the main gate. One yelled, at all costs, we have to stop them right here. The rest responded in unison, understood. Seeing the path blocked, Zed didn't hesitate, reminding Ryu, don't stop, keep running. Ryu ran, sweat pouring out, yeah, got it. Zed stepped forward, a guard stepped up, and swung his sword straight at him. Zed dodged neatly, delivering a thunderous kick to his face, sending the guy flying far away, crashing into the guards blocking the path, throwing their formation into chaos. Seeing this, another guy angrily rushed over, but before he could do anything, Zed struck his throat, leaving him breathless. Continuing to move forward, Zed charged straight at the rest of them. They yelled kill, the guards were tense, raising their swords to take a defensive stance. Zed somersaulted, using both feet to kick straight into the face of the guy in front. This guy just received the blow, both surprised and in pain, his sword slipping from his hand. Zed's power and speed terrified them all. After landing, another guy hadn't given up, raising his sword and rushing over with a fierce face. Zed dodged the sharp sword stroke, leaning flexibly, his eyes calmly controlling the situation. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a powerful spin kick at the guy. His overwhelming power and formidable combat skills made the guards collapse one after another. Zed leaped into the air, dealing a fatal blow to the head of the guy on the ground. The rest still rushed in, terrified but helpless before his power. The more he fought, the more fired up Zed got, wearing a dangerous smile mixed with excitement. Damn it, showing his enthusiasm for facing the enemies before him. Approaching, he unleashed a flurry of kicks, knocking back two guys at once. Faced with Zed's display, Ryu stood aside, stunned. This is crazy. When Warden Clark woke up after abusing his mana, he walked out, blankly watching his men being defeated. One guy woke up, his voice trembling. Warden, I'm sorry. Number 218 has escaped. Hearing that, Clark knitted his brows, his face full of anger, and shouted, catch him immediately. Under the night sky, at Morata village near the prison, Zed and Ryu hid inside some wooden barrels in an alley. Hiding, Ryu observed, I think he's completely lost our trail. Zed wondered, where are we? Ryu explained, this is a small town called Morata, the only village near the prison. Zed nodded, so that means the guards will come here first, right? Ryu spoke while rummaging through an old wooden barrel. We can't do anything else. Other towns are too far, but if we blend in with the locals, it might be safer. Zed replied, for now, I'll do as you say, but what is it you're actually looking for? Ryu took out some old, torn clothes and gave them to Zed. This is perfect, put them on. Zed looked. This is really the kind of rag a drifter would pick up. This place is full of homeless people. Disguising ourselves as beggars is the safest choice. Saying that, both put on the rags. Ryu instructed, I'll go get some necessary supplies. You stay here, wait like a mouse, and absolutely don't move. Zed wondered, but without a penny, how can you do that? Ryu was confident, raising his hand like showing off a talent. Why do we need money? Zed thought to himself. This guy's way of thinking is really strange. Ryu hurriedly ran off, adding, I'll be right back, so don't go anywhere, because you're my assistant. Zed watched Ryu leave, doubting, assistant. An hour or two later, Ryu returned. I'm back, Zed asked. What did you get? Ryu pulled out some colored contact lenses. Put these on. Zed put them in, his glowing red eyes turning a mysterious blue, masking the marks of the Arahan family. Ryu nodded. Oh, that should be enough. The red eyes are the symbol of the Arahan, so be careful. In these southern lands under the territory of the Bahanan family, blue contacts are all the rage. To those eccentric nobles, eyes are just another accessory. Zed mused, analyzing the situation. The Bahanan are a prestigious family. My previous main character was Tor's Bahan, who is also the character I used for my final playthrough. In terms of magic, I chose Arahan, while for a swordsman, I went with Bahan. Just like this world where the two factions hate each other, their eye colors are complete opposites. After disguising himself, Zed and Ryu left for somewhere safer. Zed said, Anyway, thanks for looking out for me. Ryu replied, on the way back. I found a pretty decent spot. Follow me, we can take a break there for a bit. Inside an old barn once used for housing horses, now rarely used, hidden deep within a dense forest, Zed and Ryu holed up for the night. As soon as he lay down, Zed sighed. Why on earth did I end up in this situation? When I opened my eyes, it was like I had been tossed into a game. Now I'm hiding in a stable to sleep, and worst of all, I've become a prisoner. It's at least somewhat interesting. But why is that Ryu guy sticking to me like glue? Zed turned to look at Ryu, suspicious. He even calls me his sidekick. Clark is aiming for me. He knows perfectly well that sticking with me is extremely dangerous. I still don't know much about Ryu. After all, he's just a street kid who specializes in petty theft. But I need his help for now, so I'll just tag along with him for the time being. Can I really trust him? Despite the doubts, they both decided to keep traveling together, and eventually they drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the sun broke, beams of light piercing through the windows of the dilapidated horse barn. Both of them woke up. Zed looked around, and Ryu complained, Damn it, it was too dark yesterday so I couldn't see clearly. Did I seriously sleep in a place like this? Ryu yawned and replied, Must be because you're high-class nobility, so places like this feel uncomfortable, huh? Zed snapped, No, it's not like that. I need to start making some money, but I have to eat if I want to survive first. Ryu wondered, what do we do? Just avoiding the guard's eyes is already a huge pain. Why don't you learn a bit about pickpocket? Zed refused, Forget pickpocketing. Find me that place I mentioned. Ryu didn't understand. What place? Zed replied, The arena. Once they finished talking, they left. They arrived at the underground arena, a place where fighters battle every day for massive prize money. Inside, intense matches were unfolding, and just looking at them was enough to feel the heat. Zed and Ryu had arrived, promising to shake this place to its core. At the underground arena, Zed and Ryu were glued to the ring, where two famous fighters were facing off. Ika's, the strongest fighter in the arena, and a gutsy challenger. The atmosphere was hotter than ever, the crowd around them wildly excited, cheering like they were going to tear the stands apart. Ryu looked at the scene before him, his face pale, breaking into a cold sweat, and turned to Zed, bewildered. Zed, I think you came to the wrong place. Zed was calm, his eyes never leaving the match, and replied simply, No, you're exactly where you need to be. In the ring, the challenger gritted his teeth, using all his remaining strength to sink his teeth into Ika's arm. Fresh blood gushed out, the metallic scent filling the air. Ika's, pained by the surprise attack, immediately turned and launched a heavy punch to the guy's face, making it look twisted as if it had been smashed flat. But the challenger quickly regained his balance, returning to a defensive stance, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he glared straight at Ika's. Suddenly, Ika's unleashed a nasty strike from the right, rushing in to land a heavy blow to the challenger's left side. If that had landed fully, he would have at least broken a few ribs and ended up a bloody mess. The crowd below, seeing the tide turn in Ika's favor, jeered, Fight like you mean it, challenger. I bet my whole fortune on you. Someone else cheered, Kill him. Another person yelled, I'm rooting for Ika's this time. Below the stands, Zed enjoyed every moment, thinking, I thought this was just a brawl between lowlifes, but this is way more fun. Ryu was terrified, his voice trembling. Hey Zed, this place is scary. Let's get out of here. Back in the ring, Ika stomped, gaining momentum, and rushed toward the unlucky challenger like a bolt of lightning. He hadn't even recovered his senses before taking a direct punch to the face. Blood sprayed from his nose like a fountain, and he crashed backward, the impact echoing across the floor. Now he'd have to pray just to turn the table. Ika's didn't stop, raining down punches and kicks, not giving his opponent a moment to breathe. Fresh blood splattered everywhere like a downpour. Ryu, standing below, was shivering, clutching Zed's arm. Zed, do you see that? Killing someone here means nothing, and Ika's is 10 times stronger than those inmates at Kyrian. Trying to deal with him with those petty tricks won't work. Seeing Zed silent, Ryu felt uneasy and turned to see. Zed had vanished. He stammered, Zed. The crowd collectively looked up at the stands, their heads full of question marks. Zed's voice rang out from there, calling loudly, Ikaz. Zed reached out, grabbing Ikaz's hand just as he was about to land a few more punches on the unconscious challenger. Blood flowed endlessly from Ikaz's arm, staining the floor red. Zed opened his mouth. Can't you see he's already out? Ikaz glanced over, his face darkened with rage for being interrupted. But Zed didn't flinch, glaring and ordering, relax. Ikaz looked dazed, staring at Zed as if he didn't understand what was happening, his eyes blank. Ryu finally found his friend, his jaw dropping so low it felt like it would hit the ground, crying internally. Why did you climb up there, you lunatic? Zed looked at the referee. Hey, aren't you the referee? Did you get paid off? The result is already clear, so why are you still letting the match continue? Are there no rules here at all? Caught off guard by Zed's verbal onslaught, the referee just stood there, unable to react. Who is that? Why did he just jump in? Ikaz yanked his hand away from Zed, roaring in frustration. What the hell is this? He thought to himself, if you're a noble, you're even more trouble than I thought. Catching everyone's attention, Zed confidently introduced himself. Me, can't you tell just by looking? The crowd held their breath, waiting. Zed scoffed, clearly, I'm just a street kid. The crowd, expecting a big shot, felt disappointed and started clamoring. One yelled, he's lost it. That guy is just a lowlife. Another added, damn it, how can someone dare to ruin the mood? I was having a good time. Zed didn't care, speaking leisurely. Yeah, it's too noisy. I'll take responsibility. Then he pointed at Ikaz, announcing, I'm the one who should be fighting him, right? Zed grinned smugly. Just wait, I'll show you guys something interesting. Ryu shouted Zed, then went on a tirade. I've told you so many times already. His power here is way beyond our limits. The whole atmosphere is on his side. Even if you assume your chance of winning is 1 in 1,000 or even 1 in 10,000. Even if I pray to all the gods and the goddess of luck, you have zero chance of beating him. This is completely unacceptable. Ikaz is untouchable. No way, you'd better go pick a fight with someone else. Zed, having been scolded, felt a bit confused. He knew Ryu was a coward and worried he would get himself killed, but he just scratched his head calmly. Bet everything on me. Ryu felt helpless. Are you listening to me? So you're just going to keep doing this? Stop it and get down here right now. Zed shouted, trying to get Ryu to calm down. After this match, let's go have a huge steak feast like there's no tomorrow. Ryu sighed in frustration. Stop digging your own grave. The referee shouted, the match begins. Zed and Ikaz will face off. Both of them studied each other. Ikaz muttered, even if that bastard is acting crazy, he's staying calm. Then he was surprised. Interesting. He looks about 15, but what's with that look in his eyes? He assessed Zed. Steady breathing, strange posture, unlike anyone else. It seems Zed has power I didn't expect. Suddenly, Ikaz trembled. Why am I feeling scared? Am I afraid of a piece of trash like that? He screamed in his head to stay calm. Get serious. Scared of a kid like that. Then he rushed at Zed like a madman, swinging his fist. But unexpectedly, the one who took the hit wasn't Zed, but Ikaz. He stared, what? Looking over, Zed was still in his stance, pointing out the weakness. A punch shouldn't be pulled back like that. It has to be launched from your stance, straight into your opponent's face, along the shortest, fastest, and cleanest path. While speaking, Zed rained punches onto Ikaz's face, leaving him unable to catch his breath. Each punch was faster than the last. Ikaz was completely overwhelmed, and at one point, Zed put his full weight into a strike. Zed stomped his foot to gain momentum, preparing the final blow. The power pierced through Ikaz's head and shot out the other side, knocking him unconscious, his face bruised, teeth broken, and more importantly, he hadn't even managed to counter or block a single hit. The crowd murmured, unbelievable, what on earth is that guy? Is Ikaz going easy on him? Ryu squeezed his eyes shut, whispering a prayer. O god of war, goddess of luck, goddess of miracles, mother of life, please let him come back safely. The arguing pulled Ryu back to reality. What do you mean he's going easy on him? If you have eyes, look closely. Ryu opened his eyes. That lowlife is overwhelming him. Ikaz can't even stand steady. Ryu stared, what are you thinking? I can't believe my eyes. Is that for real? He actually won. Zed defeated Ikaz. Ikaz couldn't stand, but he had enough strength left to be shocked. What the hell? Zed's form looked blurred in his vision. Can he beat me? Did I lose to a kid? He took pride in the title of strongest fighter. Now he's being taught a lesson by a nobody. Why couldn't I dodge those pathetic punches? This is insane. Ikaz tried to pull himself together, but Zed unleashed a final strike using his kai, knocking him out cold in the middle of the floor. The air was silent as the grave. Zed broke the silence. Referee, what are you doing? Should I try fighting without rules too? The referee jumped. Ah, right, the game is over. He announced the challenger wins. Zed thought to himself. I didn't even get to warm up properly and it's already over. I should have held back my power a bit more. Zed went to collect the prize money, but he wasn't happy. Are you kidding me? You said the odds were 62 to 1 and this is all I get. He pointed at the bag of money. Do I look like a kid you can scam? I can't believe a simple calculation like that is too much for you. The arena staff panicked, waving his hands. No way, I calculated it perfectly. Zed argued there is no way the result should be this low. Hand over the betting money, recalculate it right now. Ryu stood on the side, shivering, not daring to interrupt. Zed stopped arguing and turned. Ryu, how much did you bet? He questioned him because Ryu didn't listen. I told you to bet everything. Suddenly, a pair of beautiful legs in bright red high heels approached. Ryu cried while explaining, I really hate gambling. Besides, we have to save money for dinner. The staff tried to intervene, thinking they were about to fight. Don't do this here. The woman spoke up. Hello. She was Herna, the owner of the arena, who came to see who had the guts to take down her strongest fighter. Herna wore a cunning smile. Then opened. Can I talk to you for a moment? Zed scanned her, remembering she was the one who had been watching him from the stands, and asked, But who are you? Herna smiled. Based on that confused look on your face. This must be your first time here. I'm the manager of this arena. My name is Herna. She invited him. Can we talk for a bit? Zed flatly refused. No, thanks, and walked off, leaving Herna embarrassed and standing there. Ryu felt uneasy and turned back. Herna signaled, and two tall bodyguards blocked Zed's path. He wasn't scared, just annoyed, warning them. Do you guys want the same ending as him? Should I put you to sleep for a few days? The two of them stood still, not moving an inch. Zed thought, I wouldn't have dared to dream of this. Is it because of absolute loyalty to that woman? From behind, Herna spoke. The Ikas you defeated today was a champion I recruited from the capital. You understand what I mean, right? I'll let you off the hook today. Anyway, we'll see each other again. She smiled smugly. Next time, we'll talk in a more comfortable setting. I really like strong opponents. You're a rough diamond worth polishing, you know. Zed just glanced at her, not bothering to speak, walking away as if she were just air. Herna stood there, her smile stiffened, thinking to herself, this kid, he's more interesting than I thought. The crowd was still whispering, not yet recovered from Zed's performance, while Ryu sighed in relief, mumbling, at least he didn't die. But next time, don't play with fire like that. Leaving the arena as promised, Zed took Ryu to a steakhouse to eat his fill. Ryu was so hungry he collapsed on the table, moaning, I'm starving. If you wait any longer, you'll have to carry me to the table. Ryu sat up, rubbing his belly while saying, on the outside, Herna is just an arena manager, but she's the real power behind this city. As long as we're here, we're going to cross paths with her sooner or later. Zed replied, his voice indifferent. In my eyes, she's just a greedy old fox. Ryu burst into laughter, agreeing. That's right, people even call her the female old fox. Zed heard that and thought to himself, she must have approached me to take advantage of me. Remembering when he first stepped into the world of martial arts, it was exactly like this. When I started to stand out, all kinds of forces came looking for me. Most of them only saw my talent as a tool to make money. Back then, I was fooled quite a few times, just a hopeful rookie from the countryside. Meeting my current manager was pure luck. It was he who helped me become a champion. Zed unconsciously thought about his old manager, wondering, I wonder if he's doing okay now. Thanks to him, I wasn't just an innocent country kid being used anymore. I've been through it all, climbed to the top. The image of Kim Jin-ho wearing the championship belt appeared in his head. I am the champion. Then Zed turned his thoughts to Herna's invitations, assessing. An old fox, just you wait, a more experienced player will show their true colors soon enough. The waiter interrupted his thoughts, bringing him back to reality. Your portion of meat is ready, Ryu exclaimed in joy. Whoa, it's Verity beef. The meat was neatly arranged on the plate, served in front of them, just waiting to be eaten. Ryu was salivating, drooling, and as he reached for a piece, Zed stopped him. Ryu, wait a second. Ryu hurried. What is it? Zed explained, eyes glued to the plate. This meat is fake. The color and the marbling are completely wrong. He assessed it thoroughly. Ryu, do you see? If it were real Verity, the marbling would be finer and the color deeper than this. Ryu was surprised. What fake? But what exactly is marbling? He thought it over. Something isn't right. Even the warden takes a week just to get his hands on it. Zed continued. If it could be sourced from the neighboring city, it wouldn't have taken that long. Besides, Verity is extremely rare, right? There's no way they could serve that dish to all the customers here. While speaking, Zed pointed at the table next to them. Look there, it seems this is a lower grade meat. Even if it's only one level lower, the difference is massive. First off, just look at the price. Ryu, starving at this point, sighed in disappointment. Really, but whether it's low grade meat or Verity, once it hits your stomach, isn't it all the same? He clutched his stomach, pleading, I'm starving. But Zed wasn't about to let it go. If I have to pay for Verity and I get served fake goods, isn't that a total ripoff? Besides, we don't have much money. As customers, we have the right to clear this up. Then he waved his hand. Hey, over here. The waiter saw their shabby appearance and showed disdain. You've been bothering us all this time. Can you just eat and leave? He whispered to himself. So annoying. You only ordered one serving and you're wasting our time. Zed saw that and didn't hold back, growling. This is fake. I ordered a serving of Verity. Shouldn't you be bringing out the right item first? That's how it was on the outside, but inside, Zed was furious. I hate nothing more than someone selling fakes and still acting all high and mighty. The waiter scowled, challenging him. Do you think this is some street scam? Zed was angry. That's enough. Get the owner out here. The waiter heard that and showed his true colors. This brat really doesn't know when to be scared. Zed didn't show any fear, challenging him back. All right, let's see what this brat who doesn't know when to be scared has to say. The people at the next table were stirred up. What's this? Want to fight? The waiter was afraid of making a scene, so he said, shut up and follow me. Zed and Ryu were led to another place to meet the owner. This was probably his office. The waiter brought them there and said politely, Boss, I've brought him here. Before them was a fat guy with a mustache, sitting squarely between two big, burly guys holding meat cleavers, looking like butchers. They arrogantly spoke. Are you the troublemaking low-life customer? Zed wasn't afraid, correcting them. You guys are the ones who don't know the rules. You're selling fake goods. The owner laughed loudly. Haha, I have to say I really like a brat with guts like you. He pointed, but you have to know how to read the room. Zed was cold. You might not be able to sense the mood, but you certainly don't understand the current situation. If you come at me, who do you think will end up dead? The owner was furious, laughing gleefully. Heh heh, so arrogant. Consider this a life lesson. Get ready to be beaten to a pulp. As soon as he finished, the butcher's subordinates rushed in with their cleavers. Zed didn't need to say much, neutralizing them one by one. He punched the first guy in the face. The second one took a painful knee to the chest. Zed twisted his arm to control him, punching him hard in the chin, then jumped backward, striking the third one in the nape. The fourth one didn't fare any better. Zed rushed forward to lock the arm holding the cleaver, pivoted, and gripped his hand tight, folding his body and slamming him hard onto the ground like a punching bag. The owner's eyes bulged in horror at Zed's power. His flushed face turned pale, sweat streaming down his forehead, stuttering. This. Zed stood there, not even out of breath, still energized. All around, the subordinates lay sprawled on the ground, covered in bruises. The owner screamed in fear. What the hell is this? Ryu stood to the side, watching and celebrating. Serves you guys right, you bastards. Do you have any idea who this is? He actually took down Ika's. That's Ika. The owner heard that, suddenly remembering how he had laughed it off when Ika's lost. But is this for real? He asked Zed. So what do you want from me? Zed didn't beat around the bush. Now we understand each other, right? I just want fair compensation. I'm a reasonable person. He held up 2 fingers. There are 2 conditions for the compensation. First, return the money you took from us. Second, from now on, you will pay for the beef we eat here, and of course at the price of Verity. Deal. The owner couldn't find the words, just nodding like a machine. Verity beef wasn't cheap. After Zed left, he screamed in anger. What? Those people are like a bunch of thugs. How can I make a living in a day like this? Night had fallen, the crescent moon shining brightly in the starry night sky. Ryu laid his back on the soft bed, feeling the softness spreading, exclaiming with delight, Whoa, so soft. He acted like a kid, flailing his arms and legs. I've never slept on a bed this soft before. This is definitely the best. Ryu propped his chin up and turned to Zed. But Zed, that was awesome earlier. That's the right of a consumer, just as I expected from a noble. Zed climbed into the covers, laughing. Well, if bad rumors spread, the restaurant might go bankrupt. For someone without any bargaining power, the negotiating table is nothing but hell. Ryu remembered the owner's furious face and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I've never seen anyone turn that red before. Anyway, thanks to that, I'm living comfortably. Zed smiled. All right, let's sleep. The night deepened, the moon hid lazily somewhere, the space perfectly quiet. In the room, Zed had fallen into a deep sleep long ago. But Ryu still hadn't closed his eyes. He opened his eyes, hesitating, thinking about something, then sat up watching to see if Zed was really asleep. Ryu whispered, Zed, are you asleep? Zed turned inward, fast asleep, not answering. Ryu felt reassured, gently leaving the bed, acting carefully to avoid waking Zed. He stepped to the door, slowly unlocking it. Zed suddenly opened his eyes. It turns out he was pretending to sleep to see what Ryu was hiding. A few days later, during the day, Ryu woke up, calling Zed. Then sighed, I'm hungry. When are we going to eat? You never take a rest, you're always training nonstop. Beside him, Zed was working hard on his physical conditioning. Ryu continued, anyway, mages hate sweating even more than death. Is it because you don't have any mana that you're training your body? Zed wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, well, something like that. Ryu's eyes widened. Well, that was just a joke. I didn't think you'd actually admit it. Zed checked the information panel for Zed Arahan, thinking to himself, but in reality, it hasn't increased even a little. No matter how many times a day I check the status board, it stays the same. With this situation, I'm starting to think I've been cursed. On the status board, the mana stat was still a big fat 0. He deduced, perhaps going from 0 to 1 is like creating something from nothing, so it will take a lot of time. The first point is the most important. After that, it will increase faster. Then Zed turned around. Ryu, the morning training is done. Let's go eat. Ryu was excited. Where are we going today? Salad, potato stew, Zed grinned. No, let's mix it up and have some beef. Ryu cheered, his eyes sparkling. Oh, finally, we get to eat. He skipped toward the restaurant, while Zed walked slowly behind, thinking, it's been 3 days since we've been to the steakhouse. The reason is simple. We had to check the trails to avoid trouble. Most importantly, on the first day, we devoured 10 servings, so money isn't an issue. He turned to ask Ryu, how many gold coins do we have left? Ryu replied, we don't have much left now. The cost of living in the city is sky high. Zed hummed, lost in thought. I've played this game for 10 years. How could I not know the usual prices? Spending that much in just a few days is like throwing money out the window. Does this guy think that because I come from a noble background, I don't know how the world works? Zed suspected Ryu. What is he hiding? Greed or gambling? But whatever, for now, I'll pretend not to notice him skimming off the top, as I haven't seen signs of betrayal. But I can't let this go on forever. If I find the reason, I'll understand this guy. Among the restaurant owner's underlings, an orange-haired guy ran in and reported, Boss, they're here. The owner asked, really? He was the owner of the steakhouse, whose pride far outweighed his ability, having once suffered humiliation at the hands of an ordinary kid. He ordered his underling, you've prepared everything as I told you, right? A table full of steaks was prepared, neatly arranged. Steaks lined up around, a grill next to the table, and in the middle was a plate of pre-cut eggs, with a candle adding to the appetite. The waiter shouted, this way. He invited them respectfully. I've prepared plenty of meat, please help yourselves. Ryu was excited. Wow, how much is this worth? The waiter stepped back, greeting them. If you need anything, just call me. Zed found it strange. Why are they suddenly so friendly? Ryu said. Is it because we're back? Zed disagreed. No way. When I observed this place coming in, no one seemed like a killer. The interior of the restaurant is exactly the same as last time. What on earth is all this fuss about? Seeing Zed hadn't touched his chopsticks, Ryu asked, Zed, aren't you hungry? He pre-wrapped a portion and held it out to Zed. This is a special wrap just for you. Eat it all in one bite. Zed replied softly, thanks, but couldn't stop thinking. All right, for now, we must observe the situation. He reached out to take the food Ryu made and put it in his mouth. If we observe carefully, we'll know what they're plotting. Suddenly, Zed noticed something in the food and shouted, Ryu, spit it out right now. Zed's shout made Ryu, who was busy eating, stop. Don't eat that piece of meat. Ryu panicked, gagging and coughing because he discovered the food was poisoned. He collapsed onto the table, moaning sadly, poisoned. Am I about to die? Zed immediately reassured him. You're fine. A tiny amount definitely won't kill you. Discovering the food was poisoned, Zed thought, so this was his scheme. Daring to poison the meat. If I didn't have the absolute poison immunity trait, I would have been taken down without anyone knowing. It seems all the pain to achieve it was worth it. Ryu still couldn't believe it, turning to Zed in disappointment, but it didn't have any taste at all. Is there really poison in it? How did you know? Zed replied concisely, because I am an Arahan. As expected from an elite noble, a completely different level. Ryu heard this and asked anxiously, so what do we do now? They clearly want to kill us. Shouldn't we run? Zed said bluntly. Why should we run? Ryu dazed. Then what do we do? Zed smiled, his eyes flashing with a plan. Make them pay. Zed called the owner inside. The owner entered with a grumpy attitude. Since a beggar has come here, you should just obediently eat the meat. Why put on airs and try to act superior to others? Zed sat down, smiling faintly beside the empty plates with no food left. I only called you in to clarify a few misunderstandings. There are a few things I want to ask. Seeing the spotless plates, the owner thought to himself, these beggars really did devour everything. If they ate that much poison, the effect should be kicking in soon. Thinking that, he said with contempt, what misunderstanding? You are just a bunch of thugs who threaten and rob others. As soon as he finished, Zed pointed to Ryu. He pulled out a pre-wrapped roll of meat and smiled. See, you misunderstood us. Let's resolve the misunderstanding and make peace by eating together. Ryu handed the roll of meat to him. You eat some. The owner blurted out in surprise, huh, what is this? He looked at the roll of meat, which he himself had poisoned, full of anxiety. Then why give it to me? Zed replied, just as a gesture of reconciliation. If you accept, I'll drop the second condition from before. We aren't bandits or anything like that. Ignoring Zed's request, he rushed to answer. It's fine. I have no intention of making peace with you guys. Seeing the owner was anxious, Zed asked straight to the point. Strange, isn't it? Do you really want to continue being blackmailed? Or do you have another reason for not daring to eat? Like this piece of meat being poisoned, for example. The owner was terrified, continuously denying. That's ridiculous. Seeing he had no way to deny it, Zed replied. It seems you really like acting in this play, huh? As soon as he finished, Zed flipped the dining table away, making the atmosphere tense. The owner panicked. What are you doing? He observed carefully, seeing the plates and poisoned meat lying scattered on the floor, suddenly realizing he didn't eat the meat but just left it there. Could he have known it was poisoned? Damn it, that's impossible. Zed still sat there amidst the scattered bowls, plates, and food, his face emotionless, speaking slowly. Out of respect for you, I was only planning to stop by occasionally. But you really are a nasty person, daring to poison the meat. Still not believing Zed and Ryu had figured it out, the owner continued to think. Calm down. There's no way they actually figured it out. Thinking that, he barked, damn it. I said there's no poison. Do you have proof? Where's the proof? Faced with the denial, Zed slowly reached for his eyes and removed his contact lenses. Proof? Oh, I have proof right here. This is it. Removing the lenses, Zed revealed his bright red eyes. The proof of the Arahan Mage family. Seeing those eyes, the owner panicked. Arahan red eyes, how? Zed slowly stood up, his voice dangerously threatening. Do you dare to deceive an Arahan? You will pay with your very life. The owner collapsed, trembling. No. A person disappearing without a trace in this place is no big deal. Hearing the words full of threats, his face turned pale with fear for having deceived someone from a noble family. I'm going to die. Realizing this involved his life, he knelt and begged. Zed, please, I didn't recognize the nobility before me. I truly apologize to you for not knowing you were a noble. Zed took the opportunity to threaten, making him extremely terrified. Why would an Arahan from the west come all the way to this remote region in the south? Why didn't you reveal your identity from the beginning? Why act like a lowly drifter? He thought while bursting into tears like rain. Please, just this once. Just this once. Please forgive this ignorant and lowly person. If you forgive me, I will do anything. Looking at someone crying like a child begging for their life, Zed realized the absolute overwhelming power of the Arahan title. This authority is truly fearsome. Maybe I should use it more, Zed thought, then made a request. You said you would do anything, right? All right. Since I see your sincerity, I will generously spare you just this once. Hearing Zed spare him, the owner bowed repeatedly. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I will never forget this favor. Zed made a request. First, do not reveal my identity to anyone. He rushed to answer, of course. Until the day I close my eyes, always, even if I go to the other world, I won't say a word. Zed continued. Second, hand over half of your assets. If you do that, I will consider today as if it never happened. Without a moment of doubt, he agreed. Understood. I can hand it all over to you right now. Please wait a moment. After all, if I lose my life, having money is useless, and it's only half anyway. Zed thought. Successfully tricked this guy. He's rushing to follow the request, must hand it over before he changes his mind. Suddenly, from outside, a voice rang out, huh. After successfully intimidating him, Zed put his contact lenses back on to avoid being discovered. Ryu saw this and smiled brightly. Sure enough, you are an Arahan. He didn't even dare to speak anymore. Zed replied. When we get the money, we leave this city tonight. Ryu agreed. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. From outside, a foot in a familiar red high heel stepped in. Where are you two rushing off to? Zed and Ryu were startled. A familiar voice rang out. Hello, Herna. She appeared unexpectedly, leaving both of them unable to utter a word. We might again, he. So you're quite a formidable character, huh? Zed remained silent, his face serious, judging. Could she have found out I'm an Arahan in such a short amount of time? Did that bastard reveal my identity? From afar, the owner continuously shook his head, as if wanting to signal that he still kept the secret absolutely. No, no way. He was truly very terrified. Zed thought that means there is only one place she could have gotten information about me. If Herna discovers I am a fake Arahan, I will lose all the money. Must quickly change locations right away. Without hesitation, Zed requested, let's go somewhere else. Let's talk privately for a moment. Herna replied, all right. In another room, the three sat down, the space quiet without a sound. Zed spoke first, so why are you here? Do you have something to do with me? Herna smiled, looking at Ryu. Oh, you misunderstood. It's not that I have business with you. Today I came to meet my client. Zed hurriedly turned to Ryu. Client? No way, Ryuju. Ryu, with a face full of fear and worry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it from you, but... Before he could finish, Herna interrupted. I've investigated as you requested, but it turns out I will need more money. Ryu panicked. What? He slammed the table, angrily standing up, shouting, no, this wasn't the original deal. Do you know how much I've already paid you? Herna countered. That amount isn't even enough for my daily meals. Do you think finding a missing person is easy? Someone who no one knows where they are, dead or alive. Too angry but helpless, Ryu could only stand and cry, his mouth trembling. How could you do that? That was my last hope. Finally, Zed understood the reason Ryu often went out at night. I understand what's going on here now. Because he wanted to help his friend, Zed made a request to Herna. Wait, let's do this. You said you had business with me, right? Let's include this. Herna replied. Oh, so if I fulfill this client's request, will you also accept my request? Sounds good, my request is simple. She continued. Fight Ikas one more time, just that. Feeling something was wrong, Ryu shouted to stop him. Wait, Zed, this is clearly a trap. Zed didn't care, immediately replying, all right, I accept the rematch. Ryu didn't stop shouting Zed, even though he knew it was Herna's trap. Zed verified, so you will also carry out Ryu's request. Herna licked her lips slightly, her eyes filled with schemes and danger. Of course, I always keep my promises. The moment had arrived. Zed and Ryu walked slowly toward the meeting point. Although he knew Zed agreed to the rematch with Ikas because he wanted to help him, Ryu still walked away sadly. Zed encouraged, why do you look so gloomy? You've earned quite a bit of money. Ryu replied, I'm truly sorry. From the start, I didn't intend to deceive you. Zed replied, I know. Ryu hurriedly explained, actually, I secretly asked that woman. I know that was stupid, but I had no other choice. Zed said gently, I knew that too, that you had hidden away a sum of money. Ryu was surprised, you knew. Zed nodded. Yeah, but today I just found out you sought out Herna. So why did you pretend not to know? Ryu asked. Zed replied, because I don't care. I think the help you've given me is at least worth that much. Saying that, he reminded him, but we can't let this happen again. From now on, don't hide anything, tell me everything. The thing I despise most in this world is responding to trust with betrayal. No matter how harsh your past has been, don't become scum. Hearing Zed speak, Ryu's tears welled up with emotion. Okay, I will remember that. Worried Zed would be in danger, Ryu stopped him. Don't participate in the rematch. Just take this money and leave as originally planned. Zed replied, what about your request to find your brother? Ryu replied, you know the truth. That woman just intended to trick us again. I'm not stupid enough to be tricked by Herna, but the fact that Ryu still went to her showed how desperate he was. Because he was too desperate, he had clung to a rotten rope, even though he knew it could snap at any moment. Herna was the type of person ready to betray a desperate child. Seeing Ryu's plight, Zed decided, I know, I was originally planning to leave, but I've changed my mind. Ryu panicked, what, you're really going to participate in the rematch? I believe in your ability, but this time Herna is going all out to take you down. Zed grew more confident, that's exactly why I want to fight even more. Ryu was surprised. What? Why? Zed smiled. When I see trash, I want to clean it up. And defeating an opponent when they are going all out is the most exciting feeling, right? At the same time, at Kirian prison, the guards hurriedly gathered to prepare to hunt down Zed and Ryu. The guard shouted, all personnel have gathered. Good, head out immediately. Start with the vanguard, understood. The warden was furious that Zed had escaped right under his nose, his hand gripping the table so hard it shattered. You damn rats. They escaped right in front of us. This time I will personally finish them off. As he spoke, an evil, dangerous aura surrounded him, making the air suffocating and tense. His face revealed extreme anger, a terrifying power filled with murderous intent and the determination to crush the enemy. Gritting his teeth in fury, he roared, Zed Arahan. Time quickly passed. 3 days later, this time the match between Zed and Ikas finally arrived. At this moment, both of them were already on the stage, surrounded by countless cheering sounds from the people around. And the big guy Ikas was also extremely enjoying these sounds. This made Zed curious. Why is he so confident? After everything he went through, he still has that expression. Then surely something must have happened. He muttered to himself in his heart. And behind, his friend Ryu still couldn't hide the worry on his face and reminded him, Zed, if the situation becomes dangerous, promise me you'll stop immediately. Hearing that, Zed just mused without saying anything. Next, not to keep the crowd waiting any longer, the referee's announcement rang out. The rematch between Ikas and the beggar officially begins. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd saw the big guy Ikas display a certain stance, which made them stir. Wait, Ikas is using that stance. Opposite him, Ryu's face also became sullen as he cursed. That jerk, he's copying Zed's stance. At this moment, following their gaze, Ikas also entered a boxing stance and secretly smiled inside. Herna was confident about this match, so I stepped onto the stage. But an Arahan without mana, why does that sound a bit wrong? He was abandoned in prison, so maybe it's true. I'll verify it myself. Clenching his fists and punching straight at his chest, thinking, Ikas rushed forward at wind-splitting speed and immediately unleashed a lightning punch directed straight at Zed. Seeing that, Zed also immediately tilted his head to one side to dodge. However, his eyes also showed a hint of surprise. This only made Ika's feel even more smug. He unleashed his punches with storm-like speed and mocked, "What, surprised? Do you think you're the only one who can do that? Once I trained on my own, I realized how useful it was." Returning to Zed's perspective, while dodging the big guy's attacks, he also had to admit to himself, "HMPH, I have to admit that's a bit surprising." Saying that, he also unleashed a boxing punch, hitting Ika's straight on the cheek, causing his body to stagger back a few steps. However, with his toughness, Ika's didn't seem to feel any pain at all. Even more, he laughed out loud when he confirmed his thoughts. "What the hell? Are you even serious? Turns out you really are a chicken with no mana at all." For Zed, after that last punch, he had confirmed one thought. This was confirmed. The belt he was wearing was none other than the ogre's belt. It reduced physical damage by 90%, thanks to that. And with 0 mana, this was clearly the worst opponent for me. So that was the reason he was so confident. Speaking of his friend Ryu, at this moment, he also realized something was wrong and asked, "What's going on?" Zed's attacks had no effect. Thinking of this, he felt uneasy and warned, "Zed, I bet that woman did something. This match is too dangerous." Responding to this worry was a confident smile from the protagonist. "Ryu, just stand there and watch." Zed's smile left Ryu dazed, unable to understand why Zed could still smile in such a situation. However, Zed didn't explain much, instead focusing on his opponent. Across from him, the big guy Ikas continued to mock, "What's this? You thinking of giving up already?" Zed replied in a firm voice, "Not a chance, I was just a little surprised. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Do you think I'd give up?" As he spoke, Zed began to shift his stance. Meanwhile, Ikas saw this and felt a bit wary. He changed his stance. Before he could finish his thought, Zed's figure suddenly flickered, and he appeared right in front of him. Following that, he lifted his leg, delivering a high kick straight to Ikas's temple. The kick was so powerful that it left the big guy dizzy, his thoughts becoming hazy. Am I being pushed back? He wondered in his heart, just before taking a direct kick to the stomach from Zed. For Zed, the Earth's strongest, Kim Jin-ho, at this very moment, it was the first time he felt truly excited. No one had ever lasted more than a minute against him, so he had never been able to unleash his full range of skill. But look at this guy, even after those kicks, he's still standing firm. For Zed or Kim Jin-ho, this was a first. The more he thought, the more excited Zed felt, to the point where he couldn't suppress his smile. This really is a living punching bag for me. Immediately after, Zed rushed in to close the distance once again. Watching his stance, Ikas guessed he was about to land a high kick, so he folded his right arm to protect his face. However, it was his misfortune that he had never dealt with this specific martial art before. Thus, he could barely predict any of Zed's subsequent moves. Zed unleashed a flurry of kicks as fast as a storm at Ikas's body, causing his eyes to bulge in shock. The only thing he could do was stand there and take it, cursing inside. Damn it, I can't even predict his moves, let alone defend against them. How the hell is this guy a mage? The more he thought, the more desperate Ikas felt. Meanwhile, Zed was getting more and more fired up, excitedly saying, "Don't think about giving up. It doesn't hurt, right?" Zed's insane words were more than Ikas could handle, and he finally gave up. "Please stop, I surrender." As the words left his lips, Zed delivered a knee strike straight into his chin. Following that, amidst the bewildered looks of everyone, Zed continued with a hook kick straight at the guy's belt, causing the belt to snap in two. Right then, its damage reduction effect vanished, causing Ikas's face to turn pale with agony. He immediately collapsed onto one knee before Zed. However, the protagonist didn't intend to let him off easily, and he said, "What's wrong? You don't intend to stand up?" His cold gaze left Ikas terrified, and he hurriedly said, "Fine, okay, I admit defeat. The belt is broken, referee, end the match." Before he could finish, Zed's foot lunged forward, kicking him in the face as he warned, "How could that be? That's still not enough. It would be such a waste to end it here." In this segment, Zed's contact lenses slowly faded away, revealing his two red eyes. And after witnessing those eyes, Ikas officially fainted, leaving Zed feeling a bit regretful that he hadn't finished his warm-up yet. So that's it. Just then, he suddenly felt a surge of energy manifest in his chest. It slowly spread throughout his entire body, leaving Zed feeling utterly bewildered. What is this? This strange sensation. It's like something is coursing through my body, he wondered to himself. And as if to explain it, a notification window appeared from the system. Mana has increased. Mana has risen from 0 to 1. Staring at the notification, Zed grinned so wide he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Finally, my body feels like I just took some kind of stimulant. This is even better than I thought. Yes, this is exactly how it should be. a mage with no mana. The very idea was laughable. But wait a second, why is it so quiet around here? Zed thought, shifting his eyes to observe his surroundings. Meanwhile, his friend Ryu hurried over and whispered urgently, Zed, why did you take your glasses off? Zed replied with a blank look. I didn't do anything. Wait, does that mean people can see my real eyes now? Obviously, Ryu hissed. Meanwhile, Zed had his own theory. About that, it doesn't look like they fell off. Did my mana dissolve them? Unaware of Zed's inner thoughts, Ryu stared intently at his eyes and remarked, now that I look at them, they seem redder, and are they glowing? Turning back to the people nearby, after a few seconds of stunned silence, someone suddenly shrieked, those red eyes. It's an Arahan, run. If you look into them, you're dead. Get out of the way. With those cries ringing out, the group of spectators scattered in a panicked frenzy. Meanwhile, Zed knew the situation was turning sour, so he quickly turned his head. Damn it, this is bad. The guards will be here any second. We have to run, Ryu. Ryu snapped back, his voice frazzled. Damn it, this is insane. I told you we should have left already. Turning back to Zed, before fleeing the scene, he didn't forget to glance at Herna, who was watching from the sidelines, and called out, Hey, you. I'll come looking for you later, just remember to find Ryu's brother. For Herna, seeing her champion beaten to a pulp by Zed, even though he had been wearing that damage-reducing belt, left her simmering with frustration, and she started biting her nails. I should have listened to the warden from the start. Damn it, that bastard. I'm going to tear you apart, Zed Arahan. Next, she scrambled to check the betting ledgers for the match to see how much she'd lost. Ikaz was a top-tier fighter brought in from a major city for a massive sum, with a 3-year contract fee of 600 gold coins. But because of this incident, all that money had gone down the drain. Plus, the ogre belt was worth 200 gold, and 1,200 gold had already been transferred to the Warden of Kirian, bringing the total losses to a staggering 2,000 gold coin. Thinking about that astronomical figure, Herna began to lose her mind. She pulled at her hair and screamed at herself, Damn it, I should have listened to the warden from the very beginning. My God, my precious 2,000 gold coins. That bastard, I'm going to shred you to pieces, she shouted, her eyes brimming with pure hatred. Switching back to Zed's perspective, he had quickly grabbed the money and the contact lenses before taking off. However, they hadn't gone far before the two of them had to duck into a small alleyway. Because the streets were swarming with guards searching for them, left with no choice, Zed and Ryu went back to their old trick. They climbed into some wooden crates to hide, until well past midnight when they finally dared to venture out. After scanning their surroundings and confirming the coast was clear, Ryu breathed a sigh of relief. It's been a while, hasn't it? Wait here, I'll go borrow a carriage and come right back. The words had barely left his lips when a servant pulled a carriage up to them and cautioned. Miss Herna sent me. The young lady said she has information to pass on, so I'm to take you to her. Besides, you won't find any carriages at this hour. His words made Zed feel a bit suspicious. However, just as the man said, they couldn't find a ride at this time of night, so they had no choice but to follow. Once they were in the carriage, Ryu whispered to Zed, Hey Zed, do you think this is safe? Zed replied with a nonchalant face, No, it's obviously a trap. They're probably waiting to get rid of us. Hearing that, Ryu couldn't hide his shock and asked, Then why did you tell me to get in the carriage? Zed replied, Don't we have to resolve this eventually? It's going to be hard to escape as it is. At that, Ryu let out a sigh like a man on his deathbed. Oh God, am I seriously going to die this time? Time flew by and the carriage carried them deep into the forest. More accurately, before Zed and Ryu could even step out, Warden Clark leaped out from the distance and slashed with his sword, shattering the carriage into pieces. Luckily, Zed's reflexes were sharp, and he managed to pull Ryu out just in time. Then Clark asked them coldly, How the hell did you survive that? Hearing this, Ryu scanned the number of enemies and asked the protagonist in a panic, Hey Zed, what are we supposed to do now? Before Zed could answer, Clark's challenging voice boomed from across the way. How dare you think about stealing my keys and running away? You truly are a rat-like mage. Behind him, the cunning Ikaz popped his head out to taunt. Hee. I pity you so much. If you had just cooperated with me from the start, things wouldn't have ended like this. Opposite him, despite facing a dangerous situation, the protagonist didn't waver in the slightest, replying coldly, A million years from now, my answer is still no. I don't intend to sit around waiting to die. For Clark, he tightened his grip on his sword, and as if to duel Zed one-on-one, he ordered the rest. Zed Arahan, today is the day you die. Everyone stand back. Seeing that, Zed spoke to Ryu. Ryu, get back. Just like that, the two groups of onlookers slowly stepped back, leaving a large space for Zed and Clark to clash. This made Clark chuckle. Haha, you intend to fight me in a situation like this. You've got guts, mate. Zed replied with a confident face. My win rate is 50-50 anyway. Saying that, he silently reminded himself, 50% chance to win. This is my own unique magic. helping me stay unyielding when facing the strong and keeping me from letting my guard down. Even if he's a 5-ring knight, if the probability here is still 50-50, I have no reason to be afraid. Over there, Clark didn't want to exchange any more words with the protagonist. He slowly covered his sword in a purple mana aura and growled, still arrogant even when you're at death's door. Great, then I'll give it my all right from the start. Once he finished speaking, his entire body was shrouded in an aura. And with a single stomp, Clark shot forward like an arrow, screaming, "Die, Arahan." As for Zed, the moment Clark launched his attack, he widened his eyes to observe the enemy's movements with extreme precision. He whispered to himself, "That's right, this is exactly what I wanted. I don't need much, I just want to relive those feelings. At this moment, I've become the challenger once again." Simultaneously, as if to give Zed a hand, the system chimed in, "Trait Strong-Willed Challenger has been activated. All stats temporarily increased by 10 points." As the notification sounded, Zed's contact lenses slowly faded away, revealing his true crimson eye. Shortly after, a massive explosion rocked the area, sending stone and debris flying everywhere. Ryu, hearing the blast, turned toward the explosion and shouted, "Zed." As time passed, the dust slowly settled. However, when Warden Clark looked back, he only saw a deep gouge in the ground with no sign of the protagonist. This left him baffled. At the same time, Herna's warning voice rang out, "Clark, over there." Hearing that, Clark quickly looked up into the air. That was when he saw the protagonist hovering above. His hair had turned golden, and his entire body was covered in a golden lightning aura. This was the electrified state. Seeing him now, Clark was dumbfounded. Lightning? But how? Before he could finish his sentence, Zed launched his attack. His body flashed like a bolt of lightning and lunged forward, unleashing a lightning kick straight at Clark, forcing the man to raise his sword to his chest to block. The collision immediately unleashed a powerful shockwave, spreading in all directions. Following that, faced with this powerful kick, even Clark felt overwhelmed. Finally, his body was shocked by electricity, and he was pushed back several meters before he could come to a stop. For Clark, feeling his body ache incessantly from the lightning, he roared, "How can this be? Impossible. Is this really lightning?" Lightning is a special power that can bypass all 4 elements: water, wind, earth, and fire. It is the power every mage craves. The only power that even the legendary first patriarch of the Arahan family never attained. That legendary power couldn't possibly be in the hands of this idiot. The more he thought, the more Clark found it unbelievable. And it wasn't just him. The others watching from the sidelines also bulged their eyes, as if they were witnessing a prehistoric monster come back to life. As for our friend Ryu, seeing this, he was left speechless, thinking, is this really the power of the Arahan bloodline? Back to Clark, he stomped hard on the ground, cracking it into pieces, and bellowed, "Those who only rely on their bloodline power and make a scene like you are the people I hate the most." As he spoke, he focused mana into his sword and swung it forward, creating a crescent-shaped sword wave. However, Zed reacted incredibly fast. Not letting the attack touch him, he leaned back to dodge. Seeing that, Clark swung his sword twice more, creating 2 sword waves, one horizontal, one vertical, charging forward. Yet Zed dodged them calmly, without the slightest difficulty. Then immediately after, he actively charged to attack. Meanwhile, Clark performed a spin and swung his sword while thinking, "You won't be able to dodge this one." However, contrary to everything the old man calculated, the sword couldn't touch Zed. It was blocked by a golden lightning aura, preventing the blade from moving even an inch further. And while the old man was still surprised, Zed had closed the distance to Clark. He poured his power into his fist and unleashed a lightning punch, literally, directly into Clark's stomach. The punch was so strong it created a deafening explosion in the air. As for Clark, he was in so much pain his face twisted in agony. As for Zed in his Super Saiyan state, he looked at him coldly, without a hint of pity. Next, countless violent energy sources began to spread across the battlefield. Yellow and purple flashes intertwined, blasting everywhere. And perhaps because his pride had been wounded so deeply, Warden Clark attacked Zed even more ferociously. Each of his wind-tearing sword strokes echoed through the air. Yet, against a veteran warrior like Zed, it was completely useless. Right after Zed stepped back slightly to dodge Clark's attack, he lunged forward, taking advantage of the moment before Clark could retract his sword to defend. He unleashed an uppercut straight to the warden's chin, sending his entire body flying into the air. The powerful punch left Clark's head spinning. What? He's supposed to be a mage, right? Why is he fighting in close combat like this? Clark asked himself, and his confusion was well-founded. Normally, mages have to use magic to keep their distance from knights, and knights break that distance to get close. That is the rule of this world, an unchangeable principle throughout the course of history. However, why is this guy fighting melee? Lost in thought, Clark hurriedly raised his sword in front of him. to block the lightning punch from the protagonist. As he blocked, he was shocked by the lightning, while trying to reassure himself. I can't treat him like an ordinary mage anymore. If I can, I have to create some distance to swing my sword. No sooner thought than done. Without a second's hesitation, Clark jumped backward to create space. But Zed knew this. He didn't give Clark any chance to create space, lunging forward with his lightning speed. And before Clark could react, Zed's fist had already landed square in the warden's face. The punch was so painful it made the warden's face turn bright red. He cursed silently. Damn it, there's not a single opening. Unaware of these thoughts in the old man's mind, Zed began accumulating magic power in his fist, then unleashed another lightning punch, hitting Clark directly in the stomach. The moment of impact created a destructive lightning explosion, sending Clark's body flying back like a cannonball. Finally, he slammed into a large rock before he could bring his body to a stop. As the dust settled, Clark began coughing up mouthfuls of blood, making the guards beside him panic and cry out. "Warden!" Not letting them say more, Clark shouted, "Get back." He then fixed a sharp gaze on Zed and laughed in defeat. "Ha ha ha, you're certainly worthy of the Arahan clan, truly formidable. I've lost, kill me." Replying to his words, Zed posed a question. "Do you want to know why you lost?" Beside him, Clark seemed to have no dignity left to listen, so he growled, "I don't want to hear it, just kill me." Not letting him say more, Zed provided the answer himself. "There's only one reason. It's because I put in the effort and trained a lot more." Looking at the scene from Clark's perspective, Zed's words left him staring blankly. A second later, a deep-seated fire of rage began to rise in the warden's heart, and he questioned, "Effort and training. Don't talk nonsense. It's all because you were born with the Arahan bloodline. You were born different, that's the only reason. Do you understand the suffering of people like me? Those without a shred of talent. You stupid idiot, you've ruined my life." While speaking, Clark gripped the sword in his hand until it shook uncontrollably. Looking at this pathetic sight of the man, Zed fell silent for a moment. A few seconds later, he continued, "Right now, I am stronger than you. If you had more experience and reacted better, I would have lost. It was self-doubt that blinded you, and that is what held back your progress. Don't look for the cause of your failure somewhere else. The cause lies only with you." Turning back to Clark, his anger began to fade. Instead, a sense of shame began to emerge. He whispered to himself, "I can't believe I was lectured about a knight's spirit by a kid mage." Thinking that, Clark sighed and said, "Fine, that's enough, kill me already." For Zed, this request from Clark actually made him feel conflicted. Not knowing how to choose, how troublesome. If I kill him here, the Empire will definitely put a bounty on me, but I can't just leave him here either. As he thought about this, the system delivered 2 more notifications to Zed. Trait, Strong-Willed Challenger, has been disabled. Skill, Transcendence, has been dispelled. As the notification ended, the lightning around Zed's body slowly dissipated, leaving him feeling a bit of regret. So that's as far as I could go. Turning to Herna, as soon as she saw Zed's power fade, she knew. This is a God-given opportunity to attack. So she yelled at the guards around her. "What are you waiting for? This is it. Kill that Arahan bastard right now. Isn't that your job?" Her shrill voice tore through the air, snapping the guards awake and making them realize the situation. They slowly closed in, surrounding Zed from 4 sides, but didn't dare to charge rashly when they saw how badly Warden Clark had been beaten. Returning to Zed's perspective, he scanned the number of enemies and thought, with this many enemies, this could be a big problem. And before our protagonist could come up with a plan to deal with it, a blast of white wind suddenly blew in from the distance, blurring everyone's vision. With his ability to sense magic, Zed immediately guessed, this is someone using magic. And there's a mage nearby. This situation is not good. Where is the enemy? Damn it, I have to leave this place now. Zed shouted in his head, struggling to scan his surroundings to find the caster, but couldn't because the wind was blowing too hard. However, just a few seconds later, the wind began to soften and vanish. This left Zed, who was already in a fighting stance, surprised. What? The storm stopped. Thinking about that, Zed's eyes widened, and he realized the situation ahead. In an incredibly short period of time, somehow, all the guards were lying dead in a pool of blood. Even Herna hadn't escaped the fate of being reincarnated. This sent a chill down Zed's spine, making his hair stand on end. He thought, all of them were taken out without even a single scream. Even Herna, could she be the one who helped me? No, that's not right. If things go south, I might have to take the fall for all of this. Zed's eyes drifted. Not just the soldiers around, even Warden Clark, who had been closest to him, was silenced and killed, pushing this aside. Zed remembered his close friend Ryu and called out in a hurry. "Ryu, hey Ryu, are you still alive? Where are you? Say something." Replying to his voice, Ryu poked his head out from a nearby bush. Seeing the blonde-haired friend was still safe, Zed breathed a sigh of relief. "You're safe, thank God." Over there, Ryu crawled out of the bush. He looked at the chaos ahead, then said in fear, What happened, Zed? Did you do this? Zed replied with a puzzled shake of his head. No. I think there's a high-level mage nearby. Let's get out of here fast. With that, Zed hurried away. However, while scanning the ground, Ryu suddenly spotted a white card and picked it up. Hey Zed, look at this. There's a card here. It's clean, like it was just dropped. Something doesn't feel right. Then the two of them didn't have time to check what the card was, as they hurriedly left the dangerous area. Just as Zed suspected, the wind had been caused by a mysterious mage. At that moment, he was still watching Zed and Ryu leave the area. Time flew and the scene shifted to a corner deep in the forest. When Ryu had fallen into a deep sleep, Zed looked at the card in his hand and calculated. A white card if I channel a little mana into it. Then, thinking of it, he tried channeling his energy into the card. And sure enough, the card began to change. Its white shell slowly dissolved, revealing an emblem resembling a leaf inside. Just as I thought, this is a magic card, a type of card used by secret organizations to exchange encoded messages. And this crest is the Black Flame of the Arahan clan. The Black Mirror Army of the Arahan clan. They are absolutely loyal only to the head of the Arahan clan. Both their scale and mission are hidden behind a veil of mystery. They are the largest and most elite secret organization of the empire. With that, Zed flipped the card over. On the back was a symbol representing the number 4. Looking at this, Zed quickly recalled the information he knew about it. If I remember correctly, 1 means accept or agree, 2 means refuse or deny, 3 means negotiate or propose, and 4 means observe or protect. Is the Arahan clan protecting me? They threw me away because I had no mana, and now they've changed their minds. Thinking about this, Zed's eyes suddenly widened as he realized the issue. Ah, that's right, my mana stat after defeating Clark. Part of the penalty has been removed, and my mana even increased by 2 more points. Does this world have an experience system like a game? Skill transcendence, physical enhancement magic to an extraordinary level, while also creating a shield. Just as I thought, it's currently disabled. Maybe it's because my stats are still too low. Do I need at least 5 mana points to activate it? Or 10? Being able to stack 5 layers would be great. Simultaneously, Ryu's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. Hey Zed. Hearing that, Zed tucked the white card away and turned. Huh, you're still awake, Ryu nodded. Yeah, I can't sleep, Zed. What are we going to do now? To this, Zed said. What do you mean, what to do? We're going to Prilda. You said you got separated from your siblings there, right? Regarding Ryu's thoughts on going to Prilda, he was still worried and voiced his concerns. But earlier, you said they didn't find the driver's body. That means the rumors have definitely spread, and soon the Empire will issue a warrant. More importantly, we can't get to Prilda without a carriage. It's too far to walk. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Zed's face. Ah, now that you mention it, we'll need to adjust our route a bit. Let's head to Tamia. Time flew by, and the scene shifted to Tamia Village, the outpost of the Southern Front. Somewhere inside the village, a magic circle suddenly flared with light. Then, several figures suddenly appeared inside the magic circle. They were a group of knights from the Bahal family. At the head of the group, a handsome knight ordered, "Then we shall begin the search immediately. I, Tor's Bahal, will hunt down the shameless Arahan dogs and execute them." To explain why Tor's was present here, one must go back to a while ago, when he was summoned by the head of the Bahal family. Upon being called into the main hall, Tor's knelt on one knee and spoke. "Did you call for me, my lord?" Hearing this, a tall man standing in front replied in a low voice, "That's right, you have a new mission." An Arahan, someone who had been held in the Kyrian prison a few years ago, has escaped from his confinement and is currently on the run. After murdering the jailer, along with many people from the city of Mater, I am leaving this matter in your hands. As the successor of the Bahal family, you must judge for yourself and uphold the honor of your house. As these words were spoken, an attendant beside him brought a mission scroll forward to Tor's. Seeing this, Tor's lifted his head, respectfully took the scroll with both hands, and affirmed, "I, Tor's Bahal, will stake my life to carry out your command." Cutting to Zed's location, they were still trekking through the rugged wilderness. Behind him, his friend Ryu complained uncomfortably. "Zed, the more I think about it, the more I realize how crazy this is." Before he could finish his grumbling, the protagonist in front let out a resigned sigh. "Hey, you've been saying that for 5 days now. How much longer do we have to keep doing this?" For Ryu, Zed's words only made him more frustrated. He cast a quick glance at his surroundings, where countless monster skulls, as well as those of some unfortunate humans, were scattered, and shouted, "Oh my god, we have to be the only idiots walking straight through the front line." To explain this, on the outskirts of the Empire, there is a front line meant to block magic beasts. Each family is assigned a region, and the southern region belongs to the Bahal family. The place we are heading to is Tamia, a village right on the front line where magic beasts frequently pass through. The reason we are going to this village, which is practically an outpost, is simply because there is a teleportation gate there. It's so expensive that most nobles can barely afford to use it, but hey, we have plenty of money. Back in reality, Ryu was still complaining as he walked. You'll only realize this place is crazy after you've been torn apart by a magic beast. Zed replied with an amused laugh. Haha, you know this is our best choice. Time passed quickly until evening. At this moment, Ryu tossed a piece of dried meat to Zed and urged him. Hey, you jerk, eat up. You never know when you're going to die. Oh right, you too, hee hee. Zed smiled and replied. However, before he could even take a bite, the ground around them suddenly began to tremble incessantly. This caused both of them to panic and look around. The tremors grew increasingly intense. Then, as a natural reflex, both Zed and Ryu hurriedly kicked dirt and gravel onto their campfire to extinguish it. Hey Ryu, something's coming, Zed said with a frown, while Ryu was furious because he hadn't finished eating yet. This is insane. Just as he finished speaking, after ensuring the fire was completely put out, the two of them ducked into the bushes nearby and waited in silence. At that moment, Ryu turned to whisper to Zed, "Please don't tell me those are magic beasts." Zed replied with an expectant tone, "I'd rather it be that." Saying this, Zed actually already had a hunch about the cause of the tremors in his heart. The tremors weren't happening just once or twice. There were many. There's no way that many magic beasts could sneak past the southern front line under the Bahal family's watch. If that's the case, there can only be one explanation. Thinking this, Zed intently peered forward. Very quickly, a squadron of knights came into his line of sight. A white horse with blue eyes. Those are the knights of the Bahal family. At a rough estimate, there are at least 50 of them. Please just ride on. Keep going, Zed silently prayed in his heart. However, to his misfortune, the noses of these knights were incredibly keen. As they passed by the area where Zed had built their fire, one of them spotted it and shouted, "We've found traces of a camp." Hearing this, the protagonist couldn't help but curse them in his heart. Damn it. The Order of Knights requires mages to be at least level 5 to join. In other words, there are at least 50 knights at Clark's level right here. If we keep hiding like this, it's only a matter of time before we're exposed. We need to run now. Zed didn't even have to say it. Ryu realized it too. He was well aware of how weak he was. If I keep clinging to the protagonist, it will only increase the chance of us both being discovered. So Ryu whispered, "Hey Zed, run, you can make it. They might spare me, but they will definitely destroy you because you're an Airhand. Don't worry too much, they won't actually kill us, right?" Ryu said with uncertainty, his small body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this, Zed shook his head. "You're shaking like a leaf. Don't worry, I have a plan." With that, Zed focused his gaze on the knights ahead. Time quickly passed. By now, the Bahal family knights had begun to spread out in all directions to hunt for the two of them. However, not wanting to make them search for too long, Zed proactively stood up. "Just find someone already. Why is it taking so long? I am Zed Heir." As for Zed, he certainly wasn't stupid enough to just hand over his life. He had already calculated in his heart. Based on the white card he picked up earlier, it meant he was either under surveillance or being protected. Let's verify it. If I just stay put, I'll end up dead anyway. It's better to act than to regret it. Thinking of this, Zed tried to negotiate. "I want to speak with your commander." Before the words could even leave his mouth, the knight opposite him suddenly swung his sword. Fortunately, Zed had kept his guard up, so he managed to jump back just in time to dodge. However, the knight's speed was faster than he had expected. "Wait, let's talk for a second," Zed shouted, but the knight didn't seem to care about that at all. In a split second, he lunged toward Zed and swung his blade again. Seeing this, Zed hurriedly turned his head. At the same time, a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath the protagonist's feet. And then, when the knight's sword struck, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible shield. Not moving a single inch further, this left Zed somewhat puzzled. Why did it stop suddenly? No, that's not it. It's been blocked. Next, a cold voice began to echo. "Turn back." The voice carried an unintentional but terrifying pressure, causing the knight to panic and hurriedly jump back. He lined up with the other knights and shouted, "Who are you?" At this moment in their eyes, standing in front of Zed was the mysterious mage from before. I thought they were watching from somewhere, but I never expected them to be this close. Even with a sensory stat of 100, I still couldn't detect them at all. "These are the Black Mirror guards of the Arahan family," Zed whispered to himself. Looking ahead, countless mages in black robes suddenly appeared, surrounding the group of knights. Then the mage captain demanded, "Turn back. If you follow orders obediently, nothing will happen," responding to these words. The voice of that knight Tors also rang out. "Who dares to block the path of the Bahal family?" Seeing this, the captain glanced at Tors and said, "You must be Tors Bahal, the descendant of Bahal." Back to Zed, looking at the familiar figure before him, his eyes widened. Tors Bahal. A memory so familiar it feels like a part of my own body. The character I was attached to the longest, the one who stayed with me until the very end. I know this isn't the time, but seeing him in real life really makes me feel nostalgic. Unaware of these thoughts in the protagonist's mind, the knight Tors observed Zed and asked, Are you Zed Arahan? Without letting Zed answer, the mage captain continued to demand, Knights, turn back. If you leave now, nothing will happen. Hearing this, Zed guessed that they were trying to protect him. But why would the Black Mirror guards go this far? On this side, Tors quickly deduced the identity of the robed mages. So, you are the secret organization of Arahan that I've only heard rumors about. Knowing who I am, do you still dare to pull a stunt like this? The Arahan family has crossed the line. You will pay for provoking the Bahal family with your heads. As he said this, Tors raised his sword into the air, gathering a terrifying amount of energy, as if preparing to unleash a powerful ultimate technique. However, there's no way the mage captain would just sit back and watch him use a skill, would he? That's not going to happen. The mage calmly said, enough. Immediately after, an enormous red magic circle appeared beneath the knight's feet, covering everyone. This made them panic. It's a formation. When did they prepare this? Looking at Zed, a mere glance at this formation allowed him to guess its properties and effect. That formation is a trap. He can't step out of it or dodge it, predicting exact positions and setting it up before the situation even happens. This mage is not a level 5 or level 6, but a level 7 mage. Up front, the mage also warned the entire group of knights. The moment you lift your feet, it will detonate. Tors replied with a challenging tone. Does the Arahan family really want to wage war against the Bahal family? Hearing this, the mage calmly replied, I said it already. Turn back. Even the Bahal family head wouldn't want this. The mage captain's tone was extremely calm, but to Tors, it was a great insult. He began to grip his sword tightly and roared, You're done for. You dare to insult the Bahal family. As these words were spoken, Tors' body was engulfed in a violent surge of energy. This left the watching protagonist startled and muttering to himself, No, if this is the early stage of the game, Tors is at most a level 6 knight. This is clearly a battle he cannot win. If a full-scale battle breaks out here, Tors and the knights will be wiped out. At the same time, the blue energy covering Tors' body took the form of a giant lion's head. This is the secret technique of the Bahal family, Lion's Roar. As it took shape, Tors' presence became even more intense, to the point where Zed had to raise his hand to shield his face from the stinging, biting winds. He whispered, No, that's impossible. That technique requires at least level 7 mana. Tors, wake up. You're actually going to die. Zed shouted in his heart and hurriedly turned to the black-robed mage. Black Mirror guards, cancel the magic immediately. Can't you hear me? I said cancel it. Responding to his words, the captain looked at Zed with a cold gaze and informed him, That is impossible. We only follow the orders of the family head. The order I received was to protect you, not to follow your instructions. Hearing this, Zed asked back, Then you should just protect me. Why do you want to kill them, Bahal's team? That is exceeding your authority. With your strength, you can easily complete the mission without having to kill him. Dispel the formation immediately. And Tors, you should stop too. On the opposite side, Tors remained steadfast in his conviction. He shouted, Shut up, Arahan. You killed the jailer and innocent people in the south. I will make you pay for your crimes. It's a misunderstanding. Let's talk. Zed's voice sounded pleading. It's a pity that it couldn't sway the knight even one bit. Fine, I'll talk to you when you're on your knees. After speaking, he gripped his sword and lunged straight toward Zed, ignoring the fact that the formation under the knight's feet could be triggered. However, the strange thing was that even after Tors jumped into the air, the magic circle beneath them wasn't activated at all. This made the protagonist silently rejoice. It didn't explode. Did the Black Mirror guards just follow my order? Just as he was thinking this, Tors' powerful attack flew in, creating a horrific explosion where everyone was standing. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere. However, just like before, Tors' sword couldn't touch Zed's body, as it was blocked by a magic barrier. Looking from the protagonist's perspective, he stared at the sword that had almost hit him, sweat running cold as he muttered in his heart, Damn, if it weren't for the Black Mirror guards, I'd be dead right now. He shattered 4 layers of the 7-fold wind boundary. It's still incomplete, yet it has this much power. The more he thought, the more Zed felt a sense of admiration. Then Tors' powerful attack didn't last for more than a few seconds before dissipating. The knight collapsed to his knees, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, the protagonist wasn't too surprised. He whispered to himself, That's the backlash from forcing an incomplete ultimate technique. Seeing the lion's roar deployed in person is the honor of a lifetime. But is it worth? Thinking this, Zed slowly stepped toward his opponent and asked gently, Are you feeling any better? Seriously, why did you use a secret technique when you weren't ready? Responding to Zed's concerned question was a roar from Tors. How do you know the secret techniques of my family? As soon as the words left his mouth, before Zed could add anything else, the knight's face turned purple and he passed out direct. This caused the knights behind him to panic and rush over to check on his condition. Sitting nearby, Zed said immediately, That's mana backlash. If it's not treated immediately, he'll be in danger. Hearing this, the knights didn't dare to hesitate. They rushed forward, using their own healing magic on Tors while encouraging him. Lord Tors, please don't leave us, Lord Tors. Looking at their actions, our protagonist shook his head in frustration. In his heart, he whispered, it's useless. You can't treat the backlash if your level is lower than the victim. If there is anyone here right now with a higher level than Tors, there's only one person. Thinking this, Zed glanced at the mage captain standing in the back. Then he spoke his demand. Hey, Black Mirror, treat him. Zed's words caused the cold man to be unable to hide the look of shock on his face. He immediately asked back, do you really want me to save that knight? Responding to his words, Zed said, Tors is an old friend of mine. This made the black-robed mage feel even more startled. He questioned, that's absurd. A knight is an enemy. They can never be considered friends. Hearing this part, Zed didn't want to delve deeper into the subject of friendship. Instead, he started weighing the benefits on the scales to negotiate. Then I will ask the mages, who always consider the benefits. If Tors dies here, the Arahan family won't be able to avoid a full-scale war with the Bahal family. And what benefit would that bring us? Hearing this, the black-robed mage raised an eyebrow and asked back, do you really not realize what benefit his death would bring to the Arahan family? Moreover, this is something he brought upon himself. It has nothing to do with my mission. Nearby, Tors' condition was becoming increasingly serious. The sobbing of the knights echoed endlessly. This made Zed feel a headache coming on. Damn, we don't have much time left, he muttered, forced to use his last resort. You are the one who caused this. And now it relates to your mission. If you don't treat Tors right now, the mission to protect me will also end here. I always keep my word. You must have been following me, so you should know I'm not the type to make empty threats. As he spoke, Zed grabbed Tors' sword and held it against his own neck. It even left a cut on his skin. The threat from Zed made even someone as cold as the black-robed mage hesitate. He gritted his teeth. If the family head finds out about this, he will be furious. Zed replied with a calm face, that is a burden I must bear, just treat him now. So with no other choice, despite his reluctance, the black-robed mage calmly went to treat Tors. However, the knights still didn't seem to trust them, so they blocked him. Stop. Do you dare let a mage touch our young master? To their words, Zed truly didn't know whether to call them stupid or just too attached to their own honor. He started to knock some sense into them. Step back. Only that mage can save Tors right now. Or do you want your young master to die? The protagonist's blunt words left the knights speechless. Finally, they began to disperse, yielding the way for the Black Mirror mage. Afterward, he used his healing magic, helping Tors' complexion return to a healthy glow, and his breathing became steadier. Seeing this, the knights were moved to tears. The Heir, thank heavens, his mana channels are stabilizing. Back to Zed at this moment, as he scanned his surroundings, he realized that for some time now, the entire group of Black Mirror guards had silently withdrawn. The only thing they left behind was another white card not far away. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Tamia village. At this moment, Zed had followed the knights back to their camp, and he observed the white card with the number 9 written on it. He whispered to himself, this is magic card number 9. Its meaning is the status of being abandoned or survived. Nearby, his friend Ryu curiously turned to ask, hey Zed, were those mages from the Black Mirror guards? Was the last card from them too? Zed replied with a firm nod. Yeah, basically they told me to handle things on my own now. Hearing this, Ryu shrugged. Wow, I bet the Arahan family is going to go crazy. Our solid backing just disappeared. Putting that aside, Zed cast a surprised look at Ryu and asked, but wait, how do you know about the Black Mirror guards? To Ryu, Zed's question was even more surprising. How could I not know about the Black Mirror guards? Even children know that name. You might not know what they do, but you know they exist. Having said that, Ryu cast an apprehensive look at the knights not far away and whispered, but regardless, we should lay low for a while. Look, they're on high alert. If anything happens, we'll be dead immediately. Turning to Zed's perspective, he also looked at the knights and commented, if they were mages and I were a knight, I'd be dead by now. Knights are people who value honor. No matter how much someone is wanted, killing the person who saved your life goes against everything they believe in. Knights dedicate their lives to honor. Mages will kill their friends if it brings them a benefit. If you ask me, both extremes are unreasonable, but it makes them easier to deal with because they are so predictable. With knights, you just need to appeal to their sense of honor. With mages, you just need to offer a benefit. Thinking of this, a knight walked up to both of them and said, the young master wants to see you. Please follow me. Moving inside the command tent, Tors had awakened by now. He invited Zed and Ryu to have tea and introduced it. This is Minar tea, grown by my own family. Its aroma is truly wonderful. Hearing this, Zed happily enjoyed it without worrying about the tea being poisoned. After finishing, he nodded and remarked, it really is fragrant. By the way, how is your condition? Tors replied, thanks to you, I'm feeling much better. Zed waved his hand, I don't like that stiff, formal stuff. Let's talk more comfortably. You're 17 years old, right? I want us to be comfortable with each other. Turning to Tors, Zed's natural tone left the young knight silent for a few seconds before he asked tentatively, "Then how old are you?" Zed answered, "This body is about 15. Tors replied, "Then I'm 2 years older than you." Zed raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you want me to call you older brother?" Tors hurriedly waved his hands. "No, being called older brother by a mage feels a bit strange. Haha," he burst out laughing, while Zed also grinned and said, "I didn't intend to call you that anyway, haha." The banter between the two left Ryu puzzled, thinking, an Arahan and a Bahal talking like old friends. Putting the pleasantries aside, Tors got to the main point. "So before we get into it, I should thank you first. Thank you for saving my life." His voice was full of sincerity, which made Zed confirm that he hadn't saved the wrong person. He's actually thanking a mage. If he's the heir to the Bahal family, his pride must be sky high. I know Tor's personality well, and I like that about him, Zed whispered in his heart. Meanwhile, Tors continued the conversation. "Enough pleasantries, let's get straight to the point. You said the assassination of Officer Tors was a misunderstanding. What do you mean?" Hearing this, Zed's expression turned serious. "Just as I said, I will explain everything." Following that, Zed explained every detail from the prison to how he had arrived here. Naturally, he omitted his breakthrough in opening his mana and gaining the lightning skill. In short, that's how it happened. As you might know, the Arahan family never retreats from a fight. They wanted to kill me first, so I just fought back in self-defense. Hearing this, Tors nodded, but was not entirely convinced. If what you say is true, then this could be considered legitimate self-defense. But the important question is what you say actually accurate? Replying, Zed crossed his arms and answered with a confident face. "If I didn't intend to clear up this misunderstanding, I would have just left you to die back there. From my position, there's no way to be more certain than that. Isn't that right?" "That is true. Then I will look into it, as it seems I misunderstood the situation. Please accept this. This is freshly ground minor powder, a small gift, an apology for my misunderstanding." As he spoke, the knight placed a small bag on the table. However, regarding this gift, Zed scoffed, his face elongating as he said, "If you're going to apologize, I'd rather you fulfill a different request instead." Tors raised an eyebrow, curiosity appearing in his eyes as he asked, "You have a request. If it's within my capabilities, I will fulfill it." As soon as the words ended, Zed stated his request directly. "It's definitely possible. I want you to help find Ryu's long-lost younger brother." This statement of his made Ryu panic, while Tors glanced at Zed to remind him, "That doesn't bring you any benefit at all. You don't seem like a mage at all." Zed replied with a shake of his head, "I don't care about that. I've already promised to help Ryu find them." Time quickly passed until the next morning. At this moment, Zed was still trying to train his physical strength, while Ryu stood silently observing on the side. In his head, he was still recalling last night's memory. Who would have thought that someone would use the favor of the Bahal family just to ask for help in finding the lost younger brother of an unknown person? He really is strange. Thinking this, Ryu smiled and asked Zed, "Are you hungry? We have birdie beef here. Do you want me to go find some?" Hearing this, Zed nodded and turned to smile. "Haha, let me finish this set, then we'll go eat together." At the same time, outside the tent, Tors was secretly eavesdropping on their conversation and felt incredibly puzzled. What is he doing? A mage training his physique until he's drenched in sweat. Is he a mage from the type of people who view sweat as barbaric? I heard Zed Arahan doesn't have mana. For a mage, having no mana is like a knight without a sword. And yet he hasn't given up, he's still pushing forward. Truly an honorable sight. If I were in his position, would I be able to keep my dignity like that? I've made up my mind. That mage has more grit than any knight. He will definitely become my friend, Tors said, clenching his fist. Next, to treat the two starved ghosts, the knight Tors invited them to have his signature beef. Looking at the giant, steaming piece of beef in front of him, Ryu couldn't believe it. "Is that birdie beef? Did you really go out of your way to prepare such a rare delicacy?" To these words, Tors boasted happily, "We're hosting an Arahan. This is the minimum we can do. It's also rich in protein and great for muscle building." All right, let's all sit down. There's no reason to waste time when there's good food," he said cheerfully. Meanwhile, Zed sat nearby feeling a bit happy, silently thinking in his heart. A round table without a designated seat for an important person, very much in line with the spirit of the Bahal. This makes me respect him even more. On another note, his friend Ryu whispered to the protagonist, "But are you sure this is safe to eat? What if it's poison?" Hearing this, Zed turned to smile. "It's fine, trust me. Just try a piece. It's much better than anything we ever ate at that place." Hearing this, Ryu didn't hesitate anymore. He stuffed a piece of beef into his mouth and exclaimed in praise, "Wow, it's true, this is amazing. It just melts in your mouth." Seeing this, Tors smiled and asked, "How do you two find the taste?" Zed replied, "Delicious. I bet you get to eat like this every day, right? I'm so jealous." Speaking, he reminded himself, "Still, nothing in this world is free. Using something this expensive to host us, he definitely wants something in return." Kindness lasts only until the last piece of beef disappears. Right at this moment, a knight suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Lord Tors, forgive me, but this makes me feel uncomfortable. I ask permission to leave first." Immediately after his words, the remaining knights stood up in unison, waving their hands. "I feel the same. I can't sit here any longer. I've endured Arahan staying at the outpost, but this is too much. I'm sorry." Just like that, the group of knights left one by one, leaving only the three of them at the large dining table. Back to Tor's perspective, seeing his subordinates act so unpleasantly, he could only feel apologetic and turned to Zed. "On their behalf, I apologize for that rudeness." Hearing this, Zed understood and didn't mind. "Don't worry about it. If you intend to punish them, please don't. It wouldn't bring any benefit to anyone." Zed's statement took Tors by surprise, leading him to ask, "Despite being insulted like that, you're still standing up for my people?" Zed simply shook his head and explained, "They viewed mages as enemies since they were kids. Instead of punishing them right now, we should try to understand and soothe their fears." "Understand, you say? I've learned another valuable lesson tonight," Tors whispered to himself. Shifting back to Zed's perspective, he didn't want to waste any more time and cut straight to the point. "But more importantly, you've been wanting to tell us something this whole time, haven't you?" Tors' eyes widened with a flash of surprise as he admitted, "You noticed. We're planning to leave for Frilda to find Ryu's sister. Can we postpone our departure by one day?" Zed asked curiously. "Why is that?" Tors explained, "I want to show everyone that you're a good person. Just one day is enough." Hearing this, Zed fell into deep thought for a moment. He turned to his companion and asked, "Hey Ryu, are you okay with this?" Ryu nodded in response. "Yeah, I'm fine. Besides, we aren't the ones doing the searching ourselves. Honestly, even if there were more people going, I suspect we're just putting on a show of searching anyway." Hearing this, Zed didn't hesitate anymore and nodded in agreement. "All right then, it's decided. Let's do it." Time flew by quickly. The scene shifted to the southern front, beyond the Tamia wall. Just then, a purple lion had barely managed to let out a growl when it was sliced in half by the knight from the Bahul family. Seeing this, the knight boastfully flexed, "Just a low-level demonic beast, Tors." In response, he received a word of praise. "Well done, everyone. We'll keep searching. Let's move out." "Understood, sir," the group said in unison. Returning to Zed's perspective, he couldn't help but ponder to himself, "What on earth is that Tors thinking by bringing me out here? Whatever, I'll just go along with it." But Tors had actually assembled a team of 20 to set up a frontline search party. Because the activity of demonic beasts on the southern and western fronts was exceptionally intense, the search missions were incredibly arduous. Thinking about this, a sudden speculation popped into Zed's head. Wait a second, could this whole situation be the doing of that group? In Bahul, there was a tradition of holding a post-mission banquet to celebrate the safe return of the deployed troops. So, was his plan to drop him into that warm, encouraging atmosphere where everyone praised each other for a job well done? Intense emotions, that really is typical of a 17-year-old kid. At that same moment, the voice of a knight suddenly rang out from the front. "Sir Tors, we found some strange marks here." Hearing this, everyone rushed to where the sound came from, and sure enough, they saw a large groove on the ground. The marks were quite bizarre, causing Tors to narrow his eyes as he asked his subordinate, "Let's see, these marks are strange. Does anyone recognize what creature left these?" Hearing that, everyone fell silent. Then a knight standing nearby voiced his own thoughts. "It looks like the track of an undiscovered beast, one not listed in the monster handbook. Besides, Tors, according to procedure, we should head back to headquarters and report this." The blonde knight closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and said softly, "But it's a bit early to head back. We're in Area 1, right? Even if it is an unknown creature, it's surely just a low-level one." Seeing this, another man hurriedly warned him, "But even if it's low-level, we don't know what it is, and that makes it dangerous." Zed completely agreed with his point. He thought, "That's right," as the knight said, "heading back is the smartest thing to do as long as we don't know what we're dealing with." Once finished thinking, he offered, "Need any help?" His words left Tors slightly surprised, and he asked, "Wait, you know what this monster is?" Zed explained, "Of course, it's a basilisk. It's a mid-level demonic beast, but you're a level 6 knight, and there are 20 level 5 knights here, so handling it shouldn't be a problem at all." "Really?" Tors asked back. However, a few mages in the back started barking like rabid dogs. "Sir Tors, are you really going to trust the words of this mage? It's a demonic beast from the south that we don't even know, yet this mage from the west claims he knows it." Faced with this challenge, Zed smirked and set the group straight. "Is there any evidence that it only appears in the south? Maybe Arahan just has more complete monster records than you lot." Right after he spoke, the knights bristled like agitated dogs and growled, "You insolent bastard. You're just a half-baked hack without any magic. How dare you mock Bahul after coming from Arahan?" Zed spoke coldly, "You're the ones doing the mocking. Since when does a unit member dare to talk rudely to the heir of a family?" On the other side, not wanting the situation to escalate, Tors hurriedly stepped in to mediate. "That's enough, all of you. Shut your mouths unless I give the order." Having said that, he turned to apologize to the protagonist. Zed, I apologize on behalf of my knights. I hoped we could get along despite their shortcomings, but things didn't go as smoothly as I thought. Just as he finished speaking, as if to prove the protagonist's words, a thunderous scream suddenly erupted. Following that, a giant snake emerged from beneath the ground. Seeing this, Tors reacted incredibly quickly, drawing his weapon while reminding the group, everyone, get into battle positions. Scatter immediately. As soon as he said that, the basilisk whipped its tail, striking his position and causing the ground to crack into many pieces. Fortunately, the knight Tors reacted quickly and jumped to the side to dodge it. Then he didn't forget to turn and check. Zed, are you okay? Before he could finish, Zed yelled, Tors, behind you, dodge it now. At this very moment, the giant snake had opened its massive mouth, aiming straight for the blonde knight. It was fortunate that he received Zed's warning, or he wouldn't have been able to dodge in time. There are two of them, Tors grumbled in frustration. Next, seemingly wanting to dispose of these two giant monsters quickly, he raised his sword above his head, coating his entire body in a blue aura, and shouted, focus all attacks on the one on the right. Hearing this, the group of knights simultaneously raised their swords into the air to prepare a full-force attack. And then, once they had accumulated enough energy, Tors swung his sword forward forcefully, releasing a crescent-shaped slash that flew through the air with wind-tearing speed. Just like that, the knights also began to unleash their attack, creating countless crescent-shaped sword beams that struck the basilisk on the right, causing it to roar in madness. However, despite the pain, their attacks weren't even enough to break the monster's skin. Looking at this, the knight's eyes widened. Our attacks aren't working. Not to mention him, even Zed was equally surprised. The knights are perfectly trained, but not even level 5 or 6 sword aura could pierce that creature's hide. Opposite them, the snake seemed to have been driven into a bloodthirsty rage. It began to aim its spike-covered tail forward. Seeing this, Zed immediately realized it was about to launch an attack and warned everyone. Now it's its turn. Everyone get down, following his voice. The group of knights hesitated for a moment, but Tors shouted, all units, follow Zed's order, get down now. Only then did the knights stop hesitating and hurriedly flattened themselves against the ground. However, among the knights, there was still one fool who refused to obey the order. Standing frozen in his tracks at the front, why should we listen to a mage? He said irritably, making Zed absolutely furious. I told you to get down, you idiot. Opposite them, the basilisk had no intention of giving the group a chance to react, whipping its tail forward and firing countless sharp spikes, which flew like lightning-fast arrows. Fortunately, the knights had laid down, so they weren't harmed. Otherwise, they would have ended up like the tree trunk behind them, riddled with holes. Looking at the tree that had turned from brown to deep purple, Tors felt his whole body go numb. The poison needle barrage attacked from all directions, and not a single one hit the ground. On the other side, at the most dangerous moment, Zed grabbed the black-haired knight by the head and pulled him to the ground. Getting hit by one of those hurts, you know. I just saved your life. Having said that, he turned to Tors and suggested, Tors, their next attack will be low, so dodging will be difficult. Hearing this, Tors nodded. Then we just have to take it down before that happens. Zed continued, Tors, can I leave the one on the left to you and your knights? Tors was slightly skeptical of the protagonist's words. What, you intend to fight the other one alone? Do you even know its weakness? Without letting him finish, Zed shouted, there's no time. Just tell me if you can do it or not. Looking at his tense face, a bead of sweat rolled down the knight's face. And he nodded, all right, we'll take care of it quickly. Don't you dare die. Hearing this, Zed thought to himself, in this situation, who is worrying about whom? Honestly, he really is a great guy. Thinking this, Zed smiled slightly and replied, then I'm counting on you. Just like that, the knight led his group to deal with the basilisk on the left. Everyone, follow me. We'll take care of the one on the left first. I'll lead this charge. Returning to Zed, seeing Tors attacking, he didn't intend to sit still. If his favorite character was fighting that fiercely, there was no way he could just stand by and watch. He thought to himself while activating his traits. Challenger trait empowered by willpower activated. All stats temporarily increased by 10. Use transcendental humanity magic. Right then, Zed transformed into Super Saiyan mode, causing his entire body to be covered in a yellow lightning aura. He walked slowly forward, provoking the basilisk on the right. Hey, who do you think you're looking at? Your opponent is right here. With those words, Zed dashed forward at lightning speed. Zed noticed that the basilisk's belly was slightly swollen, and its movements were somewhat sluggish. He immediately guessed what was happening. A basilisk right after it's been hunting. Am I really that lucky? He thought, using his incredible speed to dart between the trees, finally leaping high into the air. The reason Zed did this was because the monster only had one weakness, which was right on the top of its head, and he had to crush that spot. With this thought in mind, Zed landed and unleashed his thunderous punch, striking the top of the giant snake's head, causing its eyes to roll back. And finally, it collapsed, fainted on the ground. Looking at this, Zed silently prayed in his heart, "All right, now please, please let it come." Demon's breath. Demon's breath is a key ingredient for making elixirs. If you pour a little holy water on it, there's a chance it will turn into a real elixir. Usually, elixirs are items that increase random stats, but for me, mana is the only stat that can be increased. So basically, it's a 100% mana potion. Thanks for the free mana. All right, time to go support the group on the other side, the protagonist said happily. Shifting to Tor's knight group, they were still struggling to deal with the giant snake. Tor's raised his sword, blocking a head-on charge from the snake. However, his body was pushed back, trembling, as if he could be knocked away at any moment. Damn it, I've fallen too far behind the knights. There's no time left to waste. Then, before he could even react, from afar, a yellow bolt of lightning descended from above, striking the top of the snake's head, causing its mouth to fly open. The one who had just arrived was, of course, Zed, looking at his state, covered in electricity. Tor's eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of monstrous energy is that? On the other side, the knights who had just run over to support were equally surprised. How did he get here? Wait a minute, is that lightning aura? By now, Tors couldn't contain his curiosity and asked hesitantly, "Zed, is that energy really lightning aura?" "Yeah, I mean, anyone can see that," Zed shrugged. These words made Tors even more astonished. "How can that be? I thought you didn't have any mana." Explaining this, Zed said, "I got a mana ring not long ago." Hearing this, Tor's face went completely blank. "What? You already have a mana ring?" A mana ring around the heart is typically formed at birth. Sometimes, mana circuits can take a little time to connect, but by age 6 at the latest, all circuits should be complete. So that meant Zed, who was about 15, had only just acquired a mana ring. It was like someone born with 9 fingers suddenly growing a 10th. In the 1,000-year history of the Empire, such a strange thing had never happened before. Even the heavens must have been moved by Zed's will, Tors thought to himself. Meanwhile, Zed took the opportunity to pick up the red orb from the giant snake and said to the knight, "Tors, can I have this?" Hearing that, Tors responded generously, "Of course, you were the one who took down that monster. All the spoils belong to you." Not letting him finish, Zed waved his hand. "No, this is more than enough for me. But if I skin it and sell it, I could at least get a few pounds of premium beef out of it." Having said that, he silently marveled at his own luck. Playing this game for over 10 years, I've never picked up 2 demon's breaths at once. I really hit the jackpot today. I haven't eaten, but I feel full already. Time passed quickly, shifting to the teleportation gate. The knights were still whispering to each other about what they had witnessed. "Did you hear about the Arahan guy who joined the beast hunt?" someone asked. Another voice replied, "Yeah, I heard he defeated an undiscovered monster with his bare hands. I even heard he unlocked lightning aura. Isn't that energy just a legend?" That was really lightning aura. I mean, a mage with no mana suddenly uses lightning aura. Must be a mistake. People say everyone who was there saw it. Right, even Sir Tors acknowledged it, so it can't be wrong. That Arahan guy is truly different from other mages. That's true, he even skinned the monster he hunted. I also heard he practices until he breaks a sweat during his breaks. A mage who can skin a monster he hunted. A mage who breaks a sweat. The more I hear, the more I realize he's really different from ordinary mages. I wish I could talk to that Arahan guy. I should have volunteered for the mission today. Sounds of admiration rang out incessantly. Shifting to the celebration party, the black-haired knight saved by Zed in the morning bowed and said, "Zed, thank you for saving me earlier." Hearing this, Zed turned to ask, "Oh, it's all right, are you hurt?" He shook his head. "No, but I really can't believe I hesitated on the battlefield. As a knight, I will think seriously about this and try harder." His voice was full of determination. Seeing the sudden change in the group's attitude, Ryu asked confusedly, "Haha, what did you do out there to make the knights' opinions change completely in such a short time?" In response, Zed bragged, "Maybe they like me now. I'm sure tomorrow they'll help you find your relative for real." At the same time, the knight Tors approached. "Zed, Ryu, could you two come out for a moment?" The request surprised both of them, but they quickly followed Tors outside. Tors then said, "You did great today, Zed. It seems the knight's attitudes toward you have changed a lot. Everyone who participated in the mission said they will go to Frilda tomorrow to help." Hearing this, although Zed had expected it, he couldn't hide his excitement. "They must be tired after today, but that's wonderful. Thank you, Tors." Tors shook his head and smiled. "For a knight, working while tired is natural. After all, we owe you a life debt, as fellow comrades. I think I need to go visit my family tomorrow." The leadership must have been terrified to hear what happened today. Zed teased, "Will you get scolded? I mean, for being close to someone from the Arahan family." As for Tors, he had fully anticipated this, so he wasn't too worried. "I've already prepared for that. I'll see the leadership first, then head straight to Frilda. Ryu, I'll do my best to help you find your younger sister. We will definitely find her. Hearing this, Zed was glad for his friend. Great, Ryu. The heir to the Bahal family is going to help you find your relative personally. That's really reassuring, isn't it? By now, Ryu couldn't hold back his emotions, his eyes welling up. Thank you both so much. They waved it off. Don't mention it, we're friends. Time passed quickly, and by the next day, they shifted to the city of Frilda. It was a port city, a commercial hub in the south. Ryu began to explain about his relative. Her name is Lisa. She's a girl, and she's 13 this year. She has waist-length blonde hair and is about this tall. She might have grown since then. Ryu spoke, holding his hand out to gesture his sister's height. However, this information made Zed feel a bit troubled. Is that all? Let's see, she's quite cute. Torres made a comment, leaving Zed unsure of how to respond. Finally, he turned and said, so let's ask for the knight's help. Anyway, that's all we have. We don't know where she went, but she's definitely somewhere in Frilda. Everyone try searching among the slaves from their families and in the city. You guys can investigate that far right. In response, the group nodded firmly. Yes, we can. Seeing this, Zed suggested, let's start with the merchant caravan you used to work for. Ryu said in surprise. It's not far from here, Zed nodded. All right, by the way, are there any other clothing shops nearby? Time passed quickly. And by then, Ryu had led Zed to the merchant guild he used to work for. Zed, that's it. That's the Hamel Trading Guild where I worked last, but they framed me for theft and kicked me out. Returning to Zed's perspective, he turned to remind Ryu. All right, maybe they'll recognize you. I'll go in alone, the protagonist said, adjusting his clothes. Looking at his sparkling new outfit, Ryu's voice became hesitant. All right, sorry about that, but hey, you really do look like a noble. I knew you were a noble, but you look so different. Shoving that aside, Zed quickly walked toward the trading guild alone. The guard outside, seeing him approach, hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Oh, welcome. Thank you for visiting. Are you looking for something? Instead of answering, Zed asked a question. Is this the Hamel Trading Guild? The guard laughed loudly. Haha, perhaps you're mistaken, young master. This is a slave market. However, he didn't know that Zed had already paid close attention to every word he said and countered. Slave market. Didn't you just ask if I was looking for merchandise? Immediately after Zed spoke, the guard's expression suddenly turned icy, and his attitude changed completely. Hey, kid, you're not a noble, are you? How dare you play games like that, you brat? Zed shook his head, continuing his act. You're mistaken. What if I am a noble? In response, the large man nearly died laughing. Haha, you dare play games with a merchant. Listen, kid, merchants live by their sharp intuition. To nobles, slaves are just merchandise, nothing more. And honestly, nobles never go anywhere alone. The moment I saw you, I knew something was wrong. Did DeVito send you to play this prank? Zed looked at him coldly and questioned, are you sharp or just stupid? By now, the large man couldn't hold back his anger anymore. You little brat, I need to teach you a lesson. As he spoke, he raised his fist. However, just a few minutes later, his face was swollen, and he was kneeling before Zed. If you don't want to get hurt even worse than this, answer my question immediately. Along with his words, the protagonist slapped his face sideways, then asked, I thought this building belonged to the Hamel Trading Guild. Why are there people here? Hearing the question, the large man obediently answered, Ah, the previous owner went bankrupt, so we took over. Zed asked next, then who is DeVito? Is he a slave trader too? The large man nodded repeatedly. Yes, he's the owner of the largest slave market in the southern land. Hearing that, Zed identified DeVito as his next target. So before leaving, he asked one more thing. One more thing, where did everyone here go? The thug hesitated and asked back. Everyone, you mean the merchandise. To reward him for his answer, Zed slapped him again. Merchandise, you piece of trash. Do you want to say that again? Why yes, no, merchandise, the thug shouted. And immediately after, a barrage of slaps followed, causing the large man's face to snap left and right repeatedly. After he'd had his fill, he stopped and began to lecture him. Slaves are human too. Do you think treating people like objects is right? At least try to be decent. That's not hard, is it? Now, lead the way for me immediately. Before this demand, the large man was actually relieved. He hurriedly led Zed inside and pulled back the curtain. Right here, young master. Looking at the iron cage inside, Zed became silent. This place is. Locking people in a place like this, haha. Honestly, seeing this makes me angry all over again. Then he turned and asked the thug, are there any others held here? The thug shook his head. No, this is everyone. This left Zed feeling disappointed. No one with blonde hair and no sign of child slave. Child slaves are expensive. Lisa must have been sold or taken somewhere bigger. Next, we need to track that slave trader DeVito. But before that, thinking for a moment, he said coldly, I'll give you one last chance to act like a human being. Bring all the money out of the vault, and the keys to the cells too. Following that order, Zed freed everyone being held inside and threw the large man into the cell so he could experience life in captivity. stay in there quietly for a while. You need to experience this feeling too. Time passed quickly, and by evening, all the slaves Zed had rescued were chirping their thanks. You will be blessed for this, sir. For a lowly person like me, I wouldn't dare dream of such kindness, a brown-haired man said, gripping Zed's hand tightly. Even so, the protagonist shook his head and said, no need to thank me, just rest easy. He thought to himself, I distributed all the slave traders' assets to the newly rescued slaves. The knights led them to decent accommodations. While dining with them, I listened to each person's life story. Stories from those who have been through hardships sometimes contain unexpected information, and it happened once again. At this point, an old man with white hair recounted his story. My name is Gordon. I used to be an assistant for the Chervil family. After the family fell, for some reason, I ended up wandering to this place. Upon hearing his background, Zed was somewhat surprised and asked further, did you serve the Chervil family? I thought they had been wiped out. It's good that you are still alive. The old man shook his head, saying that he only survived out of pure luck. Then told the story of the Chervil family. If the Arahan family is famous in the mage world, then the Chervil family was respected in the blacksmithing world. In their prime, people flocked from everywhere just to own an artifact crafted by the Gordon family. However, they were eventually destroyed by the Empire for treason. Now, their name is almost nothing more than a whisper in history. This holds true not only in history, but also within the game Zed knows. There are no heirs left to pass on their illustrious craft. For an empire still constantly at war with monsters, this is truly a great loss. Unaware of these thoughts in Zed's mind, the old man sighed with regret. Haha, those golden days are truly a thing of the past. To this sigh Zed chimed in. What a pity. If the Chervil family's craft had continued, surely there would be countless extraordinary artifacts today. He mused in his heart. That is a great loss for me as well. Opposite him, the old man suddenly lowered his voice to remind the protagonist. Actually, there is something I want to tell you, but only to you. Do you promise to keep it a secret? Of course, I give you my word of honor, Zed replied. Next, after scanning his surroundings and ensuring no one was paying attention to their conversation, the old man Gordon pulled Zed into the forest and whispered to him. Actually, the true heir of the Chervil family, Lacto, is still alive. Hearing this, Zed couldn't suppress his shock and let out a gasp, causing the old man to hurriedly signal him to lower his voice. Please keep it down. Hearing this, Zed guiltily rubbed his head and asked, so where is he now? The old man began to answer with a sorrowful face. His closest assistant died in his place, swapped clothes, and burned the body to ensure no one could recognize him. If everything went smoothly, he is currently hiding in Heir. For Zed, this is truly earth-shattering news. But even if that person is still alive, his status as a fugitive makes meeting him almost impossible. Thinking of this, Zed nodded and spoke firmly. Thank you for telling me. I hope one day I will have the chance to speak with him. The old man nodded and added, I told you because I find you trustworthy. Please don't let any harm come to him. Don't worry, I fully understand his situation. Then he continued, let's head back inside. It won't be good if we are away for too long. And just like that, the two of them returned inside. At this time, perhaps due to the results of the search, his friend Ryu let out a sigh of frustration, which Zed, having just returned, noticed. What's wrong? You're not eating. Lost your appetite. Don't be too sad. The slaves today were just small fry. Tomorrow, we will find more clues at DeVito's place. Yeah, Ryu replied, but he couldn't hide his disheartened expression. Meanwhile, old man Gordon, having heard that name, hurriedly asked, wait a moment, sir. Did you just mention DeVito? Absolutely not. He is on a completely different level from the place where we were just imprisoned. Do you have any idea who is backing him? Responding to his words, Zed crossed his arms and smiled with great confidence. No matter how powerful his backing is, I have the Bahal Knights on my side. Responding, old man Gordon revealed even more shocking news. Sir, DeVito's network stretches across the entire empire. There are even rumors that his biggest client is the Arahan family. Immediately after these words, Zed's expression went blank. He hesitated and spoke to the old man. Impossible. Why would the Arahan go to such lengths to come all the way to this south? Behind them, another old man who had overheard the conversation shouted, there is a clear reason. The decline of the enemy is my advantage. Capturing all these slaves will cause damage to the southern noble families, including the Bahal family. Hearing this, Zed fell into deep thought. If it's the Arahan family, that sounds plausible. Wait, if that's the case, then it's very possible that the Black Sword Guards are protecting DeVito. In that case, this is not just about dealing with a slave trader. It could ignite a shadow war between the Arahan family and the Bahal family. Speaking of his friend Ryu, naturally with his sharpness, he could also perceive this problem and turned to say, Zed, if what he says is true, then. Stopping there, Ryu paused, but without need for many words, Zed already understood the implication. He thought to himself, is Ryu worried that I am pushing myself into danger? Thinking this, he smiled to reassure him. don't worry too much. This is for your sake, but it is also for the sake of justice. I am just doing what I believe is right, regardless of what happens. We still have to deal with DeVito. Time passed quickly until the next day, when the scene shifted to DeVito's slave market. Zed was also present at this place to conduct his investigation. Outside, a guard noticed him and stepped forward to greet him. However, immediately after, Zed pushed the door open and walked inside as if he owned the place, causing the large brute to hurriedly run after him. What do you think you're doing? The young boy didn't answer his question. Zed just stared straight at them and asked, where is DeVito? Opposite him, naturally, the guards wouldn't give in easily. They growled, do you have any idea where you are? A noble brat, huh? In this place, even nobles get their skulls cracked just like everyone else. Their arrogant words gave Zed a headache. Tusk, dealing with the Arahan family has truly corrupted you lot. As he spoke, he gently removed his contact lenses, revealing his piercing red eye. And the moment they saw this, the thugs panicked and knelt down, begging for mercy. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were the young master of the Arahan family. Far in the back, there was also a figure in a cloak who had been standing slightly hunched over, seemingly in greeting. This action of his caught Zed's attention. Is this DeVito? No, looking at his clothes, he's just an errand boy. But with that reaction, he is definitely one of the Black Sword guards. I was hoping it wasn't true, but it is. At the same time, on the second floor, an unpleasant clicking of the tongue echoed. Tusk, a noble guest like you, what business do you have in such a filthy place? I heard that yesterday you wrecked the slave market at the harbor. I didn't think you'd dare to show your face. It seems you are braver than I thought, or perhaps just ignorant. As he spoke, he casually picked up a glass cup from a wooden shelf. Since Zed didn't want to waste much time, he stated his purpose directly. From this day forward, the Arahan family will sever all business with you. I am taking all the remaining slaves. Before Zed's words, the slave trader DeVito truly couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Haha, sorry for laughing. His attitude caused Zed to frown slightly. Chiding him, don't you know any manners? You dare look an Arahan in the eyes and still dream of surviving. A few seconds later, DeVito finally stifled his laughter and replied, ah, right, so when are you going to kill me? Anyway, that's enough small talk. Since you are an honored guest, I won't kill you. Let's consider this a life lesson, he said, waving his hand to signal his subordinate. Immediately after, the hounds drew their weapons, surrounding Zed and giving him no room to escape. Even the Black Sword guard on the side gripped his weapon. This caused Zed to only sigh in his heart. There's no other way. It's fortunate there's only one Black Sword guard here. I don't know how strong he is, but if he's only level 5, I might be able to manage. If I strike first and take him down, thinking this, Zed clenched his fist. However, before he could even move, a loud roar suddenly rang out. Surround this building. Team 1 and Team 2. Storm the building, kill them all. The one roaring was the knight Tors, leading his men to storm inside. On this side, the slave trader DeVito saw the group rushing in and only now felt the fear, shouting, what is the Bahal family doing here? What on earth is going on? He panicked and collapsed to the ground. Then, right after, the head of the Black Sword guard was tossed before him. This caused the trader to panic and back away a few steps. Meanwhile, Tors stepped forward and said to him, Slave trader DeVito, you are under arrest for illegal kidnapping, detaining the weak, and tarnishing the honor of the Bahal family with your filthy practices in the south. As the Lord of Bahal, I will sever your limbs to set an example, Tors said as he began to draw the sword at his hip. Meanwhile, DeVito watched as one person with blue eyes and another with red eyes both stared at him with cold faces, and he grew even more terrified. Two eyes that should have been full of hatred for each other are now both focused on me. How absurd. Thinking this, he immediately begged for his life. My lord, have mercy. I will never dare to. Before he could even finish, Tor's sword flashed across his shoulder, severing one of his arms. For a moment, DeVito stood there bewildered, not understanding what had happened. Then Tors swung his sword once more, causing the remaining arm to leave its owner forever. With the loss of two arms, DeVito realized Tors wasn't joking at all. Wait a moment, please spare me. Before the words were even out, the sword flashed again, severing his legs. Finally, his head was also delivered to its new home. After finishing, Tors muttered, the first floor situation has been resolved. Beside him, Zed was somewhat surprised to see them there. Perfect timing. But what was that about the Emperor's imperial decree earlier? Responding to this, Tors sheathed his sword and nodded. Just as you heard, the Emperor issued an imperial decree to destroy the slave traders. What a merciful king he is. Zed was a bit curious about the Emperor's decision, so he asked, so, are they dealing with all the other slave traders too? Explaining this, Tors said, we have dispatched night squads to all their locations. This place is the most important, so I came here myself. By the way, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you intended to take down DeVito alone. Zed shrugged. First of all, yeah, there are a few things I needed to check. Regarding Zed's somewhat risky decision, Tors chided him slightly. Opening your mana at your age is impressive, but your level isn't high enough to do things like this on your own, so don't overexert yourself. He then ordered his subordinates, go inside, search, and report if you find any slaves. While Zed crossed his arms, thinking about the Emperor's decision, anyway, an imperial decree, the timing is so coincidental. That said, the Bahal family won't easily let this slide. Then he cast his eyes toward the head of the Arahan family mate. Unlike the others, this guy has a look of resignation. Did he not resist because he couldn't, or because he didn't want to? If it's the latter, that is an impressive loyalty to the Arahan family. Just like that, each slave was freed and brought outside, while Ryu nervously looked into the crowd, scanning to see if his sister was among them. A soldier reported, "Lord Tors, we've estimated about 600 people." Tors nodded and instructed further, "I understand. If there is a girl with blonde hair, bring her to Ryu immediately." Just then, Ryu suddenly saw a figure with blonde hair up ahead. He hurriedly called out, "Lisa." The person in front turned around. However, it was a completely unfamiliar face. This made the blonde-haired boy step back and return to his place. Meanwhile, Zed started to have a bad premonition in his heart. About 500 people have already come out, yet she's still not here. A disgusting truth, but young girls are expensive and highly sought after. It's possible she has already been sold off. Thinking this, he didn't say it out loud, but patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Ryu, don't give up." Ryu silently nodded. Down in the basement holding area, after the knights had carefully inspected the place, they came back up, shaking their heads in report. "Lord Tors, unfortunately, the slaves we brought out just now were the last." Hearing this, Ryu's face darkened. Time passed quickly until the afternoon, and all the kidnapped people had been gathered outside. A dark-haired knight began to speak. "Lord Tors, according to the imperial decree, we will escort the rescued slaves to the palace." Tors smiled faintly and replied, "Yeah, go ahead and do that. You two have worked hard today. Tomorrow, we will continue to suppress the slave traders. Ryu, you will find her soon. Thank you for your help," Zed added. At the same time, a small figure in a brown cloak approached a white horse, causing it to panic and let out a neigh, which startled the person nearby, causing them to fall backward. Seeing this, Tors walked over, coughed, and reminded, "Ahem, you shouldn't startle it by standing so close. Are you okay?" Having said that, he was slightly startled when the girl turned out to be a very beautiful girl with blonde hair. Zed noticed this and asked, "Hey Ryu, was there any girl like this earlier?" Up front, the girl seemed to hear what they said, so she looked over and asked blankly, "Brother." Seeing the familiar face of the little girl, Ryu burst into tears and rushed to hug his little sister tightly in emotion. Zed voiced his guess. "It must have been the hood, so no one noticed her. We almost missed her, but thanks to that horse," the protagonist said as he looked at Tors, who by now couldn't suppress his own tears. Zed teased him, "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" "I'm not crying," Tors said as he turned his face away, hiding his emotion. This just gave Zed more reason to tease him. "It must be just something flying into your eye, right?" Tors tried to hide his feelings and retorted, "You cold-blooded jerk, how can you be so calm after witnessing that scene? You're crying, you're clearly crying." Zed continued to tease. "I'm not," Tors shouted. Time passed quickly, shifting to a party to celebrate the victory of the successful rescue of the slaves. Tors raised his beer mug and shouted, "Tonight, it's on me. Everyone, enjoy yourselves. Hooray," the group shouted in unison. Speaking of the little girl Lisa, when she looked at the platter of beef piled high in front of her, her eyes widened as if she couldn't believe it. Seeing this, Tors handed her a piece and smiled. "Eat, just eat all you want." Lisa bowed tremblingly. "Thank you, my lord." Tors waved his hand. "Ryu is my friend, you are too, so there's no need to be that formal. But you can also think of that guy as your own brother. He's cold, but he's a good person," Tors said, casting a glance toward Zed, which made him pay attention. He mused in his heart. At 40 years old, hanging out with a 15-year-old friend and his 13-year-old sister, the feeling is indeed a bit strange, isn't it? On this side, Ryu tossed his little sister a piece of beef and shared confidently, "If you want anything, just ask. Your brother will get it for you anytime. My friends are filthy rich." "I'm sure you're the only one who has friends from both the Arahan and Bahal families." His words made everyone around smile. The conversation between the two young siblings made the atmosphere livelier than ever. "Perhaps this is the first peaceful day since I set foot in this world," Zed mused to himself. It is a pity that the fun hadn't lasted long before a tall knight suddenly walked into the room. Zed looked at his face and realized, this guy is the vice-captain of Bahal, Phillips. Seeing him appear, Tors was curious and asked, "Why are you here?" The vice-captain, the guy named Phillips, said, He came here because of the Lord's proclamation. This made the knight even more curious. Proclamation. I didn't receive any notification about any specific orders. What is the Lord's proclamation? Responding to the question, the vice captain immediately drew his sword, pointing straight at Zed's face, and said in a low voice, "The Lord has ordered us to escort the Arahan to see him immediately." Before his words, Zed felt a bit frustrated in his heart. "Oh God, I was hoping today would be a peaceful day, but it seems that is not going to come true." Next, whether he wanted to or not, he was forced into a carriage by this group of knights and escorted to the Bahal family estate. On the way, the Vice Captain Phillips didn't forget to turn and warn the protagonist. "To avoid you getting into trouble, I'll lay out the rules first. First, do not look the Lord in the eyes. Second, you must kneel before him. Third, absolutely no questions." Before the iron-faced man could finish, Zed turned his cold gaze toward him, nearly shouting, "Hold on, who are you to give such order?" Responding to Zed was a very unpleasant expression from the knight. He began to remind the protagonist of his situation. "Don't forget where you are. This is the territory of the Bahal family. Show some respect, or I'll beat you up right now." Inside the carriage, although Zed faced threats, he didn't feel a hint of fear. "You should be the one remembering your place. Don't forget I come from the Arahan family," he replied. Speaking of this, they happened to arrive in front of the estate gate. Zed glanced at the flag fluttering up ahead and mused. This is the Bahal estate, and the game has begun. I don't know what the Bahal family head, Fernando, is plotting, but as the heir of the Arahan family, I need to keep my composure. For some reason, I feel that's the only way to leave this place in one piece. I feel like I'm walking on a tightrope. If I bow too low, they will look down on me, but if I hold my head too high, I will anger them. I must act very delicate. I hope I guessed correctly, Zed whispered to himself. Next, those annoying knights led him to the master's reception room, while the Vice Captain Philip stood guard on the side. Ignoring his unpleasant face, Zed glanced around the room and thought, "This is the reception room on the 6th floor, exactly like in the game. Not the office on the 7th floor, but the reception room. That means he is receiving me as a guest. That's not bad at all." That was what Zed had imagined in his heart. However, just a second later, a terrifying pressure weighed down on his shoulders, making his posture slump slightly. Accompanying it was a solemn voice. "You are the first of the Arahan family to set foot in the Bahal estate." Looking from Zed's perspective, without needing much thought, he guessed the owner of this voice. What the hell? Is he right here, right behind my back? The lord of the Bahal family, just by being in the same space, made me unable to focus. I don't even dare to turn around. He isn't using his Kai. Otherwise, my inner core would have reacted already. This is simply the pressure from his presence. This is what it feels like to pass the level 10 realm, a true sword master. Ignoring the anxiety in Zed's heart, just then, a large figure glided past him and calmly sat on the seat reserved for the family head. This is a man with yellow hair and beard, with a massive body looking like a forest bear. Just by sitting there, he radiated a terrifying presence. Making our protagonist so nervous, he swallowed hard. Even so, he at least bit his lip tight, showing no signs of fear. After a few seconds of observation, Fernando nodded slightly. "I admit you are truly bold, Arahan. But this is the Bahal estate. Behave accordingly." Along with his words, a terrifying pressure began to grow even heavier. However, Zed struggled to stand there, constantly reminding himself in his heart, "I cannot kneel here. Kneeling before the strong is shameful. The moment I show signs of submission, he will never respect me again." Zed lowered his head slightly as a gesture of respect. "Thank you for inviting me." "Inviting you?" Fernando retorted, his voice tinged with skepticism. Zed quickly explained, "Yes, I was brought here by carriage and escorted to the reception room. Isn't that how one treats a guest? I came here as a guest, but if kneeling and bowing are the traditions of the Bahal family, then I will follow your customs." Zed's sharp reply made the family head's eyes widen in surprise. Zed himself remained anxious, waiting for his reaction. After a heartbeat or two, the large man suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. "Haha, you've got guts, kid. All right, sit down. I can't have a guest standing forever. Minar, serve the tea." Only then did our protagonist feel a bit more at ease, letting out a long sigh of relief. "Thank God, he's actually treating me like a guest, at least for now." Across from him, the man seemed to read the thoughts on the young man's face and asked, "You seem to be thinking quite a lot. I only called you here out of personal curiosity. Don't overthink." "I heard you visited that smuggler under the Emperor's orders." Zed shook his head in response. "I haven't heard anything about such an order. Everything was already resolved." This made the family head even more curious. "So you acted before receiving any instructions? Why?" Returning to Zed's perspective, he had to be cautious, not daring to answer indiscriminately. There were many answers that would satisfy Fernando, but he decided to stick to the truth. After all, you couldn't lie in front of a sword master. Zed began to explain his reasoning. Slave trading is against human morality. I was just following my conscience. Fernando fell into deep thought as if pondering something. Then he asked, "Did you really not know DeVito had ties to my family?" Zed replied, "At first I thought it was just a rumor, but the moment I saw him, I knew." Fernando raised an eyebrow. "And yet you didn't back down," Zed answered. "I only care about right and wrong. Family has nothing to do with it." Fernando warned him that the Arahan family would certainly not let this slide. However, Zed remained unconcerned. "It's fine, I'm doing what's right, so I have nothing to regret." By now, even the family head couldn't help but admire Zed internally. It was commendable. The boy was clearly aware that he was acting against his own people, especially as an Arahan, and now, just because of his own curiosity, he might have just pushed himself into even greater trouble. Tors was right, he really is a mage who understands honor. Thinking this, he ended the conversation. "That's all for now, Zed. Stay and rest for the night. If you don't mind, I'll invite you to breakfast tomorrow morning." Across from him, Zed was overjoyed, finally able to escape this high-pressure meeting. "Thank you for your hospitality," he said, placing a hand over his chest in a knight's salute, which surprised Fernando even more. A knight's salute, haha. I never expected to be saluted by a mage in such a way. Today is just full of surprises. Next, the protagonist was shown to his quarters, which was the guest suite inside the mansion. As soon as he sat on the chair, the physical-type player sighed heavily. "Phew, thank God I made it through. He really drained all my energy. If Fernando hadn't acted exactly like he did in the game, I might have collapsed right there. It seems telling the truth instead of making excuses helped me survive that mountain of pressure. I'm starting to feel hungry," the protagonist lamented just before a sound echoed from outside. Following that, a servant pushed a luxurious table of food into the room. "I hope you have a pleasant stay," he said softly before quickly leaving, while Zed kept his eyes locked on the feast and praised. What truly dedicated hospitality. His excitement didn't last more than a few seconds before his eyes turned blank. When he saw that somehow, a white card left by the Black Mirror mage group of the Arahan family had appeared on the dinner plate. This left Zed nearly stunned. He rushed to the door to look outside. However, the servant from earlier had long since vanished. He disappeared the moment he left. How could the Black Mirror reach this far? Zed pondered in confusion, but quickly returned to his room, gripped the white card, and channeled his mana into it to see what it meant. Inside the card, there was a perfectly round number 0 mark, which to a mage meant neither returning nor aborting the mission. This message made Zed's face turn pale, and he thought to himself, is it the Arahan family head's turn now? Time drifted on until dawn, but Zed's mood was far from good. If anything, it had become even more negative. He gripped his head tightly. "I can't believe I saw a magic card from the Arahan family. Just how far does their influence reach?" The protagonist wondered inward. But before he could think further, a voice called out from outside. "Hey Zed, are you in there?" The familiar voice prompted Zed to get up and open the door. The person who had arrived was none other than the knight Tors. "Tors, is that you?" Tors nodded in greeting. Zed then asked about his close friend. "How are Ryu and Lisa? Did you come alone?" Tors replied. "Everything is settled. I couldn't just sit still. I was worried you might have been stopped. I just heard some rumors. It's good to see you're safe. I even heard you were invited to breakfast." His voice sounded somewhat teasing. However, Zed couldn't find any joy in it. The word safe doesn't seem to fit someone in my position. Responding to that, the knight offered a sedative. "The family head has realized what kind of person you are. He's even planning to lift the wanted order." Zed's eyes flashed as he turned to ask, What wanted order?" After saying that, Zed used all his brain cells to think. "I never saw that coming. Everything would have been perfect if that magic card hadn't appeared. If I can't escape the Arahan family no matter where I go, then the only answer is a direct confrontation." Time passed after the meal at the estate, and Tors was dragging Zed around to show him the entire family ground. Shifting to the training grounds, the knight pointed forward and introduced, "This is the artist's area, and that over there is the training field." Zed nodded along, but in his head, he was still frantic about the threat from the Arahan family. Maybe it's because my mind is a mess. But seeing this in reality, rather than just in the game, doesn't really make me feel much, he thought. Then suddenly something caught his attention. He scanned the area nearby and asked, "What is that?" Tors looked in the direction Zed pointed and said slowly, "Ah, that place is a bit special. You've probably heard the stories. The white horses of the Bahal family choose their own riders. That's where the ones who haven't found their masters are kept." Then to satisfy his curiosity, they both hurried to the stables. However, Zed saw only one horse inside, which surprised him. As if to demonstrate to Zed why there was only one horse, the blonde knight reached his hand forward. Yet the moment the horse saw his hand, it turned its head away, avoiding him as if he were a plague. Faced with this reaction, even Tors felt frustrated. Usually, they choose within 3 months, but this one has held out for 2 years. It's incredibly picky. It's the only one that even refused the family head. Zed's eyes widened like a bull's. How could this horse be so arrogant to refuse the uncle? Is that even possible? I thought they chose the strongest. Tors only sighed and explained, it's not always like that. It seems each one has its own standards. Zed nodded. That's quite interesting, actually. Returning to Tor's perspective, seeing that Zed seemed interested in the horse surprised him. You're interested in something else, but that white horse caught your eye. The protagonist laughed. Well, the Bahal family's white horses are always cool. Right, they aren't called divine beasts for nothing. Item 80, that's right. It's not just someone's property. It's a partner, a teammate. That's why we respect its choice. Tors said, looking toward the horse, while Zed stared straight into the white horse's blue eyes. Instinctively, Zed suddenly reached his hand forward as if to stroke its face. However, before he could act, a voice interrupted. Well, look who it is. Isn't that the heir of the Arahan family? The familiar voice made Zed turn his head slightly. Sure enough, this annoying sound came from the Vice Captain Phillips. Seeing Zed notice him, he continued, I bet Tors was looking to train, so I stopped by to say hello, but it looks like he's with an Arahan. His voice was full of mockery, and for someone who valued honor like Tors, how could he contain his anger? Immediately, Tors demanded sternly, he is a guest invited by the family head, show some respect. Across from them, Tors' words were like wind passing Philip's ears. He agreed with his mouth, but the look of contempt remained. Of course. So Zed, why don't you practice with us? Right. There's no quiet meditation room here, so that might be too much. How about a little sparring? Are you willing to show us a few moves? The vice captain said with a sneer, his provocative attitude clear. Hearing this, Tors' brows knitted together. What do you think you're doing? Forgot he's our guest. Unsure how to answer, the other man had already prepared his excuse. Sir Tors, a friendly spar isn't disrespectful, is it? It would be a great experience for the squad, and for Zed as well. I think so. In response, Tors firmly refused. Zed isn't ready. We'll do that another time. On this side, the barking dog Phillips didn't seem to hear the dissatisfaction in Tors' voice, continuing to point behind him. Come on, it's just a light match. If you're worried about ability, we have a rookie who joined a few days ago. And if that's still not enough, the rookie can go easy on you. Returning to Zed's perspective, seeing these idiots barking at him repeatedly, there was no way he could hold back. Damn it, I'm in. You want this, right? All right then, let's spar, he said, pointing his finger directly at the blonde rookie. Just like that, the group dragged each other into the empty field to prepare for a greeting with affectionate punches. Meanwhile, the unfortunate rookie was still very confident. He said, because this is just a sparring match, I'll use a wooden sword. Across from him, Zed was warming up and replied, you'll regret that. You'd better give it your all. The rookie disregarded Zed's warning and replied naturally, I hope you're not just all talk. Speaking of Tors, he honestly didn't understand what Zed was thinking. Hey Zed, what's going on in your head? You challenged him, but you haven't even reached level 1 yet. You know you can't face a level 5 knight. Returning to the rookie, he gripped the wooden sword in his hand and said, let me ask you, do you really think you have a chance? Zed answered calmly, 50-50 maybe. For some reason, this statement seemed to touch the rookie's pride. His face twisted in anger. 50%, you sure are optimistic. As he said this, he covered his body in aura. At the same time, our protagonist covered himself in lightning mana and growled, I just hope you last long enough to heat things up a bit. Finishing too quickly would be boring. On the other side, Vice Captain Phillips, despite seeing the lightning Zed created, remained confident in his subordinate. So that's the magic power I've heard about. It's truly worthy of being called the attribute of dreams. It feels more intense and chaotic than all the others. But even so, the amount of magic power I can sense from him hasn't even reached level 2 yet. Regardless of how generous you are, this match will end quickly. Thinking to this point, standing outside, he shouted, the match begins. Immediately after the order, the rookie poured force into his legs and dashed forward. However, Zed stood still, making the knight curious. What the hell is he doing? He's a mage, but he doesn't try to keep his distance. He doesn't even bother to chant. Wait, could I be so fast that he can't react? If so, this will be boring as hell. But still, I can't hurt a guest. I'll have to go easy on him. Thinking this, he held back some of his power. However, the next moment left everyone wide-eyed. With a single simple motion, Zed gently dodged to the side, and even turned to complain to the rookie. Last warning, give it your all. The words had barely faded, and Zed didn't give the rookie a chance. He pulled his leg back and launched a powerful kick, and although the rookie managed to raise his sword to block, his body was still pushed back 10 meters. He whispered to himself, What kind of demonic strength is this? Before he could even realize the situation, Zed's figure flashed, and he appeared right in front of him. Seeing this, the knight hurriedly kicked the ground to stop himself from sliding further, while swinging his sword constantly to counterattack. However, with Zed's agility, the sword didn't even touch the hem of his garment. Returning to the protagonist's perspective, after playing with the knight for a few seconds, he took a deep breath, gathering magic power inside him, causing his entire fist to be enveloped in lightning energy. Next, Zed gave this rookie, who didn't know his place, a gut punch, making him want to vomit. But before he could, another punch followed, landing straight on his face. As a result, the knight couldn't do anything, and Zed had beaten him into the ground. The result was highly unexpected, leaving both Tors and Philip standing stunned, unable to understand what had happened. On the side, the white horse observed the battle with a strange look. Seconds later, the remaining knights recovered and hurried over to check on the rookie. Unexpectedly, he was foaming at the mouth, as if from food poisoning. Someone shouted, "Hey, calm down. I think he's passed out." "Damn it, bring us healer here." On the other side, a knight began to act like a thug, pointing his wooden sword at the protagonist and cursing, "You bastard, fine. This time I'll fight you." Before Zed could respond, Tors stepped in to cover for his new friend. "What are you doing? The match is over. Stand down." This was met with a shout from the stupid knight. "Tors, get out of the way. I have to fight this damn mage," he yelled, but Tors yelled even louder. "Are you here to spar or are you here to fight?" Returning to Zed's perspective, seeing the knights constantly provoking him despite his victory, he began to feel surprised rather than worried. Are these people all crazy? Now they are dropping their biases about distance and adjusting their response. Clark, the guard, the rookie, both failed because they were stuck in their own thoughts, not because they lacked skill. Objectively, a level 5 knight should have the advantage. But the situation was far from peaceful, as many knights were seething. Thinking of this, to avoid being ganged up on by the whole group of knights, Zed held Tors back and turned to the group. "One match isn't enough. I thought accepting defeat gracefully was part of your knightly code." Across from them, the knights were enraged. "You dare lecture me on knightly conduct? You evil thing, what do you know about honor, you damn maid?" Answering that, Zed calmly explained, "I fought this match as you requested, and nowhere else but right in the heart of the Bahal estate. Do you understand what that means?" Then, Zed calculated silently. Would they dare to duel a mage right in the middle of the Bahal estate? Immediately after that, out of nowhere, Fernando appeared and spoke up. Impressive. Seeing Fernando, the group shouted in unison, "Family head." On this side, Fernando glared, eyes wide, and bellowed, "All of you lower your swords." Hearing the order, the knights reacted as if a switch had been flipped, hurriedly kneeling on one knee and shouting, "Sir." The only one still standing was Zed. Although he knew this old man was incredibly strong, his ability to appear out of thin air behind his back still made Zed's skin crawl. Even with my 100 perception, I couldn't sense him until he was right before my eyes. Is this the level of a sword master? Ignoring Zed's internal thoughts, Fernando glanced at him briefly and whispered, "An Arahan dueling on the training grounds of the Bahal family. This will go into the history books." Zed hurriedly placed his hand over his chest and bowed. "I apologize, sir. I know this is rude, but I couldn't refuse the match." Fernando didn't blame him, frankly admitting, "Of course the Arahan don't back down from challenges." Next, he spread his pressure and lectured the knights. "Remember this. This is why you cannot neglect your training. Ranking high is important, but experience is more important. Learn from it and make those lessons your own. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," the group shouted in unison. While Zed didn't understand the point behind Fernando's sharp words, as if reading the protagonist's confused face, Fernando gave him a cold look. "You taught my knight squad a lesson today. I won't forget today." Although the old man's face was perfectly calm, everyone understood he was furious. Zed didn't realize this was a direct warning, feeling like he was lying on a bed of nails. Finally, he could only bow, "Yes, sir." Then, just as he thought everything would pause there, he was wrong. The white horse in the stable suddenly went mad and bolted outside. It ran in circles around the yard, leaving Zed unable to understand what it wanted. However, unlike him, the Bahal Knights understood perfectly. "No, it can't be. Why, are you kidding me?" Zed turned to ask, "What's happening?" Explaining the strange behavior, Tor's serious voice resonated. "This is a ritual. Just like a white horse choosing its rider, it's displaying its power to gain recognition from its master. That means its master is here." After the white horse finished displaying its power, it ran right up to Zed, as if wanting to submit. This left Tors overjoyed. "Zed, the white horse has chosen you." Beside him, Fernando's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He clenched his fists and lamented, "This is going to leave the former family head speechless." Returning to Zed's perspective, he still couldn't believe this prideful horse would choose him, and asked, it really chose me. Returning to Fernando's perspective compared to others, he knew how arrogant this horse was, so he found it hard to believe and was glad it had found a master. But why an Arahan? Is it respect for a comrade, or is there something wrong with our traditions? Perhaps the answer has been right in front of us all along. Thinking this, he turned to the protagonist. Zed Arahan, will you accept Jinju as your comrade and be with it for life? Zed felt incredibly confused. Wait, this is so sudden, he stammered, thinking, together for life, what is this? This isn't a wedding. Behind him, the white horse Jinju brought its face close to Zed's. The reflection of both appeared in each other's eyes, and as if sensing its current state of mind, Zed blurted out, you want me to agree. Jinju let out a soft whinny, as if in agreement. At the same time, the Uncle Fernando behind him kept emitting pressure, looking as if he were just waiting for Zed to say no, so he could jump in and beat him to a pulp. With no other choice to save his own skin, Zed had to bow his head in acceptance, mostly because Fernando's expression was so serious that he didn't dare say no. Jinju was visibly overjoyed. However, at that very moment of bliss, the voice of the barking dog Phillips suddenly rang out. You cannot allow this, family head. This is impossible. In the family's history, only members of the Bahal family have been allowed to ride the white horses. We cannot allow this dangerous precedent to exist. He spoke while bowing at a 90-degree angle. Before these words, even Fernando couldn't refute him and had to admit, exactly, until now, only family members have been chosen by the white horses, and because there were no other choices, family members were the ones chosen. Hearing this, Phillips, finding courage from who knows where, lifted his head and directly questioned his master. Have you forgotten the atrocities the Arahan family has committed against the Bahal family's white horses? They devoured the white horses like pigs. So how can you trust and hand over our comrades to such beasts? Mages lie as easily as they breathe, so how can we trust them? The more Philip spoke, the more he seemed to lose his mind. To ensure this, the family head Fernando promised. Then I also promise the vice captain, if Zed Arahan does not treat our white horse like a comrade, I will take his life with my own hands. The tone of his voice was full of gravity, making Zed's hair stand on end. However, it seemed Vice Captain Phillips still wasn't satisfied with this result. He wanted to say something more, but the uncle cut him off immediately. Phillips Robert, I have never doubted your loyalty, but in this matter, I will hear no more advice. Following those words, although Phillips was still resentful, he had no choice but to accept. I understand. Just like that, time passed quickly until evening. Currently, Zed was galloping on Jinju's back to try to feel the speed of this warhorse. He whispered to himself, I came out because I felt staying might be dangerous, but this is truly exciting. I really like you. You've exceeded all my expectations. Let's keep galloping. We're heading straight for Frilda. Zed said with a cheerful voice, and with supersonic speed, he soon met up with Ryu and Lisa, leaving them wide-eyed. What am I looking at right now? Not only did you survive inside the Bahal family's domain, but you even brought back a white horse. You really are blessed by God. It's great to be your friend. Hearing this, Zed smiled slightly and replied, Let's go inside and talk. We have a lot to discuss. Afterward, once they were in a private room, Zed told them everything that had happened, from the magic card of the Black Stripe Army to the demonic energy and the story of Lacto Churv. After explaining everything, Zed didn't reveal his next destination. I'm going to the Arahan family now. It's unavoidable, so I have no other choice. So Ryu, I wanted to say that. Before Zed could finish, Ryu interrupted. If you're going to the Arahan family, I'm going with you, Zed. Last time, you said you would never abandon your comrades. Think about it, it's been a long time since you were exiled. You probably don't have any close companions by your side. And the brothers in the Arahan family fight dirty. Is there anyone in that family worth trusting? This made Zed freeze, because after all, he hadn't even been in the Arahan family, having been thrown into jail the moment he transmigrated into this world. Ignoring the protagonist's puzzled look, Ryu turned to his younger sister and said, Lisa has done a lot of hard work, so she can carry her share. If you hire us as your companions, we'll be a big help, just you wait. Returning to Zed, in truth, he still had some worries. He thought parting with Ryu here was for the best, considering the dangers ahead. Then he looked at the two people in front of him and nodded. Yes, thank you. Let's head to the Arahan family together. That was the plan, but naturally, Zed wouldn't be stupid enough to march straight into the Arahan family without any preparation. Even if they were the boss, he couldn't rush in blindly. We need support. Currently, the ability of the last survivor of the blacksmith family that fell, Lacto Churv. The demonic energy taken from the basilisk, and the holy water needed to turn the demonic energy into an elixir to solve the problem, meant they needed to go to Myers. Whether the head of Arahan would help them or not, that was the real question. Time passed quickly until the next morning. Right then, Zed's group had prepared their gear and officially set off. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to a dining table. Suddenly, our friend Ryu didn't understand why he slammed the table and shouted, "What? A whole gold bar? That's 500 gold coins. What do you need that much money for?" In response to this, Zed even felt it was a bit low. That amount might not even be enough. Having said that, the young protagonist silently calculated in his head. The type of elixir I plan to refine requires the breath of demon fire and holy water, and the success rate depends entirely on the divine purity of the holy water. If it's low-grade holy water, it would be useless even if I poured in hundreds of bottles. The average price of a bottle of holy water is about 10 gold coins, so with this money, I'll get about 50 bottles. That should be plenty. Imagine spending all your fortune and ending up with nothing. That would be truly brutal. That's why I'm going to find Myers, because that priest is reliable. Unable to guess Zed's motives, although Ryu had no intention of stopping him, he still felt a bit worried and gave a reminder. Are you really taking it all? At least leave one gold bar as a backup. Responding to this, Zed turned back and replied, "No need. Besides, we still have a few silver coins left. I'm going out for a while, so I need you to help me find someone. It's that old man I mentioned yesterday, Lacto. He has one eye and white hair." Faced with this request, Ryu stood stunned by such scant information. He countered, "This place is full of white-haired people with one eye." Hearing that, Zed turned back, leaving some silver coins behind and gave more specific instructions. "Just tell them there's a reward and gather them all in one place for me." On his side, seeing the money, Ryu felt that things could be resolved easily. Then we'll find him in no time. I mean, we don't need that much money." Explaining the reason, Zed said, "No, he is on the run. A few loose coins won't make him show his face." Ryu frowned and asked, "Then how do we find him?" Zed replied, "That is exactly why I will be watching for those who don't show up. And he won't be using his real name either, so don't call him Lacto or anything like that." At this point, our blonde friend didn't intend to ask many more things and nodded. "All right, I'll do my best." Just like that, Zed left the matter of finding the man to Ryu, then quickly grabbed the suitcase full of gold coins and stepped outside. As he walked, he calculated his next steps. "Initially, I planned to use this money to buy magic gear, but after Gordon talked about Lacto, I changed my plans. I will use this money to craft allures and pull Lacto to my side to commission him to craft magic gear. This is my ideal scenario. If things go smoothly, it can significantly compensate for my pitifully low mana stat." Thinking this, a commotion suddenly broke out ahead, drawing his attention. All right, please keep order, no pushing," reached the front of the temple. "I don't care if you are nobles, merchants, or commoners, it's first come, first served." "Hey, I said no pushing," the hurried voice of a security guard rang out. Meanwhile, Zed was also a bit curious and ran over to check it out. "What's going on here? This is a church, right? But why is it so crowded?" "Wait, don't tell me news of Johan's divine power has already spread. No way, it's still too early for that." Thinking this, to satisfy his curiosity, Zed asked a brown-haired man in front, "Excuse me, what is happening here?" Hearing someone call him, the man kindly turned back and said, "Holy water is being sold at half price, that's why everyone is flocking here." Faced with this information, Zed's eyes widened and he shouted, "Wait a minute, half price." Seeing Zed's surprised expression, the brown-haired guy seemed to guess something. "Looking at your face, are you the son of some noble? Maybe you should leave it for these commoners." After saying that, he clicked his tongue, as if annoyed by nobles bringing money to hoard goods. However, he didn't know that Zed didn't care about that at all. Instead, he started worrying about whether he could buy enough holy water to make the medicine. "This isn't good, this is a big deal. With that deal, I can turn both breaths of demon fire into elixirs. But there's one problem. Holy water needs to be infused with divine power, so usually only one bottle can be made per day." Given Johan's personality, not caring much about money, selling holy water at half price is certainly possible, but in such large quantities, while each bottle takes all day to finish, there is something not right. Thinking of this, Zed started to smell something fishy here. Then a long time later, it was finally Zed's turn to buy the holy water. Inside the temple, a man dressed as a priest also greeted him. "Welcome, my son." On this side, Zed stared intently at the man and began to calculate. "Before, I only saw him through graphic images, so it's hard to recognize him just by his face." Thinking this, he decided to test whether this guy was real or fake. "Yes, hello, Father Johan." Opposite him, the fake priest, not knowing he was being tested by Zed, still smiled and replied, "My son, how many bottles do you need?" The moment he heard the reply, Zed's eyes narrowed, as he confirmed that this guy was a fake. "Must be tiring to act all day, right?" The fleeting remark from the protagonist left the fake Johan's face somewhat confused. "I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about." At this point, Zed didn't bother acting anymore. He slammed his hand against the door and shouted, "There is only one Father Johan at the Myers Temple, and that is Johan Chris. You are a fake. Where is the real Father Johan?" Responding to his words, the imposter secretly reached into his pocket, pulled out a sharp dagger, and said, "Haha, I really don't know what you're talking about. I am Johan. If you have nothing else to do, please leave. There are people waiting behind you." Just as he said, the people, unaware of the situation, saw Zed just standing there and irritably questioned, "Hey, the line is jammed. If you have nothing to say, get lost. My child is very sick. We don't have much time left. Please hurry up." Hearing that, Zed cast a glance at the pile of holy water and gold coins stacked on the side, then said, "You really think you can touch the church and get away with it? I'm going to report this to the provincial army immediately." The fake Johan heard this and laughed as if he didn't care much. "Haha, the provincial army. Be my guest. If I have committed a crime, I am ready to face it. So if you don't want to get hurt, get lost. Don't get in the way of busy people anymore," he whispered in Zed's ear. No other choice, because he didn't want to make a scene here. He had to return to his inn and calculate his next steps. He didn't even flinch when I mentioned the royal army. Could the provincial army be backing them? The Royal Central Army is very strict, but the provincial army is different. They are more susceptible to the corruption in local cities. This might not be as easy as I thought. I don't have any evidence, so I'll have to investigate myself. Thinking this, he quickly wrote a letter for Ryu and left his room. His goal was to report this information to the provincial army in Myers. There was a military fortress of the provincial army. Surely that was the place, he thought while looking toward the barracks ahead. And the guards at the gate, seeing Zed's Jinju horse, immediately guessed whose item it was. "Wait, isn't that a white horse of the Bahal family?" "I think so." "What brings you here?" the guard asked in greeting. Zed replied, "I am here to report something. Is the general inside?" Hearing that, the soldier didn't agree immediately but asked back, "Do you have an appointment?" Zed replied, "I don't have an appointment." This made the soldier feel a bit troubled. "Ah, if so, this is a bit difficult. You will have to make an appointment and come back later." Hearing this, Zed was slightly surprised. "Is he that busy?" The soldier shook his head slightly and continued, "No, that's just the general's rule. He never meets anyone without an appointment." On this side, Zed's tone became slightly annoyed as he questioned, "Isn't the local army responsible for managing the situation here? You say I need an appointment just to report something serious." Faced with his words, the soldier could only be confused. "I'm sorry, we're just following orders." Returning to the protagonist's perspective, his brows knitted together as he had to admit, "Well, yelling at the grunts won't change anything, but still, leaving like this isn't good at all." At the same time, the sound of a torch flared up behind his back. The soldier hurriedly stood at attention to greet, and when Zed turned back, he silently evaluated, "So that is the general here. No way he is a knight, look at that soft body." Following Zed's gaze, the general was a fat, obese man with not a shred of a general's appearance. Opposite them, the general calmly approached Zed and said, "Who are you?" Zed politely bowed and said, "I came here to report something." At this moment, the general also noticed Zed's horse and asked further, "You don't look like someone from the Bahal family, so why are you riding a Bahal white horse? Did you choose it?" Zed replied softly, "It's a gift." Although he said this, internally he assessed, this rotting pig of a general is at the bottom of the abyss. He doesn't even care about the report. If it wasn't for the horse, he wouldn't even have bothered to look at me. Unaware of these thoughts in his head, General Palman was slightly surprised. "A gift? I've never heard of anyone gifting a white horse. What family do you belong to? You don't look like a knight." Zed shook his head slightly. "I am just a mage from a nameless family." Hearing this, naturally Palman wasn't stupid enough to believe that. He smirked. "Ha, a mage, not even a knight, yet gifted a family white horse. Do you think you can walk in here and lie like that?" he said while staring fixedly at the protagonist, as if wanting to exert pressure. However, Zed could still remain calmer than ever and replied, "That case is rare, but more importantly, don't you think you should listen to what I came to report? Below, someone is selling fake holy water at the Myers Church and even impersonating the priest. As you know, holy water is extremely valuable." However, before Zed could finish his report, the General Palman suddenly roared orders to his soldiers. "Seize that bastard immediately." "What is this? I haven't even finished my sentence," Zed wondered inwardly. But by now, the soldiers had surrounded him from all four sides. Meanwhile, the general dismounted and ordered, "Drag Zed into the dungeon and confiscate his white horse." At this point, Zed could only sigh. "So you guys are really colluding with each other." He silently cursed in his head. "Damn it, my intuition has never been wrong." Opposite, Palman was still arrogantly lecturing the protagonist. "You will regret opening your mouth, kid. What are you doing? Drag him away." Just like that, this group of soldiers quickly tied Zed's hands behind his back and led him away. However, before being led away, Zed didn't forget to warn him, "You're the one who will regret this." The empty threat made the general laugh like a lunatic. "Haha, let's see if you can still run your mouth after we break all your bones." At this point, Zed didn't bother arguing with him anymore. he just smiled slightly, as if he had countermeasures. In another development, at the Bahel family mansion, just then, the family head Fernando was talking to the knight Torres. The emperor has announced a large reward. Torres asked straight to the point. Is our family the one who contributed the most? Responding, Fernando pulled out a list and replied, yes, among the empire's citizens rescued from the slave traders, the Bahel family rescued 3,720 people. Next is the Arahan family with 2,580 people. The emperor always values balance and harmony. Knights and mages rarely encourage competition like this, so he is very concerned about this mission. The Bahel family playing the leading role is a meaningful achievement. You will also receive a reward. The road is long, don't waste any more time. Start preparing. Speaking up to this point, suddenly the family head's voice hesitated, and his eyes intently observed the list in front of him. At the same time, from outside, a knight stepped inside to report, "Sir, there is a boy at the estate asking to see you. We intended to chase him away, but he said he is a friend of Sir Torres and Zed Arahan, so I came here to verify." Hearing this, Torres turned back to ask, "Is the boy's name Ryu?" The knight nodded. "Yes, do you really know him?" Hearing this, his friend Torres was a bit worried, looked at his family head, then replied, "I know him, but why did he come here?" Ahead, Fernando's face was somewhat serious, making Torres hurry to explain, "Sir, I will handle it myself, don't you bother." Before he could finish, Fernando cut him off. "No need, just bring him in. Zed Arahan must have sent him. He said he has something to tell me. It's better to listen." Inside the note that Fernando, a line was written. The imperial family commends the contribution of Zed Arahan for assisting the subjects of the empire, regardless of their status. All noble families are expected to follow this example. When facing Fernando, Ryu was terrified. He trembled and reported, "I am just a lowly servant. Greetings to the Grand Lord of Bahel." The Bahel family head sat majestically on his chair looking down at Ryu and asked, "Yes, and what brings you here?" The blonde friend quickly thanked his grace. After that, he offered a red letter. "It's like this." Zed left a note. He wrote that if it got dark and he hadn't returned, I must hand it to the Lord of Bahel. Torres took the letter from Ryu and passed it to Fernando, who reached out to take it, constantly thinking in his head. The emperor's edict ends with the name Arahan. Bahel may have won the battle, but lost the entire war. And now a letter from Zed Arahan, the one praised by the emperor himself. Even if the content isn't important, reading it personally is the right thing to do. The Bahel family head slowly took the letter out of the red envelope. Just looking at the information, he couldn't help but reveal his surprise. This is. The letter recorded some of the crimes of a person in the church. A priest from the Myers temple has used the name of the church to sell fake holy water, exploiting the faith to scam the people. Those who betray their duties, despite being warned, they still cling on. There are suspicions of collusion with the local army and accepting bribes. Upon learning this, the Bahel family head was extremely skeptical. So he wrote all of this with the intention of letting me read it personally. Is this truly the perspective of a 15-year-old? At the very bottom of the letter, Zed left a message. If I don't return before dark, Ryu must hand this to the Lord of Bahel. Reading it, Fernando nodded and said, "Now I understand why he wrote it like that." Ryu remained in his bowing posture, his whole body shaking as he tried to speak. "Yes, I was worried something bad happened to Zed. I know I have overstepped my bounds, but still dared to come here. I am so sorry." He sat majestically on the throne, his voice echoing with terrifying power. "You must have been very afraid, yet you still dared to come here for your friend. That is a very honorable action." Hearing this, he looked up in confusion and said, "Huh." The words were cold, but the meaning was incredibly warm. The Lord of Bahel reached his golden arm out behind him and said, "It's already late, go find something hot to eat. In the meantime, I will write you a letter, so rest easy and have your meal." Ryu watched his back as he left, extremely touched, bowing continuously and shouting, "Thank you, truly thank you so much." He was dazed for a moment, recalling the words just now of Fernando and contemplating, "Just now, he called someone like me honorable." Knights truly are extraordinary people. Very quickly after that, Ryu was served as a formal guest of honor. The servant brought up a cake and smiled. "Please enjoy your meal." He gratefully replied, "Thank you so much." Ryu put a piece of the delicious cake into his mouth, eating ravenously, tears suddenly rolling down his cheeks uncontrollably. He was moved, feeling the excellent taste in his mouth, thinking, "This tastes even better than Vertus and beef." Meanwhile, in a dark and filthy dungeon, the scene around was pitch black, only flashing with light from a small torch. On the ground, human blood and sweat were scattered. Cockroaches and centipedes competed to crawl back and forth everywhere. Zed was hung upside down, where his feet were tied tightly, revealing a few blood streaks and terrifying bruises, the sound of his panting echoing through the cell. It turned out Zed was practicing sit-ups by hanging upside down like this. He was extremely calm, focused on training without stopping. This made the guard outside have to be wary and admire him, thinking in his head, "This madman, he's been like that for over 2 hours. Hanging up to be tortured, yet he does things like that. It feels like I'm the one about to go crazy." Suddenly, a man walked up from somewhere, complaining, "My nose is about to rot off." Realizing his superior, the guard quickly saluted, "General Paulman, attention." The fat man turned purple, covered his nose with a towel, and interrogated, "What the hell is he doing?" The guard saluted and reported, "We are not sure either, but from the beginning, he has been like that forever." The previous guard said he was handed over in exactly that state by the guard before him. Paulman understood the problem and said, "So, he's been doing that for hours." The guard glanced at Zed, who was training, and continued, "Yes, basically, he's also tougher than he looks." Immediately after that, Paulman ordered his soldiers to open the cell door. Zed was dropped, bowing to the ground. Behind him were 2 guards. The general's voice echoed, "Depending on your answer, I can let you go or increase the level of torture." "That white horse refused to listen to me. Did you put some spell on it?" he countered. "Nonsense. The white horse only obeys those it chooses as its master." Paulman still kept the towel on his nose, his eyebrows raised as he scoffed with contempt. "And now I have to believe that a horse with a knight would go and choose a damn mate." He smirked sarcastically at him. "You'll see for yourself soon enough." Being told that made Paulman extremely angry, eyes glaring as he shouted, "Bastard." He took off the armor he was wearing outside, rolled up his sleeves, and stepped forward, saying, "Looks like the previous torture was too light. From now on, I will do it personally. No one has ever endured more than 30 minutes under my hands." Facing the general's anger, Zed calmly smiled as if waiting for the fun, making him even angrier as he thought, "Oh look, can you still smile?" Paulman chose a long, sharp knife from among the hot weapons on the ground and walked toward him, glaring and threatening. "I'm looking forward to seeing how long you can act tough. No one has ever survived what I'm about to do." Stabbing this dagger into your knee, and then twisting it deep into the bone. "This is the only chance I have to talk," he said while poking the tip of the knife into Zed's toned thigh. But that didn't scare him. Instead, he brazenly shouted, "Get lost." Being poked from earlier, Paulman lost his patience and shouted, "You damn little brat." He used all his strength to plunge the long, sharp knife into Zed's thighs, preparing for a horrific torture. Suddenly, soldiers from outside hurried in to report, causing the knife to stop 3 centimeters from his thigh. "Sir, there's a problem. A letter was just sent to Bahel." His appearance made Paulman lose his mood, angrily throwing the knife at the soldier, shouting, "Damn it, what is wrong with you? I said no interruptions while I'm torturing. Did I not say that?" The guard bowed hurriedly, defending himself. "I'm sorry, sir, but this is urgent. It's a letter from the Lord of Bahel family." The general angrily grabbed the letter from the soldier's hand and shouted, "If this isn't important, then prepare to die." Paulman opened the letter and read clearly. "What does it say here? The person you are holding is the master of the white horse and a friend of Bahel." The content of the letter sent was roughly, "The person you are holding is the master of the white horse, a friend of Bahel, and the son of the Arahan family. Since you are suspected of being involved in a corruption case, immediately hand over command and wait for an investigation from the Central Army." He muttered the last lines, "If you resist, you will face judgment from Bahel." Paulman was furious, tearing the letter apart with his own hands and shouting, "What the hell is this? Investigation? Judgment? Do you think he has the right to say that to a general appointed by the emperor? This is all you're doing, right? That arrogant look. This is what you were waiting for from the start. Still haven't woken up. Even if he is the Lord of Bahel, he cannot blatantly trample on an imperial general." Zed smirked confidently, straight up answering him, "He can, the reason is already clear." The general spun the sharp knife in his hand, glaring with murderous intent. "Reason? Ridiculous. If I kill you along with that fake priest, there will be no witnesses, no evidence, no leads left." Zed's whole body suddenly flared with intense lightning, burning the ropes that were tied tightly around his hands. Zed said in a cold voice, "People like you will learn something once they have tasted enough pain." Having finished, he sat up straight, his whole body flared with intense lightning, making Paulman jump and shout, "Huh." He was dazed, not understanding what was happening, when a gust of wind shot forward, and a chain wrapped around his ankles. What the hell is this? Even Zed was dazed, looking at the strange power that appeared from nowhere. Ignoring Paulman's scream, "You bastard," the white chain still coiled around his body and slowly swallowed him. Zed stared in shock as he was crushed along with the intense scream, suddenly feeling another aura. He turned his head to look. It turned out those chains belonged to the magic user. He didn't know when this guy had appeared next to him, but he had no hostility at all. Zed immediately recognized the identity of the person in the black cloak, silently wondering, "Guard, infiltrating these low-level soldiers again. How deep does this organization go? While deep in thought, a voice startled him. Young master. The commander of the black-clad army stood in the middle and continued. The family head has ordered you to return immediately. We will escort you. Please come with us. Looking at this group, Zed was shocked, wondering, since when were they? Damn it, how much further does this network stretch? He skeptically questioned him. Why the sudden summons? The commander replied in a cold voice. That is not important. An order is an order. Please hurry. Zed was slightly apprehensive, silently thinking. Not yet. I still haven't obtained the elixir, and I haven't found Larko Chervil. Thinking, he said, give me a few more days. I will return on my own. The commander firmly disagreed, saying, no, we only follow the family head's orders. He looked at Paulman, who was tied into a lump on the ground, and thought, no, I need more time. I must find a way to delay. Suddenly a thought occurred in Zed's mind. You are shadow guards, yet don't know the situation of Arahan. Returning now, it's no different from going to die. There is no way the family head doesn't know that. The black-clad group heard and had nothing left to say, silently listening as he continued. Please convey my message to the family head. If I am to survive this storm, I need some time to prepare. If after that he still wants me to return, I will go immediately without a word. The commander used teleportation magic, immediately going to report to the Arahan family head, not forgetting to report back. Understood, please wait here. While waiting for him to return, Zed put his hand to his chin and calculated. The Arahan family head must have been tracking my every move through the shadow guards. The real problem is just killing the slave trader Vito, and arriving at the Bahal territory, must prepare answers if questioned about. Very quickly after that, the commander returned, bowed, and reported, Young master, the family head has agreed to give you more time. Return to the family within 14 days. That is all the time you are allowed. Hearing this, Zed's face turned serious. He imagined the bloody war at Arahan, the Arahan family head, and the mysterious shadow guards waiting for him in a few days. Zed's eyes blazed with newfound determination. He knew the 14-day deadline had started, meaning everything had to be set in motion immediately to ensure his survival. Resting his chin in his hand, Zed gazed down at the ground with a pensive look in his turquoise eyes. The clock is ticking, but at least I have a bit of a grace period, which is a relief. 14 days, I need to act fast. The black-cloaked commander remained in his respectful bow, his voice stern as he spoke. The Paulman and Myers Church case has been assigned to you, and an investigator will arrive soon, so handle it wisely. Stunned by this, Zed retorted, an investigator? Already? I thought that would take at least a day. Zed looked at the commander, sinking into deep thought. Is this another one of the Shadow Guard's tricks? The more I dig into this, the more terrifying they seem. I want that kind of power. Just when he thought the conversation was over, the man added, there is one more thing. Curious, Zed propped himself up and asked, what is it now? The commander delivered the message. The family head wants you to stop hiding the fact that you carry the Arahan bloodline. Zed was utterly bewildered, pointing to his own eyes as he exclaimed, what the hell? Wait, you mean my contact lenses? Are you telling me to stop wearing them? The commander gave a slight nod in response. That is correct. But Zed couldn't fathom it, protesting in frustration. Why? Zed wondered to himself. They threw me in prison, and now they want me to do this. Unable to answer that, the commander said honestly, we were only instructed to deliver that message, so we will take our leave now. With that, he and his black-cloaked subordinates used teleportation magic, gradually dissolving into the air. Zed leaned back, watching the lingering traces of black mist as he muttered, of course. They dropped a bomb on me and then vanished as if they were never even there. About 2 hours later, an elderly man with a white beard named Cox, an imperial investigator, arrived. Upon seeing Zed, he beamed warmly. To think a young man like you could accomplish such incredible things, exposing corruption right within the imperial army. Which noble house do you hail from? The emperor will surely want to personally commend you for your service. Without rushing to answer him, Zed gently removed his contact lenses, revealing the vivid red of his family's bloodline, recalling the commander's words as he thought. He told me not to hide my identity anymore. He held his head high and looked at Cox, greeting him with a serious tone. It is an honor to meet you. When Cox caught sight of the true color of Zed's eyes, he jumped back in shock. Zed stood tall and introduced himself. I am Zed Arahan, the 7th son of the Arahan family. Cox couldn't believe his ears, pausing for a moment before asking, Zed, are you truly Zed Arahan? A bit surprised by the man's reaction, Zed replied, yes, that's right. Stroking his snow-white beard gently, the old man exclaimed, oh my, that is truly a surprise. So the name Arahan written on the official imperial decree. It's you. Unlike Cox, Zed didn't understand what was going on, tilting his head as he wondered. A decree? What is that about? Realizing the confusion on his face, the old man raised his sleeve and said, ah, it seems you were not aware. Cox produced a creased piece of paper, explaining with a smile, your name is written at the very end. in a decree personally issued by His Majesty. The Emperor has heaped praises upon you. With those words, he pointed his weathered fingers to the text on the paper, where the elegant, clear calligraphy read, "The meritorious service of Zed Arahan, who has aided the people of the Empire, is hereby officially commended. Every noble should take the initiative to follow his example." Cox rolled the paper up and tucked it into his sleeve, saying earnestly, "I have long hoped to meet you, and fate has finally orchestrated this encounter." Still slightly confused, Zed asked skeptically, "But how could His Majesty possibly know about me?" The man replied, "His Majesty values words over status or rank. I heard that several of those who were recently repatriated spoke of you." Hearing this, Zed gasped in realization. "Wait, Gordon. He said he would repay me, but I never expected it to come so quickly." The image of a smiling Gordon flickered in Zed's mind. Meanwhile, Cox's voice still echoed in his ears. "His Majesty was very pleased to hear that, and this is also a great favor granted to your family." Zed muttered his family name to himself, then placed a hand on his chest and said, "Ah, Investigator Cox, I have a request. I would like to resolve the Myers Church case to the end by myself. Is that permitted?" Cox nodded slightly, letting out a long hum before saying, "I understand. You want to finish what you started. That is good." Hearing this, Zed bowed at a 90-degree angle as a sign of respect. "Thank you for your understanding." He thought to himself, truly an investigator of the Central Army, ready to give up a potential achievement that could have been his without a moment's hesitation. Reaching out a hand, the man shared, "Whether you are an Arahan or not, you are the first person to thank me in a very long time. Perhaps I have lived too long. Take the Central Unit with you. You will be facing those who have violated Imperial law, and if they resist, you have my permission to execute them on the spot. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility." With that, Cox placed a hand on Zed's shoulder and gave it a few light pats. A bit confused by his words, Zed blurted out, "Your generosity is beyond my expectations." Cox burst into loud laughter, slapping Zed's shoulder repeatedly as he teased, "You really aren't like the other Arahans at all. You're way too polite, I like." Zed stared at him with an expression of pure astonishment, asking himself, his mouth slightly agape, are all the others in the Arahan family actually lunatics? Shortly after, the flag of the Central Army was raised, fluttering in the wind and radiating the same majesty as the intricately embroidered logo upon it. The entire unit had gathered in full before the church doors, with two different squads lined up neatly under the command of Zed. Sensing trouble, the villagers swarmed around to watch, chattering excitedly. "What is going on between the Central Army and the Myers Church? Haven't you heard? General Paulman has been arrested. I heard there was some shady business with the church, and I even heard that the priest is a total fraud, those bastards." The commander, standing at the front, stomped his foot loudly against the ground. Zed pinned the shining gold badge solemnly to his chest and raised his voice. "This is for the frauds who have exploited the citizens of the Empire for their own personal gain. I will count to 3. If you haven't come out by then, you can just rot in your hideout." After waiting a few seconds, there was no movement from the church. Not a single person stepped out. Seeing this, a soldier anxiously stepped forward and asked, "Should we drag them out ourselves?" Zed weighed the situation carefully before answering, "Weapons and mana are prohibited inside an imperial church, right? That's too dangerous." The soldier nodded, "That's right, but I don't see any other way." A mage stepped forward and suggested, "Then how about we wait for an authorization permit?" Zed bluntly dismissed their suggestions, stepping forward as he declared, "No, I'll handle this myself." Both of them were stunned, exclaiming in unison, "What?" Zed turned back coldly and explained, "I don't have much time left. I will handle this myself, so please wait here." The soldier tried to stop him in concern. "You can't. What if something happens?" Zed remained firm, continuing into the church as he reassured him, "It'll be fine." The soldier was incredibly restless, turning to the mage to ask, "But his lordship can't even use magic. What is he planning to do?" Another added, "Weren't we supposed to follow him?" Just then, Cox approached, holding a piece of white paper in his hand. As soon as they saw him, everyone shouted, "Investigator Cox, is that the authorization permit? Consider it as such." Seeing this, all the soldiers immediately placed their hands on the hilts of their swords, and one of them spoke up, "Now that we have the order, there is no reason to hesitate anymore. We will go in immediately and arrest all the criminals." But Cox flatly refused. "No, stand down." Everyone turned back in confusion. "What?" he explained gently. "When I gave the medallion to Zed, it was because I had entrusted the full authority of this case to him. That is also what he desired. That authoritative medallion was the badge Zed had pinned to his chest, the command medallion, the golden card that grants the power to mobilize the Imperial forces." The soldiers looked toward Zed as he walked calmly into the church, shouting in deep frustration, "But there is an armed group inside that church. We're still not going to intervene. If anything happens, we will be held responsible for this too. Please give the order to advance. Zed used his foot to kick the church door open and stepped inside, while from the other side, Cox's aged voice rang out. You really don't know anything about the Arahan family, do you? Do you know why Arahan is the top family? Why people are so afraid of them? It's because they are stronger than the other families. Right, just because they are stronger. No, there is something more important than that. Zed stepped coldly into the interior of the church. Ahead of him were the fraudulent priests, each holding a dagger for self-defense, looking alert as Zed kicked the door open. Cox continued to speak, patiently explaining to everyone. A member of the Arahan line never breaks their word. No matter what the cost, no matter how dirty the task, they will see it through to the end. That is what makes people fear them. Hearing this, the soldiers and the mage let out a low hum, as if they finally understood. As for Zed, once he saw the group of frauds, he became quite amused. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said in a mocking tone, I told you I'd be back, didn't I, you fake bastards? Then keep your eyes open and watch. The protagonist today is me, Zed Arahan. With that, he charged unarmed toward the frauds, beginning a bloody battle. The doors of the Myers church slammed shut, and at the same time, shrill screams and the clashing of metal rang out loud enough that even those outside could hear clearly. After a while of waiting, a soldier grew impatient, thinking all was lost, and muttered, It's quiet now. That fast, I told you he shouldn't have gone in alone. Just then, a white-clad figure emerged from the church, and seeing someone approach, the entire army followed the commander's order and shouted, Someone is coming, prepare for battle. In the next few seconds, the expressions of all the soldiers turned to bewilderment, their mouths stuttering. That is, all the frauds had been subdued and captured alive by Zed, their faces bruised and purple, their bodies tightly bound with rope as they were led outside, followed by our protagonist. Zed tilted his head slightly, a satisfied smirk on his handsome face as he stepped out like a true hero. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd erupted, their faces glowing with joy and excitement. Standing in the middle, Cox was overjoyed, thinking to himself, I knew it. People marveled in disbelief, asking him, Did you really take them all down without using any mana? How could you win without magic? Zed clenched his hands into fists and smiled as he answered them. It wasn't that difficult. Cox was elated, walking up to him and bursting into laughter, showering him with praise. As expected of an Arahan, I am astonished yet again, truly extraordinary. Zed pointed to the bruised frauds and said, Investigator Cox, these people were selling fake holy water. There must be many victims. Please take care of them. The man replied cheerfully, Of course, I will personally handle that. That is my responsibility as an investigator. Zed tilted his head slightly and said slowly, There is more. Father can come out now. He turned and called out behind him, making Cox look toward the church with great curiosity. A white-robed figure of a priest timidly stepped out, and at that moment, a panicked voice cried out, Wait, that is. The sunlight hit the priest's elegant face, and the surrounding crowd suddenly burst into joyful cheers. It's Father Johan, he is alive. A woman even wept as she prayed. Oh my God, thank you. The ringleader of the frauds, beaten black and blue, cast an unpleasant glare in his direction. Suddenly, Johan turned his heels and walked toward him. He gently placed his hand on the leader's head, transferring a blue-colored healing spirit to the ringleader, leaving him in shock. The leader was moved and whispered, Father. Seeing the spirit energy flowing over the man, Zed had to inwardly marvel. That is divine power. Just looking at it makes one feel warm and at peace. It's as if it were something sacred. After receiving healing from Johan's power, the bruises on the ringleader's face vanished, causing his subordinates to stare in bewilderment. Johan expanded his healing range to cover the entire group of frauds, reminding them in a soft voice, Repent for your sins and live according to God's will. Then he will always walk by your side. Hearing this, they all bowed their heads, moved, and answered in unison, I am sorry. Thank you, Father. I swear I will never defy God's will again. That day, the entire church was filled with the joyful cheering of the people, and the voice of someone rang out, filled with immense emotion. Father Johan has returned. Once everything had settled, Johan turned toward the central army and introduced himself. Let me introduce myself properly. I am Johan Chris, the 49th priest of the Empire. I am immensely grateful to Zed Arahan, who has fulfilled the will of God. I would like to invite you for a cup of tea. Can you stay a while? He gestured into the church to invite him, and Zed, without much thought, answered immediately, Yes, of course. Just then Cox from behind reached out and called him back. Zed Arahan, come here for a moment. Zed turned his head, bewildered, and let out a sound. The man opened his palm, revealing something shining brightly, and said, If you don't mind, I would like to give you this. Looking at it, Zed hesitated and asked, This is an investigator's badge, something that allows the mobilization of Imperial forces. Cox nodded and continued, That is correct. Just by showing this anywhere in the Empire, they will support you immediately. Zed was astonished by this, asking in confusion, Why give this to me? You don't even know what I'm going to use it for. Cox placed it in Zed's hand and said gently, I trust that you will not tarnish my reputation. Just promise me one thing, that you will only use this badge for the good of the Empire. If one day you use it for personal gain, then you have repaid my trust with betrayal. Zed gripped the badge tightly in his hand, answering him with a firm tone. Yes, I understand. I will never let that happen. Cox was very satisfied, bursting into laughter. You really aren't like any Arahan I've ever met before. With that, he turned away, thinking, it seems living a long life really does bring many surprises. Cox raised his hand to signal the Central Army and bid farewell to Zed. Everything is settled now. We will take our leave. I hope we meet again. Cox led the way, followed by the rhythmic steps of the Central Army. Behind them, Zed bowed 90 degrees to bid them a respectful farewell. He lifted his head, a slight curve on his lips, his face filled with gratitude as he watched the group disappear from sight. Inside the ancient church, a warm, serene atmosphere blanketed the entire scene. At a small wooden table with 2 cups of hot tea, Johan's voice rose. Thank you for saving us. I heard that everyone affected by the incident will be fully compensated as well. You have truly done something extraordinary, Master Zed. He replied politely, Father, you are too kind. Realizing Zed's intentions, Johan got straight to the point. Is there something you desire from me? Being seen through like that left him in awe, inwardly astonished. As expected, he is intelligent and perceptive. He knows I didn't act out of faith alone. Zed gathered his thoughts and said, to be honest, I need your holy water, Father. Johan's face hardened, filled with wariness as he questioned. Holy water is meant to heal the sick and destroy evil. What do you intend to use it for? Zed answered honestly, I need it to craft artifacts. I am not sure if that counts as destroying evil, but at the very least, it is to save my life. He tilted his head in wonder. Your life? Zed nodded and explained. Yes, I am an Arahan, but I was banished from the family because I couldn't use mana. Now I have just received an order to return home. Do you understand what that means? Johan immediately understood. I do. I have heard that the power struggle between the brothers in your family is extremely brutal. But do you really think a few artifacts can stop everything and save your life? Zed continued, I just want to prepare everything I can with everything I have. He lifted his teacup to his lips for a sip, sinking into deep thought. Currently, the maximum stat increase I can get from medicinal ingredients is 2, and if the transcendental skill requires 5 mana points, and I only have 3, it's insanely precious. Being able to use it freely, compared to only being able to use it when pushing my limits, is a world of difference. Father Johan, on the other hand, stared at his reflection in the tea for a moment before speaking. Actually, I had heard rumors about you, that you were the one who handled that notorious slave trader whom the Arahan family had been secretly backing. I believe it was God's will that someone from the Arahan house came to Myers and helped protect the sanctuary. Perhaps even my helping you now is part of his plan. He stood up and left the chair, causing Zed, who was sitting opposite him, to look up in surprise. Johan turned back, placing an old, black box on the table with both hands. He used his bare hands to wipe away the dust still clinging to the box and said, I have been keeping this for whoever truly needed it. The effectiveness of holy water depends on how much divine power it holds. These vials were crafted by me over a long period, pouring into them all the power I could possibly offer. I hope they will be of help to you, Zed. With those words, Johan opened the box, revealing 3 powerful, glowing blue vials of holy water. Seeing them, Zed immediately jumped up in surprise, quickly saying with gratitude, For such precious holy water, I truly thank you, Father. Johan smiled gently, reaching his hand forward as he said, And this is a personal gift from me. May the blessings of the divine always be with you. After the meeting ended, Zed was arranged to stay in a room within the ancient church. Sitting in the small room, he pulled out the items he had just received to admire them, lost in thought for a moment. Looking at the gift in his hand, Zed muttered in disbelief. Am I dreaming? I can't believe I just received the item I've been craving for so long while playing this game. The priest's badge. This shiny badge was the gift Johan had given him personally. It was called a priest's badge, or in other words, a seal of approval from a priest. It might not sound like much, but in the world of Lays, it held an immense amount of power. The church possessed its current power because the emperor had poured all of his resources into building an empire that was morally upright. Therefore, the priest's seal was essentially an indirect endorsement from the emperor. With the priest's badge in hand, I won't be hunted or arrested as soon as I'm discovered. And more importantly, no one can easily take my life anymore. Zed pondered to himself. Just this one badge is enough to make me much safer in the midst of this internal struggle. Johan must have understood that, which is why he gave it to me. He looked at both items in his hands and said aloud, The investigator's badge and the priest's badge. These are probably the best things I could have obtained before returning to my family. From now on, anyone who wants to kill me will have to pay a very heavy price. And no matter where I go, the Imperial Army will be able to protect me." Just looking at them was enough to put his mind at ease. Zed grinned, his face softening with relief. After that, he turned to the vials of holy water on the ground and said, "Now, next is." Zed picked up a vial, analyzing it incessantly. In the game, Johan's holy water only has a 20% success rate, but he said this batch was made very carefully. "I have 3 vials of holy water and 2 breaths of the devil. It would be great if it succeeded on the first try. I'll just give it a try. If it fails, I'll just have to find a way to get more." With that, he bit the stopper off the holy water vial. Zed slowly poured the shimmering blue holy water into the bright red breath of the devil, the 2 different shades gradually neutralizing each other. He waited for a miracle to happen, a bead of anxious sweat rolling down his forehead. The holy water was gone, the blue color completely engulfing the devil's breath and releasing several waves of divine energy. Sensing the change, Zed let out a soft exclamation of awe. A few seconds later, the devil's breath shattered, revealing an intricately carved blue glass bottle. An aura enveloped it, radiating a powerful pressure. Looking at the item that had just appeared before him, Zed's eyes widened, his mouth agape in astonishment. He was overjoyed, looking at the item that had just been created as he shouted, "I actually did it. I really succeeded on the very first try." No need to hesitate any longer. Zed poured the glass vial straight into his mouth, the blue water flowing inside him. Very quickly, the system board flickered to notify him that his magic stat had increased by 1. Magic had reached level 4. Seeing the notification, he happily exclaimed, "All right, just as I expected, my magic stat has increased." In the old black box, only 2 vials of holy water remained, meaning it was still possible to craft 1 more vial. Zed clenched his hand, eyes fixed on the system board as he calculated, "If the next one also succeeds, I will reach 5 magic stat points. I have 2 holy water left and 1 breath of the devil. If I succeed 1 more time, I will still have 1 vial left over." With that, he continued to craft another vial of power. The breath of the devil, after receiving the holy water, glowed bright red like a small sun. Looking at it, Zed whispered a prayer, "Please, please." The creation was a success. The blue liquid appeared before him once more, radiating a brilliant, sacred aura. Seeing this, he cheered loudly. "This is crazy. I succeeded again." Zed looked at the empty holy water bottle in his hand and calculated. Does this mean the success rate is 80%? He really did spend a lot of time making them. With this level of divine power, it's like having an extra life. It's best to save one for later. With that, he immediately poured the powerful liquid into his mouth. Very quickly, the system notified him that his magic stat had increased by 1. Magic was now level 5. But this time, the system didn't stop at that notification. A new display flickered in front of Zed. The information basically said that a new spell was available. An additional skill called Transcendence, which has the effect of powerfully enhancing the physical abilities of the caster, creating a shield effect proportional to the magic stat. After reading it, Zed could no longer hide his joy. He sat up from the bed, punched the air, and smiled excitedly. The overexcitement caused Zed's foot to trip against the bed frame. He happily leaned back, feeling the changes in his body, a smile on his face. Zed let himself drop onto the soft bed, looking up at the ceiling with a sigh of relief as he muttered, "It feels like all the stress is just melting away." That was really stressful earlier. If the condition to use Transcendence was 10 magic points instead of 5 then, damn. With that, he laughed, his face incredibly joyful. Zed's gaze was fixed on the system board on the ceiling, his mouth still smiling as he thought to himself, "Actually, this is even more fun than when I play the game." Inside the city, high-rise buildings were built right next to each other, each house with its own interesting, distinct color. Ryu strolled down the street, his eyes glued to the paper in his hand as he started. "Oh, by the way, I've investigated the white-haired people of the Scario Eve tribe you asked about. Turns out there are only about 40 of them. Not as many as I thought." Behind them, Lisa listened in silence while Zed spoke up. "Yeah, that's not too many, is it?" Ryu walked beside him and continued. "Just as you suggested, I used money as bait to gather them in one place. Exactly 34 people showed up. So the person you're looking for is definitely among the remaining 6. Zed asked curiously, "Do you have the locations for those 6? Ryu turned to answer. "Of course. To be safe, I even recorded the exact coordinates for each one. I'm sure if you go right now, you'll find them all." Taking the paper from Ryu's hand, Zed couldn't hide his satisfaction and replied, "I like your style. Thanks for this. Because of you, things are going much smoother." Ryu laughed modestly and said, "That was just basic stuff. I've handled much more complicated and tougher jobs than this, you know. Pretty capable, right?" Hearing this, Zed gaped, looking at him thoughtfully for a few seconds. A moment later, he said, "Ryu, I know you're a smart guy, no need to keep trying to prove it." Zed's words stunned him, and he opened his mouth in confusion. Zed stood in front of Ryu and firmly declared, "I'll take responsibility for you and your sister until the end. You are the first comrade I've ever met." Hearing this, both were deeply moved and burst into tears, sniffling as they called Zed's name. He coolly reminded them, "Both of you, don't get emotional over such obvious things, it's a sickness." Suddenly a woman approached them and spoke happily. "Excuse me, those red eyes, are you Zed Arahan?" Zed turned his head to look at her and asked suspiciously, "How do you know who I am?" The woman with dark blue eyes and a flushed, excited face exclaimed, In Myers, anyone who doesn't know you must be a spy. The young Arahan who punished the scammer and protected Father Johan in the church. The whole city is buzzing about it." Only then did Zed start to notice the crowd gathering and whispering, and he turned to look at them, realizing, so that's why everyone is looking at me with such strange eyes. I thought it was because of my eyes, but it turns out it was because of something else." Among the people on that side, a man in a blue shirt spoke up. "That guy is Zed Arahan." The young man beside him, dissatisfied with his tone, reminded him, "Hey, that guy, it should be him, show some respect." "I heard that just making eye contact with someone from the Arahan family means you're dead. Is he really okay to look at?" "I heard if you're a messenger of God, you'll be fine. Not every Arahan is cruel." Seeing the crowd whispering noisily, Ryu asked in confusion, "What's happening?" Lisa was trembling, crying as she clutched Ryu's shirt and wailed, "Brother, I'm so scared." Right then everyone around shouted at the three of them, "Thank you for protecting the Myers Church. Our families will remember your kindness for generations. Thank you." Zed felt a bit awkward and thought to himself, "I thought I was used to scenes like this, but honestly, it's really embarrassing." Thinking this, he turned to Ryu, pointed in a direction, and whispered, "Let's get out of here." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck near Zed's head, making him jump. Sensing a deadly aura, Zed turned his head to look at a man in the crowd and realized, something's not right, that guy. He looked at the man and immediately recognized him. Scarred eye, white hair. There was no doubt that person was Lacto Chervil. Zed's eyes locked onto the figure disappearing into the crowd, and he hurriedly shouted, "Wait, stop right there." He quickly followed Lacto, pushing into the crowded line of people. "Wait a second, let me through." But after escaping the surrounding crowd, the figure had completely vanished. Looking at the street ahead, empty except for passers-by, Zed dejectedly lamented, "Damn it." Seeing him rush off, Ryu followed closely, asking worriedly, "Zed, what's wrong? What happened?" Zed answered coldly, "It's him." Ryu exclaimed in confusion, "Him? You mean the one we're looking for?" Zed said sternly, "He was just here but ran away." "Ryu, hurry and tell me the nearest location among the 6 you mentioned. We have to be fast." Zed turned to urge him, and Ryu immediately nodded, "Understood." A moment later, all three ran in the direction he pointed. "At the end of this road, turn left." Meanwhile, Zed ran while silently calculating in his head, "Maybe he's planning to escape this way. If he's determined to hide, I'm afraid I won't be able to find him." Following Ryu's guidance, he quickly reached the end of the alley. Looking at the simple stone building ahead, he shouted, "That building, room 203. Instantly, Zed rushed into room 203 of that building, hurriedly throwing the door wide open. But inside was just a strange old man with a long white beard. As soon as he saw him, he gaped in surprise, while Zed whispered in disappointment, "This isn't him." Thinking someone had come to arrest him, the white-haired old man knelt on the ground and begged, "I will definitely pay the rent tomorrow. Just give me a little more time." But Zed didn't care about him at all and rushed straight out the window. Zed jumped straight from the second-story window, hurriedly ordering, "Ryu, next location." Seeing him jump from such a height made him panic, and he shouted, "Hey, you madman." He still didn't give up, continuing to hunt through several other rooms based on Ryu's information, checking every single place, throwing open doors, and carefully checking the occupants. Next, they had to go to a dark, dusty, and dirty place. In the hallway, Ryu's fearful voice rang out, "The next one is over there, first basement floor, the room on the left." Zed gripped the doorknob, feeling an intense oppressive aura radiating from inside the room. Noticing the strangeness, Ryu called out Zed, and he coldly ordered, without explaining anything further, "Ryu, go upstairs." Zed tightened his face, lost in thought. "We need to be fast, but what is this uneasy feeling? The opponent this time is the greatest blacksmith, and he is a fugitive, if this is truly where Lacto used to live." Thinking this, he couldn't hesitate any longer, and immediately used a trap technique. The system notified him that he had cast lightning fire magic. Zed's whole body flared with powerful bolts of lightning. His strong hands opened the door, and suddenly, a blinding light erupted from inside. Following that was a massive explosion, completely destroying the house. The ground erupted violently, and debris flew everywhere. Right then, the system notified him that the lightning fire magic had been neutralized. the Immortal Challenger Talent Level 5 was activated. Zed widened his eyes in surprise, staring at the bright blue flames that erupted. Feeling the heat enveloping the entire space, he realized, this is blue flame. Hearing the commotion, Ryu rushed over and asked worriedly, "What was that? Zed, are you okay?" Zed didn't answer him. He stared straight ahead and roared, "Damn it." The ruined scenery around him and the fading blue flames made him fall into deep thought. Blue flame is a high-level fire attribute. Even regular fire struggles to achieve such destructive power with just magical tools, but he created blue flame with just a trap. Is that even possible? Zed looked up, muttering in disappointment. Damn it, everything was blown away. He silently thought, if it weren't for the Immortal Challenger this time, I would have died on the spot. Immortal Challenger is literally a trait that ignores fatal damage. I know that very well, because I used to use it a lot in the game. Simply put, with this trait, no one can take me down with a single blow. I thought it would be at most a level 4 or 5 explosion, yet the Immortal Challenger still activated. I trusted this trait, but thinking about the fact that I just died once, it doesn't feel good at all. I have to catch him. I must make him my ally. Later, everyone gathered in Zed's room. Ryu's dissatisfied voice rang out. That's absurd. Why are we the suspects? We're victims too. How unfair. Zed slumped onto the chair, dejectedly saying, well, we were the only ones at the scene at the time. If we can't prove that the explosion was caused by a trap, then we are the perfect scapegoats. Not to mention, Arahan belongs to the fire attribute family. Recalling the ruined state of the room, he silently thought, just in case, I tried to find evidence from the debris of the explosion, but everything was burned to a crisp, nothing left. Ryu was extremely worried, turning to look at Zed and asking, so what do we do now? Shouldn't we run away before the Imperial army arrives? Should I ask for help, or find the Bahal family? The Lord there seems like a good person. If we explain the situation, maybe he'll help. Hearing this, he flipped over to sit straight and continued, it's better not to get involved with Bahal anymore. Ryu realized and wondered, because of the Black Mirror army. Zed nodded and replied, yes, last time they reacted very aggressively. Outside the room, the flag of the local military post was raised, fluttering in the breeze. A small squad stood neatly, fully equipped with weapons in front of the inn's door. The commander in the lead cleared his throat and shouted, local military post of Myers, General Madden here. Zed Arahan, come out immediately. Hearing the command, Zed immediately sat up and said, they're here. Ryu, sitting next to him, jumped and asked, Zed, are you planning to just go out like that? Seeing this difficult situation, Lisa next to him whimpered fearfully, brother, I'm so scared. Contrary to them, he calmly put the priest badge on his shirt, gently reassuring them, it's okay, you two stay here. I'll just go out and handle it alone. Ryu panicked and shouted, alone? Wait, Zed. Very quickly after that, Zed opened the door and walked out. The commander, seeing him, spoke up. Zed Arahan has come out. This person was from the local military post of Myers, General Madden. He pointed forward and ordered his soldiers, control him immediately. Looking at the shiny, powerful priest badge, he hurriedly stopped his subordinates. Wait, everyone, hold your position. Madden cautiously approached and interrogated him. Zed, is that really a mark of a priest? He nodded, naturally replying, yes, it is the mark bestowed upon me by Father Johann of the Myers Cathedral. Hearing such a powerful name, he coughed a few times and said, I see, my apologies for not recognizing it. Zed smiled and continued, it's okay, misunderstandings can be cleared up easily. He pulled his face serious, regaining the dignity of a commander, and identified himself. I am Madden, successor to General Paulman here in Myers. There was a big explosion in the town earlier, and your name appeared in the witness's testimony. Were you at the scene? Zed honestly replied. Yes, I was caught in that explosion. Madden was full of suspicion as he interrogated. You were caught in it, so you're saying you're a victim, not a suspect. He firmly affirmed, yes, exactly. He was thoughtful for a moment, then continued to wonder, may I ask why you were there? This is just a procedural question, so if you don't want to answer, that's fine. Zed smiled calmly and recounted, there's no reason not to answer. I was looking for someone and happened to step in, but it had already been trapped. I was quite surprised too. Madden half believed him, drawing out the sound. I see. Looking at his expression, Zed secretly thought, thanks to the priest's mark, even if I seem suspicious, he can't just treat me as a criminal. Who knows, maybe this is a blessing in disguise. If I have the support of the local military, finding Lacto, who has completely hidden himself, will be much easier. Thinking this, Zed asked for help. General Madden, can you help me? He flatly refused. Sorry, but the Imperial Army cannot interfere in personal matters. We cannot abuse public power without a valid reason. As if he had foreseen that answer, Zed reached to his side, took something out and said, a valid reason, huh? Does this qualify as a valid reason? Seeing the shiny badge held out in his hand, Madden shouted in shock, an investigator's badge. How do you have that, Zed? He replied naturally. I received it from Investigator Cox. I heard that just by presenting this badge, one can receive support from the Imperial forces, right? He nodded repeatedly and said loudly, "Of course, according to Imperial law, we are required to cooperate maximally with every request from an investigator badge bearer." Even though he said that, Madden was still inwardly skeptical. Priest's mark and an investigator's badge. Who the hell is this heir? Zed took advantage of the situation, ordering the military forces. Very well, and this is not just my personal matter. It also involves capturing the person who caused the explosion. This is precisely the mission that the local military must execute. Madden and the army stood at attention, respectfully obeying the order. Yes, please give your orders. From this moment, the Myers military post will support Zed fully. Seeing this, Zed thought to himself, an investigator's badge carries much more weight. If the priest's mark is immunity, the investigator's badge is the power to command. Thinking this, he ordered, "In that case first, we should sketch a portrait of the culprit. Find someone suitable to help with that." Madden obediently replied, "Yes, I will find someone right away." Afterward, a noise from Ryu upstairs caught Zed's attention as he looked up. He curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Ryu shook his head repeatedly to imply nothing was wrong, but inside he was silently exclaiming, "This guy is truly terrifying." The next morning, the portrait of the criminal had been sketched and posted on the town's bulletin board. The content was roughly as follows. Wanted for a reward of 50,000 gold coins for any information provided. Come to the elm tree outside the south gate. If the culprit is not found within 3 days, the whole town will be blocked and searched. Signed, Zed Heir. All the townspeople gathered, whispering to each other in turns. Wow, how cruel must this guy be to offer a 50,000 gold reward. I should try reporting it. Look at the face of the bomber from yesterday. Lacto, disguised as someone else, blended into the chaotic crowd, looking at the drawing in front of him, confused. Did he misidentify me? No, impossible. That guy knows me well. He deliberately drew it differently, but why? Could it be he wants to meet me? Meanwhile, the townspeople continued to discuss the hot topic. These wanted posters are pasted all over the city. He seems very determined. Another person replied dismissively, Tusk, if bad luck strikes, I'm afraid there's going to be a bloodbath." After watching, Lacto lowered his face and left the crowd, walking while silently thinking, "Meet him, and I'll know what he's plotting. I don't even remember how many cities I've wandered through. I'm tired of living the life of a fugitive. Maybe it's time to end it all. I've lived long enough now. I have nothing to regret." Suddenly, Lacto noticed the crowd in front of him and continued thinking. A lot of people gathered. First, I have to blend in and observe. Suddenly, Zed appeared right behind him and whispered, "The disguise is professionally done." Hearing a voice, he instantly jumped in surprise. Realizing Lacto's panic, he gently reminded him, "Just act natural. If you look suspicious, the soldiers will swarm us." He looked back awkwardly and interrogated, "Who are you?" Zed replied very quickly, "I am Zed Arahan. Finally, I get to meet you." Lacto wondered in confusion, "Why are you looking for me?" He looked around for a moment, then suggested he follow him. "First, let's change locations, follow me." After arriving at a safe place, Zed took off his hood and said solemnly, "This is the first time I've met you. I am the 7th-generation heir of the Arahan family, Zed Arahan." Lacto said nothing, just silently removed the magic mask from his face, returning to his real appearance. Seeing that, he continued, "I've known your name before, am I right?" He stiffened, fiercely interrogating, "Kid, if you already knew me, then why come and find me?" Zed smirked with hidden meaning and answered with a question. "Searching for a legend isn't exactly simple, right? I came here because I want you to become the exclusive blacksmith for the Arahan family." Hearing such a blunt statement made Lacto gape in silence for a few seconds, his eyes opening wide, unable to believe his ears. Games and reality are truly far apart. One of the most obvious differences is equipping items. In the game, a double click is enough, but in reality, I have to wear them myself. Not only do I have to compare options, but I also have to consider comfort and weight. Magical tools sold on the market are all made for adults, so there are many factors to calculate. No matter how good the choice, if the size doesn't fit, it's useless, which is why I want to recruit Lacto. Lacto can craft magical tools that fit my body perfectly, and I can get new tools every time my stats increase, plus auxiliary equipment for each different situation. I must make him an ally. Thinking this, Zed firmly said, "A warhorse is born to gallop, and a sword is born to be used. As the only remaining bloodline of the Chervil family, sir, what do you live for?" Hearing this, Lacto looked down at the ground, silent, lost in his own thoughts. Zed put his hand on his chest, with a confident face saying, "The greatest blacksmith creates magic tools for the greatest family, so that the craftsmanship of Chervil can be passed down to future generations, and history continues. I believe that is the mission entrusted to you, sir." Lacto looked at him seriously, sadly and hesitantly saying, pass down the craftsmanship to future generations and continue the flow of history. That is truly a story like a dream. Just imagining it is overwhelming, but my family. Zed's next words left him shocked. I know it was a slander, Arahan. Will clear those vicious allegations against Chervil. With Arahan's help, that can completely become a reality. Lacto suspiciously asked, do you know the whole story about the Chervil massacre? He honestly replied, I don't know the details. Hearing that, he scoffed, skeptically replying, you intend to help Chervil without knowing the situation. Then how can you be sure it was slander? Zed was thoughtful for a moment, looking at him for a while with his bright red eyes. The Chervil incident was a side story, a story from long before the game's script began, so he could only speculate roughly from the conversations of NPCs. Even in records, all that was said was, they conspired to rebel and were destroyed by the Imperial Army. But here, Zed thought for a moment, then smiled. Even though I don't know the details of the incident, I understand the Chervil family. Lacto suspiciously asked, you know us? He shrugged, not denying as he said, that's right, Chervil is a family dedicated to crafting high-end magic tools. They have absolutely no reason to rebel. Having said that, he thought to himself, besides, the Emperor has reached the realm of both Sword Saint and Great Mage, the supreme being standing at the peak of glory. Under his command is the Central Army, including knights and mages. By this level, even if Arahan and Bahal joined forces, they couldn't defeat the Emperor. And the Emperor is an immortal being who lives forever, the absolute ruler of this world. Then there is even less reason for Chervil to rebel. His eyes were full of sympathy, firmly saying, please tell me the whole story about that incident, sir. I'm certain it was slander. He closed his eyes tightly, sighing lengthily, and hesitated for a moment. Lacto suddenly remembered something and asked, hey kid, do you know the Martin family? Zed nodded. Of course, they are the second-ranked family in the magic world. He continued and recounted, that's right, they are also our main business partners. Martin always wants to surpass Arahan. He reached his hand out and said, yes, although in reality that is impossible. Lacto nodded. That's right, Arahan is truly a great force. Trouble began when the Billy family interfered in this matter. Zed muttered the three words, Billy family. His eyes locked onto empty space, then recalled. Initially just ordinary mages, yet suddenly rose up. By the end of the game, they were even on par with Martin. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curiously ask, what happened? Lacto looked down at the ground and said sadly, there's no time to explain, and there's no chance anymore. Hearing this, Zed realized and drew out the sound. I see, he silently thought. I have understood roughly what the situation was like back then. But there's one thing that troubles me. Could Arahan truly be completely uninvolved in that incident? If they were involved, then bringing Lacto along could be a very big mistake. Since Arahan didn't trade with Chervil, they might have seen Chervil as a thorn in their side, because they specialized in providing high-end magic tools to other families. If the Black Mirror Army was also involved, this must have been a perfect crime, leaving behind no evidence. Knowing how terrifying the Black Mirror Army is, the more he thought, the more suspicious he became. No, maybe I'm jumping to conclusions too quickly. Don't judge too soon. Pondering for a moment, Zed said, if mages were involved, Arahan can certainly handle it. Lacto looked sternly and asked, can you take responsibility for those words? He nodded firmly. I will certainly keep that promise. Therefore, please come with me. Just as he spoke, Zed reached his hand out, his lips parted in a friendly invitation to the other party. His bright red eyes flashed, full of determination. Feeling that, Lacto gaped in silence for a few seconds, looking at the hand held out in front of him. He hesitated and reached his hand forward, silently thinking. I thought, even if it ended like this, it would be fine, but placing hope one last time isn't a bad thing either. The two hands gripped each other, concluding a friendly partnership between the two sides. Lacto said, as long as Chervil's craftsmanship and history can continue, I will be happy to go along. Zed, after achieving his goal, was extremely happy. He turned around and said, in that case, let's go. Now Zed was very happy. He was gradually achieving everything, his first companions. Then there is the white horse of Bahal, the investigator's badge and the priest's mark, along with the last bloodline of Chervil. Everything had been fully gathered in Zed's palm. He clenched his fist and looked down, silently hopping in his heart. What I have obtained in the south. I wonder how valuable they will be in Arahan. Just thinking about it was exciting. The corners of Zed's mouth curved into a contented smile. Right after that, in the western region, the golden city of Nek. It was a bustling and wealthy city, so much so that some houses were even made of gold, shimmering high up. Ryu walked along the streets, admiring the luxury of the golden city, and had to exclaim excitedly, what is this? Zed's group had traveled together and arrived here. Ryu looked around, exclaiming in surprise, it's so dazzling, can't believe a place like this exists. Seeing he was surprised, Zed turned his head to ask, You've never been to NECA while working for the commercial trade guilds, Ryu honestly replied. No, NECA is tightly controlled by the big commercial trade guilds. For the small and medium guilds I used to work for, that was just a wild dream. Suddenly Lisa's eyes sparkled, excitedly pulling her brother, pointing forward and shouting, Oh, brother, that building is made entirely of gold. That one too, and over there. Contrary to them, an old man like Lacto calmly looked around and said, It's been a long time since I returned to NECA. This city is developing at an astonishing speed. Zed looked down curiously and asked him, Have you been here before? Lacto laughed and recounted, I came to visit during my final years. Even so, it hasn't even been 10 years, but this place has changed to the point of being unrecognizable. Seeing everyone surprised at the Golden City, he began to observe everything more carefully. Looking at the glittering buildings, Zed felt and silently commented, Although it's colder than the south, this place has a vibrant and relaxed atmosphere. It looks different, but it feels like arriving in Gangnam. Suddenly, the attention of everyone on the street focused on Zed. They whispered to each other about the horse he was riding. Isn't that Bahal's white horse? No way, that's impossible. Look closely, those blue eyes. Seeing that, he had to worry, thinking, Anyway, Bahal's white horse is too conspicuous in the Arahan city. After thinking it over for a while, Zed decided it was time to find a place to rest, so he asked, Should we find somewhere to stay first? Shortly after, they managed to find a simple, modest inn, and before long, they had settled in until the day began to fade into dusk. Inside their simple room, Ryu set his backpack down on the bed and asked Zed, But weren't we supposed to head straight to Arahan? Zed, having just changed into a new set of clothes, replied, We still have a whole week before the deadline. We can't afford to waste any time. Hearing this, Ryu turned to Zed with curiosity. Are you heading out again? Zed nodded and continued, Yeah, there's somewhere I need to go alone. Ryu, thoroughly confused, asked, Alone? Zed patted Lacto on the shoulder and said, It might take a few days, so don't worry, just wait here. And that goes for you too, sir. Ryu looked surprised and asked, You're not coming back today? Zed replied while giving them instructions. No, a week might not even be enough. Buy some food around the inn and remember to get some food for Jinju too. Before opening the door to leave, Zed couldn't help but add one last thing. Try not to wander too far from this area. If you're not careful, you'll get lost. Ryu nodded and replied, I'm not a kid, but this place is definitely easy to get lost in. Ryu smiled and waved goodbye. Be careful out there. Lisa, standing behind him, bowed respectfully in farewell. Zed smiled at them, an acknowledgement that he understood, before opening the door and leaving the inn. He stepped out onto the street, where the air was filled with the scent of flashy wealth, and crowds of people were busy strolling about. He looked around as if searching for something, inwardly marveling. It feels like the smell of gold, silver, and coins is drifting in from everywhere. But no matter how bright a place may be, shadows will always exist, inhabited by those who brought their hopes of a new life to the city of gold, only to fail. I wonder if they're living in places like that over there. A while later, Zed ducked into a small shop, and as soon as he stepped inside, the shopkeeper exclaimed, Oh my goodness, why would an heir of the Arahan family come to a humble store like ours? It's an honor nonetheless. Ignoring the man, Zed pointed to a pair of contact lenses and said, Give me a pair with black lenses. The shopkeeper was startled and asked, Why choose such a cheap and common color? Isn't that the eye color of the common folk? Zed didn't reply, simply staring at him with dead, hollow eyes, and the shopkeeper immediately understood, saying, Yes, I'll get them for you right away. Shortly after, Zed stopped by a clothing store. As he entered, he looked around for a moment, and the shopkeeper ran over to greet him before pausing. Welcome. Wait, what? Zed pointed at a pile of dingy, dirty work clothes stacked together, intending to buy them. Those. But the shopkeeper immediately waved his hands in refusal. Those are just work uniforms, we don't sell. Before the man could react, Zed had already changed into the commoner's outfit, holding out his luxurious clothes to the shopkeeper and suggesting, It's fine, I'll pay you with this set instead. Next, Zed entered a shoe store and said, Let me just buy a pair of shoes. But the shopkeeper there looked at him with disdain and shooed him away. You damn beggar, get out of here right now. After disguising himself as a poor, wretched beggar, he propped his hands on his hips and let out a satisfied sigh of relief. Zed looked at his own reflection against a yellow wall and marveled, Perfect, I don't look any different from a beggar. He thought to himself, All right then, time to go meet him, isn't it? The king of the dark alleys. Remembering that name, Zed immediately sprinted forward, brimming with excitement. In a poor, filthy neighborhood, darkness blanketed the area, adding to its gloomy and dangerous appearance. In a small, foul-smelling alleyway, where dirt and bugs ran rampant, Zed, disguised as a beggar, sat in a corner of the street, lost in thought. He looked up at an old building, feeling that the time had come, and wondered, All right, time to get started, isn't it? Thinking and then doing, Zed immediately strode forward. His eyes remained pensively fixed on the ground, not noticing that a bald man was following. The man had another accomplice, and both of them watched Zed's back, waiting for the perfect opportunity to pounce. But their numbers didn't stop at two. There were several more guys watching Zed from behind. With his keen senses, he only needed to close his eyes to grasp the situation behind him. These bastards just love to stand and stare. There are exactly 7 of them around me. Right now, I can barely see anything beyond a few meters ahead. Looks like it's time to move. Maybe it's because I'm dressed as a beggar, but I'm starving. If I'd known it would be like this, I would have brought some beef jerky. But if I had, those guys would have already jumped me. Zed walked along while clutching his stomach, which was growling with hunger. Suddenly, a hulking brute appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Zed was not only cut off from the front, but also surrounded from behind. Having anticipated this, he thought to himself, finally. The guy with the chicken head immediately cleared his throat and demanded, "Where did you crawl out from, you bastard?" No answer. If you're a rookie, act like a rookie. Otherwise, you won't survive long in this place. Zed was weary of them, this guy's tricks. He wasn't afraid of the guy at all. Instead, he casually said, "Do you have any food? I'm starving to death here." Feeling insulted, these bottom feeders gnashed their teeth in anger. The bald man roared, "Look at this bastard, asking for food the moment he opens his mouth. Where are you hiding it, huh?" Another bald man appeared, rushing forward as he yelled, "Don't worry, we'll make sure you die before you even have a chance to starve." But just as he swung his fist down, Zed quickly ducked to dodge it without even glancing back. The bald man stood there, stunned, his voice filled with excitement. "Whoa, what was that? This guy's pretty fast, isn't he?" As if by a silent signal, all the bottom feeders charged at Zed to gang up on him. The chicken head guy shouted as he lunged, "You damn rat." The bald man continued his assault, jumping high into the air and preparing to land a painful blow from behind with both hands. Undeterred by these bottom feeders, Zed merely cast a side glance. He then lunged toward the bald man, shoving him back into the rest of his cohorts. Caught off guard, one of the guys was hit by the bald man and gasped in pain, his mouth wide open. As for the other one, Zed wouldn't let him make a move, appearing instantly in front of him and swinging his elbow toward his head. The guy screamed in fear, squeezing his eyes shut and raising his hands to cover his face. But the elbow strike was just a feint. The moment he was just centimeters from the guy's face, Zed changed the direction of his arm. His hand fluidly extended and struck the red-headed guy's neck, a move he hadn't seen coming. Zed's fluidity and relentless, powerful attacks left the band of bottom feeders stunned and gasping. They backed away in fear, realizing that the devil standing before them was not someone to be messed with. But Zed wasn't about to let them off that easily. The corners of his mouth curled into an amused smile. A moment later, the gloomy alley was swallowed by the sound of his relentless strikes, accompanied by the painful screams of the bottom feeder. A while later, they were all knocked out by Zed, lying scattered on the ground. One guy, still conscious, muttered curses. You damn bastard." Recalling his own stats, Zed thought to himself, "My strength is at 70 now. They're in pain even from light taps." He propped himself up, looked down at the chicken head guy, and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Does it hurt a lot?" The guy struggled to his feet and roared, "Damn it, what are you, some kind of lunatic?" Zed sighed and lectured them. "That's why I said don't go looking for trouble. A piece of bread would have been enough to settle things. Now, because of you, I'm even hungrier." The bald man helped his comrade up, angrily threatening, "A rookie dares to. You think you're safe now that you've done this. You won't last long here. Our organization will kill you without anyone ever knowing." Hearing this, Zed sneered and declared, "Really? Then I'll just have to take over that organization too." The guy on the ground couldn't believe his ears, exclaiming, What the hell is this lunatic talking about?" Suddenly, out of nowhere, a sharp dagger flew in, attempting to ambush Zed from behind. He was quite surprised by the attack, but easily managed to dodge it. A stranger approached, his lips curled into a mocking smirk. He dodged that. This guy isn't half bad, is he? As soon as they saw the mohawk hairstyle, all the brothers cried out in amazement, "Captain." They all moved in unison behind the captain, clearly holding him in high regard. Hearing the title Captain, Zed's lips curled into an intrigued smile as he thought, "Caught a big fish on the very first day. Maybe my plan will be shortened after all." The guy with the chicken head was smug, shouting with contempt, "Do you have any idea who this is? The legendary assassin who once shook all of Nekka. This is Master Kinzura. If you want to live, get on your knees and beg for your life right now." Facing a name he didn't recognize at all, Zed took a defensive stance and mocked, "Legendary assassin. How does someone like that end up just being the captain of a bunch of beggars?" Kinzura was furious, moving as fast as the wind and slashing wildly with his sharp dagger, shouting, "You arrogant bastard. but with his agility, Zed dodged him once again. Kinzura swung his blade, praising him with interest. He's dodged my attack twice already. You've got talent for someone so young. If you live long enough, you'll probably become quite powerful. What a shame. Zed inwardly found it amusing, thinking, getting talent spotted by the world champion are we. Suddenly, he changed tactics, but this strike will be different. A dark green aura erupted from Kinzura's entire body, thickly enveloping the entire alleyway. Seeing the green aura, Zed was slightly surprised. It was mana. Kinzura stretched his body, as if preparing to unleash a powerful technique. Observing him, he inwardly marveled. He's manipulating mana, at least a fourth circle or higher. I thought the talk about a legendary assassin was just bluffing, but it turns out it wasn't all nonsense. Assassins don't belong to official forces, so their limits are very clear, but to reach the fourth circle in circumstances like these without a bloodline, he deserves to be called a legend. Noticing Zed's different expression, Kinzura smirked, asking, "Looks like you're pretty surprised, huh?" This is the outcome when you act recklessly, without knowing how vast the world really is. With that, he vanished along with a burst of brilliant green mana. The space was filled with Kinzura's barbaric laughter, and at the same time, he moved around Zed, making it impossible for him to pinpoint his exact location. Seeing no particular reaction from him, Kinzura let out an "oh" and asked, "Not even shake? Or are you frozen solid? Checking will make it clear soon enough." With that, he struck down from above Zed's head. Sensing the killing intent from above, he realized, above. But just a second later, Zed's jaw dropped in amazement. No, 3 of them. It was exactly as he had sensed. 3 Kinzuras were attacking him from all sides simultaneously. Zed nimbly crouched and lunged forward, dodging just as a small explosion erupted from his previous spot, carrying a fierce force. Immediately after, the sound of metal clashing rang out from 3 sharp daggers. All 3 looked at Zed, who was landing on the ground, and asked in bewilderment, "Huh, you dodged our coordinated attack." The one on the right interrogated him. "Who are you, a knight or a mage?" Zed didn't answer, asking himself inwardly, triplets. These are the 3 Kinzura assassin brothers. The one with a dash across his face was DKI, the one with a dash across his eyes was Draw, and the one with no dash on his face was G. After observing them for a moment, he thought, looking closely, they look the same but each has a distinct mana signature. They used mana to hide their presence, which is why I didn't notice right away. Damn it. What's the point of having 100 perception points if I only have 5 mana? Thinking this, Zed brushed his hands off, stood up, and announced, "Now, I have to go all out too." As soon as he finished, all 3 Kinzura brothers charged to attack simultaneously. Draw smirked, "This guy is just talking trash." G continued with contempt, "That last bit was just luck. You won't be able to dodge a second time." Zed's face grew serious, and he unleashed Lightning Body, his entire body erupting with fierce, yellow lightning spark. Immediately after, the system notified him that the magic spell had been activated. With the power of the lightning, the black contact lenses were incinerated, revealing the burning red eyes of the Arahan house. The black contact lenses were incinerated, revealing the burning red eyes of the Arahan house. Seeing this, the 3 Kinzura brothers panicked, shouting, "Red eyes! Damn it, how is an Arahan here?" Standing amidst the fierce, flaring Arahan lightning, the bottom feeders hurriedly shouted, "It's a trap, everyone run." Suddenly, the system board displayed a notification. Challenger's trait S-rank activated. All stats temporarily increased by +10. The stats increased, and at that moment the lightning flared intensely, illuminating the entire dark, gloomy alleyway. The system continued to display the stats. Strength, 130 agility, 130 stamina, 100 perception, 100 magic, 5+10. Auxiliary magic unlocked, lightning body, lightning strike. Zed moved his burning red eyes to stare at the system board appearing before him. He then reached out, conjuring a ferocious lightning sphere in his hand, while the bottom feeders shouted to each other, "Scatter. If we stay here, we're all dead." Before long, the sphere in Zed's hand had fully formed. The bottom feeders had almost all fled, but not by much of a distance. Zed clenched his hand, crushing the lightning sphere, and the electricity flashed before shooting forward with great speed. The 3 Kinzura brothers were running along the rooftops when the sky suddenly lit up. Draw turned his head back to look at the sky, his mouth dropping open in shock. Lightning from the high sky descended, striking him directly. The powerful destruction caused the rooftop to crumble into pieces. Zed walked coldly forward, while Draw was simultaneously sent flying by the lightning, slamming face first into the ground with electricity still crackling over his body. As he walked, he suddenly stopped, his eyes locked on his arms and entire body, which were emitting intense arcs of electricity. Looking at the scene of devastation before him, Zed strangely wondered, is a level 2 magic spell really this strong? My mana is only at 15. Is this the power of lightning chi? And the magic activated when I performed the right movements from the game. Not needing a specific incantation is a huge advantage. Suddenly, shouts rang out from somewhere. Over here, everyone go this way. Zed quickly realized and was startled. Damn it, are those city guards? Thinking that, he risked it all and bolted past the approaching guards. Zed cleverly hoisted Draw onto his back, inwardly thinking, the destructive power is fine, but it's too loud. I need to hide quickly. When the guards came to investigate, they didn't even notice the hem of a robe swiftly vanishing from the alleyway. Immediately after, a magic orb was summoned, illuminating the dark, gloomy alley. After inspecting it for a moment, the guard was startled and exclaimed, "There's blood here." Hearing this, Zed was slightly startled. He looked down at the long streaks of strawberry syrup staining the ground and wondered, blood. Don't tell me that bastard left this behind. Zed turned back to look at Draw on the ground, and sure enough, there was a large, bleeding wound on his head. The guards were following the trails of blood toward him. Zed tucked himself deep into the edge of the wall, cursing under his breath. Damn it. If I could, I wanted to resolve this quietly. Zed hid in the distance, observing and thinking. I intended to resolve this quietly. Shortly after, he casually stepped out. Fine, have it your way. The strangers jumped back and pointed, shouting loudly, "Who's there?" Zed solemnly wondered, are you not planning to clean this place up? One man stepped forward and said, "Sir, you are an heir of the Arahan house. Please forgive us. We have been disrespectful. We heard an explosion while on patrol and were searching for the perpetrator." The man seemed surprised and said, "But you aren't young Master Tunda." Hearing that, Zed suddenly remembered and asked, "Tunda is the sixth heir of the Arahan family, correct?" After that, he introduced himself boldly. "I am the seventh heir of the Arahan house, Zed Arahan. They don't know me." As soon as he said it, Zed thought, of course they don't. I've been locked away all this time. The man suddenly roared, "No, we sincerely apologize." Zed quickly pointed. "If you are looking for the culprit behind the explosion, I saw him running in that direction. Go after him quickly." The group immediately turned away. "Thank you for the tip. We will pursue him immediately." He sighed and said, "A few words were enough to settle it. My status in the Arahan city really carries some weight." He turned to look at the assassin Kinzura, lying motionless on the ground. Zed then gently reached out to the man's nose to see if he was still breathing. He sighed in relief, lucky they're still alive, then pondered. That lightning strike earlier was much stronger than I expected. Not long after, he helped the assassin Kinzura into the darkness of the path. Now then, the starlit night sky was eerily silent. And just like that, Zed helped him along in the night. Suddenly someone spoke. "Heir of the Arahan house, you finally arrived." Zed looked up and commanded bluntly, "Show yourself." Before his eyes now stood the two brothers of the assassin Kinzura. They bowed their heads in apology. "Please forgive our previous insolence. We truly regret showing hostility toward the heir of Arahan. Can you be generous enough to spare our brother?" Both of them immediately dropped their weapons and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Seeing this, Zed was deeply surprised and smirked. One of Kinzura's brothers wept and pleaded, "Please, this won't happen again. Please spare our brother." Zed wondered in surprise, assassins, and they can cry too. He replied, "Funny, assassins with such deep brotherly love, you don't hesitate to take other people's lives, yet you want to save your own brothers." The man retorted, "We only learned assassination to survive." The other one, his face also tear-stained, shouted, "That's right, we only kill the bastards who oppress people like us and do evil things. I swear I've never killed an innocent person." Zed said coldly, "But you tried to kill me just now." One man stammered an explanation. "That's because this is our home. From time to time, there are people who want to seize these alleys, and many of our comrades have died because of that." The other added, "That's why we reacted too strongly. We have truly committed a grave sin." Zed remained silent and thoughtful. Aside from me, there must be many others who want to seize the underworld in Nek." He quickly asked, "Then, was what you said earlier true, that you've never killed an innocent person?" They confirmed, "That is true. We swear on our brothers' lives." Zed praised them. "If that's true, then it's respectable. The contracts you get like that probably don't pay much, right?" They looked pitiful and replied, "What we really desire is to live in peace with our family and brothers." Both of them recalled their childhood. When our master taught us the art of assassination, he always emphasized this. Zed pondered, killing is indeed evil, but for the commoners who are trampled by the nobility, the Kinzura brothers must be their only hope. He cut them off and said, "I have one condition." The two brothers wondered, "Yes." Without further delay, he went straight to the point. "Lead me to your leader, and then I will help heal your brother." They seemed extremely panicked. "What, that?" After that, they refused. "I am sorry, but that cannot be. We cannot sell out our comrades just to survive." Zed stepped closer and said, "I want to meet your leader to buy information. I have no intention of harming him, so don't worry." The two were terrified and aghast. "Others have approached us with those very same words, but our leader has never sold information, not even once." He replied casually, "I know. They asked in surprise. Huh, you knew. Looking down at the collapsed assassin Kenzura, Zed said, even if this deal doesn't go through, I won't harm your comrades. I swear it in the name of Arahan. He hastily asked, what's wrong? You don't believe me just because it's not a knight's oath. The other man trembled with anxiety, replying, it's just that people like us find it very hard to trust the word of a noble. Zed fell silent, thinking, fine, that's fair. If they had agreed right away, I would have suspected their sincerity. He set the assassin Kenzura down on the ground, adding, looks like I have no other choice. Then he raised his hands high and requested, tie me up. They were completely taken aback and blurted out, what? Zed held his hands up as if surrendering and said, you can put a sword to my throat or even blindfold me. It seems this is the only way to make you believe me. They hesitated, but seeing that things weren't looking good, Zed played his final card. If you still don't believe me even after this, then I won't be handing this guy over to you either. He solemnly stated, I have already put my trust in you, so you should show a little faith in me as well. The two of them looked at each other, worried. They immediately made their decision. Understood, we will lead you to our leader, but we will have to blindfold you. As soon as he finished speaking, they took a piece of black cloth and tightly covered Zed's eye. With his eyes covered and his hands tied, he stood there motionlessly. Beneath that black fabric, Zed's eyes widened. Now is the time to meet the king of the dark alley. 2 hours later, the sky grew darker and gloomier. Zed walked along, remaining vigilant. It feels like we've just been walking in circles. Suddenly he spoke up, you guys are looking for the Black Mirror Corps, aren't you? Zed continued, cutting them off. If so, don't waste your energy. Just take me straight there. Do you really think the Black Mirror Corps doesn't know the location of your leader? One of them retorted, even the Black Mirror Corps couldn't possibly know where our leader is. He calmly replied, it seems you don't know anything about Arahan. The Black Mirror Corps I've faced not only knows your leader's hiding spot, but is also fully aware of your influence's limits. So just lead the way. The man turned back, puzzled. Don't tell me the Black Mirror Corps is nearby, are they? Zed immediately answered, I don't know for sure, but one thing is certain. No matter what you guys are planning, you won't even be able to touch the heels of the Black Mirror Corps. He continued bluntly, I don't look down on you. It's just that the Black Mirror Corps is on an entirely different level. The man replied dejectedly, I see. Then he turned his back and said, understood. They gradually stepped into a place, dimly lit by lamps. They kept walking without another word to each other. And so, they silently continued their march. Someone removed the cloth covering Zed's face and said, we've arrived. One of the two men stepped forward and knelt, calling out, leader. The man calmly flipped through a book and asked, who is this? Eddie, still focused on reading, replied, have you forgotten the rules? That is the king of the dark alley, Eddie. The brother of the assassin Kenzura bowed low and explained, I apologize, but he said he wanted to make a deal with you. Zed watched from a distance, so he is the king of the dark alley. He seemed annoyed and ordered, stop talking nonsense and drag him out immediately. The brother of the assassin Kenzura turned back, worried, after seeing Zed pull out a blue vial. He held the vial toward them and said, wait, let him drink this. The brother of the assassin Kenzura gaped in astonishment. This is, Zed answered calmly, holy water. Drinking this will help him recover quickly. Since you kept your word, I should keep mine. He then thought to himself, what a waste, but there's no other way. It's the only way I can heal him immediately. The man took the vial and bowed his head. Thank you, sir. Zed immediately approached Eddie and said, I want to negotiate. The man cursed in annoyance. Don't bother me, get lost. Zed impatiently snatched the book out of Eddie's hand. He flew into a rage and stood up abruptly. Damn it, what bastard dares to? Then Eddie realized in fear, Arahan. He asked sharply, why isn't Arahan here? Eddie turned to question the brother of the assassin Kenzura. I trusted you, and this is how you betray me. Hearing this, the man jumped and waved his hands. Betrayal? Absolutely not. This person promised not to harm our leader and our comrades. Eddie snatched the book back from Zed. How many times have we heard that nonsense? Nobles are all just scumbags anyway. Zed stared him down, the king of the dark alley, Eddie. A genius among geniuses, someone who has never forgotten anything he's seen once. Eddie looked up at him irritably and let out a sharp sigh. You're young, but you're not Tunda Arahan, and your face is completely unfamiliar. Eddie asked curiously, so you're the youngest child of Arahan, the one who was abandoned in that detention center, aren't you? Zed answered honestly, true, I'm surprised. Even that information is known to you. Eddie smiled sinisterly, so you want to make a deal. But what are you going to do? I don't need anything from you. Zed asked back, you haven't even listened yet, so how can you be so sure? He laughed scornfully. The noble mind is truly so predictable. Offering a bag of gold or erasing the status of a commoner, am I wrong? Zed lowered his head sadly and went silent. Eddie immediately bowed his head to read his book. I knew it. And after that, he fell silent and focused on his book. Despite his superior intellect, he had tried many times to apply for positions in the government, but was rejected time and again because of his lowly status. And then, he developed a twisted personality, hating nobles and thinking that everyone else in the world was stupider than him. Zed smiled slightly, just like what I saw in the game. Then he spoke up, "The price I will pay for this deal is not money or clearing my status." Eddie kept reading his book as if he didn't care. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere." Zed quickly sat down and said casually, "What I am offering you is information." He smirked sinisterly and asserted, "I will buy information from you using information." Zed sat up straight, looking directly at the person in front of him, and said seriously, "What I am paying you as compensation is information." Eddie asked him half-jokingly, "You are quite an interesting guy. You intend to use information to buy information." Zed admitted it and then asked him back, "Right, that is the only thing you want, isn't it?" Eddie didn't answer directly but instead asked, "How did you know that?" With that settled, he asked him, "You can remember everything after just one look, right?" Eddie chuckled, hesitating vaguely. "I am quite smart, but don't jump to conclusions just yet." Having said that, he flipped the page while staring at Zed. Zed nodded once, as if he understood the man's word. Then he noticed the book in Eddie's hand and the few books stacked on the table. After a moment of thought, Zed made a judgment. "It seems you like reading, but there's only one book here. That means you throw away everything you've finished reading." Eddie gave a dry laugh and asked him, sharp eyes, "So what else can you guess?" Zed made a firm statement, "You are interested in the deal." Hearing this, Eddie looked at him suspiciously. At this point, Zed analyzed his gestures and actions more carefully. "I could tell from your posture, you've turned your body toward me." Eddie was stunned, finding it hard to believe. Finally, he raised his hands as if surrendering, laughing as he agreed to his proposal. "Fine, I'll listen to what you have to say. Investing that much time seems reasonable enough." Zed sat up straight, his voice deep and eerie as he made his request. "What I want is everything about Arahan. I need specific information about my brother." Eddie became a bit excited upon hearing this, leaning toward him as he commented, "Is this due to a civil war? Information can be money, weapons, and sometimes a shield." Having said that, he asked Zed, "But you missed the most important part. What information will you use to pay for this?" Zed crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, saying seriously, "Information that you don't know yet." Eddie wasn't very satisfied with this answer. He stubbornly insisted on finding out. I won't know until I hear it. Because, as you can see, I know almost everything." But Zed kept a straight face and refused to reveal even a single word. "I won't tell you either." Eddie heard this and got annoyed, stubbornly asserting, What kind of deal is this? Your information could be completely worthless." Zed remained calm and asked him back, "The same applies to me. When it comes to Arahan, don't I know more than you?" Eddie laughed mockingly. "Ridiculous. You're the one who came to me out of fear." Zed noticed the rhythmic tapping of Eddie's fingers on the armrest, realizing he was wavering between compromising and not. He decided to use the push-pull technique, saying indifferently, "I also came here thinking perhaps I would find what I didn't know. But if you don't accept this deal, then forget it." After saying this, he didn't say anything more, just stared at Eddie's rhythmic finger tapping, which was gradually becoming more rushed. "The foundation of a deal is knowing what the other side wants. I understand you well, while you know nothing about me. An eccentric obsessed with information. Should I apply a bit more pressure?" With that thought, he dropped a bland comment. "It seems you're not interested in the deal, so I'm leaving." Then he stood up and decisively walked away. Eddie was quite surprised by Zed's action, but he still didn't say a word, just stared at the back of the boy as he left. Zed walked step by step, thinking to himself, "It's fine not to make the deal right now. Thanks to the 3 Kinzura brothers, I was able to meet him early and save time. Anyway, he'll be the one to initiate contact first, so there's no need to rush." Thinking of this, he confidently smirked. Suddenly, someone came up behind him and politely said, "Pardon me, young master." It turned out to be the 3 Kinzura assassin brothers. They all bowed to him in unison, and the captain was the first to speak. He said gratefully, "Thanks to the holy water you bestowed upon us, our youngest brother recovered immediately. This doesn't seem like ordinary holy water. Thank you very much." The one next to him added sincerely, "Thank you for keeping your promise." The captain said remorsefully, "I am truly ashamed that I didn't trust you just because you were a noble." Zed glanced at them and reminded them seriously, "Even among the nobility, there are good people from time to time. I am not someone who breaks his word." Hearing this, the 3 Kinzura brothers were moved to tears. The captain said emotionally, "I have never met a noble like you, young master. If it were any other noble, I'm afraid they wouldn't have bothered with the life of our youngest brother." The one next to him, voice choking, carefully asked, "If it is not too disrespectful, may I ask your name?" Zed answered concisely, Zed Arahan." The 3 Kinzura brothers bowed down simultaneously and said sincerely, "Thank you, sir. I will remember this for the rest of my life, young Master Zed." Zed didn't say anything more. As he turned away, his heart stirred. perhaps I also once harbored prejudices against assassins. They have deep bonds and loyalty that prevent them from betraying their comrades. Perhaps they are better people than I thought. Thinking of this, his eyes became slightly teary. Zed bowed his head slightly in silence. Regaining his composure, he turned back to look at them. Seeing the three Kinzura brothers still bowing, he thought in surprise, they're still bowing. Then he asked them, "You are the Kinzura, right?" Hearing his question, all three raised their heads. The captain spoke on their behalf. "Ah, yes, people still call us that." Zed calculated in his mind, 4th rank. For assassins, that's no small achievement. And there are 3 of them. If I turn them into my men, they would be very useful for the internal power struggles later on. Thinking that, he told them briefly, "You guys follow me." Not understanding what he meant, all 3 Kinzura assassin brothers were confused and blankly uttered, "Huh." Returning to Eddie's room, Zed sat up straight and looked at him seriously. Eddie crossed his arms and looked back at him, asking mockingly, "Back again, are you?" Deep inside, he thought confidently, of course. For someone like you, putting on a tough act is useless. Information about your brothers is your lifeline, isn't it? However, out loud, he still used a teasing tone to ask Zed, "So, what brings you here? You looked like you didn't care and walked away just a moment ago." Zed got straight to the point. "I want to buy the 3 Kinzura brothers." Eddie expected him to follow the script he had just imagined and quickly said, right, a person who needs my information." But after collecting himself and hearing exactly what Zed said, he sat up straight. Kicking the table, he shouted, "What?" Zed seriously offered his negotiation terms. "I will pay with information." Eddie waved his hand, adjusting his glasses while stopping him from speaking. "No, wait." Then he pointed at the 3 Kinzura assassin brothers, asking Zed in surprise, "You came back here for those guys, not to get information about your brothers." Zed said coldly, "I don't need information about my own brothers. No matter how I think about it, it would be a huge loss." Hearing this, Eddie frowned and asked him back, "A loss?" At that moment, the hand he had on the table tightened into a fist. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became strangely quiet, with only the sound of the fire crackling in the fireplace. After a while, Eddie laughed and said, "Fine." He argued seriously, "You want those Kinzura guys. The problem is they are captains in my organization, and I am the leader." Zed didn't change his expression, firmly stating, "I am ready to pay any reasonable price." Eddie said in a challenging tone, "Then the reasonable price I'm thinking of will be much more expensive than you think." Zed asked him calmly, "So what kind of price are you thinking of?" Eddie stated his request directly, "Everything you have experienced since leaving the detention camp, how you escaped from that place, and what you did afterward. I need at least that much information." He thought excitedly, "Money isn't important. Just satisfying my curiosity is information of sufficient value. The return of the Arahan young master who was abandoned in the detention center is enough to stir my curiosity, but since you have to reveal the shameful parts of yourself, it won't be easy for you to say." As if he understood Eddie's thoughts, Zed let out a sigh and commented indifferently, "Your tolerance is lower than I thought." Insulted by his words, Eddie jumped up, kicked his chair, and shouted loudly, "What? My tolerance is low, me?" Ignoring his anger as he strode toward him, Zed calmly teased him, "I thought you would ask for something more spectacular. People only live within their own limits." Eddie walked up to Zed, grabbed his collar, and hissed through gritted teeth in fury, "You bastard, I've been holding back." He unleashed a long rant at Zed. "Damn it. Do you think you're so great? You bastard, you were born into a prestigious family, have no talent, but were gifted with good blood." Hearing what he said, Zed didn't change his expression, just stared at him without saying a single word. Eddie complained restlessly, "If you keep spouting nonsense with that big mouth of yours." But suddenly, when he looked into the boy's glowing red eyes, he stopped mid-sentence. Zed's crimson eyes were faintly lighting up. Eddie subconsciously loosened his grip, thinking in fear, "What is that look?" The 3 Kinzura assassin brothers saw the tension between the two and worriedly shouted to intervene, "Leader, please stop. He is the heir of Arahan." After regaining his composure, Eddie let go of Zed, cleared his throat, and said politely, "My apologies, I was a bit agitated." He stepped back, trembling as he asked him, "Then what terms would you like to set, my lord?" Zed asked him, "Who is standing before you?" Eddie answered honestly, You are the heir of Arahan." Then he flustered and babbled, "No, you just apologized, sir. Was I in the wrong?" Zed crossed his arms, looked at him seriously, and manipulated him with a long spiel. "That's right, Arahan. If it were me, I would have thought about using the nobility from the start. Now is the right time for that." Eddie didn't understand what he was saying and asked blankly, "Using them? How should I do that? Are you telling me to use you?" Zed continued in a low, deep voice, "I know you have an obsession with information, but the information you can get from the shadows is limited." Eddie shyly admitted, That is unavoidable. There's nothing I can do, sir." Seeing that he still didn't understand his intention, Zed sighed, helplessly complaining, "You still don't get it." Eddie was even more confused and urged, "No, you haven't actually told me anything yet, sir." Zed looked straight into his eyes with his glowing red eyes and ordered, "Stop hiding in the shadows. Step out into the light. I will help you." Even so, Eddie's will still resisted as he panicked. "Impossible. You don't know what you're talking about." Zed continued to manipulate him, painting a beautiful, promising picture for him. "I will provide you with a building in a good location to open a detective agency. Since nobles are the ones who run the world, you must deal with them to get more information, right?" Hearing this, Eddie hurriedly retorted, "No, don't think I can't rise just because I lack money. Commoners cannot buy and sell buildings." Zed stated his plan seriously. "The owner of the building will be me, not you. You will be the tenant running the business there." Eddie blankly shouted, "What?" He half proposed, half asked him, "And I will send the Arahan Magic Corps to ensure security. Is that not enough?" Note, the Magic Corps is the elite force of magic families, equivalent to the Knight Order of Knight families. Eddie let out an "ah." As Zed stood up, he negotiated with him. "I am asking you to become my partner. I will help you achieve what you want in the light, and you will give me information in return. We will help each other. How wonderful that would be." Deep inside, Eddie was moved. He drifted into imagining the future, thinking half happily, half suspiciously, I can get the information I need, and I would also have members of the Magic Corps. Can I really believe this? Thinking that, he hesitated and asked Zed, "Really? Will you really provide the building and also assign members of the Magic Corps?" He confidently emphasized, "Truly, I don't break my word." At the same time, the three Kinzura brothers behind him nodded in agreement. Eddie was still conflicted. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Great events always happen among the nobility, while information from beggars is mostly trivial. If he even assigns members of the Magic Corps there. Thinking of this, he ambitiously told himself, "This is truly a massive diamond barrier. I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity." Eddie immediately changed his attitude, took Zed's hand, and flatteringly agreed, "Very well, I will cooperate with you." Zed smiled sinisterly, gave a word of praise, and then asked him, "Good, your thinking is correct. But you know that a deal always requires a deposit first, right?" Hearing this, Eddie asked him dreamily, "A deposit?" Zed calmly reminded him, "Information about my brothers and the three Kinzura brothers." Eddie was stunned and stammered, not knowing what to say. He smiled brightly, his glowing red eyes looking directly into his eyes again, and asserted calmly, "That is the deposit you need to provide." After traveling for some time, Zed let out a sigh of relief, finally. Before them was the Arahan mansion. Seeing his slightly pale complexion, Ryu asked with concern, "Zed, you didn't sleep well last night, did you? Are you okay?" Zed couldn't help but tease, "You're not much better yourself, Ryu." He laughed sheepishly, "I was just too excited." Meanwhile, he silently thought, "I stayed up all night memorizing all the information I received from Eddie. Every single piece of content written down is shocking enough to make anyone freeze. The allied forces of my brothers in the city, the expenditure books, and even the personal information of their servants. I still can't understand how or where he collected all of this. If I give him wings, he will soar even higher. Truly, this is very reassuring." As for now, the only thing left is to buy time to get stronger within Arahan's territory, while also surviving the internal power struggles of my brother. Zed understood clearly, today is truly critical for that. How I handle things today will completely change my status. Because of that, he ordered, "Let's go in." Many strange characters were carved onto the pillars inside the mansion. Soldiers were always standing guard at the gate to prevent strange forces from outside from storming in. Seeing the group approach, the guard shouted loudly, "Stop, dismount and state your name." When he saw clearly, the guard recognized, "You are young Master Zed. We have already received notification beforehand." Zed nodded in confirmation. "I have returned by order of the head of the family. Lead the way." However, the guard stopped him. "Wait, these people behind you cannot enter." He stepped up to vouch for them. "They are my companions. I will guarantee their status." But the guard did not accept. "I apologize, but outsiders cannot enter without permission from the head of the family." That attitude made Zed choke with anger. Damn it. A mess right from the first step. There is a way to force my way in, but he understood the big picture very well. Breaking the law within Arahan's territory was not a wise choice. So Zed had to give up. "Sir, please wait for a moment. I will be back shortly." The old man urged him, "Don't worry about us. Focus on taking care of yourself first." At the same time, the old man expressed his concern. "An old man's intuition isn't always reliable, but I have a bad feeling about this." Zed reassured him, "Don't worry, nothing is going to happen." He then entrusted them with the task. "Kinzura, I'm counting on you." Seeing that everything was arranged, the guard urged him, "Let's go, young master, the family head is waiting." Zed didn't dwell on it. "Lead the way," he said, while whispering to himself that he was shouldering a great responsibility. Therefore he told himself, I need to keep a clear head, don't get stressed. I've prepared as much as I possibly can. Zed understood the core issue. What drives a mage is pragmatism, so he should just focus on that. Perhaps I accidentally ended up in Arahan's body, but from now on, I need to act meticulously as an Arahan to survive without making any mistakes. Because as everyone knows, the seventh son of Arahan is a mage who values pragmatism. I must play this role and win the heart of the family head. Finally, despite his reluctance, Zed had to face the music as the doors to the family head's room opened. He coldly ordered, "Come in, youngest son." Before him, the family head sat on a high seat, evaluating him with a sharp gaze. Zed knelt, bowing his head respectfully. "Greetings, family head." He whispered to himself, "Stop trembling, body." He pretended not to see Zed trembling, asking indifferently, "How does it feel to return to the family after all this time?" Zed reported the situation. "It is exactly the same as before." The family head was puzzled. "The same as before? What do you mean?" He explained further. "The powerful aura of the family head remains unchanged, and the bone-chilling cold is just the same." As soon as he finished speaking, the man let out a booming laugh. That resounding laughter echoed, causing everything around them to tremble. Zed felt his insides shaking. Just from a laugh, there was such an impact. His ears were ringing and his vision was blurring. The family head looked at him searchingly. "It sounds like you're saying you can actually sense your father's aura." At that moment, he realized he had been a bit careless in saying that. He continued leisurely like a cat playing with a mouse. "How could you possibly fathom the realm of a grand mage?" Zed was so stressed he was breaking out in a sweat, staring fixedly at the family head. Before him stood Zenedin Arahan, one of the only two grand mages of the empire, the man who had slaughtered his own siblings to seize the Arahan throne. Suddenly, Zenedin observed, "You have changed a lot since the last time I saw you. In my memories, you were a weak child." Zed immediately retorted, "The word weak does not befit an Arahan." This answer pleased him greatly. "Exactly, that's right. There is no way my child could be a good-for-nothing who couldn't even sense mana. I heard you have awakened lightning chi." He immediately became alert, waiting to see what Zenedin would mention next. And he questioned, "What do you know about that power?" Zed hesitated before speaking what he knew. "I know it surpasses the 4 existing main attributes." Zenedin was indeed quite surprised, because, in the history of the Arahan, there has never been a precedent for possessing power outside of the fire attribute. "How did you obtain lightning chi?" He hadn't expected to be asked that. The interest in lightning chi was beyond his predictions. Zed thought for a moment before answering, "I don't think it's too surprising, as the Arahan bloodline has infinite possibilities." This left him skeptical. "Are you not surprised even though you awakened lightning chi?" He replied calmly, "I heard it is a power that perhaps only appears once every 100 years. Not only that, Zed believed that a blessed power like that, naturally, must belong to the Arahan. Upon hearing this, Zenedin laughed heartily once more. He praised him with interest. "You only speak the truth." In his heart, Zed groaned, "Every time he laughs, I feel like my internal organs are twisting. Please stop laughing." Zenedin instructed him cheerfully, "It's been a while since I laughed. I called you here because of the lightning chi. Research and develop it. If you reach a meaningful level, it will be worth more than any other achievement." Now Zed understood his purpose, so in the end he wanted to turn this rare power called lightning chi into part of his own success. Even the youngest son who barely survived and returned was someone he wanted to exploit. Anyway, consider it lucky. If he still wanted something, he wouldn't kill him right away. He respectfully accepted the order. "I will follow your command, family head." Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Zenedin brought up the issue he was worried about. "But before that, I must address your misconduct." He interrogated him. "I ask you, are you unaware that the slave trader DeVito was connected to our family?" He replied calmly, "I am aware." This attitude infuriated Zenedin. "And yet, you executed that slave trader, and you even used those despicable Bahal people to do it." Based on that attitude, Zed determined that this lunatic was showing his true nature. "Right, the real game starts now." He calmly explained, "I did nothing to harm the family. Slave traders are the kind of people who eventually need to be eliminated." The man stared intently, waiting to see how Zed would finish. Seeing Zenedin had calmed down, he continued to justify himself. "Because they go against the Emperor's goals, I thought they would harm the family in the long run." Hearing this, he judged, "Your words are contradictory. Slave traders bring long-term, immense profit. They will drain the resources of the South." This was exactly what Zed had been waiting for. He had anticipated this. Now he needed to persuade him by choosing words that would please the family head. After careful consideration, he spoke. "Family head, I believe that within pragmatism, there is illegitimate profit and legitimate profit." This did not please Zenedin. "Are you saying profit from slave trading is illegitimate? Ridiculous. Profit is just profit. Zed reassured himself. I'm 15 years old now, so I'm acting as stubborn as a 15-year-old would, so Zenedin will judge it as a mistake a young person might make. So he stubbornly held his ground. Why must the head family of the empire accept dirty money? The Arahan should only have the most brilliant gold coins, even if they are the same type of currency. He remained silent for a moment before concluding, such sophistry, and continued to probe. Very well, then why did you accept help from the Bahal? Even if you are young and foolish, you must know the Bahal are our family's enemies. Zed patiently recounted. The Bahal came according to the Emperor's decree. Our paths just happened to coincide. I did not accept their help. By now, Zenedin was losing patience. Do you dare to lie to me? You accepted the Bahal's invitation and were even gifted a white horse, yet you say you didn't accept help. He clenched his fists, his voice full of grievance. Family head, I don't understand the situation very well. He was confused. What? Zed refuted the statement. I was kidnapped, not invited, and I displayed the pride of the Arahan before the family head of the Bahal family, and I brought back spoils of war from the enemy's den, not gifts. At the same time, he asked bitterly, then why does father rebuke me instead of rewarding me? He proactively mentioned the gift Zenedin had spoken of. They lost the white horse they considered their exclusive property to me. Not only that, Zed argued. Furthermore, the very act of an Arahan riding a Bahal white horse further raises the reputation of our family, does it not? In his heart he prayed, believe it, please believe it. Zed, at 15, truly thought this event was worthy of praise. It seemed as if, with just one glance, he had seen through Zed's intention. For that reason, Zenedin threatened, youngest son, don't try to deceive me with your smooth tongue. Zed's inner world was in total panic. Damn it. He glared at Zed. Don't try to deceive me with your smooth tongue. Seeing that, he was stressed. Damn it, it's not working on him. At this moment, Zenedin added, if you lie to me one more time, you will pay the price for those lies. Before his astonished expression, he continued, however, you aren't entirely wrong regarding being praised rather than rebuked. You have presented a point that makes sense. By now, Zed was astonished and confused. He knows I'm lying to him, yet he's letting it go. Why? Finally, he ended the conversation. Very well, let's end this conversation here. Now, tell me what you want. His face at that moment was still stunned, unable to react in time. Zenedin asked, what is it? Speak clearly about what you desire. Zed thought to himself, this is hard to fathom, but all right, there are things I need to take from here. Then he spoke up. I want to receive the entire operating budget that should have been transferred to my minor estate by now. He added, additionally, grant permission for the people I brought earlier to enter the estate, and finally, bestow upon me Manhwa members just like my other siblings. He heard this and replied, those members will be designated by you, but from that point on, managing them will be entirely your responsibility. Zed quickly replied, yes, I understand. He thought, the Manhwa members initially maintained neutrality, but as soon as they were assigned to my estate, my siblings would start interfering. There will even be traitors. I guess this is what he meant when he said managing them is my responsibility, maintaining and protecting my own people. Zenedin said, and as for the people you brought, you mean the old man, the 3 dirty assassins, and the beggar siblings, correct? Zed responded respectfully, that is correct. As you must know, the old man is lacto-cherval. The siblings will serve as my butlers, and I intend to use the assassins as my errand runner. Hearing this, he rested his chin in his hand and speculated. Cherval will not be permitted to enter. He is a traitor to the empire and will be immediately arrested and sent to the royal palace. He frowned and thought, he doesn't mean that. If he really wanted to send the old man to the royal palace, he would have done it with the Black Army long ago. He must be testing me, wanting to know how much I really grasp. After a moment of thought, he spoke up. Family head, I would like to ask you one thing. Is the Arahan involved in the treasonous plot of the Cherval family? Upon hearing him say that, he was skeptical. For what reason do you think so? He presented his case calmly. I have learned that the Cherval never traded with the Arahan, but only traded exclusively with the Martin family so. Zenedin burst into laughter. You mean to say I could be bothered by those vermin? Ridiculous. Martin may be the second-ranked of the Motto faction, but he is nothing but a failure, incomparable to even a fraction of the Arahan's power. What reason is there to be wary of a worm that is struggling? He whispered. So that means the Arahan is not involved. Fortunately, it seemed he hadn't brought Lacto into enemy territory. Zed said, in that case, please accept Lacto Cherval. Zenedin bluntly replied, I refuse. A traitor to the empire cannot be brought into the family's land. Zed tried to persuade him. I'm sure you know the truth that they were framed. Therefore, please clear the Cherval family's name. He said, give me a reason to do so. He began to explain. Lacto Cherval is the greatest grandmaster of artifact crafting. Naturally, the Arahan surely must have him. If you accept and clear his name, you will gain a reputation for saving someone who was framed, and at the same time, you can strengthen the family's power. He thought, I don't know the other details, but Zenedine must be pleased that I found and brought Lacto back from the very beginning. That much is obvious. At this, Zenedine seemed satisfied and agreed. Very well, I will accept him, but I will not clear his name. Since you are the one who brought him, you will have to resolve this matter yourself. Zed obeyed. Yes, I will follow your command. He whispered in his heart. Look at that. Zenedine didn't directly intervene. No, actually, this is even better. Because now I can make Lacto entirely my own person, which also gives me an excuse to leave the family's territory. Zenedine said, You may leave now. Zed replied, Yes. He then slowly turned his back and walked away. Behind him, Zenedine's gaze remained fixed on him in contemplation. At that moment, Kali's appeared beside him. He greeted him, family head, captain of the Mahadan, Kali's rule. Zenedine asked, What do you think of him? He looked toward the departing Zed and said, We are thinking the same thing. He is quite suspicious. He continued, It really is suspicious. On the outside, he looks like a child, but on the inside, it's as if. Kali's was also surprised. Even the eldest prince has never been that confident. Zenedine, as if he had predicted Zed's schemes, asked Kali's, Did you see how cunning that brat was when trying to deceive me? Truly a bold one. He wondered, Is that why you left him alone? I thought you would punish him. He recalled Zed's gaze earlier and said with a laugh, It's because of the look in his eyes, desperate for what he wants. He thought to himself, the kind of expression that says he will certainly get what he wants. Talent alone is not enough. In the future, only someone who surpasses even a genius can lead the Arahan. I am very much looking forward to seeing the youngest son's actions in the future. Perhaps I will have to place him on par with the other siblings. Zenedine continued, I must take the youngest child to Yomio, arrange a suitable day. Scene changed to Zed's house. The sky was gray, the trees were bare, and a flock of crows flew about, gloomy and dangerous. Zed's group stood before the dark mansion. Jinju seemed scared when they arrived. Zed patted its head in comfort. Ryu looked at the mansion and said, Cleaning all this up will definitely be exhausting, huh? The three Kinzura assassins said confidently, Sir, please go and rest. We will finish everything here. Zed whispered, No matter how many times I hear them call me sir, I still can't get used to it. Inside, everyone pitched in to clean the mansion. Some were wiping windows, others were sweeping. The three Kinzura assassins worked together to mop the floor until it shone. Outside, Zed was busy wiping the window glass when someone called out, Greetings, young master. He turned around in surprise. Mahadan members, 20 of you. Good. He asked them, How long have you been members? The leader replied, All of us joined the Mahadan recently, within the last 3 months. Zed speculated, Then you must be fifth circle. He replied, Yes, that is correct. He looked at them and thought, slightly disappointed that they were all rookies, but thinking back, it made sense, because the other members had all been recruited by his siblings, leaving only the rookies. He looked at their anxious faces and whispered, It seems everyone thinks something like, We chose the wrong side. He spoke up, Anyway, it's nice to meet you. From now on, let's work well together. He replied, Yes, but what are you doing, young master? Zed replied calmly, Cleaning. The estate is messy, isn't it? He was puzzled. Yes, but why would the young master do it himself? Zed replied calmly, I am cleaning my own house. Do you expect me to just sit still and do nothing? He said, Yes, but for these kinds of things, the young master should order his subordinates. Before he could finish, Zed threw the broom into his hands. By the way, perfect timing, you guys, come here and help out. They were surprised. Yes, even us. Zed turned back. Of course. Aren't you part of this estate now? He wondered, That's true, but how could we? He gave them a contemptuous glare. Oh, so you mean to say you can't do the work I'm doing? I'm truly fed up with this noble commoner act. He stammered, No, sir, we will do it immediately. Zed was furious in his heart. Of course you will, you bastard. He loudly asked, Who here is a water attribute mage? 2 of them raised their hands. Me too. He said, Good, you guys clean the floor with water. They obeyed, Yes. Zed continued asking, Who is a wind attribute mage? Another one raised his hand. I can use wind magic. He ordered, Then you go outside and blow all the dust off the roof. Control your power, don't break anything. At that moment, he used wind magic to blow away the dust, saying with dissatisfaction, I didn't study magic to do chores like this. He growled, Shut up, don't you intend to finish quickly? They were terrified and forced to comply. Understood, sir. After a while of cleaning, the mansion became clean, beautiful, and shiny like new. From the outside, it looked very spacious and clean, like a high-rise building. Zed divided the rooms for everyone. Liu and Lisa, you two can use this room, and Elder, you take the other room. Lisa was happy and jumped for joy. Brother, our room is wonderful. Lacto Chervil said, It's too luxurious for an old man like me. Suddenly, Ryu asked, Zed, by the way, is there anything to eat? Only then did he remember. Ah, that's right. I was so busy cleaning I almost forgot. Ryu said, I searched the entire kitchen, and as expected, there is nothing to eat. The food we have is completely insufficient. What should we do? Zed stood with his arms crossed in thought. I didn't expect to be worried about food in the house of a noble family. Should we go into the city? At this hour? Isn't it a bit late? Ryu said dejectedly. How annoying, everyone must be hungry. And Zed just stood with his arms crossed, eyes closed, not saying anything. Then he spoke up. The closest place is Tunda's estate, right? The Mahadan leader replied. Yes, that's right, but… He was curious. Don't tell me you intend to go to young Master Tunda's place. Zed asked without hesitation. Is there any reason I shouldn't go? He said, yes, it would be better to find another way. A brother who hasn't been invited showing up at another brother's estate is no different from a declaration of war. Zed was smug. Really? That's perfect. In any case, I was intending to confront him right away. Scene changed to Tunda's villa, where his shouting could be heard. Don't you know I hate the smell of onion? He shoved the plate of food, scattering it onto the floor. Why do you keep bringing this garbage to me? Two maidservants quietly bowed to clean up the mess. Tunda continued to scold them. You guys, don't you even bother to answer when I speak. Should I kill you right now? Grace brought food and said calmly, Young master, these are your servants. You must treat them with kindness. The butler of Tunda Arahan, Grace Monet. He spoke loudly. It's because you're lenient and let them slide that they've become this arrogant. Grace, teach them a proper lesson. Tunda Arahan. She continued gently. In that case, young master, you shouldn't be picky. If you only eat what you like, your health will decline. Tunda was aggrieved. But I still hate onions. If you bring that thing to me again, I will kill those bastards. Grace thought helplessly. Trying to cater to this brat is truly a pain. Have the illusions faded? I'll have to cast a stronger one tonight. Suddenly, a servant ran in panicked. Ms. Grace, there is a big problem. She turned back annoyed. What is it? The servant explained. Outside, young Master Zed is here. Hearing this, Grace slammed her hand on the table angrily. What? He came at this hour without any invitation. This is a declaration of war. Assemble all members immediately. How many guys are with him? The servant replied hesitantly. Young Master Zed is alone. Outside, Zed was riding Jinju, approaching with a confident expression. The servant was so flustered he stammered. That is, young Master Zed is by himself. Obviously, she didn't believe it. Alone, are you sure? Being grilled, the servant became even more confused. Well, he is outside right now. Just then, Zed walked in, startling everyone in the room. He appeared friendly, having dinner. Zed then leisurely walked toward the dining table, ignoring the numerous guards surrounding him. Suddenly, he scolded, Look at these people. They don't even bother to greet me when they see me. A guard summoned his courage and stepped forward. Good evening, young Master Zed. By the way, what brings you here today? Zed targeted a specific person. You must be Grace, the housekeeper here, right? Seeing her just standing there blankly, he said coldly, no intention of greeting me. Despite being singled out, Grace remained silent, standing there without reaction. She thought disdainfully, what makes this guy so confident? He's just a snot-nosed kid. However, Grace quickly realized this aura. A wave of doubt rose within her. Don't tell me they brought him back after he unlocked his mana. Zed continued leisurely, so that's how it is. Still refusing to greet me. Seeing that he wouldn't give up, Grace fell into a state of awkwardness. Finally, on the surface, she had to compromise. I am Grace Monet, young Master Tunda's housekeeper. Internally, however, she was fuming. Damn it, I'm someone with real power in this house, yet I have to bow to this half-baked fool. Just when she thought it was over, Zed criticized. Acting like you have power makes you arrogant, doesn't it? Freely releasing your aura and all that. As soon as he finished, she stood frozen by what she had just heard. Grace secretly realized he is no longer the easy target he used to be. What the hell happened? Her mind was filled with questions. Not only did he come alone, but what is with that attitude? He must definitely have something to rely on. And Grace saw the light of a badge flicker, the mark of a cleric. Being ignored, Tunda slammed the table in anger. Look at this bastard. Greeting. Don't you greet your own brother? He went on a frantic tirade. Have you lost your mind? Do you even know where you are to come crawling in here? He replied with a long, weary sigh. I have nothing to say to you. After all, you're just a puppet anyway. Insulted, Tunda flew into a rage. What? A puppet? And you just spoke to me without any honorifics. Zed couldn't be bothered. What does it bother you? He admitted. Of course it does. I am your brother. Feeling his authority challenged, Tunda immediately issued a challenge. Fine, coming here is essentially a declaration of war, isn't it? He even boasted, I just learned a new piece of magic. I have to try it on you. Then you'll naturally call me brother. She immediately intervened. Young master, please stop. Tunda snapped. Stay out of this, Grace. I will teach this insolent younger brother a lesson. However, Grace remained firm. I told you to stop. He couldn't understand it. Why? Why are you doing this? You heard him speak to me without honorifics. He even mocked me, calling me a puppet. She kept holding Tunda's arm. Young master, please. I will explain everything later, so for now, please just stand still. At the same time, she bowed to him. I apologize. I apologize on behalf of the young master for this rudeness. Zed smiled. At least the housekeeper knows her place. Grace advised him to restrain himself because she knew well that a guarantee from a cleric was effectively a guarantee from the emperor. If there were any issues with his status, an investigator would be dispatched to Arahan according to imperial law. Even more seriously, if an investigator set foot on the family's land, her own mana would be constricted. That is how much the head of Arahan detested the emperor. Because of this, Grace had to find a way to deal with it. I can't take direct action against him. It's best to just see him off peacefully. She asked politely, Young Master Zed, what brings you here? He mocked, interesting. For a common housekeeper, you have big dreams. She ignored him. Please state your purpose. Zed didn't hesitate to say, fine. My mansion is currently out of food, so I want you to share some. Grace ordered wearily, bring all the remaining meat and bread out here. The servant accepted the task. Yes, Lady Grace. Seeing him preparing to leave, she asked suspiciously, so your business here is done. He replied easily, that's all for today. Just when she thought it was over, Zed added, but starting from tomorrow, we will be seeing each other quite often. Grace gritted her teeth, silently cursing, damn you, just wait and see, Zed Arahan. The spoils of war were filled with delicious food, meat, cheese, and even fruit. At this moment he assigned tasks. Earth attribute mages, dig a pit. Fire attribute mages, start a fire. They responded in unison, yes, understood. Looking at the golden, fragrant grilled meat, everyone salivated. How long has it been since we had an outdoor barbecue like this? Isn't this the first time since coming to Arahan? They chatted while grilling meat. Right, there's an implied ban on something. Come on, starting a fire to grill meat is a knight's culture. For us mages, it's considered taboo. Seeing Zed approach, the captain was startled. I'm sorry, we spoke out of turn. To their surprise, he was interested in something else. Is it really forbidden for mages to grill meat outdoors? The captain confirmed confusedly. Knights expend a lot of energy, so they can eat meat anywhere. He was skeptical. So you can't eat this delicious food just because it's knight culture, he thought to himself. What ridiculous nonsense. I've never heard of that. I barely ever played mage character. Hearing Zed say that, the captain was bewildered. Aren't they inherently barbaric? We, as noble mages. He didn't answer immediately but reminded them, so you guys aren't planning to eat. They hurriedly replied, what? Oh no, it's not like that, but that attitude annoyed Zed. Everyone lives such tiring lives. Just eat whatever you want. Why worry about such trivial things? Furthermore, he decreed, from now on, don't pay attention to those implied rules or taboos around here. At least at my mansion, I don't care about those things. Do what you want, eat what you like. As long as you do your jobs well, I won't nitpick. That open-minded philosophy left everyone with their jaws dropped. Zed only needed everyone to be happy. Looks like it's done. Let's eat. Everyone was excited, yes. He calculated internally, strike while the iron is hot. Since I declared war last night, I must push forward relentlessly. Zed acted quickly. The next morning, the man was clinging to the door for dear life. Oh no, you can't. This building is the only property my father left me. He replied with a show of sympathy. I know the paperwork is in your name, but the true owner is Tunda. Zed made that move because he knew that the Arahan family rarely bought property under their own name, as even a simple investigation could reveal it to the other brothers, and he intended to exploit exactly that. The knight slammed the table and threatened, if we keep the young master waiting any longer, we won't escape his wrath. Is this even just a simple real estate transaction? Zed admitted internally, yes, this is not just a regular property sale. This is an alarm signal for a power struggle. The man tried to resist. I don't have the papers. Young Master Tunda naturally has them. He was just waiting for that. I have already prepared for that. He demanded, sign here, as long as there is a sales contract. Notarization at the town hall is fine. I will pay double the value of the building and guarantee your life. The conditions were generous. However, if you don't sign, you will die here. Although tempting, the man hesitated. Do you really guarantee my life? Zed assured him. I always keep my word. I swear it in the name of Arahan. The man let out a sigh and put down the pen. I've signed. He felt exhilarated. Good. From today on, I am the owner of this building. Immediately afterward, at the NECA Town Hall office, the documents were delivered. Here is the sales contract. The owner of the Warren Beauty building has confirmed it. Zed waited leisurely. Will you process the notarization right away? He decided. Since this is a legal transaction, there shouldn't be any problems. Once the remaining amount is paid. He applauded. The system is truly wonderful. The person Zed went to meet was Mayor NECA, Douglas Hooper, who highlighted the advantages of the town hall office. Yes, the property certificate is the same. Because there are so many thefts, we need a dual management system so no one is disadvantaged. Hearing that boasting, he muttered to himself, someone will be disadvantaged, truly disadvantaged because of this transaction. Douglas Hooper probed, but young Master Zed is quite special. That remark made Zed wonder, special in what way? He recounted, usually the heirs of Arahan do not buy property under their own names. Do you not know the reason? He nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I know, but that is not important to me. Because Zed thought there is no reason to create loopholes by using an agent. Just then there was a commotion outside. Let me go. Do you know who I am blocking my path? Get out of the way. Sure enough, just as predicted, the person being disadvantaged was here. Grace stormed into the mayor's room. Douglas Hooper immediately criticized. Grace, do you not know that mana usage is forbidden here? She retorted, ridiculous. Isn't it the mayor himself who is breaking the law? Zed stood up with skepticism. Law? Grace questioned. Do you ask because you don't know? That building belongs to young Master Tunda. She persistently pressed, do you expect me to sit silently and take this betrayal? He dismissed it. I don't know what you're talking about. The owner of the building is listed as Warren Beatty. Grace furiously demanded, you are making a big mistake. How do you intend to deal with the consequences? Are you so confident? Zed replied slowly, you are the one who is wrong. What makes you speak so loudly? Do you not understand the situation? She threatened him as the housekeeper for young Master Tunda and a mage of the Monet family. I promise you this. You will definitely pay for today's actions. He laughed mockingly. Now you're threatening me. I will also warn you. At the same time, Zed emphasized, whether it's revenge or gratitude, I will return it tenfold. Don't forget the motto of the Arahan family. If you touch me, you will lose everything. Zed and Eddie, along with the three rooster-haired mercenaries, stopped in front of a large villa. Eddie reached up to nudge his glasses and exclaimed, is this truly your home, sir? Zed, standing behind him, could only smile helplessly. That's right, and from now on, it will also be your place of operation. Eddie turned around abruptly and laughed with delight. Honestly, I had some doubts, but I didn't expect everything to be handled so quickly. Your willpower is even more surprising than I thought. He held out a piece of paper right in front of him. Here, take it. Zed took it and looked closely, then asked puzzledly, what is this? He explained immediately. This is the list of mages currently hiding in Nek. He looked up at him with a surprised expression. Mages? Why so suddenly? Eddie asked back with an indifferent face, do you not need a mentor? His gaze suddenly turned pensive, looking serious about the matter. Becoming stronger is the lifelong goal of Arahan, isn't it? Or did I guess wrong? Eddie then got straight to his point. As far as I know, you still don't have a suitable mentor. Zed stared at the paper, rubbing his chin in thought. A mentor. It's not like I haven't thought about that. Then he offered a friendly smile, waving the paper in his hand. Thanks for the concern. Eddie seemed very calm. No need. The stronger you are, the better it is for me. We are business partners, aren't we? Zed looked back at the paper and discovered something. By the way, there isn't a single name I recognize in here. Of course, then he asked for his opinion. Then, out of these, who do you think is worth me choosing? Eddie stared with a cold face and pointed straight at his name, asserting, definitely number 1. He was a bit surprised, Krangutra. Eddie held a book to his side and calmly evaluated. Yeah, actually, there's no need to look any further. Haven't you heard of the Gutra family? But he was quite interested, so he kept looking at the paper. No, this is the first time I've heard of the powerful people in the shadows he mentioned. The Gutra family used to be very famous mercenaries in the West. He just hummed coldly. That was a long time ago. Zed looked straight at him and asked, a mage working as a mercenary, that arrogant type of mage. Eddie patiently explained the issue. Honestly, for a small to medium-sized family, there is no better way to make money than working as a mercenary. It's just that their reputation in the eyes of the public is truly insane. Suddenly, the mercenary in the middle interrupted their conversation. I've also heard of the Gutra family. There's even a rumor that one Gutra is worth more than hearing a regular group of mercenaries, right? Eddie caught the signal from behind, turned his attention to it, and responded with agreement. That's right. Their actual ability is very strong, and because of that, their hearing price is also extremely expensive. That's why only wealthy nobles dare to invite. Zed rubbed his chin, his pensive gaze lingering on the paper in his hand. A mage, but working as a mercenary. Suddenly, a large, old stack of documents dropped onto the table. You have learned many things from Gutra. Honestly, you are not an ordinary mage. Eddie sat calmly, shaking his leg on the chair, and said loudly, the beggar said, they fight extremely well now. His expression didn't seem very reasonable, and his demeanor was also a bit hesitant. If they used to work as mercenaries, they must have accumulated countless different experiences. Eddie appeared knowledgeable and asserted, of course. Perhaps they are even proficient in reconnaissance and assassination, and survival skills trained through enduring all kinds of hardship. Eddie rested his hands on the table, crossed his legs, and laughed calmly. As I see it, they are truly the perfect choice to be your mentor. Compared to Krangutra, there's no need to look at anyone else. Zed held out the paper in his hand and raised an issue. But why did you write down so many candidates? At this moment, he felt a bit of apprehension, speaking with a stutter, actually it's. Elsewhere, a strong punch landed against the wall. Tundra appeared with flaming eyes of anger, speaking through gritted teeth. That bastard. I will definitely kill him. Does he dare to touch my building without knowing who I am? Then he saw Grace standing to one side and immediately vented his anger. Grace, what did you do to let the situation end up like this? Tunda still couldn't overcome his anger, continuously shouting, do you know how much money that building brought in? Wasn't it you who said we needed money to expand our power? She felt such a headache that she winced. Young Master Tunda. He was still frustrated, blaming her while Grace had stood up. You were the one who said that, Grace. Grace, in her polite outfit with a serious look, stepped closer step by step, while her body was surrounded by killing intent. Young Master Tunda, look me straight in the eye. Her pupils changed to a purple color, emitting a bit of purple smoke that spread in the air. In front of her chest, just outside her clothes, dark purple vapors were being emitted. Her hands were also wide open, as if holding those vapors. Grace's two hands, following the trail of dark mist, pressed against Tunda's head, causing him to stop abruptly. His gaze gradually became vacant. He lost consciousness, and his eyes slowly closed. Grace kept her two hands pressed against his face, her eyes widening as she issued a warning. Stay quiet for a moment, you little brat. The expression on his face suddenly changed, suddenly sad and docile. I apologize. At this, Grace turned and left with two black eyes. Let me think. She seemed very tired. Grace leaned her body against the chair and lamented, how can I kill Zed? She played around while looking toward the puppet Tunda, who had lost consciousness and walked toward her. We will have to use the young master's slush fund. You will give it to us, right? Tunda looked as if he were under a spell, obediently agreeing to the proposal. However much Grace wants is fine. She raised her hands into the air, then laughed cruelly. Good. With that money, I will have to buy some extremely expensive people. Just in case I get caught, I will also use magic to seal my own mouth. Tunda, standing beside her, also spoke slowly. Yeah, okay, I trust Grace. Grace happily reached out to stroke his hair and even praised, Tunda is cute. Her gaze suddenly turned dark. Grace gave a strange, ambiguous, eerie smile. Look, isn't he adorable when he's obedient? In front of a magnificent, tall palace, a polite butler bowed to welcome them. Welcome to the Rivera Hotel, the best place in Nekka. It is a great honor to receive you here. Zed managed to talk to him and asked directly, I am here because I am looking for someone. The butler also replied enthusiastically, is that so? If you go to the information desk, they will assist you diligently. So after that, Zed just walked inside, but when Eddie tried to follow, he was blocked by a hand. It was the butler who stopped him. He refused firmly. I apologize, you cannot go in there. He was so surprised he turned to ask, I'm with them too. The butler remained firm. Only nobles are allowed to enter our hotel. The butler returned to his initial appearance with glasses and politely asked for understanding. Due to hotel regulations, I hope you understand. Zed turned back to walk toward the two of them but could only say helplessly, there's nothing else we can do. Eddie, you'll have to wait here. He knew it, so he clutched his head in frustration. I can't live with this injustice. A rotten world where only nobles are considered human. Zed also empathized internally, I think so too. The large lobby of the hotel was built wide, and everything around it was golden. Zed stood inside, looking up with a fascinated expression. They truly spent money without regret. Then he approached the reception desk and placed his hand on it, firmly requesting, I want to see the list of people renting rooms. The receptionist also followed the regulations to serve his request. I can give you the list of standard rooms, but according to regulations, I cannot disclose the list of guests in special rooms. Zed heard that and felt a bit annoyed. Regulations again. Zed still stared toward the receptionist. While she was in a hurry, I apologize. I will give you the standard room list right away. He stood there silently, watching with a somber expression, then thought to himself, maybe it's because I just experienced Arahan's free pass that I feel a bit uncomfortable. No, there's nothing else I can do. The receptionist hurried back and forth to find all the information to fulfill his request. The fact that Arahan doesn't make people in Nekka terrified means one of the brothers is the true owner of this hotel. But behind him, something caught his attention. Zed instinctively turned his head to look back. Behind him was a large staircase and the second-floor railing of the hotel. Zed looked around and pondered, with this financial potential, it must be one of the top-tier lords, so I can't rely on the reputation of Arahan to force them. While he was still lost in thought, the receptionist placed a file on the table. This is the list of those staying in standard room. Zed then took the file, flipping through it to examine, not in the standard rooms. I heard he is famous as a mercenary, so he must have a lot of money. His eyes focused as much as possible on the paper, then one hand rubbed his chin in deep thought. Perhaps it's difficult for Eddie to find out anything more besides the fact that Krangatra is staying at this hotel. Somehow, I must find him. While he was quietly focusing, a loud voice suddenly echoed, startling him. Have you ever seen a hotel as stupid as this? The voice grew louder. I ordered Birdie Mountain beef, so why bring out this trash, huh? Upstairs, the employee was still trying to speak politely. Sir, is there something you are not satisfied with? A man who appeared elderly was making a scene up there. What, not satisfied? Bring quality beef to me. Is this really Birdie Mountain beef? Do you nobodies dare to deceive me? Hearing that, the employee upstairs felt awkward. What do you mean, sir? All the beef in our hotel comes from Birdie Mountain. There must be some misunderstanding here. And it was Krangatra, the old man still insisted. Shut up. Do you think I've only been eating beef for a day or two? Do you think I can't tell the difference? Zed heard that voice, could only click his tongue and cursed internally, truly a psychopathic tyrant. But suddenly, at this moment, his two eyes widened. It seemed like Zed had recognized the familiar appearance. No, wait. The thin body and bald head, and Zed recalled Eddie's relaxed, flattering expression and the words he said back then. Because his personality is too eccentric, if I can't recruit him, then I must find someone to replace him, right? Zed slowly walked up each step of the staircase from behind, while the old man was still making a scene. If you still don't bring me the real Birdie Mountain beef, I won't pay the hotel bill. You figure it out yourselves. He was still hesitant, but that's not eccentric, that's arrogance. Krangatra looked back, confused, when he heard a voice from behind, sir. He recognized him and was serious, with an expression of little surprise. I felt a strange aura from somewhere. So it was you, Krangatra. So it was you. Zed, upon hearing that, felt puzzled. Krangatra didn't seem to welcome him, stepped away while complaining. Seeing the face of an Arahan early in the morning, it seems today will be incredibly unlucky. Zed was left alone on the second floor, looking down at his cold face, and was still confused. What is that old man saying? Even if he's crazy, how dare he speak disrespectfully to Arahan? Zed glanced downward, then guessed tentatively. Could it be that he hates Arahan? Just as he stepped down to the main hall, he bumped into Eddie, who was running and speaking in a rush. Zed, did you see that just now? That old man. He is Krangatra. Zed replied immediately. I know already. Eddie saw his weary sigh and guessed. You've met him already. I told you, his personality is very eccentric. Zed then spoke up to clarify Krangatra's personality. That's not eccentricity, it's just irritability. He also found himself fumbling over his words. Recluses and masters usually have a few odd quirks, don't they? So is that person truly unsuitable? If you don't like him, we can find another candidate. Zed rubbed his forehead and sighed in frustration. The other candidates were all mages who had retreated into seclusion, around the 5th or 6th circle. Eddie felt the same. Yeah, they're just typical standard-issue mages. Zed squeezed his eyes shut, the deep lines on his forehead deepening. He felt a sense of annoyance. He kept training and dieting, but his magic stat remained stuck at level 5. I have to find a way, but I'm not the type to just sit in meditation to improve the quality and power of my mana. Then with a sudden burst of movement, Zed turned and bolted forward. I'm going to go insane, I really am. Which way did he go? Dusk had begun to settle. Zed seemed to be walking as he suddenly asked, and hey, he doesn't hold any grudges against the Arahan, does he? Eddie's voice then echoed from behind. Who? What do you mean? Eddie was putting his all into chasing him from behind, panting heavily as he replied. He really is a mysterious figure. If it weren't for the tattoo, I wouldn't have known he belonged to the Gutra family. Zed seemed surprised by one thing, the tattoo on his forehead. He ran while breathing in hot, ragged gasps, his face twisted in exhaustion. Yeah, claws and fangs are the symbols of the Gutra. There he is. After a while, he finally stopped. He had been complaining about the Burtison beef earlier, yet in the end, he was the one eating meat. Suddenly, the image of Tors and those pieces of red beef flashed through his mind. Wait, Tors said he would give me the top-tier Burtison beef that is only supplied to the Bahal family, if I use that to break the ice. By now, Krangatra was enjoying his meal with satisfaction alongside the server. I'm not the type of typical mage who cultivates through meditation. Naturally, the master I need won't be a conventional mage either. Zed's face seemed to drop, his expression less than cheerful. So, let me try talking to him one more time. Of course, I'm really annoyed, but... Zed stepped forward and stopped at a spot. He then approached the table where the old man was sitting and spoke soft. Pardon me, sir, but the old man didn't seem pleased at all, angrily slamming his hand down on the table. Damn it, always ruining my meal. Krangatra turned his face sharply in anger and yelled, Why are you showing your face again? Is someone sending you to collect the hotel bill or something? The old man continued to curse. Damn it, those bastards. Zed's expression shifted. He really didn't like this old man's personality. Breaking the atmosphere, my foot. This guy's personality really is trash. Zed shut his mouth, turned, and left, only glancing back once. Fine, forget the master apprentice thing, I'm out. His eyes suddenly looked up, alert and wary. Zed stood perfectly still when something white shot out from another direction like a missile. In an instant, the eyes of both the boy and the old man widened. With his seasoned reflexes, Krangutra wore a serious look as he lunged to launch a counterattack, blocking the strike right in front of him. The sharp projectiles clattered to the ground. Krangutra seemed angry but remained calm, patting the dust off his hands. What are these? At first, Zed was bewildered, slowly looking toward him with an expression of admiration. From behind him, he suddenly spoke. Did you block them by focusing mana into your fingertips? Krangutra, standing in front, was startled to hear that. Quite a sharp gaze you have there. Then I suppose you could have dodged them too. Zed continued to speak while his eyes remained excitedly focused on the old man's earlier demeanor. Yes, but you acted before I did. He couldn't help but dwell on it in his heart. The truly impressive thing was that he had defended himself without even looking at the dagger, and all while moving in that split second, too. But the old man's attitude remained as cold as ever. Krangutra then reminded him, don't misunderstand. I only did that because it would be troublesome for me if you died while you were with me. The old man raised one eyebrow and cast his eyes in a different direction. But it seems this isn't the situation for idle chatter, is it? Zed didn't let his guard down, looking on with a sharp gaze. The killing intent had become much thicker. But outside, a crowd of civilians and cloaked figures were in chaos. Fight, run for it. A group of soldiers holding swords and wearing black cloaks stood surrounding him and the old man. It seemed grace had made her move. Even then, Krangutra turned to look at him and laughed calmly as if none of it affected him. I was right, wasn't I? I told you they were aiming for you. Zed didn't yield, retorting firmly. I already knew that. Hearing that, the old man burst into laughter. Let me help you out. Zed placed one hand on his shoulder and waved the other around, warming up for the fight. No matter how many of these small fry there are, they're still just small fry. The old man just glanced over and gave him a respectable compliment. An Arahan filled with this much confidence, huh? In his heart, the old man also anticipated, if an Arahan dies right before my eyes, it's going to be a real headache. The old man stood still in the background, watching the boy's back as he stepped forward to fight the group. For now, I'll just stand and watch. If it gets dangerous, I'll step in to help. Seeing him glide past, a few soldiers tried to threaten him. Old man, don't interfere. Get lost before you get hurt. Krangutra just laughed it off as he glided past them. Don't mind me, just do your thing. I couldn't possibly miss a performance this interesting. One of the two soldiers twisted his face in anger. Huh, is he senile? Does he not understand what I said? Krangutra raised one eye and suddenly became serious. The Gutra family. When those soldiers heard that, they stuttered in surprise. Gutra, the legendary Krangutra. Immediately after, he stood there calmly while an entire army of black-cloaked soldiers hurriedly knelt down. We didn't realize it was the Grand Senior. Please forgive our sin. But the old man didn't want to dwell on it. I have never had any juniors like you. All those soldiers, an entire crowd, stared at Krangutra with eyes as bright as car headlights. We are the Atma mercenary group. It is such an honor to meet the legendary senior of the mercenary world. Zed, left stranded in the middle of them, was speechless. Look at these guys. They're really looking down on me. The old man's face suddenly became somewhat provoked, suddenly realizing when he heard the three words mercenary group. You are mercenary. Krangutra stared at the group with an angry gaze, his entire body flaring with killing intent. Since when do mercenaries accept assassination contracts? You aren't mercenaries, you're trash, unable to tell shit from piss. At this moment, those soldiers looked dejected and spoke honestly. Sorry, business has been slow lately, and a big job came our way. We have to look out for our own bellies. But the old man was not one to be easily swayed. Krangutra widened his eyes and roared, shaking the place. That's no excuse. Even mercenaries must consider reason and justice. Those who run errands for money and settle things indiscriminately aren't mercenaries. And so the entire group of people obediently followed along. Sorry, we will carve the senior's teachings deep into our hearts. Zed stood bewildered in the background, constantly evaluating in his head. My God, what kind of nonsensical situation is this? Krangutra turned back with an arrogant smile. At least they know their place. Anyway, since you've already accepted the mission, you have to see it through to the end, right? Zed looked up and saw something that left him confused and feeling a bit strained. Krangutra stood with his hands behind his back, then strictly lectured them, his words sharp and decisive. What's that? Once you've accepted something, pursuing it to the end is also the attitude of a mercenary. I see. Understood. So after this mission, we absolutely will not accept any more assassination contracts. After that, he sat down by the side of the road and waved his hand comfortably. Naturally, that won't do. So just do your jobs, I won't interfere. The group of black-cloaked figures heard that and gripped their swords, eager to kill, aimed at him. Yes. Zed stood in the very center of the circle of mercenaries, looked them over, and chuckled to himself. This situation is just ridiculous. His eyes shifted toward the old man sitting there, flaring with resentment. He isn't even mocking me. And then his body exploded with power as streaks of lightning raced around Zed's body. The blue system screen appeared, spell activated, lightning body. Krangutra, sitting in the back, couldn't help but shift and was surprised to see that form of his. Not fire energy, but lightning energy. Is there someone in the Arahan who awakened lightning energy? The mercenaries, seeing it, seemed to shrink back. What the hell is that? The old man's pupils continuously shifted toward him. That's some quite abnormal energy. Dusk arrived, and from within the large building, a loud call rang out. Sir. From out of nowhere, 3 chicken-headed guys suddenly appeared, blocking right in front of him. One of them turned sharply, asking him full of concern. Sir, are you okay? Zed calmly asked them. How did you know to come here? The chicken-headed guy with a mustache replied immediately. This request was initially relayed to us through the beggars. I guess they didn't know we were following you. The other chicken-headed guy with a dash on his forehead added. As soon as we heard the news, we rushed over. Zed stood there, chin in hand, smirking in understanding. So they intended to hire you. The money probably wasn't small either. They must be furious. A question came from the chicken-headed group. Do you know who that person is? His red eyes suddenly sharpened, sensing a powerful aura. You will know exactly who that is. The mercenaries in front looked pale and worried. Tell us who that is. One mercenary frowned. He immediately and decisively countered. Not revealing the client is the fundamental principle of mercenaries. Zed then casually pulled his trump card. Really, if I drag them here and beat them up, they'll confess one way or another. In his head, he had already made calculations while planning. I already have a certain suspicion. Zed just stood still in one spot and ordered, Go and make those bastards kneel before me. Yes. The 3 chicken-headed guys rushed toward them in a flash. Yes, sir. The numbers were lopsided, but all 3 chicken-headed guys fought viciously. And after that, all 3 of them had weapons in their hands. But their momentum had been driven back. Krangutra at this moment stepped out to block in front of the mercenaries, wearing a smirk. These juniors are done for. You'd better retreat. Don't risk your lives attacking indiscriminately. With your current level, you can't deal with. Zed, standing outside watching, asked directly, Do you intend to interfere? The old man stood casually and provoked him. Even if you torture them, you won't pry a single word from their mouths. His forehead wrinkled, his expression becoming completely serious. I'll handle that. The old man's calm voice then chimed in. These guys are under an illusion spell. Until the spell is lifted, they can't open their mouths even if they want to. Krangutra realized that and teased him. Looks like you're still green, to the point of not seeing through such a crude magic spell. Zed still steadfastly looked at the old man and affirmed one thing. If it is magic, I can dispel it. Krangutra kept his calm demeanor and even extended an invitation. But how about it? Do you want to make a deal with? Zed, in his lightning body form, felt somewhat surprised as he looked directly at him. A deal. Krangutra revealed a greedy face, then admitted, I'm interested in both your lightning chi and your true strength. His facial muscles tightened, and his eyes widened in disbelief when he heard the old man's offer. If you spar with me and manage to defeat me, I will grant what you desire. Dusk turned into night, and right in front of the large hotel, the old man understood the issue. I don't mean defeat me for real. That's impossible. Krangutra smugly opened both his hands, then laughed out loud. Instead, just touching me will count as your win. Isn't that fair? Zed stood there, calmly speaking up, wanting to confirm the most important thing. If I win, will you really give me what I desire? And naturally, the man meant what he said. Yes, do you want to make the agreement? The corner of his mouth suddenly curled into a mischievous smirk. Of course, let's do it right now. Zed clasped his hands together in front of him, ready, and stared intently at Krangutra. I also need to verify this. Zed's gaze grew increasingly serious, his eyebrows furrowing. Is Krang qualified to be my master? The old man's feet moved slightly at this moment. He lifted one foot. Feels refreshing. I like it. In a split second, he was right in Zed's face, right up close. Krangutra suddenly whispered, but isn't this place too narrow to be an arena for sparring? Zed was startled and felt confused when he heard those words from the old man. And just like that, a sudden, powerful explosion occurred right on the spot. The 3 chicken-headed guys rushed over. Sir. Zed was suddenly teleported away, leaving his expression bewildered, his face also calming down. When he stopped, Krangutra, looking back and seeing that expression, spoke. Is this your first time teleporting? The old man calmly tilted his head to look back at him and introduced. This place is outside the city, so don't worry too much. This is a place I often frequent whenever I feel bored. Krangutra raised one eye, let out a laugh, and opened up. In that case, let's begin. Zed hadn't said a word since being teleported. At this moment, he grew even more stressed and focused, preparing to fight. Krangutra stood still, observing Zed. He realized in his heart that the atmosphere had changed in a blink. Zed spoke. I know that only high-level mages, at least 7th circle, can use instant teleportation. Are you 7th circle? The old man laughed loudly. So you're obsessed with trivial things like ranks. Whether mage or knight, they use that as a standard for power, not knowing that it is completely useless. Zed questioned, are you saying rank is unimportant? The old man replied, there are countless things far more important than that. Krangutra said, in a real battle, victory or defeat is not decided by rank. There are countless factors affecting the outcome. The old man extended both his hands and explained. For example, experience from life and death battles, etching those senses deep into your mind, things like that. Zed thought to himself, he's right. He reflected, both Clark and the youngest knight of the battle had circles much higher than mine, so when thinking about it, circles are simply for categorizing power. They cannot be seen as an absolute measure of strength. He smirked, thinking, I didn't expect him to have the same thoughts as me. He is the first person in this world to realize something beyond the circle. Krangutra questioned, what are you staring at? The old man asked, what's the matter? Don't you agree with what I said? The old man sneered, well, I guess that's the limit of those called orthodox. They only think their way is the right one. Zed countered, no, I agree, because that is what I felt when fighting many different opponents. Krangutra laughed loudly. Many different opponents. This brat really is talking nonsense. Zed clenched his fists and said, I will show you. He raised his hands to fight and continued, that I am not lying. His entire body was covered in golden lightning, the power so great it caused the ground to crack. Krangutra let out an "oh" in surprise. Looking back, that really is a staggering amount of energy. It truly lives up to its name as the dream attribute. Zed stared at the old man and declared, you will have to give it your all. I don't want to hear any excuses later. He calculated inwardly. First, I will aim for his biases. I will exploit the thought that mages always keep their distance. No matter how formidable a 7th circle mage he is, if I close the distance quickly while he's off guard, I might be able to strike. Krangutra laughed, don't worry. As a predator, even when catching a rabbit, I give it my all, so let's begin. Immediately, Zed lunged straight toward Krangutra. The ground was shredded by his immense power. Zed frowned and aimed straight for him. Zed told himself, I did it, he's within reach. As I expected, biases aren't easy to discard. Krangutra suddenly smiled. Zed swung his arm. An invisible wall suddenly blocked his attack. Zed froze, his eyes widening in surprise. Suddenly, a series of light beams struck straight at Zed, forcing him to back away to dodge. He jumped far away, silently observing Krangutra. The old man laughed loudly. As expected, you have keen senses. If you had hesitated for even a second, your body would have been pierced through. Zed wondered in surprise. If I were even a millisecond slower, that really would have happened. He just said something about a predator. Was he really intending to give it his all? He gritted his teeth and thought, by the way, I didn't see him chant any spells at all. As if reading Zed's thoughts, Krangutra laughed loudly and explained, the more you use something, the more familiar you become with it. That is the nature of things. And once you're familiar with it, you can use it instantly at any time. The old man looked at him and said, thinking back, you said the lightning attribute excels in explosiveness. You leveraged your speed after catching onto my energy characteristics. Huh, surprising. You're smarter than you look. Zed whispered angrily, damn it. He hesitated and said, you don't seem surprised at all. Krangutra laughed loudly in response. How could I not be surprised when a mage uses punches and kicks? I just anticipated it. He wondered, you anticipated it. The old man reached his hand toward him and said, I'm talking about the stance you used right from the beginning. The old man asked, it's a stance I've never seen before, but it seems to be specialized for close quarters combat. Am I right? Zed was surprised and wondered, how? Are you certain you've never seen this stance before? Krangutra smirked. The old man thought of Zed's image and said, chin, temples, hips, it's a stance that covers all the vital points of the human body. The old man analyzed. It's a stance that can launch a kick at any time. It's definitely not a stance a normal mage would use. Zed was surprised and thought, I didn't expect him to grasp so much from just one glance at my stance. He exclaimed, your observational skills are truly staggering. Krangutra bent forward and said, if that's all you've got, I'm truly very disappointed. The old man sat down and continued, let's see if you have any other tricks up your sleeve. Zed thought angrily, damn it, he is completely looking down on me. He frowned and calculated inwardly, I will approach very carefully. His observational skills are very dangerous, so as soon as I activate my trait, he will immediately realize it. After that, he moved continuously at high speed, creating afterimages around Krangutra. I will create a distraction, then activate my trait and attack. The old man laughed and asked, interesting. Are you intending to daze this old man? Zed thought to himself, this could be my final blow, so I must be as careful as possible. Krangutra opened his mouth wide. The old man stretched and let out a huge yawn. Zed realized a blatant provocation. Damn it, I almost lunged in. The old man laughed loudly and provoked him. Can you endure it? Are you too afraid? Zed lunged behind Krangutra, whispering angrily, that lunatic old man. The system screen appeared, trait, tenacious challenger, activated. Zed told himself, this time it will definitely succeed. He reached out toward the old man. The system announced, all stats temporarily increased by +10. He gritted his teeth and grabbed the old man's shoulder. Zed whispered happily, gotcha. He froze, observing carefully, and realized, a shadow clone. Suddenly, Krangutra, who was invisible, tightened his grip on Zed's collar. The old man laughed loudly. Look at this foolish brat. Zed was surprised. What? The old man continued, too focused on your own technique without even thinking about your opponent's move. Around him, grains of silvery light suddenly appeared. Zed's entire body was held in one spot. He thought in surprise. A magic circle. He remembered the time Krangutra was sitting on the ground. Zed wondered, don't tell me, just now. From midair, a series of white chains appeared. Krangutra spoke. A predator always crouches before it lunges to hunt. Zed gritted his teeth and whispered, damn it. Krangutra stood outside, observing the cocoon created by the chains. The old man laughed loudly. You've fallen perfectly into the trap. The old man said, admit defeat, and I will let you go. Inside the chains, Zed thought uncomfortably. It's hard to breathe. I didn't expect such a large difference between us. Krangutra advised, let go of your stubbornness. If you persist further, you will die. Zed struggled more and more to breathe, gritting his teeth as he wondered, damn it, is this the end? He froze as the system suddenly appeared. Trait, tenacious challenger, has been disabled. Looking at the chains in front of him, Zed recalled, I am a challenger. Ever since I came to this world, that's who I've always been. That is the life I wanted. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. Thinking of the people he had met, he told himself, I love this world. A place overflowing with the strong. A place where I can live my whole life as a challenger. Zed remembered the face of Krangutra and asked himself, but why am I like this now? He said, recalling the old man's words. A predator uses all its strength even when catching a rabbit. Zed pondered. Perhaps I viewed myself as the rabbit even before the match began, forgetting the 50% win rate and the spirit of a challenger, forgetting that victory starts with believing in yourself. This cannot end like this. Zed silently made a resolution. Until the very moment I die, I must be a predator. The system repeatedly notified. Trait, tenacious challenger, has been activated. All stats temporarily increased by +10. One usable spell has been added, Thunder Strike. Small bolts of lightning suddenly appeared around the chains. Krangutra asked in astonishment, you still have strength left. The system notified, trait, Thunder Strike, has been activated. The sky suddenly turned pitch black, and a series of lightning bolts struck directly toward Krangutra. The old man froze in panic as the lightning rained down. Then a bolt of lightning struck the chain cocoon holding Zed. At that moment, a blinding light flashed. The system window displayed, casting spell, Thunder Strike. Looking up, he shouted loudly, you madman, are you trying to die? Hearing the system's constant notifications of casting spell, Thunder Strike, the old man shouted anxiously, you reckless lunatic, stop right now. Bolts of lightning continued to radiate from the iron chains. Above his head, a light flared up like a flame. At this point, the voice echoed again, I admit that you are extremely strong and have much to teach me. The old man's face still showed shock. I have never seen such a stubborn bastard in my life. With a voice full of determination as the lightning bolts kept flashing, he said, but I will definitely win. The chains around Zed Arahan shattered into pieces instantly. I will win, he said with a confident smile, and I will definitely make you my master. Krangutra grumbled uncomfortably. What, master? You want me to teach an Arahan brat? I'd rather die than do that at my age. Zed Arahan's expression remained unchanged as he stated his determination. I will definitely win. I have no intention of giving up. Never. The old man clicked his tongue. No matter how much this lunatic struggles, he won't be able to lay a finger on me. Krangutra reached out and shouted, let's end this game here. Krangutra looked straight at Zed Arahan and said, now I understand your intentions. I am forced to crush you completely. At this, he set a condition. If I win, you will do it even if you don't want to. The old man's voice was full of contempt. Do you really think you can win? Zed Arahan ignored him and went directly into his fighting stance, 50%. Hearing this, he scoffed, 50%, how arrogant. he calmly replied, I'm simply going all out. Krangutra's hand gradually accumulated energy. If you charge at me one more time, I will truly kill you. I don't care if you're an Arahan or anything else. Zed Arahan smiled and said, do exactly that. You truly must kill me. The old man stared in disbelief. It seems your mind has truly gone insane. Immediately afterward, a source of white energy surged continuously like a cyclone. Then a massive spear gradually took form above Krangutra's head. Seeing that image, Zed Arahan recognized it in surprise. That is, 8th Circle Magic, Spear of Judgment. He thought to himself about this technique. I know that spell. The magic skill that lured countless players to choose the mage class. Zed Arahan then exclaimed, Spear of Judgment. You're quite good at hiding your 8th Circle identity. Hearing this, the old man's voice turned shocked. What? How do you know that? As the power surged and rolled, Krangutra's voice became ominous. This is getting annoying. It seems you really have to die here. Zed Arahan smiled and replied, now I can't give up even more. Now withstand my final move. He stared forward tensely, thinking, can I survive being hit by the Spear of Judgment? Yet without needing to say it, Zed Arahan knew the answer. No, the probability is 0, but that very terrifying probability will become an opportunity for me. Across from him, Krangutra said, then die. Then the spear immediately shot toward him with immense power. From the other side, Krangutra lamented, how foolish. Sometimes you have to know when to give up. At that moment, his eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing something strange. Zed Arahan's hand reached out to block that powerful surge of magic. The system notification window rang out. Trait, Immortal Challenger S-Rank activated. Immediately after, a blinding light flashed, making it impossible to see anything. Seeing this, Krangutra shouted in a panic, what is that? As soon as the light faded, Zed Arahan had unexpectedly closed the distance to him. Krangutra shouted in surprise, how could this happen? Zed Arahan was right in front of him, smiling as he lunged forward. He gritted his teeth and stood right next to Krangutra. The old man's expression was stunned, eyes wide. Krangutra's arm was grabbed tightly by Zed Arahan. Then a massive shockwave sounded out. A moment later, the dust settled, and Krangutra lay still on the ground, his face still stunned. Lying right next to Zed Arahan, he couldn't help but lament, truly, I've lived long enough to witness all sorts of things. I lose to a brat like this. At this moment, he lay sleeping soundly next to Krangutra. At this age, I have to suffer this humiliation. Then a laugh rang out. Do you think you'll be different? How do you intend to bring down this stubborn guy? Krangutra looked over and tugged at his clothes. My clothes are all torn. It's been 7 years since I left that boring mercenary life behind. I once thought I had no goals left. The old man recalled a past, a mysterious power capable of nullifying magic, and a will to win with all of my strength. Krangutra sat up and looked at Zed Arahan, who was lying on the ground, sighing, they abandoned a child like this in a detention center. Zenidin, that bastard has gone senile. Watching him sleep soundly, the old man added, I heard his mana was only just unlocked recently, yet this growth rate. Krangutra firmly asserted in his heart, in a few years, he could dominate the entire empire. No, he could become a new absolute ruler like that Talmud. If such a person appears in the world, this empire will surely undergo a great catastrophe. At this, the old man smiled. If this guy is willing to follow me obediently, it's not impossible. Then Krangutra gave Zed Arahan a rough kick. Stop lying there. Get up quickly. Every minute and every second is precious. Yet at this moment, he was exhausted and unconscious. How much strength did he drain? The old man placed his hand on Zed Arahan's body to feel. I hope his mana circuits haven't twisted. As soon as he felt it, Krangutra's eyes widened in surprise. He started searching deeper. What? He hasn't even reached the first circle yet. Krangutra looked at the sleeping boy and marveled. His mana quality is truly genius, but his circuits are like an idiot's. Truly unbelievable. Is this possible? Even if he is a fool or a genius. Then suddenly he looked up, his jaw dropping in surprise. Krangutra felt someone approaching from far away. Who is that? This is a secret place only I know about. Then the old man realized the cause. This brat's lightning together with his spear of judgment must have attracted too much attention. Looking up, soldiers wearing armor appeared. They shouted, Lord. His expression was both fearful and surprised. Lord. Then the soldiers immediately approached, looking fearfully at Zed Arahan. You old bastard, what did you do to our lord? Hearing this, Krangutra scolded, Shut up. If you don't want to die, get lost. The soldiers were enraged. What? This old man. Suddenly, mysterious figures in black cloaks appeared in the distance. Those Black Mirror Corps bastards are everywhere. They didn't reveal their faces, radiating dark magic throughout their bodies. How annoying. One of them stepped forward and asked, Are you Krangutra? Hearing this, the old man replied, It seems you know me. You must be someone with a fairly high rank." At this, the man stepped forward. The man introduced himself. "I am Robin, commander of the Black Mirror Corps. Greetings to the hero of the Great Magic War." Hearing this, the old man remained calm and didn't speak. Robin continued, "We are under orders to keep an eye on young Master Zed. May we check his condition?" The old man's body immediately radiated powerful magic. "If you want to, try and take him away." Krangatra calmly launched a gust of wind forward, and the man opposite him, wearing a black scarf, gradually narrowed his eyes. "He is the heir of Arahan. Are you saying you will oppose Arahan?" The old man tensed his muscles for a moment, his angry eyes fixed on the man. "I won't kill my own disciple with my own hands. He only just passed out for a moment, so don't bother me now and get lost." The Black Mirror Corps combined their strength to defend. "What, disciple?" The old man became increasingly angry. "I told you to get lost." He leaned back against the purple barrier that was being crushed, watching through narrowed eyes. He exceeds the processing power of the Black Mirror Corps. At least Commander Collies of the Magic Legion must come. His eyes narrowed, wrinkles appearing on his forehead. "But we cannot just return like this." The Black Mirror Corps fought back fiercely, launching a powerful blow at Krangatra. "I only want to check his condition. I will return immediately after checking, so please cooperate." Yet the old man stood tall and firmly said, "No." He poured all his strength into confronting the old man, mouth shouting, "No matter how great you are, Krang, you cannot survive if you offend Arahan. You know this well, so why appear and intervene?" He tilted his head, staring fixedly at the old man. "I thought you were satisfied with your secluded life." Krangatra grimaced, his eyes wide, and raised his voice. "I had a goal for my old age, and you are the ones intervening." As soon as he finished, both sides poured all their strength into a clash, creating a blinding explosion. The members of the Black Mirror Corps turned to look at each other with difficulty. "Captain." He stood in front, struggling intensely. "The head of the family has ordered us to retreat temporarily." But the old man on the opposite side fought with one hand, the other on his hip. Naturally, it should be like that, unless he intends to come himself. His eyes went dark, his face bowed low. However, he said today's events will have consequences later. The wrinkles on the old man's face bunched up, his eyes widening with white killing intent. "Stop spouting nonsense and get lost. If you keep babbling, I'll tear your mouth off." Over the old man's bald head, the Black Mirror Corps spoke in a low voice. "Arahan always keeps its word. I don't know when that day will be, but wait for it." Krangatra stood silently in place, as the Black Mirror Corps vanished into a stream of dark magical energy. "We will meet again soon." When they completely vanished, leaving only a little black smoke, the old man clicked his tongue. "Arahan, Arahan" at the end of every sentence. "Those annoying bastards. I really don't like them at all." Alone, the old man stood with his hands behind his back. "Just for a stubborn act, the price will be quite cruel. An old man's life should be peaceful." At this moment, Krangatra noticed and looked back at the group behind him. "I know my disciple is not an ordinary mage. That is why they have kept me alive until now." He saw Zed sleeping soundly there and thought, this child had to be born in Arahan. If he had been born somewhere else, he could have lived a much more comfortable life. He thought one last bitter sentence, then walked heavily toward him, a family that cheers for brother-to-brother slaughter. Krangatra calmly looked down with careful eyes, pondering, "Well, this might turn out better. I will guide him well so he doesn't turn into a monster like that." Zed, at this moment, had his eyes closed tight, oblivious to the world. What a heavy responsibility. The scene shifted to a gloomy place with only one glowing oil lamp, Eddie's hideout. Zed had just woken up. As he opened his eyes, something moved. He curiously looked around and saw a high ceiling, wondering, where is this? Eddie's hideout. As soon as Zed realized, he jumped up in panic. Suddenly, a voice from elsewhere rang out, "So you've finally woken up." Krangatra just appeared, sitting firmly in midair. "A young person who sleeps this much." Two soldiers below rushed toward him. "Sir, are you okay?" One of the two soldiers saw him and let out a sigh of relief. He sat on the bed looking at them and wondered, what happened? Krangatra sat in one spot, waving his hand, while the two soldiers argued to speak. "Don't you remember? I heard he is your master." Zed looked at the old man with a sad expression. "Master." At that moment, he recalled the battle from then. "Ah, right, I won." Three soldiers with rooster-like hair sat next to his hospital bed. Krangatra sat at a table opposite, and beside him was a group of other soldiers. He glanced at the group kneeling in a row beside him and asked, "Why are the Zapma mercenaries here?" The rooster-haired soldiers explained. Krang dispelled the illusion. "We were just about to interrogate them to see who was behind this." He looked at his master seriously and spoke up. "Krang, a moment ago you said you wouldn't get involved." The old man sat with his arms crossed and replied slowly, "Did I say that? I don't remember anything at all. When you're old, you tend to forget." Hearing this, he just hummed, "Ah, right." Suddenly, the chair that was being set up tilted and rattled. Zed quickly sat on the vibrating chair suddenly. then leaned close to a soldier who was kneeling. I don't need to ask to know who is behind this. It's Tunda's housekeeper, Grace. He looked at that person with sharp eyes from top to bottom, thinking, you are clearly shocked. In this state, can you still play your role well? He suddenly said aloud, however, I will not punish you. The middle-aged man leading the group heard this and was surprised, panicking, really, so you will spare us. He started using a serious tone, the atmosphere gradually becoming tense, but there is one condition. Tell Grace that the situation is unfavorable and this mission has failed. The group heard this and stuttered, don't tell me you want us to be double agents. Zed sat with his legs spread on the chair, looking at them and offering praise, smart. And later, when that woman gives orders, report them to me. He arrogantly glared down at them and ordered, you must continue to act as mercenaries, accepting contracts from Grace until the end, understood. The leading man closed his eyes and replied obediently, yes, of course. Zed received the answer he had already calculated. It's too early to catch Grace. I'm waiting for the right moment to eliminate that woman and take over Tunda's entire force. He then laughed with satisfaction. Now go, act carefully. Zed then stood up from the chair after seeing the group leaving one by one. There's a possibility they will betray us. Zed looked at Krangatra, who was tiredly yawning, and thought of Grace. If Krang doesn't stand on my side, between Krang, the legendary mercenary, and Tunda's housekeeper, they will know which side to choose. Quiet space was interrupted when a rooster-haired soldier ran in to report. Sir, Liu said he must tell you this. He had just heard it and was immediately confused. Since Liu is my housekeeper, should I treat this as family news? He looked at the rooster-haired soldier with a serious face. What is it? Krangatra didn't seem to care much, yawning for a while. At the beginning of next month, there is a grave visiting ceremony. The housekeeper meeting said we must prepare carefully. He heard that and found it strange. Grave, the rooster-haired soldier explained in detail, his expression also extremely tense. Yes, they will perform some kind of certification ritual there. Before departing, there is also a meeting with the head of the family. Zed seemed to have remembered it, feeling a bit concerned. That grave is to certify pure blood and perform rituals to obtain the status of heir, isn't it? But he also calmly asked for the reason because he still felt it strange. I'm not even 20 yet, why so early? Who is the opponent? Me and Tunda. The three rooster-haired soldiers lined up vertically and replied in unison. Yes, that is what they said. His expression became thoughtful, his eyebrows furrowed. What is the head of the family thinking? An old man with blood-red eyes sat on a throne in front of many people. Becoming the heir has advantages, but certainly also disadvantages. The benefit is being able to leave the family territory and go anywhere in the empire, like the Tor's case last time. They are usually assigned tasks to resolve family matters. But the hidden meaning in that is the wicked beasts behind the shadows. However, during that process, the intervention of brothers will begin. The internal power struggle will begin. The papers on the table were gradually torn, and coal particles flew nearby. If you can't complete the task, it means you are incompetent, and incompetent children will lose the favor of the head and the elders. Zed stood there, rubbing his chin, thinking of many things. At the beginning of next month, not even 10 days left. There will be so much to prepare. Krangatra was sitting seriously, arms crossed on a wooden bench. He looked at him and spoke. The training will probably have to be postponed until after the grave visiting ceremony. He was a bit startled, but replied carefully, ah, right. It will be insanely busy for a while. The old man, with a bright expression, overflowing with hope and energy, turned his head to look at him. Right, I will teach you as promised, but there is one condition. Without hesitation, the old man named his price. You must pay 100 gold coins every month. Then I will allow you to call me master. He was a bit startled, but had to accept. I heard you have a lot of money. Time shifted a bit. 2 days later, at Eddie's hideout, the curly-haired leader suddenly hunched over and sobbed. That madwoman ruthlessly killed 5 subordinates, saying that was the price for failing the mission. Zed stood with Eddie, his expression also somewhat sad upon hearing him recount it with pain. The Legion members were protecting the young master, so we were forced to retreat. We only ask for a little more time. Zed stood right there and said earnestly, I am sorry, I am truly sorry. The man was still kneeling at his feet, trembling. No, young master, how could you be at fault? The black man suddenly looked up and cried loudly, Master Gutra was right. That madwoman looked down on us. Young master, please help us take revenge. Seeing the man collapse, he placed his hand on his shoulder to comfort him somewhat. Zed squatted down on one knee and faced the man, firmly stating, Grace will definitely die by your hand. I swear it in the name of Arahan and by my own name. The black man's face shriveled up, his eyes tearing up, continuously sobbing slightly. Then he prostrated himself on the ground to show his gratitude. Thank you, sir. Truly, thank you. Inside the dungeon, dimly lit by the flickering glow of an oil lamp, a voice suddenly echoed. Eddie, how much of Tunda's force is left? Eddie sat comfortably with his legs crossed on a chair and reported the situation. two buildings on the outskirts of the city, and a pathetic intelligence organization. Arahan felt a slight agitation upon hearing this. An intelligence organization, you say? Eddie, wearing his transparent glasses, stated with confidence and provided some additional information. Yes, an organization disguised as a trade association. They seem to roam freely throughout the city, collecting all sorts of intelligence. After hearing this, Zed responded with cold indifference. I see. Zed wore a calculated smile, then made a request. Eddie Kinzura, I have a task I'd like to entrust to you both. Both men whose names were called responded with interest. Oh, anything you say, and yes, please leave it to us, sir. At that moment, Zed was sitting next to the dark-skinned man and turned to make proper arrangements for him. As for the Zatma mercenaries, I will take care of you for now. Stay at the building where Eddie is living. Don't worry about money. The dark-skinned man looked toward him with glistening eyes. Really? Thank you, sir. How can we ever repay you? After averting his gaze from Zed, the dark-skinned man suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly looked over at him and delivered a warning. Young Master Zed, be wary of that woman. Those are not human eyes. Zed, hearing this, asked directly to be sure. You mean Grace? The image of Grace's eyes widening to release a purple killing intent flashed in the dark-skinned man's memory. Yes, that's right. Her presence was truly murderous. She had an air about her, as if she could cause a catastrophe at any moment. Zed's expression turned somber upon hearing the dark-skinned man's final words. So please, be extremely careful, sir. Krangutra stood leisurely watching the night sky with Zed. It's tomorrow, isn't it? The tomb right. Upon hearing this, he replied respectfully, Yes, master. His eyes grew sharp, and his expression turned serious, preparing for one thing after another. Time really did fly by fast. His eyebrows furrowed as he looked up at the sky, feeling a bit of anxiety deep down. The item I asked Master Lacto to craft was finished today. I've also been constantly monitoring Grace's actions. She will definitely cause trouble at the tomb right tomorrow. Krangutra suddenly turned with a bright expression. How do you like my new hideout? From here, you can see the entire panorama of Nekka in the blink of an eye, can't you? Zed stood right next to his master, responding with a mix of teasing and respect. You didn't call me here just to show off the night view, did you? I'm actually quite busy. The old man clicked his tongue and joked back. This brat has absolutely no sense of aesthetics. What on earth is in your head? Deep in the woods, archery targets were set up in an orderly fashion. A small dagger, a coiled rope, and a red wallet lay scattered on the floor. In the dark of the night, 4 tables were arranged, draped in white cloth, with 4 different colored spherical orbs placed upon them. Zed and his master stood before those 4 tables. He looked over with a smile. You've prepared quite a lot over this past time. The old man crossed his arms with a serious look. Once I set my mind to something, I make sure to do it right. When you return from that tomb, you'd better be prepared. He looked at the old man's face and chuckled with interest. That's exactly what I've been looking forward to. Krangutra suddenly burst into laughter. This brat is all talk. Then he pointed his index finger toward the table where the yellow orb was glowing. Anyway, try breaking this. Zed followed suit and approached the table, lightning sparking on his hands. Do you want me to use lightning strike? If he did, the location would be exposed, but before he could act, the old man stopped him. Don't use lightning strike or any other chaotic magic. Break it with your bare fists. Krangutra watched him closely as he made the lightning energy disappear, then teased. This guy daring to treat his own master like that. Suddenly, a blue system screen appeared with the words, Spell activated, lightning body. The yellow orb on the table glowed, casting a shadow over him, his hair standing on end with his fist ready. Zed concentrated as hard as he could, his hair completely frizzing up. He hesitated. Judging by the size, it looks fragile, but it's a mana stone that requires at least a first circle spell to break. This might still be too much for me. Krangutra stood to one side, staring, and urged him. Hurry up. Arahan immediately took his stance. Yes, yes. In an instant, he landed a powerful punch, releasing golden lightning energy. His burning red eyes widened. Suddenly, he felt something strange. As Zed pulled his fist, still crackling with lightning, back, he saw the orb shattered into many pieces on the table. Krangutra saw this and seemed intrigued and satisfied. As expected, try breaking the next one. He followed his master's words. Yes. Next, he channeled his strength, aiming for the purple orb on another table. He used astonishing speed to land a lightning-charged punch directly onto the purple orb. But when he looked again, the purple orb had only broken into 2 large pieces, with 2 small fragments beside them. No, why? Zed paused for a moment and stared fixedly at the stone. It was then he realized, this mana stone is meant for a second circle mage. Krangutra imagining things while laboriously explaining for him to understand. Those who manipulate mana have circles. They are located in the heart. If you have 1 circle, it's called first circle. 2 circles is second circle. Zed placed a hand over his heart, diligently absorbing the information. Yes, I understand now. But the old man's expression turned dark. But you haven't even completed one circle yet. You only have about half. He stood there, placing a hand on his chest and closing his eyes to slowly sense it. Since the maximum stat in lays is 100, every 10 units is one circle. So with my magic stat at 5, then I. Krangutra stood with his arms crossed to the side and sternly instructed him. In other words, you are only at 0.5 circles, not even first circle yet. He continued slowly, asking his thoughts. Normally, when mana is opened, a circle simultaneously forms. Do you know what that means? But he answered decisively, right away, I don't know. Krangutra cast a side glance, and just like that, he received a scolding. You fool, it means you really are a blockhead. The circle that everyone else fails to form completely has appeared inside you. Zed could only complain inwardly. Oh, this old man, he really is. Suddenly, his white eyebrows and boots lowered near his eyes, and his gaze sharpened abruptly. But you know what's funny? A half-circle fool managed to break a second circle mana stone. The purple stone, broken in two, lay still on the white cloth. Zed asked recklessly without thinking, so what? And he immediately received a painful knock on the head from his master. So what, you say? While he clutched his aching head, the old man urged him, think, you idiot. Imagine if you reach the 10th circle. Steam seemed to be rising from his head. His expression suddenly turned serious as he heard more from his master. Even when at the same 10th circle, you would reach a realm far higher than anyone else. The limit of the human body is 10 circles. The old man laughed excitedly, then stated firmly, that's why you are a genius. Perhaps a genius who can even surpass Temud. Since ancient times, a powerhouse in the shadows, holding a sword and standing upon 10,000 corpses, Temud Arahan could be considered the starting point of the final savior. One was a monarch, the other a cloaked powerhouse. They stood back to back. The official world of the game was created after the death of Temud, a man who had stood shoulder to shoulder with the emperor in human form, the strongest in the world's lore. One day, the body of the cloaked man lay motionless on the ground. His mysterious death was the main plot thread running from the beginning to the end of the game. In Zed's mind, the image of Temud's masked face suddenly emerged, and he called out the name, Temud. Krangutra was curious about his expression. What's wrong? Are you surprised? He looked refreshed when mentioning Temud. He was a unique existence in the history of the Empire. I think you could reach that level. Zed, still standing before the table with the purple stone, was suddenly startled. Do you rate me that highly? His expression was pensive. Zed then called up the system screen. Breaking a second circle mana stone with a magic stat of 5 is truly not normal at all. Perhaps it's thanks to that trait. The blue system screen showed only a short line of text. Grand Mage's Blessing, S. He brought his eyes close to the screen and rubbed his chin in thought. As expected, if it's a continuous type instead of a trigger type, I can understand why 0.5 circles managed to break a second circle mana stone. He searched his memory for the scene of defeating the giant Red Bull. Now that I think about it, it was also a bit coincidental. Immunity to all toxins and undying challenger are things I gained in the game. And even when Zed was a boxer, knocking an opponent crooked with one hit, enduring challenger, and noble spirit of a champion must be traits applied through synchronization with this world. His gaze grew increasingly sharp. His expression was pensive, not saying a word but thinking a lot. The more I think about it, the more unrelated it seems to me. I rarely played as a mage character anyway. It seems this isn't a trait that just simply increases magic power. Krangutra, standing on this side, saw that look and angrily chided him. Hey brat, do you dare to daydream while your master is talking? Hearing that, Zed was startled. I apologize. But the old man was annoyed, suddenly turning around to leave. Go, have a safe journey tomorrow. Zed stood behind and bowed 90 degrees respectfully. Yes, thank you for today's lesson. The old man just walked away without looking back. Lesson? What lesson? You'd better prepare yourself from now on, I will too. Upon hearing that, the expression on his face, which had been bowed, suddenly jerked in surprise. Then he suddenly called out, Master. Krangutra heard this and was also surprised. What? The night sky had arrived. The tall trees were bare, their dry branches looking ragged. Are you free tomorrow? Scene changed to a magnificent, massive villa with a high golden gate. The next day at the Arahan villa. Inside that massive villa, two men were kneeling before a person sitting imposingly on high. Zed glanced at the person beside him, who seemed to be shivering in fear. The illusion has been broken. He cannot show that state in front of the family head. Zenadin rested his chin on his hand, then looked at the two with a stern face. Do you know what the tomb rite is? He who was kneeling below answered quickly upon hearing the question. Yes, sir. It is a certification ceremony to confirm the pure Arahan bloodline. The person beside him was still shivering. That's right. He sat on high and spoke down in a cold voice. Pitiful fool. Tunda, don't answer. I didn't ask you. He was terrified upon hearing this. Yes. Looking at Tunda's face, which was getting worse and worse, he told himself, I need to end this quickly. Zenedin, sitting on high, noticed him then. He called him by name. Zed, tell me what you receive after the tomb rite. He was cautious with his words. Yes, I receive the status of an heir and the right to wear the Arahan cloak. He suddenly remembered the black cloak in the red smoke and thought inwardly, the Arahan cloak is a perfect artifact. It's fireproof and can block most swords and arrows. Being able to wear the cloak is even more significant than becoming an heir. Zenedin's face looked displeased. He continued, speaking each sentence cold as the depths of hell. The Arahan cloak is a family heirloom passed down from the founding head, Lord Temud. Wearing that cloak means becoming an official member of the Arahan clan. He looked down at the two kneeling below and decreed, therefore, you cannot bring bodyguards to the tomb rite. Prove that you are worthy of wearing the Arahan cloak, and from that point on, I will judge you by the same standards as the other siblings. Zed, upon hearing those words, understood the hidden meaning in his speech, an indirect warning that he would no longer overlook the mistakes of youth. On the outside, he still replied calmly, I will keep that in mind. Zenedin then spoke of the end. It will be a difficult day. Now be gone. He followed the command, yes. Immediately after, Zed stood up to leave, but was suddenly drawn by Tunda's trembling figure still sitting below. He was still kneeling there. He could only steal a glance and think to himself, poor guy. Up high, he didn't say another word, but stared down intently with eyes of power. Seeing him slowly helping Tunda drag himself outside near the door, Zenedin felt, so that means he doesn't even consider Tunda a rival. What an interesting fellow. In that room, a black and red smoke suddenly appeared in midair, and a voice spoke, family head. Kali suddenly appeared right beside him, pressing a hand to his chest and carefully reporting, we have detected Grace's movements. Please give your orders, sir. Zenedin heard this and stepped back. Do not dispatch the black guard. I want to see how the youngest son reacts. Kali's hearing this was startled. In that case, the youngest son won't be able to survive and return. He still tried to tilt his head in confusion, whispering closer to Zenedin, do you not care about the youngest son? The room suddenly grew silent, save for a voice so low it chilled the spine. If the brat cannot survive today, then that is the full extent of his ability. We shall see. Kali's, hearing this, could only obey. I will follow the family head's order. Before the Arahan mansion, soldiers of both genders were fully assembled. Seeing Zed approach, Michael walked toward him. He stood at attention and politely greeted him. I am Michael Kedden, the captain of the guard in charge of this escort. It is an honor to serve you, young master. Zed stared at Michael for a moment, thinking, the guard participating in the tomb rite ceremony are all people who cannot utilize mana. They are only enough to deal with third-rate mercenaries, or, at worst, bandits. Breaking out of his thoughts, he respectfully introduced himself to him. Yes, hello, I am Zed Arahan. Please take care of me. Then Zed seriously suggested to Michael, this journey will likely not be easy. Let's get moving. He gave a concise answer. Yes, understood. At that moment, a crying sound drew their attention. Nearby, Tunda hugged Grace tightly, sobbing, Grace, I'm so scared. Grace comforted him while reassuring him. It's okay, the interrogation is over, isn't it? Seeing this scene, Zed couldn't help but sigh in helplessness. He then aggressively walked over to them, loudly questioning Tunda. Hey, are you not going? Can't you see everyone is waiting? You should have been leading the escort. As he said this, Zed pulled Tunda's hand off Grace. Grace, seeing this, nervously asked him back, what are you doing? Zed lowered his voice, explaining seriously, can't you see how many people are waiting because of you too? Aren't you ashamed of causing trouble? Climbing Tryman Mountain takes at least half a day. No matter how fast we are, the sun will set. Grace was indignant, like a mother hen protecting her chick. She hurriedly pulled Tunda far from Zed, shouting back at him, do you think I don't know that? Anyway, acting like that in front of the servants is truly improper. Zed remained expressionless. Servants, they aren't servants, but staff officially hired by the Arahan, who would think you are an heir of the Arahan. Upon hearing his last sentence, both Tunda and Grace were furious, preparing to argue, but Zed didn't spare them a glance, turning and walking away, not forgetting to leave a reminder. Enough. If you understand, get up and let's move immediately. Grace's face twisted into an ugly grimace, cursing Zed inwardly. That bastard. Let's see how long you can be arrogant, she thought while glaring at his departing back, swearing to herself. I will make you kneel and beg for your life, then let you suffer a painful death. At Tryman Mountain, the path was rugged and strewn with craggy rocks. The clear blue sky contrasted with the pristine landscape. The bare branches were lifeless, and the dry mountain rocks were cracked. Zed was in the light, his footsteps firm as he stepped onto the ground of this place. Following him, thousands of soldiers trailed one after another on the winding, steep, rocky path, everyone breathless and panting. By now, Tunda, with his weak strength, had only climbed a short distance before exhausting himself and clinging to a cliff, gasping as he complained, How can anyone climb this place? Regaining a little strength, he turned to look at Grace behind him, yelling accusatorily, Grace, we should have brought a carriage in case we needed it. Is it reasonable to ask me to climb this? Zed heard his shouting and paused, looking back. He clicked his tongue and whispered to himself, what's so difficult about it? Thinking that, he scanned everyone and saw that they were all soaked in sweat and panting for air. Finally, he decided, anyway, everyone looks tired, we should rest for a while. After deciding, Zed announced to all the soldiers, let's rest for a moment. Hearing him say that, everyone happily cheered in unison. Upon his command, the soldiers didn't hesitate, immediately sitting down on the ground. Michael politely asked him, are you okay, young master? Zed looked at everyone around and replied faintly, yeah, this is nothing to me. Seeing that he was truly unaffected by the climb, Michael couldn't help but admire him. That's amazing. I was just panting myself. I didn't expect a mage to have such good stamina. Even young Master Rondo couldn't do that. Catching the strange name he mentioned, Zed turned his face back to look at him, then thought inwardly, Rondo, that name sounds familiar. After a moment of uncertainty, Zed suddenly remembered a face. Rondo Arahan, the eldest son of the family and the mage character of Lays. Thinking that, he curiously wondered, he is my rival now. I wonder if he's around 25 years old by now. The sky was clear blue with clouds floating lazily. After some rest, Zed stood up and commanded Michael, the captain of the guard, let's keep going. Resting too much will make the body lazy. Understanding what he meant, he responded, yes, understood. He then turned to announce to the soldiers, let's set off again. Come on, everyone. While everyone was getting up, ready to move on, Grace, in the middle of the crowd, shrieked aggressively, what are you doing? Our young master is not ready yet. Tunda also grumbled, we're already moving on. I wanted to rest more. Afraid that Zed would be displeased, Michael negotiated with him. I will coax him and bring him along. Young master, please lead the group. After saying that, he resignedly wove through the crowd back to where Tunda was, but couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just one immature person is enough to exhaust everyone. The sun gradually dimmed, as the path through the mountain forest was filled with the rhythmic footsteps of the troops. On this stretch of road, Zed was also a bit tired, but he still cheerfully encouraged himself. Perhaps because I haven't done cardio for so long, my body feels full of energy. Thinking that, he wondered, now that I think about it, we've climbed quite high. Why is it so quiet? Zed turned back instinctively. Discovering the scene before him, he froze and frowned. Seeing Michael having to carry Tunda, he got angry, yelling a curse. That thoughtless bastard. Then Zed turned and accelerated toward him. He quickly ran to where Michael and Tunda were. He firmly pulled Tunda off Michael. Then he coldly scolded him to his face. Even if you can't help, at least don't cause trouble, you jerk. Is that so hard? As he said this, Zed's eyes blazed as he stared at Tunda. Though his terrifying gaze made him somewhat scared, he still defiantly questioned him back. Why are you doing this to me? You volunteered to carry me before. Zed was as aggressive as if he were scolding him. He surely had no choice because you were whining like a child. Didn't you know you have to climb the tomb yourself? Tunda pushed his hand away, playing his usual arrogant act. Whether I get carried or not, what's it to you? Mind your own business. Zed didn't bother with him, just coldly warned the others. From now on, if anyone helps Tunda, I will make them take responsibility. Hearing him say that, the others all turned back to look at them. Zed spoke loudly again. Climbing the tomb yourself is part of the certification ceremony. Anyone who interferes will not be safe. Hearing this threat, Tunda was stunned, subconsciously yelling, what? After saying that, he walked ahead to lead the way, setting a new rule for everyone. From now on, we will follow the rhythm of the leader. Anyone who lags behind will be left behind. Does everyone understand? All the soldiers cheered in unison. Yes, understood. Then they quickly followed Zed, leaving Tunda and Grace fuming behind. Reaching the peak of Triman Mountain, the sun was about to set. Everyone was exhausted. Some lay sprawled on the ground. Others stood panting and complaining. We finally made it. I thought I was going to die from exhaustion. We actually climbed up surprisingly fast. The female battalion had also followed them to the top. Zed stood calmly with his arms crossed, watching Ryu and the soldiers resting, and smiled slightly. The sky turned dark. The head butler spoke softly in concern. Young Master Tunda is too slow. Zed also noticed this, thinking anxiously, Tunda, Grace, and the guard captain are nowhere to be seen. The sun is about to set. We can't wait forever. As he spoke, he looked at the rays of light fading behind the mountain, the sky a blend of dark and light. Zed couldn't help but sigh. A few seconds later, he said to the head butler, start the certification ceremony with me first. The head butler hesitated, wondering, but young Master Tunda is the sixth heir and you are the youngest. Hearing this, Zed argued seriously, is there a rule on the order? We just do it in the order of arrival. No need to waste time unnecessarily. At this point, the head butler was still hesitating, looking back at the path behind and seeing no one before agreeing with him. That's true. Seeing her hesitant attitude, Zed persuaded her again. This is also your first time participating in a joint certification, right? There is no law stating Tunda must be the first to perform. Finally, the head butler didn't know what to say, reluctantly accepting. I understand, follow me. The Arahan tomb was located in a dark cave, difficult for anyone to notice immediately. The head butler pointed to the cave entrance, seriously and carefully instructing him. When you step inside, there will be a large altar. Inside, the use of mana is prohibited, and you must not touch anything other than the altar. After saying that, she bowed respectfully. Please enter. Zed stared intently into the pitch-black cave, feeling a bit restless as he thought. Now that I'm standing here, I'm starting to feel nervous. But then he resolutely stepped inside. His arms passed through the thin barrier screen, one hand, then the other. Sensing the energy from the screen, Zed marveled. It's so warm. After he passed completely through that veil, he wasn't met with darkness, but a place of peace. Looking at the scenery before him, Zed's eyes widened in surprise, and he stood stunned thinking, this is the grave of Arahan. The sky was clear blue with lush grass, and strange pillars hovered in midair. Standing in the middle of this vast, quiet place, Zed thought to himself, it's truly spacious. It seems this place connects to another dimension. Just then the head housekeeper entered. Seeing her, Zed felt a bit confused. The head housekeeper immediately explained, only those carrying the bloodline of Arahan or those who have been chosen can enter this place. Among all the servants, only I am permitted to enter. With that, she pointed to a box nearby and gave serious instructions. Do you see the altar ahead? You will receive the certification of your pure bloodline there. The two of them approached the altar, and Zed, feeling tense, slowly reached out his hand. Touching the altar, he couldn't help but worry. Wait, what if they discover that I'm not actually Zed Arahan? The more he thought about it, the more tense Zed became, breaking into a cold sweat. However, seeing the mark on the altar suddenly light up, he feared, in any case, this is the grave of Temud. That possibility is entirely real. Thinking this, he drifted into thoughts about his true self, scaring himself internally. If it recognizes that the soul in this body comes from another world, what on earth will happen to me? Suddenly, at that thought, Zed's whole body trembled slightly, and his vacant eyes flared brightly. Zed worriedly thought, if they discover that I am not truly Zed Arahan, and that this body contains the soul of someone from another world. He asked himself in horror, what on earth will happen to me? He looked at his hands and told himself, at least this body still belongs to Arahan. The head housekeeper picked up a knife placed on an intricately carved wooden box and said, make a cut on your palm with this dagger. When the blood flows, place your hand on the altar. After the certification ritual, you will be granted the family's cloak and badge. Seeing Zed standing there frozen, she called out, young Master Zed. The head housekeeper asked, is there a problem? He immediately replied, no. She reassured him, you don't need to be afraid. The wound will heal immediately after the certification is finished. Zed hesitated. It's not that. He asked, has there ever been a case where the certification failed? The head housekeeper froze. What do you mean? Zed answered, I'm just curious what phenomenon occurs when the certification is successful. She thought to herself, right. Then the head housekeeper replied, a light will enter the altar. Zed smiled and said, I understand. He mused, she explained it simply, but for me right now, this is absolutely not a simple matter. He pondered, if the pure bloodline certification ritual fails, I will. Zed told himself, but having come this far, I can't escape anymore. He grabbed the dagger and thought, whatever, I don't know anymore. Zed used the knife to cut a line across his palm, calming himself down. Everything will be fine one way or another. He looked at his bleeding hand and exclaimed, truly magical. It doesn't hurt at all, he thought. Just then, the head housekeeper nodded to signal him. Zed sighed. He placed his blood-soaked hand onto the stone slab. I don't know anymore, he lamented. At that moment, the stone slab suddenly flashed with a faint red light along with complex patterns. The black stone slab suddenly trembled. Zed's blood flowed inside, and a sound echoed in his head. Finally, you have come. You have answered the call. Zed was startled and quickly pulled his hand away. The head housekeeper reminded him, young master, you must keep your hand on it until the certification ritual ends. Zed asked in surprise, wait, didn't you hear that voice? She looked at him puzzled, then said, keep your hand on it until it's finished. It will be over soon. Zed wondered, did the head housekeeper not hear it? She urged, young master, hurry up. Zed worriedly thought, this is going to drive me crazy. He placed his hand back on the stone slab. The slab shook again and the strange sound echoed in Zed's head. I have waited a very long time for you. He furrowed his brows, wondering, how do I talk to this thing? First of all, he thought in his mind, who are you? The sound replied immediately, I am the one who invited you and also the origin of this world. Zed was secretly amazed. I can communicate now. He pondered, but what did he just say? Invited. Origin of this world, don't tell me. The origin of this world, don't tell me. Zed asserted, you are Temud Arahan. He asked, are you the one who summoned me? Out of so many people, why me? Temud said, one who craves power, but does not let oneself be swallowed by the temptation of corruption. Zed questioned, what is your purpose in summoning me? Temud said, there is not enough time to explain everything. The stronger you become, the more clearly you will feel my presence. Zed said in a panic, no, you must tell me the reason. Temud spoke, remember this. You who have answered the call, I will always watch over you. A faint light radiated from the stone slab. Then a golden light erupted and radiated powerfully. The head housekeeper muttered in surprise, golden light. A moment later, the light gradually vanished. The head housekeeper muttered in confusion, why is it golden light? It should have been red. Zed wondered, is the certification ritual over? She hesitated again, strange. There has never been a light of a different color before. Why golden? Zed asked, the other brothers all have fire chi, right? I carry lightning chi, so perhaps that's why the light turned gold. He continued, in any case, the light has appeared. Hasn't the certification ritual been completed? The head housekeeper hesitated, perhaps so. No, that must be right. She thought to herself, I absolutely cannot let the secret of this golden light be revealed. Zed sighed internally. If others find out that the soul of Temud is residing within me, they will all go crazy trying to devour me. Just thinking about it is enough to make me shudder. The head housekeeper was silent for a moment, then spoke. Young Master Zed's pure bloodline certification ritual is complete. Now I will present you with the cloak and the badge. Then she handed the red cloak and the badge to Zed. He took them and put the cloak on. The head housekeeper announced, with this, young Master Zed has earned the status of heir. From now on, you are the 7th generation heir of Arahan. That evening, Zed pensively looked at the stats panel that appeared. He frowned and thought, stats and skills haven't changed. They say he is an extraordinary person, but nothing has changed. I had expectations. He sighed, in any case, hasn't Tundra arrived yet? It's already midnight. What a pathetic bastard. In the distance, 2 servants secretly watched Zed. A moment later, Tundra arrived and argued with his attendant. Take your hands off me, you lowly wretch. Zed walked over and said, now that you're here, stop causing trouble. Hurry up and do your certification ceremony. He said, I finished a long time ago. Tunda looked at him and shouted in surprise, you, that cloak. He screamed furiously, you're done, you dared to go before me. Zed questioned, of course. Did you think I'd just sit around waiting for you? Tunda shouted arrogantly, you heartless idiot. I am the 6th generation heir. Naturally, I should have gone first. Zed retorted, smart talk, then you should have climbed faster. He threatened, if you make me any more annoyed, I'll leave you behind. So shut your mouth and go do your certification. Tunda saw the head housekeeper standing in the distance and lashed out. How could you do this to me? Why was the youngest one allowed to do the ceremony first? Does a lowly head housekeeper dare to act on her own? She sighed and replied, yes, I will conduct the certification ceremony in my capacity as head housekeeper. She continued, and I must report everything that happened today to the head of the family, without omitting anything. Hearing this, Tunda panicked and muttered, the head. He ran after the head housekeeper and shouted, I apologize, please don't report this to the head of the family. The head housekeeper said coldly, please go in quickly. Because this is a mountain, the temperature will drop further. Zed watched them both walk inside in silence. Michael walked up and bowed to Zed. Pardon me, 7th heir, I have something to say. Please come over here for a moment. Not far away, Michael spoke. I sensed a strange aura halfway up the mountain. Tryman Mountain is a place where absolutely no one ventures. He continued, but what worries me more is the reaction of the housekeeper, Grace. She didn't show any reaction at all. A 6th circle mage couldn't possibly not have sensed what I just felt. Michael sighed, I think she deliberately pretended not to know. Zed asked, are you saying Grace has other schemes? He replied immediately, yes, that is correct. He reassured him, you don't need to worry about that. Michael shouted in surprise, what? I heard you and the 6th heir don't get along. He asked in a panic, don't tell me. You already knew. Zed nodded, yes. In any case, I was intending to tell the captain of the guard. He remembered Grace's sinister face and spoke. There will be an ambush on the way down the mountain. Zed continued, prepare for the attack. In a corner of the forest, a voice advised, take this. Curious as he took it, he asked, what is this? Zed explained, it's a device that creates a barrier. As you can see, there are 4 in total, and when they are all installed, a barrier will form. At the same time, he whispered to himself, that is the invisible barrier that I had lacto-crap. The invisible barrier prevents the use of mana from within. This is poison to mages but beneficial to me. This is the highest level of barrier concept, yet he made it so easily. Additionally, Zed said, I made it easy to plant in the ground, so when the battle begins, deploy them as widely as possible. That way the barrier will cover a large area. The man understood. Yes, understood. Just then, a noisy clamor rose up, and he guessed. It seems the certification ceremony has ended. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ryu was muttering to himself, so cold. He felt the atmosphere was very tense. Does that woman dare to kill Zed? Sensing someone's gaze on her, the pink-haired woman turned around and glared cold. She snapped in annoyance. Why have you been staring at me since earlier? Ryu jumped in shock. It's nothing. Seeing the pink-haired woman turn away, he let out a breath. At the same time, he reassured himself, but everything will be truly fine, right? I hope Zed is well prepared. After a moment of being dazed, Ryu looked up, looking confused. He looked around in a panic. What? She suddenly disappeared. Ryu hurriedly thought of a plan. The ambush is about to start. I must warn Zed quickly. At the same time, someone in front of him was hit by an arrow and collapsed. Following that, there was a loud shout of warning. We've been ambushed. The captain immediately responded. Everyone spread out. Guards, prepare to deal with the ambush. Ryu also quickly ran away, trying to find a hiding spot. In his mind, he could only think of one name, Zed. Ryu, with teary eyes, asked himself, Zed, where are you? Just then, a bright streak of light appeared in the sky. He stood frozen, staring blankly as it fell straight toward him. Now, Ryu had only one thought. Am I going to die like this? In the blink of an eye, it had fallen right in front of him. In that dire life-or-death moment, an arrow managed to block it in time. He scolded him tensely. I told you to stay on the back line. Why did you run all the way here? Ryu called out with tears in his eyes. Zed, now is not the time for sentiment, Zed shouted. Snap out of it. Quickly move over there. Seeing him leave, he hurriedly cautioned. Be careful. Absolutely do not get hurt, you hear me? He snapped in annoyance. Instead of babbling, hurry up and get out of here. Looking at his opponent, Zed keenly realized that's support magic. He vigilantly looked around to search for clues. Zed guessed these guys aren't just regular bandits. They are receiving support from a mage. Deal with them one by one in groups of 3. The brave guards stepped forward one by one to attack. The bandits weren't afraid at all. On the contrary, they smirked with contempt. As they plunged into battle, the bandit side had a clear advantage. He still stood on the outside, observing the two sides fighting. In his hiding spot, Ryu muttered to himself, I heard that support magic is 6th circle or higher. Recalling his previous words, he conjectured, as Zed said, does this really mean another family is meddling in this? At the same time, the bandits were targeting Zed. He nimbly dodged. Ryu was overjoyed. Right, he dodged the first blow. Not only that, he cheered, right, exactly there, use your fists. A bandit swung his mace rapidly. Following that, he attacked straight toward Zed. He focused intently to judge the trajectory of the weapon. Then he flexibly dodged and moved with extreme speed. And he aimed straight for the opponent's face to land a knockout blow. Ryu was excited. Great, one more time. The bandit was knocked down in just a matter of seconds. Sensing the danger, the remaining bandits charged forward in unison. Even so, Zed didn't flinch. He even smiled and waited. They seemed to be pouring all their support magic into attacking him. Yet Zed knocked down each one with just a single punch. He watched with satisfaction as each one fell. Witnessing that scene, the maid wondered, is young Master Zed always this strong? Standing beside her, the head housekeeper scolded, young master. Even now, he is the 7th heir of the Arahan family. Use the correct title. The maid panicked. I apologize, head housekeeper. After dealing with the bandits, the night became quiet again. At the foot of the mountain, the wind whistled. The captain of the guard said gratefully, thanks to the heir, we survived the ambush safely without any casualties. Thank you very much. He also expressed, you are truly amazing. When did you learn this martial art? I'm truly impressed when you have free time. However, Zed gestured for silence and signaled to everyone, the truly important part is coming up next. Everyone get back. At the same time, he instructed, the mages are about to make their move. Everyone go to that slope. The guard team was stunned. What? Get back. Naturally, they didn't agree. What? We cannot leave the heir alone. We will fight to the end. He firmly refused. No, please go check on the other comrades. From now on, I must go all out, so I won't have the ability to protect you anymore. They were still worried, but the captain stepped in to reassure them. This was discussed with the heir beforehand. Now we will go protect the other comrades. The guard team hesitated. Captain, even so, he reminded them, we just won without any casualties thanks to the orders of the 7th heir. Not only that, he advised, if we are not careful, we will become a burden to the heir. Am I wrong? Because of this, the captain was firm. He is not someone we dare to protect. Everyone follow orders without opposition. After making arrangements, Zed silently proceeded deep into the forest alone. Relying on my intuition, I can't sense any mage's aura, but something is coming. He laughed when he thought of a possibility. Then Zed used the lightning manifestation spell. Immediately, it began to rain. Gradually, the rain poured down in sheets. At the same time, a sixth circle magic spell appeared. Water Horse Tide, followed by a tsunami, drowning everything in its path. He was quite surprised. A large-scale water element attack. Is the beginning already this powerful? According to what Zed knew, Water Horse Tide had a large range and high immediate destructive power, but there was a way to counter it. The problem was, using it now was a bit wasteful, but he had no other choice. He gave the order, Captain, install the barriers I gave you immediately. The captain accepted the order, understood. In the blink of an eye, he moved and drew a protective barrier. As soon as he finished, the tsunami rushed in, washing away everything in its path. The dark night was quiet, with no one in sight. Around them was only the gurgling sound of the stream flowing from the waterfall. The dark, eerie mountain forest landscape made people afraid to approach. Zed, covered in a glow of power, hovered in the air, thinking to himself, destroying Triman Mountain like this. Do they have two lives? Zed landed, looking at everyone safely behind the protective layer, and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, everyone is safe. He looked in all four directions, pondering. This is where the tomb of Arahan is located. If the mountain is damaged and discovered, we will have to pay a terrible price. The reason they used large-scale magic was just to kill me. Suddenly, Zed noticed something behind him. Grace sat on a tree branch, grumbling, "Damn it, this is completely different from what we promised. Are you trying to kill us all?" He turned to look at her. "So that's it. I thought at least you had some brains, but you are disgustingly stupid." Grace shouted angrily. "What?" Zed continued. "If you were still alive, you'd still be a witness. So why would they let you live? How pathetic." Her complexion darkened. "Shut up. What the hell do you know? They are trying to kill an heir of Arahan, so adding one more like you is nothing." At this moment, Lucre walked up beside them. He asked Grace with arrogance, "Did you handle my magic?" Lucre said in a challenging tone, "It seems you've trained quite well, haven't?" Grace, seeing him arrive, looked sullen. "You bastard, do you dare to betray me?" She spoke up to remind Lucre, but all she received was his scoff. "You are my sister, Grace Monet." Lucre said coldly, "Since when did we care about such things? Our sisterly bond ended the moment you joined Arahan." Grace tried to explain. "I told you, I joined Arahan to destroy this entire family." He interrupted her. "The conversation ends here. When I kill you, the rest are just small fry." Finished speaking, Lucre raised his hand, and an ice crystal condensed in his palm. "Don't hold a grudge against me." Suddenly, a streak of dazzling lightning struck down from the sky. Lucre had to create a shield to protect himself from that bolt of lightning. Zed used his power to attack. Lucre looked at the lightning bolt striking him and scoffed. "Lightning Chi, how pathetic, what a waste of energy." He replied coldly, "I apologize, but that woman cannot die here. I have made a promise." Lucre heard Zed say that and laughed with contempt. "Someone struggling to survive. What can a brat like you do?" He looked at him and replied coldly. The previous magic was quite loud, enough to call someone here. Suddenly, Lucre noticed some movement, his whole body instantly rigid. "What? Don't tell me. The Black Mirror Core." Zed laughed even more smugly. "Just wait and see. The Black Mirror Core is everywhere, but not today. However, the one I called is an even greater existence." After a while, everything was still peaceful. Lucre's subordinates looked at each other, asking in confusion, "No one is coming. Are you lying?" Zed cursed clearly. He said he would come when he heard the lightning signal. "Damn it, I was so stupid to trust that old man." He let out a sigh of relief, laughing smugly. "How interesting. Truly the Arahan bloodline, your actions are so lowly." Zed observed Lucre's army, feeling completely incredulous. "No, haven't they said the Gutra family always keeps their word? That being on time is a mercenary's life. Your master's disciple is about to die, and you're fast asleep in some hole somewhere." He gathered cold power in his hand, stopped joking around. Then he launched the ice crystal toward him. Suddenly, something made Lucre look confused. The ice crystal fell and shattered into pieces. Someone appeared and used a shield to block the ice for Zed. Another person drew a sword to attack the ice crystals. The three-brother Kinzo assassin team appeared to protect Zed. "Sir, are you okay?" They said noisily, but his expression remained indifferent. "Luckily, we weren't late. We will protect you, don't worry, Lord. It's truly cold, but we will do our best to protect you." Zed thought to himself, "Right, at least you guys came." Lucre saw this and sighed. Grace turned and ran away. He flew up, wanting to confront him, but before leaving, he didn't forget to order his subordinates, "Base until the end. You guys handle those pathetic people. I will catch Grace." Finished speaking, Lucre flew straight toward Zed with his familiar scoff. He didn't flinch. In misfortune, there is fortune. While Lucre is away, I must definitely reduce their numbers. A mage's weakness is distance. Disperse their magic and break their incantations so I can close in." The three assassin brothers shouted, "Yes, sir." Zed used the power of lightning to cover his entire body. Golden lightning bolts continuously struck the ground. The three assassin brothers followed the stream of lightning and charged to attack Lucre. Very quickly, Zed and the three assassin brothers intercepted Lucre's subordinate. The subordinates saw this and were surprised. Lightning struck the ground incessantly. One person on Zed's side caught one of Lucre's subordinates. The man screamed in fear, "They are too fast." Lightning struck continuously. Lucre's subordinates backed away in fear. "Don't let them get close." Zed's expression was emotionless, close in on them. The three Kinzura brothers also charged fiercely. Lucre's subordinates hurriedly jumped up, wanting to escape. They used magic to attack the three assassin brothers. No way. The others also joined forces to attack them. The three Kinzura brothers were a bit startled. The Kinzura captain shouted, "Impossible." Another assassin also scoffed with contempt. The remaining one also sneered, not regarding the power of Lucre's subordinates at all. In just a flash, the group on Lucre's side was handled by the three assassin brothers. Zed's lightning power was still radiating in all directions. He smirked, then Zed clenched his hand into a fist. He jumped up, hands in position, preparing to attack. His red eyes flashed with a determined look. Following Zed's movement, a massive bolt of lightning descended. Lucre's subordinates instantly failed. They were shattered by his move. Zed became even more eager. The lightning power exploded violently. Suddenly, he froze for a moment. The leader of the assassin group spoke up, "Sir, they are being overwhelmed to the point of helplessness." He laughed happily. "The tactic is working perfectly, as expected of our lord, truly extraordinary." Zed didn't speak, only radiating pressure in all four directions. Immediately, Lucre's army was blown back. Suddenly, he noticed something. Lucre's army suddenly cast magic together. He thought, that is, don't tell me, chain magic. Zed soared into the air. Sequential casting is a method that allows low-level mages to execute higher-level spells, and while most of the others were only at the fourth circle, depending on training and quantity, one could even unleash a ninth circle spell. The three assassin brothers lunged forward, using their knives to attack the barrier. Suddenly, they turned back in astonishment to report to Zed, "Damn it, sir, the barrier won't break." After the three brothers' attack, the barrier remained firm without a single crack. Zed was suddenly gripped by panic. He shouted, "Get out of here. Get as far away as you can." "What?" Zed screamed regardless of everything. "Just dodge, hurry." Suddenly, the barrier surrounding Lucre's subordinates exploded. A surge of blue power poured down like a waterfall. Seeing this, Lucre's men laughed gleefully. Too late. They said smugly, "This is a secret art honed specifically to defeat the Arahan. There is absolutely no way you can dodge." Suddenly, a sharp claw emerged from behind the dust cloud. A pair of azure wings flapped amidst the smoke. Zed, seeing this, was stunned. That is, before anyone knew it, a giant blue dragon appeared from behind the blue water. Sparks of electricity radiated from Zed's body as he looked up, his head tilting to see the figure appearing before him, gasping. That is a water dragon. The water dragon's eyes flashed with a blue light, staring fixedly at him. The three mages continued to pour their mana into the magic circle, laughing with smug faces. "It's so amusing to see you look so panicked." Streams of blue light endlessly swirled around the body of the water dragon. Zed turned his head to look at the three Kinzura assassin brothers and shouted, "You guys, get away." The Kinzura assassins turned back in shock. "Sir, what do you mean?" His eyes flashed with a bright red light as he stared ahead and replied, "Their target is me anyway. Don't stay close and die in vain. Get out of here now." Seeing Zed quickly close in on the water dragon, he cried out in worry, "Sir." The electrical sparks on his body relentlessly countered the dragon's water light. He stepped forward rapidly, thinking, with the undying challenger trait, I can tank one hit, but a summoned dragon will keep attacking until the mage stops pouring in mana. Zed's mind was racing with calculations. The cooldown for Undying Challenger is 5 seconds. The key is that if I get hit again before those 5 seconds pass, I'm dead. The lightning sparks on his body quickly gathered, and he decided, the best way is to break that chain link formation, but with the barrier up, it won't be easy. Zed stared intently at the water dragon, thinking to himself, still, they're only 4th circle mages daring to summon a 9th circle dragon. Even if they don't show it on the outside, their mana must be draining violently. On the other side, those mages were relentlessly pouring mana into the magic circle. Zed frowned, staring ahead and thinking, if I can hold out for 5 seconds each time and drag out the fight, there's still a chance. The system screen popped up with a notification. Spell activated, lightning body. He thought with a serious expression, For now, I have no choice but to endure. System sounds rang out endlessly. Trait, Undying Challenger activated. Zed clenched his fists tightly, lightning flickering nonstop. First, use Lightning Strike. He struck the water dragon's head with lightning. Eat this. Zed stood still, watching its body writhe endlessly. The water dragon opened its mouth wide, letting out a roar toward. Then it quickly lunged toward Zed in the distance. His eyes widened in shock, staring at the figure before him, thinking, so fast. Right in front of Zed, the water dragon lunged with its mouth wide open. It struck him, and the system screen immediately displayed a notification. Trait, Undying Challenger activate. The mages seeing this shouted in utter disbelief. What? How is he still unscathed? That was clearly a lethal blow. Attack again, everyone, stay alert. The water dragon's eyes flashed, opening its mouth wide to stare at Zed. He immediately leaped and bolted forward. The system sound rang out. Spell activated, Lightning Body. Zed's entire body flashed with electric sparks as he shouted, I won't fall for the same move twice. Immediately after, a loud explosion occurred, and a white light appeared, obscuring his vision. He landed gently on the ground, watching the blue electrical sparks flicker. Zed raised his hand to block the dust clouds, thinking, where did it go? Suddenly, he realized from behind, just as the water dragon opened its mouth to attack from the rear, the system sound rang out. Trait, Undying Challenger activated. The system screen flickered nonstop. Spell, Lightning Body released. Zed leaped backward to dodge, unable to stop himself from cursing. Damn it, I anticipated it, but I still couldn't dodge in time. He looked up at the water dragon, and the system sound echoed. Spell activated, Lightning Body. Immediately after, Zed raised both hands to shield himself, thinking, another cloud of dust. Just as the water dragon lunged to attack him, the screen appeared. Trait, Undying Challenger activated. System sounds kept playing. Spell, Lightning Body released. Zed clicked his tongue, thinking, at least it's fortunate that the attack has a fairly long setup time. His eyebrows furrowed as he thought, if it goes like this, there's a chance. The system also displayed a notification. Spell activated, Lightning Body. The water dragon bolted forward, relentlessly attacking Zed. The screen popped up with a reminder. Trait, Undying Challenger activated. The mages seeing this shouted angrily, damn it, what is wrong with that bastard? Why is he still unscathed? Damn it, this isn't working. Let's end this decisively. Immediately after, they all simultaneously channeled their mana, pouring it non-stop into the magic circle. The water dragon's eyes instantly flashed with blue light, its mana erupting in a blinding radiance. It tilted its head up to the sky, quickly gathering magic. Next, a stream of blue light shot out from within the water dragon's mouth. Inside its emerald green eyes was the silhouette of Zed. He was startled, looking at the massive blue energy pouring out of it. Zed looked at the powerful gust of wind blowing across and cursed in surprise. Damn it. He watched the blue energy flickering around himself and shouted in astonishment, don't tell me that's a breath attack. Zed raised his hands to block the attack that the water dragon was relentlessly firing at. Those bastards have gone insane. How much have they practiced this? His eyes widened, looking up toward that side, thinking, the Billy family is truly hunting their blades. Zed saw it staring at him and thought to himself, a blade to pierce the heart of the Arahan. The water dragon opened its mouth, gathering powerful magic, thinking, your rat-like scurrying ends here. The mages saw this and muttered, knitting their brows, this isn't a spell you can dodge. If that hits, I'm dead. On the other side, Zed looked up at the water dragon, relentlessly gathering energy. He looked at the rocks being swept away by the wind energy, reflecting, Undying Challenger stops damage once, but it can't withstand continuous damage. Zed frowned, staring at it, and whispered to himself, is this really the end? The water dragon continued gathering magic, casting a glance toward him. Zed gritted his teeth and made a determination. After that, he raised both his hands, gathering lightning sparks, and shouted, damn it. Zed used the lightning energy to relentlessly attack the water dragon, causing the system to continuously alert him. Spell activated, Lightning Strike. After a long while, the mana on his body faded. His knees slammed into the ground. Zed gripped his knees tightly and cursed, damn it, I can't feel any mana left now. I can't go on. He bowed his head to look at the ground, thinking, by casting spells repeatedly, I'm starting to get the feel of dual chanting, but what's the point of realizing that right before I die? Zed raised his head to see the water dragon opening its mouth to gather a water orb once again, wondering, if I die, what will happen? He opened his eyes wide, watching the light approaching him, asking himself, or will I just vanish? A blinding light emerged, and explosions occurred incessantly. Ryu looked up to see this scene, and cried out hysterically, Zed. The three Kinzura assassin brothers immediately raised their hands to stop him. don't go. With tears streaming down his cheeks, he shouted excitedly, "Let go, Zed." The knight beside him heard this and was startled, shouting loudly, "The successor is still alive." Ryu heard this and stopped immediately, looking up toward that side, and instantly spotted Zed's figure. Rondo's silhouette appeared, reaching out to embrace his body from behind, with his entire body radiating a bright, blood-red light. In the dark space, Zed's body suddenly burst forth with a powerful source of mana. His face was blank while mana flowed out incessantly. Suddenly, a massive water dragon appeared in front of Zed, its glowing blue eyes staring unblinkingly at him. It suddenly moved its head closer to Zed a bit, while its gaze remained locked on him. The water dragon just silently moved beside Zed, without attacking or touching. This scene left the people in the protective screen confused. What just happened? Why aren't they moving? Those people clamored, suspecting one another. Are you guys pouring in mana? Are you even focusing at all? I am doing it, but then. Meanwhile, on Zed's side, he still wore a blank expression and radiated mana all around his body. The water dragon now seemed confused, turning toward Zed as if waiting for something. He suddenly called out, "Return." The dragon's eyes immediately widened in shock when it heard those two words from Zed. The very next second, it instantly whipped around to look at the people hiding in that screen. What? That giant dragon lunged powerfully toward the screen before its eyes. It's coming. It suddenly plunged into the layers of magic circles below. They're self-destructing. The magic is being dispelled. Amidst the angry shouting of the people, Zed gently raised his hand. "What are you guys playing at? How could you break our magic chain?" He looked down at his palms and marveled. Impressive physical constitution. Right at that moment, a series of spells with various elements shot toward Zed. Even when they were closing in, he still stood perfectly still without moving. Just a second later, a bolt of lightning flashed, shattering every single attack in a split second. What was that? The people standing in the screen witnessed this and widened their eyes. Magic neutralization. No way, they just awakened mana, didn't they? Get a grip, it's just luck. Saying that, they launched another series of attacks toward Zed. Attack again. He squinted his eyes slightly and whispered a curse. Insect. Those magic attacks were once again neutralized by Zed in a split second. The people standing in the screen were in a panic. Magic has no effect. This can't be. This is impossible. How could this happen? One of them was so stunned his eyes widened. Is this the power of the Heir? Looking at the silhouette before him, the guy denied it. No, this is impossible. It shouldn't be allowed. If that's the power of the bloodline, then our family's goal is just a delusion. We all attacked at once, yet we couldn't even defeat the youngest among us. After that, the blonde guy turned and ordered, "There must be a trick. Attack again, pour in your mana." They all collectively opened their magic circles. "Give it everything we've got." A whirlpool suddenly appeared right above Zed. He looked at those people and whispered, "Insects giving in to despair." At that moment, the water stream above his head gathered more and more, ready to pour down at any moment. Zed just lazily looked up at the magic matrix above him once. Right after, the attack was dispelled by him in an instant before it could even be unleashed. Seeing the water droplets spraying everywhere, the group couldn't help but shout, "What the hell is going on?" They clamored again with terrified faces. "Damn it, that's mana disturbance. That's not a trick, it's a type of energy even higher than magic neutralization. We'll never win." Saying that, they turned and ran for their lives. "Run, we have to get out of here right now." At that moment, Zed suddenly spoke. Pathetic. A powerful force suddenly shot toward that group from behind. All of them suddenly stopped in the middle of the road, even though they had just been running. One of them, trembling, raised his hands. "My mana, I can't control my mana." The one standing behind him also agreed. "Me too. Why all of a sudden?" One of them suddenly widened his eye. All three trembled, turning their heads to look behind them. A Zed full of mana was slowly walking toward them. His blank face was surrounded by mana. Is this the Arahan? Are we really targeting a family like this? One guy wearing a gray cloak was so terrified, he knelt down on the ground. All of them screamed in terror, "Spare us, please spare us." They all knelt at Zed's feet. "Please spare us just this once. We will never oppose the Arahan again. Please, at least our mana pathways. Our mana pathway." At that point, Zed looked down at them and spoke coldly. "The Arahan know no mercy." As soon as he finished, a magic circle instantly appeared in the hearts of those people, and all of them clutched their chests in pain, their bodies trembling incessantly. A few seconds later, one of them suddenly raised both hands. "My mana." He looked at his hands in shock. "My mana, I can't feel it anymore." Shrill screams rang out consecutively. Somewhere else, mana pathways connected and then severed. Mana disturbance. Mana disturbance means deliberately manipulating the mana pathways flowing in the body. You can bend, cut, or even destroy the pathways of others, and if the mana pathway is destroyed, it's total emptiness. For those who live by magic, the men in gray cloaks fell one by one. It hurts even more than losing any body part you were born with. A moment later, someone suddenly appeared and stepped into a puddle. What is this? Luker walked while thinking. What happened while I was away? He looked at the tragic scene before him and guessed. Was it a large-scale illusion? How could it be? Luker's eyes widened in shock as he looked ahead. He looked at Zed's imposing silhouette and guessed. Did he do this? Luker reached out a hand to cast magic. If I take him out. The very next second, he straightened his arm and fired a magic attack toward Zed. A series of magic attacks shot toward his back in the blink of an eye. Luker couldn't help but wear a smug smile. Then his eyes suddenly widened as strawberry syrup splattered onto his face from nowhere. Luker looked at the 3 ice arrows stuck in his body and trembled. What? Then the 3 ice arrows suddenly twisted and embedded themselves deep into Luker's body. No. Just like that, a barrage of arrows pierced right through him in the blink of an eye. His hand fell limply to the ground. Zed's entire body continued to radiate powerful magical energy and pressure. He stood where he was, looking up. You who have answered the call. Zed's eyes narrowed slightly in contemplation. You will have to pay the price for that power. Under the night sky, the echoes of Zed's magic continued to reverberate. Night had fallen, the shimmering stars flickered behind a hazy black cloud. Zed lay flat on the ground, his body drained after the entity Temud departed. He stared blankly into the air, his crimson eyes still reeling from the shock. He wondered if Temud had returned deep into his body. Zed held up his hand and stared at it. The feeling from just now was truly strange, like his soul had left his body. His mind was clear, yet his limbs had moved on instinct. An overwhelming source of power had surged through him, making him feel as if his whole body was about to burst into flame. It took a long time for him to manage to sit up, leaning against the wreck. The system panel suddenly appeared, notifying him of the significant changes that had just occurred in his body. The price of power was not cheap. Physical stats like strength and agility were deducted by 10 points directly due to the reduced growth penalty and extreme stress. But in return, the resonance level with the unidentified entity had increased by 1 rank, causing his mana to skyrocket. His mana stat, which had been stagnant for so long, suddenly jumped from 5 all the way to 15. The system also unlocked a series of new, extremely powerful lightning attribute skills. Zed couldn't help but be amazed by the glowing blue notifications floating before him. He thought to himself, the stat that wouldn't budge an inch no matter how much I trained, why did it suddenly shoot up like this? Temud is truly amazing. Even though his physical stats were reduced, gaining 10 points of mana in return was still a great deal. He recalled the days of agonizingly difficult stat grinding that led nowhere. A smug smile appeared on his lips. When you add it all up, he didn't lose anything in this deal. Zed came up with a crazy idea. If I keep repeating this, wouldn't my mana grow infinitely? However, he suddenly froze when he looked at the penalty warnings floating there. If the penalty got any heavier, like damaging his soul or having mana deducted instead, it would be a total catastrophe. Regardless, he now had a reliable trump card, even if he didn't know how to actively summon him yet. While he was lost in thought, a cry for Master from faraway tore through the quiet atmosphere. The escort team rushed toward Zed, all of them showing obvious worry on their faces. They profusely apologized for not being able to help him. Zed just waved them off, telling them to stay calm. He was fine. Contrary to everyone's worry, Zed felt quite refreshed because his mana was full. For a mage, mana is the truth. Suddenly, Liu charged out from somewhere like an arrow, sobbing loudly as she called his name. Seeing the girl about to collide straight into him, Zed panicked and tried to stop her, but it seemed too late. Liu hugged him tightly and cried like rain, appearing as if she had been terrified to see him in danger. Zed could only sigh, patting her back gently to comfort her, while the soldiers stood by awkwardly, just watching. Just then, a gentle green light covered Zed's body. It was high-level healing magic, and the wounds on his body began to heal rapidly. Zed realized that this level of recovery was top tier. Behind him, Master Krang appeared with glowing hands. The old master scratched his head casually, confessing that he was late because he had been busy taking a bath. Hearing that ridiculous excuse, Zed glared at him, reminding him that his disciple had almost lost his life. Master Krang cleared his throat to apologize, claiming it was just a small oversight. He even began his usual song about old people being forgetful to excuse his delay. Zed didn't bother arguing further. His face clearly showed his dissatisfaction. Seeing his disciple looking tense, Krang hurriedly offered to waive his tuition for this month as an apology. But Zed wasn't easily fooled. he shouted in the old man's face, asking if his life was really only worth that much. He held up 3 fingers in front of his master with a determined expression. Zed finalized the price, no tuition for the next 3 months. Krang's face twisted upon hearing this, silently cursing that Zed was a literal robber. He stared at Zed's mischievous expression, finally having to resignedly accept the loss. Master Krang looked around at the ruined battlefield, asking what had just happened here. Zed calmly replied that he would explain everything after they returned. Krang's feet stepped into a pool of blood, right next to the pale hand of the deceased. Krang realized the corpse was Lucre Monet, the first mate of the Billy family. He wondered why a prominent figure like that would be lying dead. Zed confirmed the man's identity and stated that he was a mage nearly at the 7th circle. Krang asked suspiciously if the Black Mirror Corps had come and gone. Before the master arrived, Zed had instructed those who came with him to keep the events a secret. He didn't want anyone to know about the existence of Temma. He worried the head housekeeper might report it to Zenodin, but regardless, they would never know that Temud's soul had helped. Suddenly, from the wreckage, the treacherous witch Grace Monet struggled to stand up with a hateful expression. Grace stared at Zed's group, her mouth mumbling in resentment. Krang frowned and turned back. She screamed Zed Arahan's name, blaming him for being the reason all her plans had fallen apart. Krang scoffed, glancing at the woman who was losing her mind, and asked Zed if that was the person he had mentioned. Zed coldly confirmed. Looking into Grace's eyes, which burned with hatred, Krang remarked that she looked like a real demon. She was still screaming frantically. But before she could do anything, Grace suddenly froze when an immense, invisible pressure bore down on her body. She was pinned tightly to the ground, unable to move even a finger. The terrifying pressure caused the ground beneath her to crack. That was the space control magic, gravity field. Grace only had time to gasp in horror before being completely suppressed. Normally, this magic would affect a wide area, but Krang demonstrated a superior level of control by applying it solely to Grace. Zed couldn't help but be amazed. He thought to himself, the more I learn, the more formidable my master seems. A mage who can control space is definitely not to be trifled. Krang chuckled. His smile now looked both mischievous and powerful. He judged that her excessive greed was what drove her to this situation, and that her crimes would not be light. Grace groaned under the suffocating pressure. Krang reminded Zed to depart quickly, because surely his father was eagerly awaiting the results of the battle. Zed asked if they could use teleportation magic to get back faster. Upon hearing about teleportation, Krang immediately demanded 100 gold coins as a fee. Zed was speechless, deciding he would rather walk than let the old man empty his pockets. The next morning, the radiant sunlight shone down, marking a stormy new beginning. The majestic Arahan mansion appeared amidst the magnificent mountains, radiating an atmosphere of gravity and pressure. Inside the grand hall, the head of the Arahan family sat on the throne, surrounded by a threatening, flaming red magical aura. A close-up of the head's face, his red eyes stared straight at the person opposite him as if to peer into their soul. The black feathers on his robe fluttered with every authoritative breath. Zed knelt at his father's feet to pay his respects. The head nodded slightly and said, "You have returned," a simple greeting, but full of weight. He revealed that he had heard about what happened at the harbor. Zed bowed respectfully in confirmation. The room was deathly silent, with only the sound of the wind whistling through the window. The head of Arahan praised Zed for his hard work. Zed was startled by the rare compliment from his cruel father. He asserted that Zed had proven himself completely worthy of wearing the family's robe. The gossiping elders would no longer have any reason to complain. Zed couldn't help but be surprised. He had never expected to receive praise from his father. The head of Arahan waved his hand, ordering the traitors to be brought in for punishment. Zed remained kneeling, waiting for the right moment to speak. Heavy footsteps echoed on the red carpet of the grand hall. The traitors were being brought in. Tunda Arahan, Grace, and the others were brought out, their hands tightly shackled. Luckily, they are still alive up to this point, Zed thought. The head of Arahan said he had just received a strange request to postpone the punishment for them. He looked at Zed and asked why he wanted that. Zed held his head high and clearly requested that his father give Tunda Arahan a chance. He argued that the Arahan bloodline carried infinite potential, and that would benefit the family. The head of Arahan raised an eyebrow suspiciously, wondering how someone weak, controlled by a lowly housekeeper, could help the family. He found this suggestion truly ridiculous. Zed looked straight into his father's eyes and reminded him that he himself had once been just like that. "Didn't you abandon me in the detention camp because I had no mana?" The head of Arahan silently looked at Zed for a long time. The air in the grand hall became extremely tense. It seemed everyone held their breath, waiting for a reaction from him. Zed continued to persuade, saying that Tunda was still very young, and youth also meant holding infinite possibilities for change and growth. Tunda stood there, pale as a sheet. He emphasized that Tunda carried the Arahan bloodline, and a father killing a son or siblings killing each other was not normal. He had thought very carefully about this all night. The head of Arahan coldly asked back. He had thought Zed had discarded that weak, compassionate part of his personality. Zed calmly replied that he had never been weak. He asserted that he did not pity Tunda at all. Zed's eyes were now sharper and more determined than ever. He was making a bold political move. Zed clearly stated his plan before his father and everyone. He would turn Tunda Arahan into his own loyal vassal. Zed's shocking announcement caused the entire hall to explode into silence. Tunda Arahan, Grace, and those present all widened their eyes, shocked, not believing what they had just heard. A new, surprising future was opening up for the loser. Zed asserted that he had absolutely no pity for Tunda. His true intention was to turn his brother into a useful pawn in his own faction. The head of Arahan seemed surprised. He asked back if his son was talking nonsense about using his own brother as a puppet. He reminded him that siblings were the biggest threat, the ones who could take Zed's life at any moment. Responding with a steady gaze, Zed declared he would become so strong that those threats would no longer be an issue. Both faced each other in the vast hall, the atmosphere thick with calculations. Hearing his son's ambition, the old man suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Then the laughter exploded, echoing throughout the room like a mix of mockery and applause. He saw that this brat truly had confidence on an entirely different level. He nodded in agreement, sentencing Tunda to the dungeon for a year, but still creating conditions for him to continue training. The head looked at his son with sharp eyes, asking if that was enough for him. Zed bowed to accept the order. The first step of the plan to recruit subordinates had succeeded. In passing, Zed requested to personally handle the treacherous housekeeper, Grace Monet. "Do whatever you want," the old man replied coldly. But immediately after, he added a meaningful, however. His hand reached out, and a flaming red magical current began to gather, looking terrifying. To him, a type of vermin like Grace was not allowed to walk out of here freely. He clenched his fist, activating a cruel magic spell directed straight at the traitor. The magic light flared violently, swallowing Grace's body. The head explained that mana was a noble gift, too good for a piece of vermin to possess. Grace groaned in pain as her entire mana circuit was completely crushed. Her body twitched on the floor, blood pouring from her mouth, becoming a pathetic cripple. The old man waved his hand, ordering the guards to drag that trash away. Zed stood watching the guards drag Grace away, not moving a muscle. He realized he was no longer trembling when looking his father in the eyes. He wondered if this calmness was due to Temud's soul gradually blending into him. Seeing his father in a good mood, Zed decided to mention the Billy family affair. Silence covered the throne. The old man waited in silence for the next word. Zed questioned why his father had not acted yet, despite surely being extremely angry. "What did you just say?" the head asked back. His eyes narrowed dangerously. He added that he did not understand why his father was leaving the Billy family alone after what they had done. But the old man chased him away, saying it was not a matter he should interfere with. Zed played his cards. He knew Arahan was a top family, but refused to swear loyalty to the emperor. On the surface, it seemed peaceful, but in reality, his father always viewed the empire as something that must be surpassed one day. He pointed out the harsh truth, that if they destroyed the Billy family now, the imperial army would surely descend. To the head of Arahan, letting an enemy set foot on ancestral land was an intolerable insult. The head of Arahan asked defiantly why he was still standing there instead of leaving. Zed stood firm, facing his father's gaze directly. He repeated the family's ironclad principle: Arahan knows no mercy. The old man's eyes flared with a red light, and anger mixed with interest flared up. Zed recalled the moment he was attacked by the Billy family right at the ancestral tomb. Temud's soul was present, and those words seemed to echo in his mind at this very moment. Zed's eyes flared with a red light, and he repeated firmly, "Arahan knows no mercy." The head of Arahan looked at his son, saying that one day he would understand the laws of the world and politics. Zed wondered if this change was due to the influence of Temud, who was watching over his descendant. The head of Arahan sat on the throne, secretly feeling sorrow as he saw this lonely look on his son for the first time. Zed suddenly questioned if his father intended to use the Black Mirror core. The head frowned coldly, asking back if he hadn't already told him to leave. Zed knew the Black Mirror core existed to resolve things smoothly, without giving the Empire any reason to intervene. He clenched his fist, asserting that that method would never be enough to soothe the rage in his heart. Kneeling before his father, Zed swore he would not let any Imperial soldier set foot on Arahan territory. The head of Arahan looked at him solemnly, the momentum radiating from him, oppressing the entire room. Zed wanted his father to show the entire empire the true might of the Arahan family. He emphasized that they could not let the Billy family off, those who had dared to slander Chervil and sought to kill him. The head reminded him that Zed was speaking in the capacity of an heir, and he would be judged by the same standards as others. "Can you take responsibility for what you've said?" he asked in a low voice. Zed asserted that if even one Imperial soldier was left behind, he would be ready to accept the cruelest punishment. The head looked at his son, calling out, "My master," with an authoritative tone. Zed turned and walked away, his eyes still burning with the steely will of non-concession. He left the mansion, stepping out into the airy space of the family. Suddenly, Zed stood frozen when he saw someone waiting for him in advance. Tunda Arahan stood there, feeling awkward, not knowing how to begin the conversation. He murmured a thank you, admitting that he had only survived thanks to Zed. Zed offered a gentle smile, nodding that he was quite surprised to see Tunda be the one to initiate the conversation. He advised Tunda to make the best use of his year in prison for training rather than wasting his time foolishly. Zed hoped that the harsh experiences ahead would help his older brother grow up. He patted Tunda on the shoulder, a rare moment of affection between two brothers who were essentially rivals. "See you in a year," Zed said, asserting that from now on, Tunda would have to start helping him. He glanced over at Grace, who was collapsed in the distance, trembling in despair. Grace Monet realized in horror that losing her mana circuits was only the beginning of her nightmare. Zed coldly declared that she would die in the exact same way she had dealt with others. Back in the main hall, the head of the Arahan family sat with an aura of killing intent enveloping the throne. He called out to Callie's Leal, a loyal subordinate stationed right by his side. The family head's eyes flashed with a deadly crimson light. He ordered the summoning circle to be prepared immediately, leaving Callie's visibly stunned. "Before the sun rises tomorrow, the Billy family will be officially wiped off the world map." In the quiet grand hall, the head of the Arahan family called for Callie's Leal. Callie's, the commander of the Magic Corps, bowed respectfully, waiting for orders. He vowed absolute obedience, though he did not forget to remind the family head to act with caution. Zenedin glanced over, asking point-blank if Callie's felt ashamed of himself. His gaze drifted into the distance, admitting that he himself felt ashamed. Because his youngest son considered ruthlessness a natural way of life, something he, as the family head, had not yet been able to achieve. It had been too long since the Arahan family had truly demonstrated their authority to the world. Their position was built on fear, but anything unseen for too long would eventually be taken lightly. If they did not act now, the Empire's faith in their strength would continue to waver. And if that happened, future heirs would have to carry the burden of the family while besieged by internal and external threats. The atmosphere in the room became heavier than ever. Callie's worried whether the seventh heir would be strong enough to stand against the Imperial army. Zenedin laughed. He wanted to use this opportunity to teach his youngest son a lesson about the weight of one's word. He inwardly thanked Master Krang for the fact that the tomb ceremony had gone smoothly. A flow of crimson magical power began to erupt around his feet as he took a step. The head of the Arahan family walked toward the spatial portal, his body gradually dissolving into a red mist. A cold declaration echoed. Before dawn tomorrow, the Billy family will be wiped out. Outside, thunder began to rumble amidst the pitch-black clouds. At the Billy family mansion, Robert Billy was standing in the rain, grumbling about the recent weather. He suddenly froze, sensing an overwhelming, soul-shaking killing intent approaching. Zenedin emerged from the darkness, his entire body radiating a brilliant red aura. Robert was stunned, unable to understand what had brought the head of the Arahan family there. Zenedin didn't bother with pleasantries, declaring that he had come simply to exterminate vermin. Robert Billy was infuriated by this sudden appearance and arrogant attitude. Zenedin told him to consider his personal visit a great honor. Robert brought up the death of Deputy Commander Luker at NECA and insisted he would find the mastermind behind it. But deep down, he started to feel anxious, wondering how he dared to come there alone. Why wasn't the Magic Corps with him? Was it possible that the head of the Arahan family no longer feared the Emperor? Robert's subordinates began to take their positions, ready to strike back. He believed that Zenedin alone could not possibly stand against his large army. Zenedin coldly advised them to get lost before things got too ugly. A clap of thunder seemed to punctuate the stupidity of their action. He warned that as soon as he stepped forward, Robert would witness the collapse of the Billy family. Robert sneered, thinking his plan to declare war all by himself was the most ridiculous thing he had ever heard. He mocked Zenedin for being someone who didn't know the vastness of the world, unaware of how terrifying it could truly be. Ignoring the insults, Zenedin began to list their crimes, starting with defiling the sacred mountain where the tombs were located. Robert Billy looked on blankly, not understanding what the old man was rambling about. The next crime, daring to target the heir of the Arahan family and plotting to kill his son. The smile on Robert's face vanished instantly, and the atmosphere became unusually tense. A flow of crimson magical power flared intensely as he mentioned things from a long time ago. And the final crime was slandering the Chervil family. Zenedin's eyes glowed, and blue flames began to explode out. A scoff rang out in the stormy night, signaling that the Billy family's true nightmare had only just begun. Zenedin realized that Robert knew about the existence of the Black Mirror Core. That was yet another reason he had to finish him off right there. Robert Billy screamed in a panic, ordering his soldiers to make the head of the Arahan family kneel at his feet. Zenedin stood his ground, reminding them that Robert was the one who had struck first, so no one would be able to criticize his actions later. Giant magical dragons began to manifest from the blue flames, surrounding the entire area. A close-up of the murderous dragon heads, with glowing blue eyes in the middle of the night. Zenedin laughed with disdain, asking Robert how he felt about this surprise gift. Robert still refused to admit defeat, shouting that this was the power he had long prepared to overthrow the Arahan family. He poured all his strength into a final attack, howling for Zenedin to die. Zenedin's burning red eyes remained cold and motionless, despite the opponent's attack rushing toward. A terrifying magical explosion occurred, and blue light engulfed the entire sky. The aftershock of the explosion was so strong that the ground shook violently. Robert smiled triumphantly, believing that after that hit, his opponent would be nothing but ash. However, his smile died out when he saw Zenedin's figure gradually emerging from the smoke. The family head still stood tall, without a single scratch. He began to speak with a tone full of killing intent. Robert stuttered, unable to believe that his power had had no effect. Zenedin walked through the flames, while Robert frantically ordered his soldiers to prepare the next attack. He screamed at his subordinates to hurry up before it was too late. A massive magical sphere began to accumulate in Zenedin's hand, radiating an incredible amount of energy. The Billy family soldiers could only stand frozen in fear before his overwhelming pressure. A brilliant blue light burst forth, sweeping away everything in its path. Desperate screams rang out into the night as the Billy family's army was incinerated in an instant. Robert Billy was thrown far back, his body painfully burning from the blue flames. The magical flames showed no sign of stopping, continuing to destroy everything that remained. He stared blankly at his life's work, turning to smoke after just one attack. Robert Billy realized the vast difference in status between himself and the head of the Arahan family. The once arrogant man now collapsed among the ruins, completely hopeless. Zenedin stood there like a god of destruction, coldly looking down at the defeated man. Robert began to beg for mercy, admitting that he had been too stupid to dare challenge him. He swore to offer his total loyalty to the Arahan family until his dying day if his life were spared. Zenedin coldly choked Robert. To him, the words of an insect had no value. The blue flames surged, burning Robert Billy's neck as Zenedin's hand tightened. Robert was in so much pain that his eyes rolled back, still secretly hoping for a miracle that would never come. Zenedin maintained his cold and emotionless face, deciding to end the existence of this family right there. One final magical explosion ended everything, signaling the complete collapse of the Billy family. Even after a week, the site of the Billy family mansion had yet to cool down. The blue magical flames were still burning brightly among the ruins, despite the heavy rain falling. A soldier cautiously reported to the emperor that the city's mages had been trying to put out the fire for a whole week to no avail, and 5 of them had already lost their lives to the blaze. The emperor remained silent, his cold gaze observing the ashes of a once powerful family. He walked slowly through the rain, heading deep into the center, where the blue flames were still dancing wildly. His feet stepped into a puddle of magical water that was emitting a mysterious light. He reached out his hand, feeling the residual power swirling in the air. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the magic core on his armor's chest. The gemstone radiated powerful energy, ready for a large-scale investigation. The emperor stood tall, his whole body covered in a brilliant golden aura, contrasting sharply with the somber blue hue all around. His eyes transformed, activating a high-level investigative spell to see through the history of this scene. He ordered all investigators to be sent to the Arahan family, demanding that every detail before and after the incident be clarified. Behind him, a magical screen displayed the recovery rate of the scene, which had reached over 32%. The truth was about to be revealed. The progress of the site recovery was still increasing over time, posing a direct threat to Zed's secret. Throughout the past week, the entire wizarding world had been buzzing, with discussions taking place in every corner. Whenever two people gathered, they would mention the horrific downfall of the Billy family. In just one night, a great family had turned to smoke, not even leaving a single grain of ash behind. In the city of Nekka, under the control of the Arahan family, the residents' reaction was extremely positive. The stronger the ruling family's power, the more the city had a chance to develop. Eddie was excitedly calculating the prospect of owning more property in Nekka thanks to this momentum. Zed extinguished Eddie's delusion with a blunt reminder. This building was his, and Eddie was just a tenant. Eddie worriedly asked Zed if he was truly okay after making a promise to the head of the Arahan family. Zed only urged him to quickly find the documents. Eddie lamented that digging through history books was useless, as there had never been a precedent for someone wiping out a whole family by themselves without punishment. Eddie trembled as he wiped the dust. Every time he thought back to that event, he felt chills at the cruelty of the Arahan family. Zed focused on the keyword, inter-family war. He needed to find out how previous emperors had handled the aftermath. Eddie warned that according to imperial law, murder was extremely serious, and if the Arahan family fell, Zed would be done for as well. Zed bluntly threatened to send Eddie back to the slums if he didn't get to work. Immediately, Eddie promised to look up everything going back 500 years. Zed had checked the records from the last 120 years himself, but had yet to see a similar case. He believed that in the 1,000-year history of the empire, there had to be a legal loophole regarding legitimate self-defense. Just then, Ralph walked into the room, reporting that he had completed his assigned task. Ralph recounted that when they arrived, Tunda Arahan had already been imprisoned, and his subordinates surrendered immediately because Zed's reputation had spread far and wide. Ralph handed Zed the property transfer agreement that had just been collected. Zed was satisfied with seizing 2 buildings and a trading company from Tunda. His personal income had now risen to 300 gold coins per month. He ordered Ralph's group to move into the new buildings to operate, while also telling them to keep it quiet to avoid attracting attention. While at it, Zed asked about the mercenaries who had accompanied Ralph. He confirmed that Grace had been handed over to the other side, according to the agreement, regardless of whether she was sold into slavery or killed. Eddie was surprised because he had never heard Zed mention this. Eddie suddenly understood that Zed had officially recruited the Jatma mercenary group as his own people to build his own army. He wondered why Zed had spent more money to hire them again, when he already had Tunda's trading company under his thumb. Zed explained that investing in more manpower was necessary to get quality information from all other cities. He cast a sharp glance that made Eddie jump and fall silent, not daring to ask anything else. Zed sighed. He understood Eddie's weak personality well and didn't want to be overly harsh. Turning to the leader of the mercenary group, Zed asked his name. The man proudly introduced himself as Ralph. Zed proposed that they both cooperate well since things had been settled, and he also apologized to the mercenaries for the previous trouble. Ralph bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude for Zed keeping his promise to bring comfort to the souls of his fallen comrades. Zed declared that from now on, the Jatma mercenary group would also be his allies, but he also gave a stern warning about the price of betrayal. He emphasized that no matter how tempted they might be, they should never sell out their comrades. The mercenaries responded in unison with great spirit, which made Zed quite satisfied. Ralph observed the pile of books on the table and asked if there was anything they could do to help Zed. Zed asked if they knew how to read. Ralph confidently affirmed that not only did he know how to read, but he was also proficient in 5 languages spoken by the border tribes. Zed was quite surprised by the unexpected academic ability of a mercenary like Ralph. He gave each person a history book and requested that they search for any records of events similar to the Billy family incident. A member of the group suddenly mentioned Master Krang, which left Zed briefly surprised. Ralph tapped his head, suddenly remembering an important piece of information he had once overheard from a tribal chief. Zed immediately stood up, demanding that Ralph explain in detail the similar case he had just mentioned. Ralph began to tell the story of the Gutra family, a family that was extremely aggressive and possessed formidable power in the past. He mentioned their sworn rival, a family whose name started with the letter Ju. The two sides had clashed incessantly until the Gutra family launched a bloody surprise attack to finish off their opponent. Ralph recounted how the bloodline of the opposing clan had been completely severed, but ironically, This very event was what turned the once-renowned Gutra clan into mercenaries, prompting Zed to press him on when exactly this had taken place. Ralph looked visibly flustered, struggling to recall the specific timeline of such an ancient story. Zed ordered everyone to dig through the records regarding the clan Ralph had just mentioned, even if it meant turning over 1,000 years of imperial history before the day was out. The group chimed in with a unanimous "understood" and dove into the arduous task of sifting through the stacks of ancient documents. The library fell into a profound silence, broken only by the rhythmic rustling of pages as they raced against time. Eddie was also intensely focused, scanning every page of the old books in search of the name Gutra. As time wore on, shafts of sunlight began to stream through the library's high window. Suddenly, a shout broke the quiet. One of the team members had unearthed a crucial clue in the historical archives. Zed grabbed the book, his eyes widening with shock as he read the written account. Meanwhile, in a desolate forest, Master Krang was grumbling about Zed failing to report back after the festival. Sitting on a wooden chair under the night sky, the old man lamentably thought that he should have spent that money on beef instead of worrying about the kids. Beside him sat a pouch of gold coins, glowing with a soft luster, a not insignificant sum of wealth. It was the 2,000 yang left behind, with the implication that he should raise Zed properly, but Krang felt it was nothing but a burden. He muttered that he didn't want to touch a single cent of that people's money, but old age didn't seem to afford him any peace. Krang clicked his tongue, sighing at his own grueling fate, when suddenly he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Seeing a familiar figure rushing toward him, he smirked, immediately recognizing his disciple's impatient nature. Zed arrived, gasping for air and drenched in sweat, but his eyes were filled with urgency. Before his master could scold him, Zed bluntly asked about the secret of the Gutra clan from 540 years ago, leaving Krang stunned. In the stillness of the night, Zed Arahan suddenly broke the silence. "What do you mean by that, master?" Standing face to face with him, he demanded to know exactly what had happened to the Gutra clan 540 years ago. Master Krang stared at him, bewildered. He hadn't expected the boy to trek all the way here just to ask about such ancient history. Zed listened in silence, while Krang wondered if it was because of his own family's bloodline that the boy was so concerned. The old man brought up how Genadin had abandoned him at the training camp, a man who hardly deserved to be called a father. Zed denied it, and Krang snorted, assuming the boy hated Genadin or wanted to ditch the Arahan family entirely. Zed's gaze turned icy as he maintained that he felt neither resentment nor attachment to that family. But if the Arahan household fell now, the balance of power in the empire would shift, which would not be to his advantage. In the long run, this is for the good of the entire empire, he added with an intensely serious expression. Zed looked his master straight in the eye and demanded that he tell him the whole truth. Krang sighed heavily, telling him that he always spoke of such high-minded things that the old man couldn't possibly understand. "The truth, he began, lost in the depths of painful memories. It all began 540 years ago when the Gutra clan was caught in a surprise attack while their main force was at the northern border. The clan leader and his successors were wiped out, bringing the bloodline to the brink of extinction." Master Krang realized Zed was curious about what happened next, as the official records contained no further information. He hung his head and began to recount the 3 punishments, 3 brutal penalties that the Empire had inflicted upon his clan. The first was the confiscation of their entire military force, and the second was a permanent ban on owning any army. Upon hearing this, Zed understood why his master had to live the life of a mercenary. And the third punishment. The air suddenly grew chilling, with red demonic shadows appearing in his retelling. A gigantic demonic beast with glowing green eyes loomed threateningly, as they were forced to always serve as the vanguard in the Great Demon War. Not only were they forcibly conscripted, but the Gutra clan was also pushed to the front lines to face death in every single battle. Zed murmured about the Dead Front, where demon beasts would collude to punch through the human defense lines. The scale of the attacks shook the stability of the empire to its core, and the monsters grew ever stronger. And Krang's clan were the ones always placed on that horrific front line. The end result was that no children in the clan ever lived past the age of 30, and now Krang was the last one left. The Gutra clan just withered away because of those 3 punishments, the old man concluded bitterly. He clicked his tongue and added that back then, the world thought the empire was benevolent for sparing their lives. But in reality, his clan was being wiped out silently, slowly, and incredibly painfully. Zed mused that the emperor of that time was indeed a profound and terrifying man. Krang's eyes suddenly glinted with a spark. "Regardless, there is still one way." Zed asked in surprise. "One way? Krang became furious seeing the boy still speaking so casually after hearing everything. He scolded Genadin for making such a terrible move, as the emperor would surely strip away all of the Arahan family's subordinates, an outcome worse than death. Contrary to his master's anxiety, Zed remained calm and told him not to worry so much. A confident, enigmatic smile spread across the young man's lips. The next morning, flags bearing the imperial crest fluttered defiantly in front of the Arahan family gates. The investigation army marched into the territory with an overwhelming display of force. A subordinate asked Zed in a panic if everything was okay, and the boy told him to keep a straight face and not let them see him flinching. Staring straight at the army, he asserted that they would not be able to cross the Arahan border by even a single inch. The subordinate thought to himself that Zed was still too young to realize how terrifying the imperial army was. No one could defy the emperor's order. Suddenly, he was startled to notice something unusual about the faces of the investigator. He began to count the number of people approaching. 1, 2, 3, 41 people. He was horrified to realize the entire royal investigation team was present. He scrambled to report the news to the Wizard Guild and the Lord immediately, but Zed coldly stopped. "Do not advance, let me handle this." The two guards could only stand rooted to the spot, watching his back. Zed marched forward heroically, ready to face the investigation army closing in on the territory. Standing right at the entrance, Zed Arahan proclaimed himself the seventh heir to the Arahan family. The royal investigation team showed no respect, telling him they were there under the emperor's secret decree and demanding he get out of their sight. But Zed didn't waver in the slightest, coldly replying that such a thing was impossible. The soldiers accompanying the team grew angry at being blocked and prepared to use force to clear the path. Zed still stood firm as a mountain, his sharp gaze making the crowd in front of him hesitate. Just as the tension escalated, a powerful voice rang out, ordering everyone to remain calm. An old man with a flowing white beard stepped forward, addressed by his subordinates as Lord Cox, who affirmed that their goal was not to spark a war. Lord Cox snapped at the soldier beside him, asking if he didn't see the crest on Zed's chest and how he dared to be so insolent. The subordinate stared blankly, unable to understand what power that crest held to make even the Lord so cautious. On Zed's chest, a gemstone glowed brilliantly, and the entire group realized in shock, "Is that not the priest's crest?" Whispers spread throughout the investigation army, and no one could believe their eyes. Lord Cox further explained that according to the law, no one was allowed to casually touch someone bearing the priest's crest based on mere words alone. He smiled, greeting Zed, and asking if he had kept the gift he had given him before safe. Zed immediately pulled out a glowing green badge, proving his identity. The investigators were further terrified when Lord Cox nonchalantly confirmed that he himself was the one who had given the badge to the boy. He added that the emperor himself had once mentioned Zed's name, and that he was fully qualified to possess this special token. One soldier still tried to argue, saying that even as a priest or with a badge, one was not allowed to oppose the emperor's order. Lord Cox waved him off, believing that Zed had his own reasons for blocking the army and wanting to hear his explanation clearly first. Zed went straight to the point, asking them what their true purpose was for bringing an army to the Arahan territory. Lord Cox replied that they had come to arrest Genadin Arahan for the massacre of the Billy clan, intending to bring everything to light. Zed sneered, saying his father only made the Billy clan pay a worthy price for what they had caused, and there was no reason to consider it a crime. Lord Cox shouted, telling him not to justify a brutal massacre with such baseless words. Zed calmly repeated a principle of imperial law. If it was legitimate self-defense, it would not be a crime. He cited how the Billy family had violated the holy grounds and attempted murder during the ceremony. Lord Cox yelled again, saying killing 50 wizards in self-defense was one thing, but slaughtering an entire family was never legitimate self-defense. Without another word, Zed held out a mysterious purple magic orb and told everyone to look into it. Facing the group's bewilderment, he explained that this was an orb that recorded the entire process of the punishment of the Billy clan. With a challenging smile, Zed suggested everyone watch and make their own final judgment, as all the evidence of self-defense was contained within. The list of the Billy family's crimes appeared clearly, from violating the holy grounds to plotting against the Chervil bloodline. Behind the purple mist, a smug voice rang out, as if they had found even more reasons to target. Lord Cox, the leader of the investigation team, held the glowing magic orb, preparing to deliver the final verdict. The soldiers behind him panicked at the heavy magical pressure radiating from the orb. He explained that this orb had recorded everything from the owner's perspective, now only waiting for authentication. Zed remained extremely calm, asserting that if this evidence was genuine, then Robert Billy's confession must also be recognized. Lord Cox fell into deep thought, and the surrounding air suddenly became strangely silent. Zed continued to argue that the actions of the Billy family had harmed master craftsmen, causing significant losses to the empire. He clenched his fist, as if everything was still going according to his calculation. Unexpectedly, he took out another magic orb that emitted a soothing green light. He introduced this as the testimony of Lacto Chervil, the last survivor of the clan that had been persecuted back then. The news of a living Chervil descendant caused the entire army to murmur in surprise. Lord Cox held the green orb, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. A light flared up, and the image of Lacto Chervil appeared with great solemnity. The old man in the orb appeared with a haggard but resolute look, exactly like a noble who had been framed. A close-up of his gnarled arm attested to the years of hardship he had endured. An official immediately recognized the official Chervil emblem on the old man. Lacto began to plead his case and expressed his gratitude that the Arahan family had stood up to enforce justice. He affirmed that the Arahan family had helped erase the long-standing shame and hatred for his lineage. Lacto begged the emperor to make the fairest decision possible based on this truth. Lord Cox stared intently at the orb, still unable to believe that someone like Lacto could still exist. Zed suggested that he use this latest evidence to reevaluate everything. The team leader nodded, acknowledging that Zed's argument was very persuasive and well-founded. But he still emphasized that the Arahan family taking action on their own, without reporting, it was against imperial law. Lord Cox pressed him on why such important information had been kept secret for so long. He replied firmly that it was because there hadn't been completely definitive evidence at the time. Even while praising Zed's spirit, he insisted that investigating his father was unavoidable. Zed countered if the truth was clear, what crime did his father ultimately commit? Lord Cox declared that anyone who took it upon themselves to judge in the emperor's stead would have to pay the price. Suddenly, Zed mentioned an ancient code, requesting an order for an alternative task from the emperor. The soldiers were baffled, not understanding why a child was so knowledgeable about history and law. He cited the case of the Gutra clan from over 500 years ago to defend his point. Zed invited the investigation team to return, asserting that the Arahan family would comply with the punishment in accordance with proper procedure. The onlookers couldn't help but admire his bravery in facing the entire army. Lord Cox smirked, realizing that the child's efforts to protect his family's land were truly commendable. Finally, he conceded, admitting that the head of the Arahan family must be very proud. But he also gave a final warning, requiring him to be more careful in the future. Zed looked the team leader in the eye, affirming that he would always keep that in mind. Lord Cox laughed heartily and ordered the investigation team to withdraw. He told Zed to have his father treat him to a proper meal, instead of just standing outside the gate like this. Zed coldly replied that an investigator should not accept unfair private invitations. The team leader looked back with a meaningful gaze. It seemed he had found a truly potential rival. Lord Cox waved goodbye as the investigation team retreated, not forgetting to arrange to meet Zed again next time. Zed stood silently watching them go, his face showing clear satisfaction after the tense confrontation. Tears fell onto the report, marking a new, hopeful chapter for the Chervil family. Lacto Chervil sobbed in joy. Finally, the day he had been waiting for had arrived. Eddie sat beside him, looking a bit weary of the old man's intense emotion. The old man still couldn't stop sniffling from being so touched, forcing Eddie to repeatedly ask him to calm down. Lacto choked up as he recalled the longing to reclaim his family's honor for all these years. Eddie excitedly showed off the chests full of gold, his face brightening as he saw the massive treasure. The young man in glasses still couldn't believe his eyes, secretly wondering if this was truly 100,000 gold pieces. Eddie couldn't resist reaching out to count, grinning because he was about to touch the gold. Zed unexpectedly appeared from behind, questioning if Eddie intended to skim off a few coins while counting. Caught red-handed, Eddie forced a laugh and denied it completely, claiming he was just checking to be sure. Lacto hurried to grasp Zed's hands, his gratitude clear on his wrinkled face. The old man thanked Zed for restoring his clan's honor, while Zed just felt happy to have kept his promise. Zed generously told Lacto to keep all the gold, leaving Eddie stunned and shocked. But the old man refused, believing an old man like him didn't need much money, and it was better for Zed to expand his influence. Zed nodded in acceptance, as he truly needed the budget for his big upcoming plans. Eddie screamed for his share due to his hard work taking care of his grandfather, but was quickly threatened by Lacto with a hammer if he dared to touch a single penny. Zed smiled lightly. It seemed everything was unfolding perfectly according to his intention. He pulled out the alternative mission order he had just received from the Imperial investigation team. The red seal was torn away, revealing the challenging requirements the Imperial Court had set for him. The document clearly stated, Zed Arahan must complete 5 missions in exchange for a full pardon for his family. The preparation period lasts until February of the following year, which is when the official missions begin. The order to execute the replacement missions for Zed Arahan was finally issued. 5 missions might sound like a bit much for the mistakes he caused, but for Zed, this was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. Since these are royal missions, he would have a legitimate reason to leave the family that his siblings couldn't interfere with or restrict. Everything is running smoothly, just as he had planned. Suddenly a sound echoed, grabbing Zed's attention. Up there was the authoritative silhouette of a man sitting on the throne. An invisible pressure weighed heavily on the surrounding space. Zenedin, the head of the Arahan house, called out his name in the quiet hall. Zenedin's burning red eyes and cold expression were enough to terrify anyone. He unexpectedly offered praise, claiming that Zed had accomplished something truly great. Zed was startled for a moment, wondering to himself if he was actually being complimented. Zenedin said he was very impressed with Zed's sharpness in securing a confession from the head of the Billy House. Looking at Zenedin's expression now, Zed secretly thought he looked like nothing more than a gentle father, a side of him he had never seen before. He bowed humbly, replying that it was all thanks to his grace. Zenedin began to talk about his recent meeting with the Council of Elders. He explained that the elders were the hidden power of the family, but they were also the ones who directly curbed the authority of the family head. The entire room remained dead silent under the looming shadow of Zenedin sitting above. He asked Zed what he should do with them. Should he be cautious or look for a way to exploit them? Zed respectfully promised to engrave these teachings in his mind. Zenedin signaled for him to withdraw, but Zed stood still without moving. He reminded the family head that it seemed he had forgotten one important thing. Zenedin showed clear surprise at his rather abrupt attitude. Zed nonchalantly said that he had not yet received any encouragement. Zenedin asked back with skepticism, asking if he was demanding more praise from him. Zed quickly corrected him, explaining that to him, encouragement was not found in words but had to be in the form of a practical reward. Zenedin's face suddenly turned blank. He was stunned for a few seconds by this bold request. Then a roar of laughter echoed throughout the hall. He laughed heartily, admitting that he had been wrong to only view him as a child. Zenedin declared that Zed was a true heir, though Zed found his laughter a bit ridiculous. He narrowed his eyes and asked what he truly wanted as a reward. Zed bowed to accept the order, preparing for the next step in his plan. A smug smile appeared on his lips. Zed knew exactly what he needed. A faint light radiated from behind the door that had just opened. The old captain led Zed into a room filled with sparkling treasure. This was the secret vault of the Arahan family, a place that traditionally only heads of the family were allowed to step in. Everywhere were precious gems and brilliant treasures that were blinding to the eyes. Zed couldn't help but be amazed at the countless rare artifacts and magical potions placed on the shelf. The old captain reiterated the rule that Zed was only allowed to choose exactly one item, making him secretly click his tongue in regret. Instead of rushing to choose, Zed turned to ask if there was a time limit here or not. When he heard the answer was no, a devious smile flashed across his face. He told the old captain that he had plenty of time today, and he intended to carefully inspect every single one of the tens of thousands of treasures here before stopping. Several hours had passed since the search began. Zed was still diligently examining everything, from Nuruk's bracelet to Dayak's ring. His footsteps continued to echo rhythmically in the quiet space of the vault. Even though he was surrounded by expensive items, Zed still felt like something was wrong. He wondered to himself, could the vault of the Arahan head really be filled with nothing but low-quality junk like this? The old captain began to get impatient, reminding him that 5 hours had passed, while Zed felt incredibly disappointed. He turned to question who was in charge of this place, then bluntly dismissed the pile of treasures as trash. The old captain forced a laugh, saying he spoke as if he were very knowledgeable, then insisted everything here was a rare item. Zed demanded that he take him to the real area, still wondering to himself if he was missing something. The old captain's flustered reaction only increased his suspicion. Seeing the captain start to get confused, Zed was secretly pleased that his smoke screen had brought result. He insisted he would not leave until he had seen everything this vault was hiding. Zed demanded that the old man stop wasting each other's time, as he knew for sure the family head's vault couldn't be that simple. The old captain finally gave in and silently led him deep into a dark passageway. They stopped in front of a stone wall, and the old captain raised his hand to prepare to open the secret path. A brilliant red, ancient magic circle appeared beneath his hand. The wall began to shift with loud noises, revealing a dazzling light behind it. A completely new space appeared, even more radiant and overwhelming than anything Zed had seen before. Zed's red eyes lit up when he caught sight of something extremely special. A true treasure appeared just as he had hoped, leaving him unable to help but admire it. He strolled into the luxurious room, laughing and saying that he hadn't intended to deceive the old man from the start. Suddenly, an item radiating in strange aura caught Zed's attention. The old captain watched, secretly thinking that only someone who knew how to judge items could bring out the true value of the treasure. Zed reached out and touched the artifact, feeling the powerful energy radiating from it. He decisively chose a bracelet and took it off the display shelf. The old captain stood frozen in surprise, not expecting him to find the most carefully hidden treasure. Zed put the bracelet on his wrist, secretly confirming that compared to this, the pile of stuff out there was indeed trash. The system confirmed he had equipped the Lix bracelet. The Lix bracelet was not only beautiful, but also directly helped Zed increase his magic power by 5 points. All sorts of expensive jewelry were displayed on silk cushions, from Goat's bracelet to Uma's ring. Even Jahat's belt was in this collection, plus Basil's summoning ring. They were all top-tier magical artifacts. However, when placed next to the Lix bracelet, Zed Arahan felt the others didn't amount to much. He decided to put the Lix bracelet on his wrist. A notification appeared. His magic power was instantly increased by 5 points. Accompanying it was a series of new skills unlocked, such as electrification, lightning strike, and electric discharge. Zed smiled smugly at the new powers he had just received. Seeing Zed staring at the bracelet and laughing to himself, Ralph, sitting opposite, wondered if he had eaten something strange. Zed only replied that he had just acquired a very good item. Although he felt a bit sorry to pass up Basil's summoning ring, for him at this moment, the bracelet was the optimal choice. This item not only helped him level up his magic circle, but also pushed his magic power stat to 20, helping to unlock new moves. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Facing Zed's cheerful expression, Ralph asked if it was really that good. He insisted this was something money couldn't buy. Master Krang approached and was also amazed, not understanding where he found such a rare artifact. One look was enough to know it wasn't ordinary. Zed skillfully praised his vision, while lamenting that his current magic items were still too lacking. Master Krang gave Zed the new items he had requested earlier, including a belt and a necklace. He spared no praise, calling him the greatest craftsman in the Empire, which made the old man extremely proud. He handed the new gear to Zed and told him to examine it carefully. On the belt was the emblem of the Chervil family, radiating a brilliant metallic glow under the lights. Zed looked at the new equipment attentively, showing clear satisfaction on his face. Master Krang urged him to try it on to see if it fit well, so he could make adjustments if needed. As soon as he picked it up, Zed was surprised because it was incredibly light and soft, as if he were carrying a feather. Master Krang explained that for those who fight with their bodies like him, comfort in movement is more important than magic performance. He began to fasten the new belt to check it. The system immediately recorded it, and a mana storage function was added with a capacity of 100 points. The stats that appeared made Zed exclaim in surprise at their superiority. He recalled that in the game before, even the most high-end items only achieved about 60–70% efficiency, but this was 100%, a truly cheating item. Master Krang stood by and asked how it felt and how the size was. Zed insisted it was absolutely perfect. He couldn't help but admire the talent of the Chervil family, even though Krang had a bit of doubt because he had praised it highly before even trying it out. Zed laughed it off, saying the feeling of wearing it was already good enough. For a craftsman like Krang, there was nothing happier than seeing a satisfied customer. He continued to hand him the necklace and told him to wear it as well to see how it was. Zed took the necklace, which had a sparkling emerald green gem attached. He slowly put it around his neck. A notification appeared. Magic Power Stat receives an additional 50% experience bonus. Zed was truly speechless with joy. In the game, this stat would only reach 20% at most. He secretly called Krang the Master of Masters. He thought to himself that if he posted this item on a forum, everyone would surely say it was fake because the stats were too terrifying. Master Krang scratched his head and explained that these requests for mana circulation equipment made things a bit difficult, so he described them as mana circulation support functions to make it easier to understand. because normal people don't understand the concept of experience. Zed bowed and thanked him once again. Krang insisted that any of his future requests would be given top priority. Zed's eyes twinkled with satisfaction as he gazed at his new necklace. However, just after finishing his appreciation, the scene shifted to Zed soaked in sweat, jogging in the night, secretly cursing the old man as the worst person ever. Standing behind, Master Krang shouted loudly because his physical fitness was too poor and threatened to make him run until morning if he dared to complain anymore. Hearing Zed's mumbling, the old man paused, wondering if he had heard something wrong, but then told himself it must have been an auditory hallucination. Watching Zed's back as he struggled to run under the night sky, Master Krang sighed, secretly acknowledging that this kid was truly a genius. Master Krang stood observing, secretly amazed to see that Zed had started to be able to break even level 4 mana stone. He thought to himself that this kid seemed to be getting stronger just by breathing. Surely he would go down in the history of the Empire, perhaps even rivaling the legendary Tema. A powerful lightning bolt suddenly struck, tearing through the space in the middle of the training yard. Master Krang shouted loudly, forcing Zed to wring out every last drop of mana in his body before he was allowed to stop. The old man continued to lecture, saying that using a lot of magic wouldn't make him stronger. What mattered was mastering what he had right now. Zed was out of breath and drenched in sweat, while Krang demanded that he practice until it became as instinctive as breathing. The lightning bolt streaked across the night sky, exploding with great power. Standing from above, looking down at his exhausted student, Krang ordered Zed to climb back up to the mountain peak after draining his mana. Zed collapsed, hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath after the grueling training. Hearing the order, he could only grit his teeth and reply, "Yes, master," before continuing to run headlong. Zed's willpower was being pushed to the limit. His mana was completely drained, but he didn't allow himself to stop. Master Krang still wouldn't let up, saying he still had to learn how to cast magic with absolute precision. He demanded that he control both the target and the level of power, simultaneously announcing he would raise the difficulty of the training to a new level. Immediately, a series of Master Krang's clones appeared densely, surrounding Zed. Zed startled and stopped, not expecting the old man to pull such a difficult trick just when he was exhausted. Krang shouted loudly for him not to stop, that he had to destroy all the clones to reach the peak. Zed could only secretly curse the crazy teacher in his head. A lightning clone lunged in to attack, the electric current exploding right next to Zed. He had to struggle to dodge the continuous attacks from the surrounding clones while running. With his stamina exhausted, Zed just wanted to immediately use the mana stored in his new belt to escape this situation. But then he hesitated, knowing that if he used it, all his hard training effort up to now would become meaningless. The sound of lightning exploded again, tearing through the quiet night one more time. Zed panted as he escaped the encirclement, wondering if he had destroyed all these annoying clones yet. However, the hope that had just sprouted vanished when a series of other clones appeared to block his way. He could only exclaim in helplessness. Too frustrated with the endless training, Zed yelled at the terrible old man, while Master Krang still calmly called his name. Zed looked at the clones surrounding him, gritting his teeth and cursing. His strength was drained, but the enemy was still standing there. He gasped for air, clearly feeling that his mana had hit rock bottom. This feeling of helplessness was exactly the same as when he faced the water dragon. Zed's eyes suddenly narrowed. A thought flashed through his head at this very moment. Zed realized his mistake all this time. He always used his full power for every strike, but did these clones really require so little mana? The image of the old man Krang shouting flashed in his mind. He once said he had to learn to control both the target and the level of power. A confident smile appeared on Zed's sweat-drenched face. He understood the real intention behind this grueling training from his master. Instead of unleashing a big explosion, he needed to learn how to divide his mana appropriately. Once he could do that, adjusting the power would become much easier. Zed muttered, retracting his curses toward the old man from before. It turned out everything had a reason. He crouched slightly, ready for a new test right in the middle of the battle. First of all, Zed needed to stall for time for his mana to recover. He leaped away, avoiding the constant attacks. The clones wouldn't leave him alone. They immediately followed him like a shadow. Zed slipped through the gaps, trying to keep a safe distance. Sweat poured down. He glanced back with a look of immense pressure. Krang's army lunged forward with terrifying speed, not giving him a single second to catch his breath. Zed launched himself into the air, clearing the closing perimeter. He landed on a precarious rocky outcrop, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves. His mana was currently only enough for a single casting of heavenly thunder, and his task now was to figure out how to split that meager energy. Zed held his hands out, focusing all his mind on the orb of energy that flickered with electric charges. He let out a low growl, struggling to control the sparks that danced wildly between his palms. A sphere split in two and then dissipated, and Zed clicked his tongue at his own lack of stability. He reminded himself to focus even harder, drops of sweat running down his chin, but Zed didn't bother to care. The energy source began to condense, radiating brilliant golden rays of light. Zed squinted, feeling the vibration of the mana. Just a little more, and he would succeed. His eyes gleamed as he saw the distinct shift in the flow of energy. "Got it," Zed shouted as the two mana orbs lay firmly in his hands. Standing on the peak, he looked down at the clones flooding up like a torrent. 2 into 4, Zed was gradually mastering the art of splitting mana. The electric orbs began to multiply, surrounding his hands like glowing jewels. But the pressure of time weighed heavily. The clones were closing in right at the foot of the cliff. Zed was anxious because the number of splits was still not enough to deal with all the enemy. A part of him wanted to console himself that doing this well on the first try was already impressive, and failure was only natural. But then he gritted his teeth, banishing that weak thought from his mind. Zed let out a proud roar. There was no way he would accept giving up so easily. His entire body glowed in blinding flashes of lightning, as a burst of energy engulfed the space. He poured all his will into this decisive strike. The chain heavenly thunder technique was officially activated, wiping out everything around him with ruthless lightning bolts. Krang stood at the foot of the mountain, his eyes widening in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. A colossal pillar of light struck directly onto the mountaintop, creating a heaven-shaking explosion. Krang's jaw hung open in trembling disbelief. The brat hadn't even learned how to dual cast, yet he was already playing with multi-skill combo. Looking at the gray smoke rising from the peak, Krang silently called him a monster, nodding the kid was running before he even knew how to walk. The night turned silent again after the violent tremor. Krang stood in silence, his gaze still filled with shock at the rapid progress of his student. Exhausted, Zed called out to Master Krang, asking to end the training session immediately. He couldn't stand steadily anymore, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath from sheer fatigue. With that, Zed collapsed to the ground like a log. He lay flat on the training floor, white smoke still rising from his body after the lightning strike from a moment ago. Master Krang stood watching his student, silently marveling at the boy's monstrous power. He suddenly noticed something unusual and let out a soft exclamation of surprise. A satisfied smile mixed with a hint of smugness flashed across Krang's face. Watching the unconscious Zed, he knew the boy himself had finally begun to realize his true potential. The story cut to the luxury and power within the Arahan family mansion. In a private meeting room, a woman with flaming red hair, Rachel, began to reiterate the previous report. The entire council of elders was fully gathered, and Rachel mentioned that Tunda and Zed had officially become heirs and had caused quite a stir. The elders whispered among themselves with disdain, some even surprised, thinking Zed had long since died and rotted in prison. They looked down on Zed, assuming he was just a useless seventh son who couldn't achieve anything without help. An old man clicked his tongue in frustration upon hearing that Genadin seemed to be showing special favor to this youngest son. The ringleaders didn't want to see matters become increasingly complicated and beyond their control. A hand tightened on the table, signaling a firm decision about to be made. Rachel stood before the council with an authoritative back, declaring that they needed to intervene before Zed became too arrogant. Zed flipped through the documents, looking quite satisfied with the amount of information Eddie had just extracted. He told Eddie to keep tracking his siblings and not to miss even the smallest detail. While they were discussing, Liu rushed straight into the room, shouting Zed's name, which made Eddie jump. Just looking at Liu's breathless state, he knew something bad had happened. Zed signaled for her to calm down before speaking. Liu stammered that an elderly woman had just stopped by the villa, and it was his grandmother. Zed blanked for a moment. Madissa Kindle came all the way here. Truth be told, he didn't even know what she looked like. Liu explained that because Zed wasn't home, she scheduled a lunch for tomorrow and left. He wondered if this was the first move of the old foxes, as the group had discussed earlier. It seemed everything was unfolding much faster than Zed had anticipated. He mused, worried that he had been overdoing it lately, which was why he had drawn attention so soon. Liu eagerly asked what she should prepare for tomorrow's lunch, and Zed told her to stay at the villa and handle it. Deep down, Zed knew the Arahan old foxes were actually his relatives on his mother's side. Although they didn't carry the pure bloodline and couldn't use the Arahan name, their power and money were not to be trifled with. The influence of these old people had seeped into every corner, and even the current head of the Arahan family had needed them to ascend to that position. Zed sighed, telling Liu to just prepare some Burtison beef and potato soup. Just formal enough would do. Given the task, Liu excitedly ran off to prepare immediately. Eddie sat by, watching and smirking, teasing Zed that he was finally being pulled into the whirlpool of political infighting. Zed gave a sharp glare. Just looking at Eddie's face, he knew the guy was very excited. Eddie began to lecture on the importance of information when political warfare broke out, demanding Zed not threaten to raise his rent again in the future. He ignored the guy's rambling and urged Eddie to hand over the rest of the documents on the old foxes. Eddie slammed the stack of papers on the table with a thud, acting as if it had been incredibly difficult to obtain. Zed flipped through them and let out an enigmatic smile, not forgetting to offer praise for his friend's sharpness. Receiving praise from Zed for the first time, Eddie froze for a few seconds, thinking he had misheard. He told Eddie to dig deeper, as it seemed the old foxes would be the next target before he dealt with his sibling. The next afternoon at the villa, Zed and his subordinates stood ready early on. Liu worriedly hinted that the meat would get cold if left out and offered to run and reheat it again. Zed looked at the clock. It was clearly way past the appointed time. His gaze hardened. It felt like this old woman was leading him by the nose to test his patience. Just then Madison Kindle strolled in, her mouth apologizing but her tone completely devoid of remorse. Zed smiled faintly, silently understanding that this was the opening move she had prepared for him. Madison brought along a private troop of soldiers clad in pitch-black cloaks, using the excuse of being busy as to why she arrived late. Zed bowed politely, fully aware that she had brought her own army instead of family guards to intimidate her grandson. She laughed loudly, commenting that Zed had grown up much more since the last time they met. Zed wasn't interested in such pleasantries and invited her inside for lunch. Stepping into the main hall, she didn't stop praising his maturity. The two sat at opposite ends of the long table, the heavy air weighing down the room. The excellent steak was quickly brought out to be served. Madison Kindle refused to eat, using the excuse that she wasn't hungry and telling Zed to eat up, as he was still at a growing age. Zed maintained his politeness, inviting her to taste just a little so as not to waste the servant's effort. She let out a sinister laugh, saying only this grandson was truly concerned about this old woman. Afterward, a guard nonchalantly used a fork to spear a piece of meat and popped it into his mouth before their eyes. Madison stared casually as the soldier finished the meat, as if it were the obvious thing to do to test for poison. She wore an enigmatic smile, then uttered a sarcastic remark that her subordinate said the food was delicious. Zed sat at the other end of the table, his eyes hardening. He said he fully understood the sentiment she had for him. Deep down, Zed felt disgusted. Someone called an old fox who didn't even possess basic manners. Looking at the sumptuous meal still steaming, he wondered if she wasn't eating because it was cold or because she was afraid of poison. Whatever the reason, it was clearly an insult. Not wanting to prolong this play, Zed called for Lisa to clean up and bring tea, to which Lisa obediently followed with a slightly sad expression. The large room was filled only with the clattering of dishes. The air was suffocatingly tense. Madison rolled her eyes and quipped that for such a large villa, it was strange that Zed only had 2 servants. It must feel empty. She feigned concern, offering to personally select a few real and talented servants for Zed and send them over. Zed bluntly refused immediately, saying he had no need for more people right now. Madison wouldn't give up, trying to convince him that a household must be crowded to have vitality and attract good fortune. Zed's gaze was cold. He asserted that even if she sent them, he would throw them out on their ears, fully knowing she just wanted to plant spies in his home. Hearing this, she smirked, saying Zed was truly a blunt person who never showed respect to anyone, continuing to play the part of a grandmother concerned for her grandson after years of separation. Madison began to use family ties to attack, accusing Zed of carrying the Arahan bloodline, yet treating his own grandmother so cold. Zed didn't bother with the hypocritical words, looking straight into her eyes and demanding they get straight to the point. Zed's decisiveness surprised Madison for a moment, and she paused a beat. But immediately after, a cunning smile appeared on her aged face. It seemed she realized the two could talk in a more practical way. Madison turned and ordered all her soldiers outside, so she could speak with Zed privately. She didn't forget to warn her guards not to be foolish enough to provoke the Manhwa unit guarding the villa's exterior. Zed observed those private soldiers, wondering if they were truly 5th-rank mages as rumored, or if she was just blowing smoke. When the room was down to just the 2 of them, Zed went straight to the point, asking what her real goal was in coming all this way. Madison didn't bother with the act either, leaning back in her chair and agreeing that wasting each other's time was unnecessary. She flatly declared that she had come today to convince Zed, and if that failed, she would move on to threats. Facing that gunpowder-scented declaration, Zed's face didn't change at all. He asserted that whether it was persuasion or threats, it wouldn't work on him. Madisa laughed heartily, praising Zed for being just as brave as the recent rumors suggested. But immediately, her eyes flashed with a sharp, murderous intent. She hissed through her teeth that Zed should have known his place and lived in hiding like a dead man, because what he was doing was an eyesore. Madisa Kindle sat perched on her chair with an arrogant attitude, saying that the name Zed kept popping up lately, making her eyes itch. She wondered why Zed's father had sent him to the tomb when he was so young, but now that he was an heir, she wanted to teach him how this family functioned. A direct question was put forth. Did Zed also want to become the head of the family? Sitting opposite, Zed remained calm, thinking to himself that this old fox had finally shown her true color. Zed's hand tightened on the table. Madisa continued, advising him to know how to dream bigger. She casually ate her meal, mocking him by saying those delusional dreams would only lead to his death. In the vast space of the dining room, Zed interrupted and told her to get straight to the point, so Madisa produced an opportunity for him to live a long life in the Arahan family. With a sinister smile, she demanded he immediately abandon his dream of becoming the head of the family and know his place. The threat was clearly laid out. If he dared to ignore her good-hearted advice, his pathetic life would not be saved, to which Zed only coldly asked, "And what if I refuse?" Zed looked straight into her eyes. Deep down, he understood this wasn't advice at all, but a blatant threat. Madisa smiled with satisfaction, completely unaware that she was being called a venomous snake in her grandson's heart. He asked directly if she was supporting the first heir, and if there was a way to win the elders over to his side. Looking from above, the long table separated the two people in a battle of wits. Madisa asserted that, by tradition, the eldest son always had the highest chance. When asked about promises received from the first heir, she only smirked and pretended not to know. Zed leaned forward, offering a bold proposal. If he became head, he would pay double whatever the other had promised. That statement left Madisa stunned for a moment, her eyes showing clear surprise. But then she started to let out smirk. The laughter exploded, echoing throughout the luxurious room. Madisa laughed hysterically at Zed's naivety, while he understood clearly that the elders only cared about practical interests and didn't care for the clan's lofty ambition. Amidst the smell of food and contempt, Zed asked again what she thought of his proposal. The old woman couldn't stop laughing, mocking the idea that someone like Zed would dare to dream of the family head position. Zed silently watched his opponent's frantic laughter. Madisa said this was so funny she couldn't help herself. She challenged whether Zed could overcome Rondo Arahan, given that he had only just awakened his mana. Zed's gaze hardened, filled with determination. He asserted that he was more than capable of doing exactly that. Madisa's laughter hadn't completely ceased, ringing up to the high ceiling. She leaned her chin on her hand and recounted the past, saying the only reason Zed's father ascended to the throne despite not being the eldest son was that she was backing him. To Madisa, whichever faction the elders supported won, and she was the living proof of that history. Zed countered, asking why she chose to support his father instead of the first son back then. Madisa answered casually, because Genedin was the most outstanding of her 5 children. According to her, the elders simply supported the strongest to maintain absolute power for the clan. Hearing that, Zed bowed his head in thought. If the elders always followed the flow of the strong, then when he became strong, they would naturally have to submit. Rondo's image appeared with great authority behind Madisa. She asserted that among her grandchildren, no one's bloodline surpassed Rondo. The pressure she radiated was heavy. Madisa advised Zed to scrap that useless dream before it got him killed. Zed told himself that it was true that Rondo was currently stronger, but with Temud's soul and the Archmage's blessing, his rate of advancement had no rival. "The only thing I need is time," Zed silently affirmed as he surveyed the room. He looked straight at her and asked for more time, arguing that the eldest son's advantage was only because he had more time. Madisa folded her arms and leaned back, pressing him on why she should agree to that request. Zed's answer made the air plummet. "Because today, you arrived late to our appointment." Madisa blinked, surprised. Zed just asked her to sit still and watch him for a while. He promised that as long as she didn't provoke him first, he wouldn't cause any danger, but trying to crush a talent before it could bloom was unjust. Madisa's eyes flared with rage when she heard the word danger, and she cursed her insolent grandson under her breath. The scene shifted to the majestic Arahan mansion at sunset, where Zed sat meditating on a distant hill. Madisa watched his back with an unreadable expression, while Zed felt her watching him with eyes full of pity. Returning to the present, Zed sat musing alone after meeting his grandmother, feeling as if something lately had been making him restless and uneasy. Master Krang ambled over. Zed said he had told him not to come until called, but Krang was only worried that if he trained too hard, he would end up a cripple, to which Zed explained he just came out to breathe. Seeing Krang sit next to him, Zed curiously asked why he had come all this way. He admitted to feeling stuck and worried. Master Krang unexpectedly mentioned hearing that Zed had just met his grandmother. Zed asked in surprise how he knew. It turned out Lacto had snitched, and Krang joked that because they were the same age, they were now close friends. Zed was speechless at the thought of those two old men becoming soulmates after only a few meetings. Thanks to the illusionary space magic set up around the training area, Zed could unleash moves without fear of discovery, a tool that had been incredibly useful in the recent training session. Looking toward the city at sunset, Krang observed that the family's elders were starting to make new moves. Zed regretted blurting out that he wanted to be family head to Matissa, thinking if he had pretended not to care, he might have bought more time. Krang advised him not to overthink it. He told Zed to follow his gut, because it was the only way to sway those old fox elders. According to Krang, the Arahan elders never went against the flow of power and would do anything to maintain their position. Zed wondered why an outsider like Krang knew so much about his family. He answered nonchalantly that he used to be childhood friends with Dennis. Looking into the distance, Krang recounted that he had seen Dennis win the succession war to take the seat of family head with his own eye. Zed was shocked to realize the name, Dennis, mentioned was the dignified former head of his clan. He couldn't believe his ears, his face showing clear astonishment at the earth-shattering revelation about his grandfather. Zed pressed him, asking if he really knew his grandfather. Krang explained that the mercenary world had a wide network and that back in the day, Kid Dennis was a very gentle child. He secretly thought the old man was probably bluffing again, so Zed curiously asked what happened to his grandfather after that. Krang changed his tone to a serious one, saying that massacring siblings to win the throne was not normal at all. He called those people madmen, ready to dive into hell to achieve their goal. Looking at the magnificent palace, Krang asserted that in all his years wandering the empire, he had never seen a family as despicable as the Arahans, which was why he loathed the name so much. He remarked that their obsession with power had reached a twisted level. Zed sat in deep thought, wondering if there was a secret behind needing to become the strongest and surpass the emperor. Krang reiterated that the elders only cared about the elite bloodline to place on the throne to consolidate power for the clan. Zed realized these words were exactly what Matissa had said, and he suspiciously asked again if he were really friends with the former head. Krang blew a fuse, punching the ground and scolding Zed for being an insolent brat for daring to doubt him, telling him to go die alone, which made Zed hurry to apologize. Night fell and the stars began to twinkle in the high sky. Inside Zed's private mansion, silence blanketed every corner. Inside the dark dining room, a bizarre purple smoke was silently crawling out from under the table. A mysterious scroll was trapped in a web of magical silk, radiating a menacing dark energy. Zed Arahan called out to his master, but Krang Gutra, still furious, told him to get out of his sight. The boy knelt and apologized profusely, promising to believe everything the master said from now on, and begged him to finish the story. Seeing that his master was still tense, Zed played his final card. He offered to buy the information for 100 gold coins, thinking to himself that the old man was probably livid, and he had no idea if this would work. Krang just gave a cold, dismissive click of his tongue. Zed immediately doubled the price to 200, and Krang's attitude shifted instantly, as he agreed without hesitation, proving that money really can buy anything. The old man sat down and retorted, asking if Zed finally understood what it meant to never go against the current. Zed wondered aloud if that meant he had no chance of defeating Rondo, given that everything was so heavily stacked in Rondo's favor. Hearing that, Krang gave him a knock on the head that left a bump, scolding him for being an idiot and for not thinking about taking control of the game himself to turn the tables. The boy clutched his head and yelped, while the master sighed, complaining that kids these days really had problems. Zed tried to suppress the pain, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. He held up 3 fingers, but Krang stared at him, completely clueless. It turned out Zed was raising the price to 300 gold coin. Krang's demeanor did a complete 180, calling him his dear disciple with sickening sweetness, and telling him to listen closely because this part was the most important. His master explained that following one's instincts meant using actions to show the elders exactly what kind of person he was. Zed pondered how he should demonstrate that, and Krang added that the elite bloodline the old folks kept harping on about wasn't just about raw physical strength. It included every capability, from cold rationality and clairvoyance to leadership skills, and Zed listened intently, deeply reflecting on every word. Because those were the exact qualities required of a future head of the family, and Zed was left stunned for a few seconds. Krang told him that he had to make the elders imagine him sitting in the family head's chair for themselves, as that was the way to buy himself more time. And if, in the meantime, he could demonstrate a rate of growth that far surpassed Rondo's, then turning the tide would only be a matter of time. Zed nodded, realizing he had to make them look forward to his rise rather than just trying to curry favor. Krang stood up, acting like an experienced senior, and advised Zed to move his living quarters immediately for safety. Zed was a bit complacent, asking if they would really dare to act recklessly now that he had his crest and special mission. Krang warned him that there were 10,000 ways to assassinate someone without leaving a trace, so being careful was never a waste. Finally, the master didn't forget to remind him to bring the promised amount of gold tomorrow, because integrity was everything, leaving Zed speechless. The scene shifted to dawn at Zed Arahan's private villa. The two guards outside the front door were nodding off, completely unaware of anything. Inside, the large grandfather clock struck the hour in the serene stillness. A mysterious black smoke began to creep out from under the long dining table. A parchment scroll suddenly fell to the floor amidst the pitch-black mist. The scroll unrolled itself, revealing a magic circle that emitted a brilliant purple light. The magic activated powerfully, and black smoke billowed around the formation. Suddenly, the space shifted completely. Zed found himself in the middle of the octagonal cage at the DX2 arena, surrounded by the cheers of thousands of spectators. The crowd was ecstatic, some cheering, others jeering, creating a wild, fervent atmosphere. A lone figure stood in the center of the ring, under the brilliant stage lights. It was Zed, or rather, his past life. He woke up in the illusion with a bewildered look on his face. Looking around the massive stadium, he wondered where on earth he was. Zed quickly realized this was definitely a dream. A smirk appeared on his face. Gazing at the tens of thousands of spectators screaming his name, he told himself it had been a long time since he had felt alive in this atmosphere. He held his fist up to the sky, but still wondered why he was suddenly dreaming about his past life as an MMA fighter. On the other side of the ring, his opponent was ready, and Zed thought to himself that it had been a long time since he had a chance to revisit this fight. He got into his stance, feeling the excitement rising. This feeling was truly fun. Zed was calculating how to finish his opponent off in the coolest way possible today. He stepped forward, determined to end the match quickly and cleanly. Just as he was about to land a blow, he suddenly froze, noticing something unusual. Zed's eyes revealed clear shock. He didn't understand what was happening. A white towel suddenly flew into the ring. He stood stunned. Why was there a white towel here? Had his own team thrown in the towel? The referee declared the opponent the winner, and the match ended abruptly because the champion had suddenly quit. Zed stood still, his muscles bulging with rage. The feeling of humiliation left him speechless. The crowd began to jeer, and Zed roared in fury, cursing whoever dared to ruin his fight of a lifetime. His anger reached its peak, and he swore to kill whoever threw that towel. Zed knew only the trainer was allowed to throw the towel. He felt stabbed in the back, his entire career destroyed in an instant. He scanned the stands to find the culprit, and then he froze, spotting a familiar face. Amidst the modern crowd appeared Madisa Kindle with a ghostly smile. This was the loophole that helped him realize it was all just an illusion. Back in reality, Zed lay in bed and began to feel sharp stabs of pain throughout his body. It turned out a nest of venomous snakes was crawling all over him and biting his legs. The system reported good news. Thanks to his poison-resistant skill, Zed's body was fighting off the venom of the black snakes, and he was shocked to realize he had been ambushed. Without a moment's hesitation, Zed immediately activated magic to defend himself. Lightning body transformation was activated, and brilliant golden electricity began to cover his body. In the darkness, dozens of snakes with glowing eyes were squirming all over the room, ready to pounce and tear their prey apart. Zed stood up amidst the ring of snakes, his eyes glowing with fiery red rage, and he growled, demanding to know who was bold enough to pull this off. The black snakes were fearless, simultaneously baring their fangs and lunging straight for him. Zed took his defensive stance, condensing all his lightning power into his fist. A blinding white light engulfed the entire room. The electric discharge technique exploded, incinerating all the black snakes in the blink of an eye. Elsewhere, Madisa Kindle was leisurely humming in her rose garden. She reached out to touch a deep red rose in full bloom. On that aged face was a look of immense, venomous satisfaction. She picked up pruning shears and slowly guided them toward the stem of the flower. A rose petal fell into the hazy mist. Then the flower was severed and fell to the ground, a cold metaphor for how she was nonchalantly removing the thorns in her path. The mansion of the rose garden belonging to Matissa Arahan appeared against the blue sky and white clouds, looking peaceful enough, but the smell of gunpowder was already closing in. Inside, deep red rose paintings hung on the walls, accompanied by the owner's happy humming. Matissa was strolling through her prized flower garden, her mood seemingly very good after launching her assassination attempt. The old butler rushed over from afar, carrying a box wrapped in an extremely luxurious manner. As soon as he arrived, Matissa immediately asked if that matter had been settled smoothly, making the old butler break out in a cold sweat. He stammered, about to deliver the bad news, but the noblewoman whipped around and asked what the hell the box in his hand was. She started getting annoyed, threatening to turn him into fertilizer for her roses if he dared to report failure. Trembling like a leaf, he reported that the brat Zed and his subordinates had left the villa early that morning. Hearing the news that the brat was still alive and well, Matissa went ballistic and crushed the rose she was holding. The poor flower was mangled, just like the fiery rage burning inside the old woman. Petals scattered to the ground, and she still couldn't believe how Zed could have survived after being attacked by a pack of venomous snakes. Matissa ordered the butler to find and kill the snake summoner and the maker of that magic scroll at all costs to get her money back. The butler bowed in obedience but was terrified inside, likely planning to resign soon before he lost his life. Only now did Matissa notice the golden box in his hand and ask again what it was. He said he found it in the garden, and it looked like a gift for her, so he took the liberty of bringing it in for her opinion. Thinking someone wanted to curry favor, she ordered him to bring the box closer so she could take a look. Matissa began to unwrap the packaging, revealing a black box printed with a strange symbol. She squinted at the logo. It looked fancy, but she didn't know what was inside. The anvil symbol looked vaguely familiar, but she didn't bother to care. Truly, her ego was sky high. With a click, the lid popped open, as both master and servant looked on with curiosity. Alas, there was no gold or jewelry inside, just a pristine white towel. Matissa slammed the table, shouting, intending to see which brat was bold enough to mess with her. On the towel was a provocative message: "Take this towel and I will forgive you." Reading the word forgive made her want to see stars. Before she could recover, the box suddenly emitted a faint blue light, signaling that this was not going to have a happy ending. The light grew brighter, shining directly into the butler's face, leaving him frozen for a few seconds. And boom, a heaven-shaking explosion went off, blowing away an entire corner of Matissa's luxurious mansion. The scene moved to the evening at Krang's training ground, where Zed was directing his subordinates to move their belongings aside. A young man ran over to call Zed, looking like some important news had just been updated. He confirmed that the explosion at Matissa's mansion had taken place exactly as planned that afternoon, making Zed sigh in relief. Zed smirked triumphantly, saying the Council of Elders would meet soon, and this was the time for her to learn some respect for daring to lay a hand on. Zed's fiery red eyes showed his determination. He knew full well she had intended to take his life from the very beginning. As they were talking, Zed suddenly sensed something unusual behind his back and turned to look. Under the dim moonlight of the Arahan family castle, Zed silently swore to pay her back tenfold for everything she had caused. It turned out a spy was hiding behind a tree, eavesdropping on the entire conversation. Zed was in big trouble now. Eddie noticed Zed standing still and ran over to ask what was wrong, and he was terrified when he saw the bite marks on his boss. Zed pointed calmly at the holes on his arm, saying it was just a light bite, but thanks to his poison resistance, he was still alive and kicking. In reality, Zed had used electric discharge to wipe out the snakes, only he had accidentally blown away the house he was staying in as well. Eddie looked at Zed with pity, assuming his boss was depressed about losing his home, and so he didn't dare say anything else. Zed pointed forward, saying that staying by Master Krang's side was the safest place for the whole team now. In the distance, old Krang was sitting and drinking with a friend, laughing heartily while complaining about his stubborn, uncontrollable disciple. Krang glanced at Zed and continued his story. It seemed he wasn't worried about these kids at all. But just then, the shadow of a stranger sneaked away, signaling a new storm about to descend on Zed Arahan. Zed turned to his subordinates, his voice filled with slight guilt for dragging the whole team into this mess in the middle of the night. The brothers in the team didn't mind a bit, laughing that the air here was fresh and the scenery beautiful, so they were perfectly fine. Zed nodded in thanks and promised to compensate everyone well for their efforts later, asking only that they hang in there a little longer. Eddie, the blonde guy, grinned and shouted, "Yes, boss," while the girl beside him seemed a bit more contemplative. Zed turned and walked away, not forgetting to say he was counting on everyone, and his subordinates responded in unison, full of spirit. As they were walking, Eddie sidled up and whispered to Zed, asking if this was really okay, his face clearly showing his worry. Behind them, the soldiers were still busy cleaning up, the sound of them urging each other on echoing through the corner of the forest. Eddie whispered that the visitor yesterday was a high-ranking elder, and he was afraid the whole group would be in big trouble if this were exposed. But Zed was very calm, telling him that she definitely didn't know he was the culprit, leaving Eddie wide-eyed with surprise. Zed explained that in Madassa Arahan's eyes, heirs like him were just brats, pawns she could manipulate as she pleased. He confidently asserted that she couldn't have dreamt that a youngest son like him would dare to pull off such a shocking stunt. The problem was that while they were discussing secrets, a female soldier was eavesdropping behind a tree, her face pale with shock upon learning the truth. She smirked, knowing she had just grabbed extremely valuable information that could help her advance quickly if she reported it to the council. At the same time, at the Arahan Council of Elders Castle, the atmosphere was becoming incredibly tense under the moonlight. Rachel Arahan, Zed's mother, quietly calculated that she would certainly be the #1 suspect in the recent horrific explosion. The elders sitting around the round table began to interrogate her, demanding to know if this was Rachel's conspiracy and demanding the truth. With a calm demeanor, Rachel denied it all and sarcastically retorted, asking why she would ever harm her own mother. Rachel appeared aristocratic and mysterious. She was not only Zed's mother, but also the leader of the moderate faction in this family. An elder feared this was a serious issue, as he heard Madassa was going crazy and might storm in at any moment. Rachel remained very calm, saying that once this misunderstanding was cleared up, it would be over, and she would handle everything herself. The sound of heels hitting the floor was jarring, signaling someone approaching the conference room with no small amount of fury. Madassa's old butler outside the door desperately tried to stop her because the meeting was underway, but it seemed no one bothered to pay attention to his words. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open, and Madassa Arahan stormed in, yelling Rachel's name with hatred as soon as she appeared. Everyone in the conference room was startled, and Rachel looked up and said, "Mother," but her expression didn't change much. Rachel was about to ask what had happened to make her arrive so suddenly, but before she could finish, the bad news occurred. Madassa hissed through her teeth, calling Rachel a vicious woman, and suddenly swung her hand, slapping Rachel hard across the face. She screamed like a madwoman, lamenting the statues and precious paintings that had been completely consumed by fire. Rachel clutched her red cheek, silently listening to her sob about the prized rose garden that was now nothing but ashes. The image of the fire blazing fiercely in the mansion returned, mirroring the burning resentment in Madassa's heart. Radiating murderous intent, Madassa threatened Rachel to prepare herself for the consequences of her action. Rachel looked up at her with deep, enduring eyes, while Madassa continued to scream her name in extreme rage. In the Arahan family meeting hall, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The elders were surrounding Lady Madassa, demanding an appropriate apology, or else they would take this matter to the council. Hurried footsteps approached the center of the conference room, signaling a far-from gentle intervention. Another group of elders stood in the way, their faces all glowering as if something was about to happen. The hardline and moderate factions began to argue fiercely. An old man yelled in the other's face, calling them bastards and claiming what they did was far more serious. Bang! A hand slammed hard onto the wooden table, cutting off all meaningless argument. Rachel Arahan radiated an astonishing pressure. Her sharp gaze locked onto the crowd as she demanded to know if they really wanted to start a war right. Rachel gritted her teeth, ordering everyone to withdraw their mana immediately, her pressure making the very space feel thick and suffocating. Madassa Kindle clenched her teeth, calling Rachel a wretched woman, and bitterly asked if Rachel truly thought she would get away with trying to take her life. She continued to lash out, telling Rachel to shut her mouth, and insisting that only she would dare to pull off such a dangerous stunt. But Madassa's smirk vanished the moment she saw a deep blue surge of mana erupting around Rachel. Rachel placed her hand on the table, and frost began to spread from her palm. She coldly declared that while she could endure many things, anyone who touched her people would not get away with it. Rachel's eyes were now as cold as the northern frost, and she issued an irresistible order for Madassa to sit down. Madassa trembled before the bone-chilling mana, suddenly realizing she had lost her composure and forgotten that Rachel was an 8th Circle mage, someone standing on the threshold of the 9th Circle. Rachel stood there as her mana exploded like a blizzard. This was the prestige of the Northern Witch, who could make the whole world tremble with pure power alone. The mana flow gradually calmed, but the overwhelming presence remained. If Rachel truly wanted to, the balance of power among the clans in this family would have shattered long ago. The surrounding elders went pale, finally grasping the true weight of the witch title held by the woman before them. Madisa had no choice but to plop down into her seat, her previous aggression completely gone. Seeing that things had settled down, Rachel asked a servant to bring warm tea and even thoughtfully suggested moving Madisa's entourage to the annex so the two of them could talk privately. The meeting hall now held only the two most powerful women. The silence so profound one could hear the wind blowing. 2 steaming cups of tea were placed on the table, and Rachel opened the conversation by saying that Madisa must have had quite a scare. She lowered her voice to apologize for not paying closer attention, causing the situation to escalate, but Madisa could only sigh in frustration. Rachel asked her to recount the details of the explosion, hoping to find any leads or evidence. As soon as it was mentioned, Madisa slammed the table. She couldn't believe Rachel expected her to think that her faction was completely uninvolved. Rachel calmly pointed out that since her faction was the #1 suspect, she had no reason to do something so obvious. She analyzed that someone clearly wanted them to fight amongst themselves, and now was the time to cooperate if they didn't want to fall for the mastermind's trap. Madisa let out a cold snort, and although she was still grumpy, she seemed to have started leaning toward Rachel's logic. She began to tell her story. At first, a luxurious golden cloth box had been left in her garden. In Madisa's memory, the butler had carefully brought the box inside the mansion. Rachel interrupted, asking if that butler had been bribed by anyone. But then she denied it herself, because if he had known about the trap, he wouldn't have perished in that fire. Rachel pressed her for any other unusual details. Madisa recalled that inside the box was a white handkerchief and a provocative message. The note read, "Take this handkerchief, and I shall forgive you." Rachel looked pensively at the magnificent chandelier on the ceiling, whispering, "So that's how it is." She concluded that the culprit had an extremely high level of skill, while Madisa looked on, confused about what technique Rachel was talking about. Rachel explained that the explosion used blue fire, a form of magic so sophisticated that even a high-level mage like Madisa hadn't noticed the trap in time. In this NECA region, the number of people with such refined crafting skills could be counted on one hand, and Madisa agreed, saying that questioning the local craftsmen should provide a lead. Rachel's gaze suddenly became sharper, nodding there was one more matter that needed clarification. Rachel looked straight into Madisa's eyes, asking if she had recently caused enough enmity with anyone that they would seek such a vicious revenge. Rachel explained further that the forgiveness message in the box proved that the person was targeting Madisa because of an old grudge. Madisa sneered, confident that no madman would dare target an elder of the Arahan house. She adamantly insisted that besides that matter, she had only been hanging around sculpting and tending to her garden lately, without bothering anyone. Madisa Kindle told herself that Rachel didn't know she had secretly met Jade, so it would be easy to just make up some excuse to cover it up. In her mind, a 15-year-old kid like Jade could never set such a sophisticated trap. Her eyes darted around, trying to hide the truth behind her aged wrinkles. Sitting across from the powerful Rachel, Madisa understood that if she told the truth, she would only make the Northern Witch angrier. Rachel Arahan tilted her head slightly, asking one more time if Madisa remembered anything suspicious. The old woman still insisted on denying it, lying without blinking that she had just stayed in her garden lately and hadn't taken a single step out of the house. "Oh, is that so?" Rachel whispered, filled with hidden meaning. Rachel's eyes narrowed, looking right through the soul of the person trying to act before her, and she countered by asking about Tunda and Jade officially becoming successors. Rachel asked point-blank, "Did you really do nothing?" Her sharp gaze made the air in the room feel as if it were freezing over. Madisa Kindle stammered, intending to deny it, but Rachel coldly interrupted, scolding her to her face for being a terrible liar. The deep blue mana surged violently again, as Rachel firmly asserted that the person behind this had to be Jade, as Tunda was currently in the dungeon. Rachel roared in outrage, saying she had asked Madisa not to interfere in her children's succession war, and that was the only thing she had demanded. Sharp icicles appeared densely around her, aiming straight at Madisa, who panicked and screamed that this was just a misunderstanding and that she hadn't touched a single hair on Jade's head. But every explanation was now meaningless. Rachel declared that Madisa had broken her oath and dared to touch her son, so she shouldn't expect to leave there intact. Rachel's eyes burned with killing intent as she ordered Madisa to pay with her life. Madisa was terrified to the core, wailing pitifully and begging for forgiveness from her daughter-in-law. But it was too late as the ice magic began to sweep through the room. Just as death was hanging by a thread, a mysterious flow of darkness appeared, shielding Madisa from the deadly icicle. The black shadows faded, revealing a mysterious man kneeling at Rachel's feet, while her mana continued to roll threateningly. He introduced himself as Robin, captain of the Black Whale, the family's most elite shadow guard, standing like a fortress wall between the witch's rage and her target. Robin conveyed the family head's order, demanding that Rachel restrain herself and not cause a domestic tragedy. Rachel gritted her teeth, repeating the word restrain with utter contempt, her anger seemingly exceeding the limits of obedience. She shouted at Robin, asking if any parent could stay calm knowing their child was being targeted for assassination. Robin still tried to persuade her, reminding her that Matissa was not only the family head's mother, but also an elder with high status in the Arahan clan. But to Rachel, that status meant nothing, and she insisted that at this very moment, Matissa was only a vile woman who had broken her oath and an enemy who dared to assassinate her son. Rachel's eyes were as cold as frost as she delivered her final, steely declaration, "I will kill her." Any further interference had become useless. The man was being squeezed until he was breathless, only able to moan in agony. Rachel stood there, blue mana billowing as if to swallow the whole room, while behind her, Robin knelt and begged her to cool her temper. Robin pleaded with Rachel to listen to the family head's message. He reminded her that Rachel was surely the person who understood the family head's intentions best. A plea for her to stop, while the mana pressure had not yet abated in the slightest. Rachel kept her cold expression, but the mana around her began to fluctuate violently. She clicked her tongue once, her expression clearly showing her annoyance. The subordinate collapsed to the floor, gasping for air under the high-ranking witch's pressure. Robin continued to relay. Matissa would be disciplined and banned from all clan activities following the recent scandal. Spared, the man awkwardly said thanks and then ran for his life. Rachel sat down while Robin stood there, waiting for the next order. She looked at Robin and said, "Now you have truly become the family head's man." Robin admitted that since joining the Arahan clan, he had always been loyal to the family head. But the memories from the north with Rachel were always engraved deep in his heart. Rachel didn't care about that. She wanted to know the entire truth about Zed's accident. She demanded Robin tell the honest truth if he still had any loyalty to his old master. As a mother, she had the right to know what concerned her son. Robin sighed softly, thinking to himself that this should have been reported to the family head. But eventually, he decided to reveal it, considering it a debt of gratitude for the time she saved his life years ago. He asserted that Matissa had indeed plotted to assassinate Zed, and her mansion was currently in ruins after the explosion. More horribly, the person who had thrown the bomb to blow up Matissa's mansion was Zed, the son Rachel had thought was weak. Hearing this, Rachel jumped up and immediately asked where Zed was right now. Robin bowed his head, saying that in truth, he didn't know his specific location for sure. Rachel snapped, unable to believe the Black Mirror troops couldn't track a successor. Robin explained that they had a few suspicious locations, but because Zed was with Krang Gutra, it was very difficult to track. Rachel was stunned when she heard that name. Why would her son be with a legend like Krang? Robin confirmed that Krang was currently Zed's master. Rachel remained silent for a long time, repeating the names Krang and Zed in her mind. In her eyes, Zed had always been a small, fragile child needing protection. But Robin emphasized that the seventh young master was now anything but fragile. Rachel recalled the terrible reports she used to receive about her child before. The image of her poor child born without mana surfaced, then overlapped with the image of the strong Zed of the present. Tears rolled down as she felt both joy and sorrow for her son's arduous growth. The child who was once so weak was now able to stand firmly on his own 2 feet. Rachel affirmed that she wanted to meet Zed right now. Her gaze was steady, demanding Robin provide all the suspicious locations so she could go find her son herself. A few days later, at Krang's hideout deep in the forest, the training session ended, and an exhausted Zed bowed to thank his master. Krang looked at his disciple with delight, saying that teaching Zed was a joy because the kid learned so fast. The heavy sandbags were removed, hitting the ground with loud thuds. The soldiers watched from afar, whispering about Krang Gutra, the hero of the Great Demon War. They secretly thought both master and student were insane to endure this level of training. As the sun set, the end of the training session was also the time everyone prepared for dinner with a special barbecue. The soldiers cheered excitedly as if a big feast was coming, everyone eagerly preparing firewood. Tents were set up, and the atmosphere at this hideout was no different from a real camping trip. The meat sizzled on the fire, the aroma making everyone crave it after a hard day of training. Amidst that cheerful atmosphere, Dimmer sat in a corner with a face full of contempt and annoyance. Looking at the soldiers' camp from afar, he muttered that this miserable life was no different from beggars on the street. Seeing his comrades eating greedily, Dimmer felt nauseated and just wanted to vanish from this wild place immediately. He calculated the timing. waiting until everyone was full and fast asleep to secretly sneak away and report the news. Just as he was absorbed in his escape plan, someone called out and asked why he wasn't eating dinner, making him jump out of his skin. Dimmer awkwardly declined, and then cursed the soldiers in his head for a bunch of idiots. Just keep enjoying this impoverished life. Night fell and the stars twinkled in the sky, which was also when the secret action began. Dimmer cautiously poked his head out of the tent, observing the surroundings to ensure no one was paying attention. He sighed with relief when he saw that everyone had finally fallen fast asleep after the party. His footsteps crept on the ground. He tried not to make even the slightest noise. Dimmer began to run for his life into the forest, secretly saying goodbye to these barbarians, to return to a life of luxury. Hasty footsteps crossed the dark path in the deep forest. He panted from fatigue, telling himself that he only needed to get past this protective barrier, and he would be free. A sinister smile appeared on his face as Dimmer daydreamed about reporting to Lady Madissa that Zed was the mastermind behind the bombing. He was certain he would get a massive promotion after accomplishing this great feat. But suddenly his feet stopped as if frozen, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. From the shadows, Zed and Krang had been standing there waiting, looking at him with eyes as cold as ice. Krang clicked his tongue at the little mouse that had just fallen into the trap, while Zed remained calm, since it turned out there was only one traitor. Dimmer turned pale with horror, realizing his escape plan had failed completely. Krang reached out, beginning to deploy an extremely powerful suppression magic. The pressure of the magic weighed heavily, causing Dimmer to collapse to the ground, completely unable to resist. Zed stepped forward, repeating the stylish warning from the first day he stepped into the mansion. He insisted he would never tolerate a traitor, despite Dimmer desperately begging for mercy. Zed signaled his master, and Krang grumbled about having to use a cursed skill of the Black Mirror troops, but proceeded anyway. A wave of purple mana enveloped Dimmer, causing him to scream in pain in the middle of the night forest. A rose-shaped mark appeared on his back accompanied by a curse. If he dared to reveal the secret, his body would swell up and explode. Krang added that unless someone stronger than him broke the curse, this mark would follow him until he died. Dimmer cried and begged for forgiveness, but his betrayal had come at too high a price. Everything returned to silence under the starry night sky after the punishment ended. Zed sent his thanks to his master. Krang clicked his tongue and left, mood ruined, telling Zed to drag the traitor back to the camp himself. Zed obeyed and watched his master's back disappear into the dark night. But Krang suddenly stopped, sensing a strangely powerful aura invading the barrier. He stood in a defensive stance, mana fluctuating around him as the intruder became visible. A cloaked stranger stood right in the middle of the spatial crack of the broken barrier, signaling a dramatic visit. A mysterious figure broke the barrier, rushing straight into the hideout area. Krang Gutra looked up in surprise, at first assuming it was his subordinate who had messed up. But sensing the immense pressure, Krang realized the intruder possessed power equal to his own. The old man gritted his teeth and asked for the identity of the person who had just appeared. Looking at the posture, Krang guessed this definitely wasn't one of the Black Mirror organization's lackeys. The stranger remained silent, facing the high vigilance of the Master Mage. Suddenly, the person proactively withdrew all their aura, as a way of affirming they had no intention of fighting. Slender hands reached up to pull down the hood, revealing their true identity. Krang was stunned when he realized the person standing before him was his former student. Rachel Arahan appeared with a sorrowful face, whispering, "Master," after many years apart. Rachel asked after his well-being, but Krang coldly replied that it had been over 20 years since they last met. He demanded she drop that title immediately, as the bond between them had ended the day she became the Lady of House Arahan. Krang's eyes were sharp as he flatly asked for the purpose of her visiting such a remote place. Krang wondered why someone who despised the Arahan family so much would care about him, tutoring the youngest son of that clan. Rachel looked away, admitting she had traveled all this way just to see Zed. "Will you allow it, Master?" Rachel pleaded, but Krang only remained silent and guarded. She asked if he was still as harsh as he was during her training days, then hoped he would go easy on Zed since he was still just a child. Krang clicked his tongue, insisting that he was far more demanding and strict now than he used to be. Even so, he had to admit that the kid was enduring it and doing a great job. Krang remarked that he was also very concerned about that kid, so he wanted to hear her full reasoning. He couldn't just let her meet Zed without understanding what her true motives were. Rachel gripped her hands tightly, her voice choked with emotion as she asked if a mother needed a reason to want to see her own child. Krang growled, reminding her that she had abandoned him once, yet now she was suddenly acting concerned again. Rachel looked at him with an expression of pain, as if her deepest wound had just been touched. She explained that it was the clan head's decision to keep Zed alive, the image of her strict father flashing through her mind. Krang spat in contempt, refusing to believe those excuses. He asked if she still hated the Arahan family, and Rachel didn't hesitate to confirm that it was true. Krang grunted, declaring that he had no intention of harming Zed, so she could set her mind at ease. Rachel looked toward the mansion, remarking that Zed was very different from the Arahan people she used to know. To her, Zed was the only key to ending the clan's filthy history, so he must not be allowed to suffer any harm. Krang remained puzzled as to why meeting her own mother was considered a scar or wound by her. Rachel bowed her head, begging only to see her child for one short minute. She wanted to touch his hair and caress the cheeks of the son she had longed for. Despite the tearful play, Krang remained firm in his refusal. He feared that with her current level of power, Rachel might use illusions to bypass him in a way he couldn't undo. To prove her sincerity, Rachel made a shocking offer to have her mana circuits sealed. Krang was stunned, unable to believe his former student would be reckless enough to do this. Looking into Rachel's resolute eyes, Krang silently thought she must have truly lost her mind. Krang held out his hand, asking if she really thought he wouldn't actually do it. The atmosphere suddenly thickened, with tension between the two powerful mages. A voice rang out from behind, breaking the suffocating silence. Zed sauntered out and asked what was happening, causing Rachel to gasp her son's name in shock. Zed looked at the woman before him, while Krang remained full of caution. Rachel stood there with eyes overflowing with emotion, looking at the son she hadn't seen in so long. Zed affirmed to his master that he had also wanted to meet her for a long time, even though Krang kept reminding him of the complexity of the situation. The old master warned that Rachel was a true elder and could cast illusions on him without him even realizing it. Zed thanked Krang for his concern, but emphasized that this meeting was mandatory if he wanted to suppress the elder. Krang sighed and accepted it, realizing that both Zed and Rachel possessed an incredibly strong will. Before leaving, he told Zed to call out immediately if anything went wrong, promising he would be stationed nearby. Krang turned his back and left, leaving the mother and son facing each other in the quiet night. Rachel burst into tears, choking out a belated apology for all the suffering her son had endured. Zed stared at his mother in silence, his eyes showing a hint of confusion at her tears. Rachel stepped forward, her hands trembling uncontrollably with emotion. She hugged Zed tightly, repeating sincere apologies from the bottom of her heart. In his mother's arms, Zed wondered if this soul or this body still held any memory of this warmth. Watching his mother sobbing on his shoulder, a strange feeling mixed with confusion rose in his heart. After a moment of hesitation, Zed softly called out "Mother," making Rachel tremble with happiness. Zed calmly asked why she had come all this way, and Rachel replied that she had no other purpose than wanting to see his face. But Zed sensed something else, saying he wanted one thing from her. He asked directly if she had come, because she knew he was the one behind the recent terrorist attack. Rachel was stunned, never expecting her son to be so blunt. She admitted that she knew, and asked him what on earth he was thinking when he caused such a massive disaster. Rachel warned that the elders would never let it go, advising him to apologize while she used her power to protect. But Zed coldly refused, asserting he had nothing to ask forgiveness for because everything had been calculated carefully. Rachel was astonished to learn her son had planned beforehand to eliminate the elders' interference in the struggle for the clan head position. With crimson, authoritative eyes, Zed declared he would force Madassa to surrender and absolutely would not back down. Zed Arahan was determined. He would not stop until he made Madassa Kindle surrender unconditionally. Rachel was visibly worried, saying this was too dangerous because the power of the elders was much greater than he imagined. Zed stood opposite her in the dark garden, wanting to set a new precedent so the elders could no longer manipulate the successor. Rachel remained unconvinced, asking how he could fight off half the elder council on his own. Zed replied confidently, saying it was entirely possible with her help. Zed's plan was extremely simple. Rachel only needed to pretend she didn't know what he was doing and stand by him at the decisive moment. Zed wanted her to stay neutral, so he could have his hands free to deal with the hardline elders, while he would handle the old hag Madassa himself. Seeing Rachel silent, Zed reassured her that he would only threaten her, not take her life. Rachel sighed and shook her head, admitting she didn't care about anyone else, only the safety of this son of hers. Zed smiled smugly, reminding her that he had an incredibly overpowered teacher by his side, so what was there to fear? Looking at her son's back, Rachel exclaimed that Zed had changed so much, as if he were a completely different person. Before ending the conversation, Zed suddenly asked about something he had been wondering about for a long time. He didn't understand why the clan head let the elders run wild when he was more than capable of wiping them out at any moment. Rachel smiled faintly, saying perhaps her son was misunderstanding his father. She revealed an unexpected truth. The Arahan clan head wasn't as cold-blooded as people thought. Zed was stunned. He couldn't believe a father who watched his children slaughter each other could be considered anything but cold-blooded. Rachel smirked, realizing Zed was still too green to understand his father's true intention. She looked up at the night sky, as if recalling some secret. Rachel hinted that the Arahan clan still had a massive secret, and when Zed was qualified enough, he would hear it. She advised him not to resent his father too much, and to ask the man himself when the time was right. Zed inwardly regretted that if he had focused more on the mage path earlier, he would have figured out this secret by now. Rachel nodded in support, promising to cheer for him from afar and warning him to be very careful. She gripped Zed's hand tightly as a final word of encouragement. Rachel looked at Zed with deep affection, feeling proud that even though she couldn't do anything for him, he had still grown up so strong and upright. The mother and son went their separate ways, while their teacher, Krang Gutra, sat perched on a rock, watching the whole time. Zed stepped decisively through the protective barrier, beginning to trigger the next step of his plan. Zed's gaze was cold as he looked ahead. The real battle was just beginning. The next morning, the atmosphere in the meeting room of the Hardline Elder faction was unusually gloomy. The elders sat around the round table with sullen faces, no one daring to utter a word. An old man began to regret following Mattis's faction, inwardly thinking he should have joined Rachel from the start. Mattis Kindle slammed the table, furious at the eerie silence. The old hag screamed, asking why everyone was so depressed, while the elders secretly discussed finding a way to save themselves. Someone asked about the result of the conversation with Rachel yesterday, since they still hadn't found the saboteur. Matissa flew into a rage, saying there was no need to listen to Rachel or mention her here at all. The old woman continued to shout, asserting they were all in the same boat, and since she was the captain, they just had to take orders. But her tyranny only made the elders below even more frustrated. At that moment, Samed, the deputy of the faction, spoke up, demanding she come up with a specific plan to catch the culprit. The room fell into a deathly silence. Samed knew full well that this old woman was also stumped, which was why he asked so pointedly. Matissa was speechless, glaring at Samed before shouting and asking if everyone's tongues had fallen out. Samed remained calm, pledging to use every means necessary to track down the person behind this. Using the excuse that the evidence had been burned away, and thus they needed time, Samed advised Matissa to go to her private villa to rest and monitor from afar. The deputy played the part of being indignant to gain trust, making Matissa think he was still her most loyal subordinate. Samed respectfully accepted the order, promising to mobilize all resources and only asking Matissa for a little more time. Matissa Kindle asked how long he needed, and Samed confidently asserted that he would resolve everything smoothly within the next 3 days. Matissa smirked skeptically, but Samed maintained a decisive attitude, telling her to trust him with the task. Matissa agreed to trust him a little longer, saying she would wait and see how the deputy would perform. The meeting ended, and she ordered everyone to put all their strength into finding the true identity of the saboteur. Waiting until Matissa left, another elder anxiously asked Samed if he could really do what he promised. Samed didn't answer, thinking to himself that it was time they all made a final decision for themselves. The others looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what Samed was hinting at. Samed's eyes hardened. He knew well that sometimes jumping into the sea offered a better chance of survival than clinging to a sinking ship. The scene shifted to Matissa Kindle's luxurious villa, located near the Arahan territory. Having just arrived, Matissa ordered the guards to keep a tight watch, not letting even an ant pass through. Inside the quiet mansion, a fake peace blanketed every corner. Matissa began to enjoy some relaxation in a hot bath after a stressful day of meeting. She sighed with relief, thinking that once Samed took action, the culprit would sooner or later be caught. The image of Zed Arahan appeared in her mind with utter contempt. Matissa sneered, thinking that the 7th successor kid was just a small fry not worth worrying about. Anger flared up, and she muttered that after catching him, she would tear him apart to make Rachel lose face. However, a cold aura suddenly engulfed the bathroom, making Matissa begin to feel uneasy. She called out, but there was no answer from outside. The space was chillingly quiet. Matissa angrily muttered and cursed her useless subordinates for neglecting their guard post. The mansion's hallway was now empty, with only the sound of wind whistling through the door cracks. Matissa threw on a bathrobe and rushed out to search for her subordinates. She pushed open the main door, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. As soon as she opened the door, Matissa screamed, intending to scold the guards for slacking off. But then she went deathly still, her eyes bulging with terror at the sight appearing before her. Her entire elite guard lay scattered on the ground, blood flowing in streams without a single sound being made. Amidst the ruins, blue magical sparks flickered, signaling an impending destruction. Matissa was horrified to realize she had fallen into a deadly trap without even knowing it. A massive blue energy explosion erupted, swallowing the entire mansion in the blink of an eye. From afar, a hand was raised to watch the explosion, mocking the stubborn kid Zed. Krang Gutra sat leisurely on a rock, grumbling about his student daring to exploit the labor of an old man. Looking at Matissa's villa engulfed in blue flames, the teacher couldn't help but be satisfied because the fire was burning so beautifully. Until this moment, Matissa still didn't understand why everything had turned out this way. She walked in a daze, then asked herself, why did everything turn out like this? Suddenly, right at that moment, she felt hungry. So she wanted to go to the nearby town to find something to eat. Time quickly passed until evening. She was standing in front of a restaurant. However, this restaurant had a closed sign hanging up. This made Matissa unable to help but laugh. Haha, this is already the fourth place. Not just every restaurant, but from grocery stores, clothing stores to opticians, not a single place was spared. Why were the shops belonging to me suspended? Could it be that that bastard has already reached this far? I look so ridiculous. Oh well, first I have to find something to eat. She cast her eyes to the side, noticing an outdoor eatery that was still open, with people queuing up to get seats. Everyone was chatting noisily, when suddenly Matissa cut in line, making a man feel annoyed enough to warn, "Hey lady, stop, don't you have any manners? How can you cut in line like that? Can't you hear clearly? And you're wearing a bathrobe too, you have to line up here." Hearing this, the arrogance inside Matissa was awakened. She turned to question, "Do you know who I am?" The fat man waved his hand dismissively. "I don't care who you are. Go to the end of the line and wait." Hearing that, she cursed inwardly, "You little worm. If my eyes turned red, you'd be dead for sure." Just then a tall man walked over, patted her shoulder and warned, "Ma'am, you can't do that here." Feeling insulted by that action, Matissa swatted the man's hand away and shouted, "If you don't want to die, take your hand off before I level this whole place. Do these people know who I am to dare to treat me like this?" Suddenly, another voice rang out at that moment. "Excuse me, are you Elder Matissa of the Arahan clan?" Hearing that, she frowned and turned to ask, "Who are you?" The man didn't answer but said joyfully, "It really is you. I used to work as a servant in the Arahan family. I never expected to meet you here. What an honor." All around, the group of people who realized Matissa was from the Arahan clan panicked and hurriedly knelt to beg for mercy. "Forgive me, I didn't recognize that you were such a noble person. Please spare me this time." Responding to that, she also warned them, "You lot, I will remember today's incident well." Then the man suggested, "Elder Matissa, if you don't mind, let me escort you." Although she didn't know who this man was, he had appeared at the right time, so she agreed to let him lead the way. While they were moving, Matissa also asked, "What is your name? Tomorrow morning, I will reward you handsomely." Hearing this, the man hurriedly waved his hand in refusal. "I wouldn't dare. Serving you is my honor." Then he gestured forward and introduced, "We have arrived, Elder Matissa, it's here." It turned out to be an extremely small two-story restaurant. This made Matissa feel a bit disdainful. "This is a restaurant." The young man hurriedly explained, "It looks a bit shabby on the outside, but the food here is delicious. Please come inside." However, Matissa just gave a slight cough which made him feel panicked. "I'm sorry. I didn't have anything else, so I only brought you to this place. People like us are satisfied just by being fed. It's a shame to bring a noble person like you to such a miserable place." He said this while wearing an incredibly sorrowful expression. This made Matissa feel it wasn't appropriate to blame him further. "All right, I understand. I understand your sincerity, so lift your head up." Having said that, she comforted herself. "Anyway, without him, I have no money to eat right now." Just like that, the young man hurriedly invited Matissa to step inside. Very quickly, 2 dishes were served. The young man also happily introduced, "The beef here is delicious. I already informed the head chef that we have a noble guest. It might not suit your taste, but I hope you eat plenty." "Very well, I will reward you later." She said this while wearing an indifferent expression, all while scooping up the food. But the moment she tasted the first bite, her eyes widened in surprise. Following that, she bowed her head and ate incessantly. This made the young man sitting opposite seem a bit proud. "Is it delicious? In that case, we must have another serving." Time quickly passed. By now, the group of guests inside the restaurant had left one by one, while Elder Matissa herself seemed to have had a good, filling nap. Waiting until she woke up, she startled awake, stood up, and surveyed her surroundings. Oh no, there's no one left. Did I fall asleep and he just left? It turns out he's actually quite a polite person, isn't he? After that, Matissa found her way back to her mansion. As she walked, she thought, I've slept, so my mind is clearer now. That's right, in the northern part of the territory, there's still a villa that has been abandoned for a long time. It's nearby. I hadn't used it, so I forgot. Although I don't remember the exact location, I'm sure it's still there. I must soak in a hot bath and get a massage. They dare to make me suffer like this. As soon as I find them, I'll burn them until there isn't a single bone left to pick up, she declared fiercely. After moving for a while, Matissa remembered that her villa was around here. And very quickly, she saw the luxurious villa right before her eyes. She happily wanted to rush down immediately. However, just a second later, her eyes widened to their full extent, because at that very moment, the entire villa was engulfed in roaring flames. The scene left Matissa in despair, sitting listlessly on the ground. No way. Even I had forgotten about this place. How could they have known? It's as if they were already waiting here. Thinking about this, she then discovered something placed in front of the mansion's gate. Without much hesitation, she ran straight down, reached out to pick up the cloth-wrapped box, and carefully opened it. It appeared to be a familiar object, which made Matissa ease her guard. Right, I just remembered now that this is the chervil pattern. So it was you, Zed Arahan. She spoke with a voice filled with resentment, as she looked at the villa that was still burning incessantly before her eyes. In front of her burning villa, Matissa constantly screamed the name of the protagonist in anger, Zed Arahan. She stomped on the note. After a few seconds, her anger suddenly fell silent. But then the screaming voice rang out again. Everything is because you played these tricks, damn it. After a few angry words, she calmed down a bit and thought, what should I do now? The house, the money, even the private soldiers, everything has burned to a crisp. There is no other way. I must immediately go find Same to explain the situation and contact the other elder. Thinking of this, she became angry again and blurted out, bastard, daring to humiliate me like this. I must capture him, chop off his limbs, and kill him. I must get to Same's place immediately. Before her words had even finished, Matissa's complexion suddenly changed. Her body began to tremble as she reached up to touch her chest, her mouth stuttering. Mana, I can't mobilize it. This is beyond absurd. Without time to think much, she hurriedly ran to find Same to beg for help. The scene shifts to Same's grand mansion. Outside, the mages were still yawning due to boredom, when suddenly one of them noticed something ahead. From afar, the figure of Matissa was rushing toward them. As soon as she arrived, she anxiously said, call Same out here immediately. However, in response to this demand, the guard just stepped forward to block her and said, Lord Samed is currently resting and cannot receive guests. Please return tomorrow morning. This attitude immediately made Matissa feel furious, and she questioned, you bastard, who do you think you're being insolent to? You can't call him out right now. Right now, before I kill the lot of you. Before her words had finished, Zed's voice rang out from behind her. What can you do when you can't even use mana? Matissa startled and turned around, but still tried to appear tough. Who do you think you are to be so insolent in front of me? I'll chop off your limbs right now. Not letting the old woman finish her sentence, Zed blurted out the whole truth. You are currently poisoned with Tuffrin, so you won't be able to use mana for 2 days. The person you met earlier wasn't a noble benefactor, but one of my people. I deliberately led you to a place with a strong scent to mask the smell of the Tuffrin poison. It seems you were very hungry, huh? You ate 3 whole bowls. Hearing this, even if she were foolish, Matissa would have understood everything. From beginning to end, I was being led by the nose. Me, led by the nose by a 15-year-old kid. No way, this is absurd. Unable to endure that truth, her entire body collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Zed marched straight toward the gate and demanded, take me to Lord Samed. Lead the way. The guard repeated his words once more. Lord Samed is currently resting. Before he could finish, Zed interrupted. Tell him the true perpetrator of the terror attack has arrived, and if he doesn't meet me right now, he will regret it for the rest of his life. As he spoke, Zed wore an incredibly smug smile. Just like that, the news of Zed's arrival was relayed inside. However, Samed was extremely angry and cursed the messengers. You pieces of trash, you dare break my rest schedule. The blonde servant knelt, trembling as she replied, forgive me, my lord. The 7th young master insisted on meeting immediately, so we had no choice. An attack followed that sent her collapsing into a pool of blood. Samed himself irritably dressed and went outside, his mouth constantly muttering in anger. Damn it, before I return, clean this place up thoroughly. Don't leave a single stain behind. Useless bunch, you can't even handle this simple task. After descending to the main hall, he spotted Zed's figure. Zed was leisurely sitting there, drinking tea, and greeted him. You're awake. Same's eyes stared straight at Zed with a dangerous look of boredom. If he weren't a brat, I'd be dealing with him right now. After a few seconds of stabilizing his mood, Same retracted his killing intent. Meanwhile, Zed relaxed and remarked, this mansion is so clean, it's just like a hospital. Living in a house without a speck of dust, sleeping on time, eating according to a fixed menu, working according to a preset schedule. As he spoke, Zed casually dropped the teacup in his hand, causing it to fall straight to the floor and shatter into many pieces. This caused a clean freak like Same to immediately go insane with rage. He rushed over to question, what the hell is this? The protagonist still acted as if nothing had happened and said, I heard you suffer from extreme germophobia. I'm just engraving for you to clearly understand your position. That is, even like this, there is nothing you can do to me. Then, as if remembering something he needed to do, he took a scroll out from his pocket, placed it on the table, and continued. Inside this is a black python sealed by a great mage. It was the one that destroyed my small villa. It will activate in exactly 5 minutes. It will be very interesting when they are released right here. I repeat once more. This was created by a mage higher ranked than you. You will find it difficult to destroy. Same yelled, what do you want from me? Zed calmly replied, first of all, just sit down. Without thinking much, he hurriedly sat down opposite Zed and asked, I'm sitting now, speak quickly, time is. Before he could finish, Zed took out another scroll and said, don't panic, this is a commitment pledge. From now on, the elders will not interfere in the struggle for the family head position. Get the signatures of all the hardline elders. The deadline is 1 day. You know what happens if you miss the deadline. As it happens, there is someone outside. Go get those signatures right now. The moment he said those words, Same felt as if he had been completely cornered, and he could only angrily mutter in his heart, damn it, a person even more terrifying than Zenadine has appeared.